Su Weiwei had always been a girl of fiery temperament. In her leisure time, she delighted in binge-watching dramas, indulging in films and savoring snacks, with Harry Potter reigning supreme among her cinematic favorites. She had watched it countless times, and her admiration for Professor Snape was particularly profound. After yet another frustrating encounter with her advisor, she found herself thoroughly exasperated, harboring resentment that lingered throughout her life. As various misfortunes befell her, it seemed that fate could no longer bear to watch her plight and granted her 2 wishes in one fell swoop. 1. To be a pet cat in her next life. 2. To snuggle closely with Professor Snape. With her wishes fulfilled, Su Weiwei was reborn, adopting a new name, Ivy. Chapter 1. A cat? Weiwei, your thesis still lacks depth. The defense is approaching, and this is simply inadequate, her professor remarked sternly. Teacher, I have revised it over a dozen times. This is the most comprehensive analysis I can produce. What additional aspects should I include? She replied, desperation creeping into her voice. Well, I am not an expert in this area and cannot provide much insight, but it is clear that your analysis is insufficient. You must delve deeper into the literature yourself, he suggested. All right, thank you, teacher. In the dead of night, seated before her computer, Su Weiwei found herself laboring over the 19th draft of her graduation thesis. This was maddening. Why must university students write graduation theses? Who on earth even studies such things? Her slender fingers danced over the keyboard, while her hair, hastily secured, could no longer withstand her incessant fidgeting, cascading over her shoulders. Curse this thesis and curse this defense! She exclaimed in frustration. The cool rain and summer breeze did little to temper Su Weiwei's fury. It was only May, yet she was already inseparable from her green bean soup and coffee, resorting to daily trash disposal, waking each morning solely to revise her thesis. Having just concluded a late-night call with her advisor, she had mustered the audacity to reach out, driven by the notion of the people are not yet asleep. Once more, she was informed of her insufficient depth. From her proposal to the final draft, the feedback remained unchanged. Su Weiwei felt as though madness was closing in on her. This thesis was utter rubbish. Yet again, it lacked depth. As these thoughts churned in her mind, she took a large gulp from her coffee cup. One should not endure such torment. It was absurd. Throughout her 4 years at university, her roommates had often joked that she resembled a capybara, never displaying anger. If they were to witness her furious, it would surely mean that someone had committed an egregious offense. Now Su Weiwei felt that the entire world was at fault. Even the dogs passing by seemed deserving of a kick. Alas, with a volatile mother, an indifferent father, and a rebellious sister, Su Weiwei had learned at a young age not to waste her anger on others. No one would care. Thus, even as her emotions simmered, she remained silently seething. Perhaps the pent-up frustration that had accumulated over time finally erupted on this otherwise ordinary night. In an instant, Su Weiwei felt a tightening in her chest, nausea washing over her. The thesis before her transformed into chains, binding her tightly. It could have been an eternity or merely a fleeting moment. With a sudden darkness enveloping her, Su Weiwei fainted. Meow. Where am I? Upon regaining consciousness, Su Weiwei noticed something peculiar about her perspective. She was much lower to the ground. She attempted to take a few steps forward, only to find her legs unresponsive. Thud. Realizing something was amiss, she looked down to discover a blackish-gray, fluffy body. This was not her own. A monster. Meow. Goodness, the world had indeed turned upside down. After toiling for years and nearing her defense, she now found herself in this predicament. And now her form had been replaced by that of a furry creature. Meow meow. After a few calls, Su, now a capybara-like cat, quickly accepted her new reality. Thankfully, she recalled that some cats lived far more comfortably than humans while watching short videos. However, surely this was only possible in a clean, beautiful street, where one could charm a kind-hearted caretaker. Meow. Instead, she found herself in a derelict area, surrounded by towering chimneys and filthy ground. Oh dear. Why couldn't the heavens consider the location during her transformation? Where am I? As Lu Sun once said, one should lie down where they fall. With remarkable composure, Su Weiwei reclined on the ground, accepting her fate. Exhausted from thesis revisions, this beleaguered university student closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, entirely unaware of the shadowy figure in a dark cloak moving above. Her tick-tock, tick-tock, raindrops fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, transforming the filthy earth into a quagmire, and the entire street exuded a nauseating odor. Awakened by the rain, Su Weiwei sighed, wishing to rise and seek shelter from the downpour to resume her slumber. Thud. She had forgotten that her newly acquired limbs were still uncoordinated. Struggling to master her limbs, the novice cat stumbled toward an adjacent building. Spider's End. That name sounded eerily familiar. She felt as though she had encountered it before. As a fervent fan of Harry Potter, Su Weiwei quickly recalled, being an English major. Diagon Alley. Oh, what a coincidence. Wasn't Professor Snape's residence located in this area? If she were still human, she would certainly visit this newly developed tourist attraction. But now, how much would it cost for a little cat? With a determined stride, Sue the little cat set off, hoping to find her idol's abode and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Chapter 2. Finding the Caretaker. Raindrops fell one by one, causing the dilapidated brick house to sway in the downpour, while the nearby alley resembled a labyrinth. The newly transformed kitten blinked its eyes, deftly avoiding the puddles beneath its paws, nearly stumbling in the process. My goodness! This place is astonishingly authentic, almost rivaling the sets of a film. Where on earth did they find such a towering chimney, and that river? How dreadfully filthy it is. Su Weiwei pondered, her footsteps unceasing as she cautiously navigated the muck below. It was indeed unbearably dirty. The kitten twisted its body, sashaying forward. It seems this is the place. An invisible halo enveloped the house at the end of the alley, which was eerily silent, devoid of even a whisper of wind. Inside the dimly lit home, the cramped living room was furnished with worn-out furniture, while the walls were lined with books. A candlelit lamp hung from the ceiling, casting flickering shadows. Wow. The props department deserves high praise. This is astonishingly lifelike. Meow meow. As she gazed at the house that mirrored the film's layout so closely, Su Weiwei felt tears of excitement welling in her eyes. Fellow felines, who truly understands? What a blessing in disguise indeed, to stumble upon such a fortunate moment. One simply must document this in a tome of thousands of words. Severus Snape awoke the moment a stranger entered his home, his vigilance prompting him to grasp his wand and descend from the bed. The hidden door behind the wall led to a room on the second floor, and the man, without time to don his cloak, treaded carefully on the wooden staircase, striving to minimize any noise. Pressed against the wall, he strained to listen, eager to discern the intentions of the intruder. Drip. A solitary raindrop fell onto the floor, barely audible. After a moment of silence, Snape leaned out, peering toward the source of the sound. Having transitioned from memories of the Philosopher's Stone to the Deathly Hallows, Su Weiwei could no longer contain her tears. Large droplets cascaded down her cheeks in the slightly run-down house. Her mind replayed the moment of a beloved character's demise in the Shrieking Shack, and upon looking up, she unexpectedly met the gaze of the protagonist she mourned. Those ink-black eyes, disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders, and the stark lines of his face suggested a rather unapproachable demeanor. Meow. Wow, this is incredible. Where did they find such a convincing extra? This resemblance is uncanny. And it's even the professor's youthful visage. A bonus must be awarded. The tiny kitten mewed, advancing on all fours, eager to take a closer look. Snape, initially on edge at the thought of an intruder, was taken aback when he looked down to find a pair of gleaming green eyes, glistening with moisture. The kitten's black and gray fur was short and dense, its cheeks round and its body compact, resembling a fluffy little sphere, now boldly approaching him. What a reckless little creature! Just as he intended to wave his wand and expel this unexpected guest, he found that the light from his wand dissipated before it could reach the kitten. Meow meow. A professor, look at me. This is astonishingly similar. Even the greasy hair is perfectly replicated. Such attention to detail is immensely gratifying. This wand, oh my, the craftsmanship is exquisite. It feels so real. The immersive experience is overwhelming. Snape lowered his gaze slightly, as those green eyes drew nearer, now at his feet, akin to a tranquil lake. Where have you come from? The dreamlike quality of that silky voice was remarkable. It maintained its character even when addressing a mere cat. What a twist of fate, how lamentable. Only in death did I discover this paradise. It feels akin to finding an expired lottery ticket. Sigh. Perhaps it was absurd to inquire of a kitten that clearly had not yet weaned. Snape crouched down, grasping Su Weiwei by the scruff of her neck, intending to toss her away. Yet he was met with the kitten's remarkably human-like expression. An intelligent, green-eyed kitten unaffected by magic. His interest was piqued. Do you wish to stay? If so, nod your head. 5 minutes of pretense could lead to 50 years of fortune. Su Weiwei understood this well. She obediently nodded, even winking her eye. After all, it would be futile to leave immediately. Staying here seemed preferable, especially since this person was rather handsome. Surely he wouldn't let her starve. Excellent. With his thoughts confirmed, Snape smirked, casting a satisfied glance at the small, dark bundle on the floor. Chapter 3. Not an NPC. A heavy rain poured down in Spinner's End, and despite the kitten's cautiousness, it could not avoid the grime and muck of the streets. The proud potions master selectively ignored his own greasy hair, deeming the kitten not an absolute necessity for study. When he looked down, Su Weiwei retained her adorable demeanor, her green eyes shimmering with moisture, creating ripples of charm. While a wash might still be in order, the lenient yet strict Snape decided to cleanse the kitten, habitually waving his wand to cast a cleaning spell, but the kitten remained unchanged. Tsk. The cleanliness-obsessed man reached down to lift the small creature by the scruff of its neck, proceeding upstairs through the narrow corridor illuminated by dim lighting. The atmosphere was oddly captivating. Weiwei, with wide eyes, examined her surroundings, dark walls, curtains, and a four-poster bed draped in deep green hangings. The towering bookshelf brimmed with various tomes, while the solitary table bore an assortment of potion ingredients, cauldrons, and peculiar apparatuses. Wow! The props team has outdone themselves. The books on the shelf exuded quality, adorned with elegant calligraphy and ancient covers. Advanced potion-making, secrets of dark magic revealed. When she was carried into the bathroom, the little kitten exhibited no reaction, as Snape hesitantly placed her in the basin. Do magical cats fear water? The soft, fluffy kitten nestled in the dry basin, gazing up at the man with wide eyes. Meow. This accursed instinctive reaction. Weiwei was human, or once was, and she had always been a cleanly little girl. Although now she was a cat. It is well known that cats generally fear water, including foreign cats. Before the warm water from the showerhead cascaded over her, the kitten remained compliant, displaying no signs of resistance. Snape, feeling reassured, doused her with water. In an instant, droplets flew off the rapidly shaking kitten, splattering the tall man with muddy droplets. What are you doing? Observing the clean shirt now speckled with stars of mud, Weiwei felt a twinge of guilt, offering a sheepish smile. Meow meow. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. An involuntary physiological response, one she could not control. Again those glistening green eyes. Snape thought he might truly be losing his mind, seeing flattery reflected in the face of a tiny kitten. With a swift flick of his wand, his shirt returned to pristine condition. Meow. What was that just now? Good heavens, what is happening to me? This cannot be real. Firmly believing herself a materialist, Weiwei widened her cat-like eyes, silently reciting the core values of socialism: prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, friendliness. Ribbit. This appears to be genuine magic. Authentic magic. Then this man is not an NPC, which means that, oh dear, a leopard-spotted cat, something arcane. I've truly made it. I have seen Severus Snape from the magical world, alive and speaking. Meow. Struck by this revelation, Weiwei rolled her eyes back and fainted once more. Severus gently swayed the rigid little kitten in the pool, confirming its survival. He withdrew his wand, contemplating a gentle spell, only to be reminded of the tranquil lakes. Ultimately, his heart softened, and he set the wand aside. As the kitten succumbed to a faint, he swiftly cleaned it up. The plump little creature, drenched, appeared elongated and frail. Its wet fur dripped with water, rendering it unsuitable for any surface. With no supplies for the kitten at home, Severus felt the weight of responsibility settle upon him. He rummaged through a corner and found a towel, draping it over the tiny feline with a clumsiness born of unfamiliarity, careful not to fracture its delicate bones. After a considerable effort, the kitten remained partially damp, the once soft towel now stiffened and less absorbent from neglect. Severus resolved to attempt once more, brandishing his wand and articulating the incantation for a thorough cleansing with clarity. This time, the light emitted by the wand smoothly enveloped the kitten. How wondrous! While awake, it instinctively repelled magic, yet in slumber, it became susceptible. The man, typically engrossed in potions, found himself intrigued. He lifted the kitten for closer examination, as a quill began to inscribe words upon parchment. Upon completing this, he whimsically transfigured the quill into a small cushion, placing the peacefully slumbering kitten nearest to the fireplace. With summer's arrival marking the conclusion of school affairs, he embraced the most liberating and joyful period of the year. His house, devoid of a resident for 10 months, had accumulated dust, offering nothing edible beyond potions and their ingredients. Relieved of his burdens, Severus smirked pleasantly, donning his cloak and casually stepping out. In her dreams, Weiwei felt as though she had transformed into a little kitten and encountered Severus, who appeared remarkably handsome. Awakening from her slumber, the kitten stretched, extending her limbs. Twirling and leaping, she closed her eyes. Bang! Ouch! What was that? With her eyes still partially shut, Weiwei perceived she had brushed against the hearth. However, in the sweltering summer, who would dare ignite a fire in a school dormitory? A report was necessary, indeed. It burned. And my waist, although it was not as slim as an A4 sheet, it was still present. What was this peculiar sensation? Soft and limp. Surely, I wasn't merely dreaming. Tentatively opening her eyes, Weiwei beheld her fluffy little paws, blooming like flowers. The sky has fallen, dear family. This is no dream. Animals have attained sentience. Opening and closing. Oh my, how adorable. My paws bloom, and my pads are a delightful pink. It is still me, even transformed into a cat. I remain a charming little creature. After amusing herself for a while, Su Weiwei shakily rose, prancing through the room with a graceful feline gait. The abode of her idol. Taking a deep breath, she coughed. So much dust. What is this? Severus not only neglects his hair but also his home? The illusion of her idol was shattering. Coughing from the dust, Su Weiwei shook her head and ventured forward, as if surveying her territory. When Severus returned, this was the scene he beheld. A small, gray-black kitten. Proud and strutting through the disarray of his home. Meow. The humid air wafted in through the ajar door as the typically reticent man draped in his eternal black cloak entered. Oh dear. That angle of death is still quite handsome. Su Weiwei felt an overwhelming happiness. Truly, how striking he is, Professor. Does he not find himself captivated when gazing in the mirror each morning? Such a majestic visage. The kitten, as if enchanted, stared intently at the man by the door. Her eyes filled with an adoration that seemed tangible. With unsteady steps, she approached him, her objective clear. What have you consumed? Good heavens, Severus spoke to me. His voice is so melodious. How fortunate to encounter such a moment. In the past, this would have been unimaginable. This is the legendary smooth, cello-like voice. Meow meow. A quick. Say something more before I transform back. Severus fell silent, perplexed by the kitten's sudden frenzy, having been perfectly normal just moments before. He had merely posed a question, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Silly little creature. The flattery, enthusiasm, and affection reflected in the green lake were unabashedly evident. Indeed, she was merely a kitten, showing no caution towards a stranger. Meow. So handsome. Mysteriously, she pawed at Severus's robe, marveling at its silky texture. A petite kitten lay atop the flowing black fabric, gazing up with an adorable, round face. It was a delightful sensation indeed. Severus attributed this to the kitten's unique abilities and meticulously documented it with his quill. With a wave of his wand, he organized his purchases, and it was already lunchtime. The kitten followed closely at his heels, mere inches from his cloak, occasionally pouncing playfully. It appeared she had mistaken the fluttering cloak for a toy. The self-entertaining kitten was well-behaved, unlike the raucous trolls of Hogwarts castle, and did not hinder her own affairs, so Severus allowed her to frolic. In this moment of fulfillment, Su Weiwei reveled in immense joy. She had moved into her idol's home, becoming his cherished pet, enjoying intimate proximity. No worries about academic papers or employment prospects, nor the vexations of family. This is what life is. Severus, wait for me, I'm coming. Oh, this robe is so silky, delightful to the touch. Truly, it belongs to my Severus. The book advised that kittens require goat's milk, kitten food, and boiled beef. With an academic spirit, Severus adhered to the guidelines with precision. Several small dishes lined up, containing prepared goat's milk, minced beef, and freshly purchased kitten food. Time to eat. Good heavens, Severus is personally preparing my meal. The goat's milk smells divine, and the beef looks delectable. Scratch that, British cuisine can roll off the planet. Ugh. What is this? How could anything enter my kitten's stomach? Yuck. Why does this milk taste so fishy? And this beef is dreadful. How could there even be kitten food? Meow meow. The quill inscribed on the parchment. Kittens, for months, dislike goat's milk and boiled beef, refuse to eat kitten food, and are quite finicky. Eat, this is all there is, otherwise. You can join me in having a sandwich. A Severus-style sandwich would be acceptable, but sandwiches are hardly appealing. Faced with only a cup of coffee and a dry sandwich, Su Weiwei surrendered. At least the boiled beef was palatable, with merely a beefy flavor. How tragic, dear Su Weiwei. British fare, only those who consume it truly understand. Severus is surprisingly easy to care for. That sandwich looks utterly unappetizing. While everyone else in the story has transformed into the leading lady, embarking on sweet or heart-wrenching romances with Severus, here I am, merely a little kitten. What can I accomplish? Where are my golden opportunities? Where is the system? Not a trace to be found. Before me stands the dashing and youthful Severus, rendering me utterly helpless. All I can do is gaze longingly, indulging in the sight of him. The new delicacy gracing my palate is none other than Severus Snape. The notion that beauty is indeed a feast for the eyes rings true. After enduring a mouthful of unpalatable cat food, I reward myself with a fleeting glance at Professor Snape. That suffices. During the meal, I find myself perplexed by Severus, as this foolish little cat fails to eat properly, glancing at him after every bite as if he were the meal itself. Why does he look at himself with such an incomprehensible gaze? Chapter 5. Tough exterior, soft heart. Once lunch is over, Severus eagerly grasps the fresh cat fur and blood, eager to delve into his research. I, Su Weiwei, have sprawled into a delightful cat-shaped pancake, hoping to cling to Severus a little longer. However, my fullness soon beckons sleep, my little cat head drooping ever so slightly. Very well, off I go to play. A small, sticky kitten hangs from the back of his voluminous cloak. Perhaps it is a primal instinct, but such unreserved trust is genuinely heartwarming. My round green eyes are wide with wonder. The corners of my mouth lift slightly, a flicker of mirth in my gaze, though hardly noticeable. Yet I feel inexplicably relaxed. It is truly unfair, Professor. Your smile is so captivating. It beckons for a little kitten's affection. Alas, I am too short to reach beyond your knee. Oh, what a striking visage. Whose heart shall it slay? Why can't I reach you? What is the purpose of this height? Isn't a handsome man meant to be adored by kittens? If all else fails, perhaps the kitten could shower you with affection instead. Meow. This silly little cat is once again seeking attention. Despite our constant companionship, a mere moment apart causes such reluctance, weaving around my feet. With its sweet, plaintive meows. It is truly foolish. Does it believe this display will sway me? The brooding man ascends the stairs. Yet he makes no effort to dislodge the kitten clinging to his cloak, even slowing his pace. This tiny creature is still so young. The research has merely begun, and if she were to perish now, I would be left without a subject. Furthermore, I am a responsible caretaker, having already procured her food. Wasting it would be a travesty. The salary of a potions master at Hogwarts is hardly generous. The ancient oak table bears the scars of age, with burnt marks and faded potion stains, adorned with cauldrons, stirring rods, mortars and pestles, alongside an array of neatly arranged potion vials. The dreamer rejoices. I behold Severus's potions room, filled with apparatus and the master himself. I can even witness the potion-making process firsthand. The wonders of the big city. Oh, he is truly charismatic. Those potion vials are so well organized. Step aside, allow me to partake. Please place those slender hands upon the little kitten, so I may savor the sensation. Let me fully appreciate the scars upon those fingers, along with the lingering scent of potions. Su Weiwei, be mindful. You are a precious flower of the motherland. So what? This is Severus Snape himself. Unbeknownst to him, I am lost in these thoughts, while he remains silent. Ever since entering the potion studio, the little kitten has descended from his cloak, now lying on the floor, staring blankly at him, occasionally smiling, only to shake her head in bewilderment. What potion bottle has shattered? Or is this foolish cat allergic to some ingredient? Such a reaction is not typical. It doesn't appear to be the result of an upset stomach, but rather an injury to her mind. Could that rain have caused her illness, feverish and unwell? No. That doesn't seem right. Tests conducted while she slept indicated good health. Once more, he waves his wand, yet the silvery light dissipates before reaching her. Severus. What is wrong? Why have you suddenly aimed your wand at me? Meow meow. Su Weiwei, snapping back to reality, tilts her head in confusion and clumsily scurries a few steps forward. What is going on? Is there something on me? Let us hope that foolish soul, who enjoys fracturing his own soul, hasn't he left something behind for me, for this little kitten cannot endure that. Surely, I cannot be a remnant of the Death Eaters, nor harbor anything dreadful. Save me, Professor Snape. I have only just arrived and have yet to fully enjoy life. I do not wish to perish. Meow meow. I fear death. Oh dear, please do not treat me this way. I can attest that in my past life, I neither committed murder, nor engaged in deceitful affairs. Though I did utter many insincere words, I never spoke any harsh truths. The most egregious act was perhaps a few expletives during thesis revisions. Was that so terrible? If so, what right does my advisor have to thrive? Has no one reported her? I do not wish to die, Severus. Adding together both my lives, I have barely lived over 20 years. How unfair. A decade spent diligently studying, and a few years in confusion. A life of joy seems unattainable, while hardship appears endless. If I were to die again and be sent to India, what would become of me? I do not wish to bathe in the Ganges. Silly kitten. What are you up to now? I merely waved my wand, and the light didn't even touch her before fading away. Is there truly cause for such fear? The green lake is filled with panic, yet the trust in her eyes remains unwavering. It is different now. Long ago, those green eyes lacked such depth, the trust having vanished long before. Given this, I shall begrudgingly take care of her. It requires little effort. After all, she is merely a small kitten. What trouble could she possibly cause? Severus retracts his wand into his sleeve, casually crouching down to pet the round little cat head. The plush texture is pleasantly surprising, far preferable to that wretched werewolf. Very well, there is nothing to worry about. Go play. Professor is petting my head, Such tenderness, such mystery. Did you hear that? The professor is petting my head. Do not envy me, for envy will not grant you this. Which little kitten is so fortunate? Oh, it is indeed I. This little kitten. Chapter 6, The Everlasting Snape. Enamored, Weiwei boldly places her head into that dry, large hand, even daring to nuzzle against his slender fingers. It feels utterly delightful. What a gentle Severus. I shall adore him for eternity. I hereby declare, Snape shall endure forever. Feeling satisfied that he has comforted his new pet, Severus rises and moves behind the workstation, skillfully handling various instruments. Entering a state of focus, he purses his lips slightly, his disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders. His pallid skin a result of prolonged absence from sunlight. His dark eyes fixate intently on the test tube in hand, his expression grave and serious. It is said that a man engrossed in his work is the most handsome. The internet does not deceive me. Why has the wizarding world yet to invent such devices as mobile phones? Such a splendid scene deserves to be captured. Mysterious, this fine detail. It is not that I do not wish to share, but the circumstances simply do not allow it. Oh dear, how long those fingers are, that face, that physique. The voluminous cloak is ill-suited for delicate potion-making, and upon standing, Severus removes it. Clad in tailored trousers and a fitted shirt, his slender waist is accentuated. Those legs. How can they be so long? Who could possibly envy this? Oh, this is precisely what a girl should admire. What is it? Is my gaze too revealing? Why has Severus suddenly turned to me? The one experimenting with cat fur feels the intensity of my stare growing hotter on the floor, making him somewhat uneasy. Despite being fully clothed, he inexplicably feels as though he is being harassed. Severus glances up, and the little kitten, caught in her gaze, is unable to withdraw her eyes in time. How could this silly cat look at him in such a manner? While she had already employed spells to examine it during her slumber, revealing that it was neither a human animagus form nor anything extraordinary, merely an ordinary little kitten. If one were to seek something peculiar, it would be the fact that she was unable to cast spells on it while awake. Damn it. What is with that intense gaze? How could such a petite feline fixate on her with such fervent eyes, as if she were a succulent morsel? Bang! Expelled from the potion workshop, Weiwei found herself somewhat bewildered. What was the issue? Was it such a crime to merely glance? Well, I concede. Perhaps the gaze had been a tad inappropriate, and the duration too prolonged. But what of it? With such striking features and an admirable physique right before me, who could possibly maintain their composure? Moreover, the little kitty was so docile. What harm could come from indulging her curiosity? Sighing in melancholy at this realization, Weiwei lamented. Alas, why must I be merely a cat? Severus was right in front of her, visible yet unattainable. Other female leads could engage in intimate encounters with Professor Snape, basking in sweet romance, perhaps even savoring the fruits of their affections. Yet here she was, merely a companion to him. Severus stood before her disrobed, and she was powerless to act. What was the difference between this and a eunuch visiting a brothel? Surely, Professor Snape would need to bathe later. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. He surely wouldn't suspect a mere cat, would he? After all, I am but a delicate little kitten, devoid of any sinister intentions. The kitten merely wishes to draw closer to her master, not to cause any mischief. Suddenly the man, absorbed in observing the results of his potion, felt a chill creep down his spine, as if something were fixated upon him. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the same ugly mark, dull and unmoving. With Voldemort showing no response, it was evident that the Death Eaters were up to something. Perhaps he should inquire with Malfoy later. After all, he was well informed and had a batch of beauty potions to deliver to him. After contemplating this, he resumed his previous thoughts. The foolish cat's blood appeared unremarkable, identical to that of an ordinary feline. Its fur seemed devoid of any special properties. It was indeed a marvel. Chapter 7. Taking advantage of the situation. The weather in England always seemed to be overcast, with incessant rain and damp air. Meow meow. The piercing cries of a cat echoed from outside, and Severus, lost in the throes of potion-making, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. A delicate crimson mist rose, shimmering with an alluring sheen. Meow. Severus, come out. I'm starving. I'm just a growing little kitten. I can't skip a meal. Your little darling is on the verge of starvation at the door. If I don't eat, I won't grow, Severus, and neither can a cat. Keeping a pet like me could become perilously life-threatening. At this rate, I might not survive long enough to meet Harry Potter. How tragic that would be. I still wish to see the young master. As the cat of the Slytherin head, I had hopes of living a life of indulgence. Yet, my entrepreneurial endeavors were cut short. To starve to death just 2 days after transmigrating would be utterly humiliating. Severus, hurry and open the door. You have the audacity to hide inside brewing potions, yet lack the courage to let me in. Don't think I'm unaware that you plucked my fur and secretly drew my blood. Open the door, open the door. The anguished cries from outside raised suspicions of impending danger. Severus, irritated by the noise, hastily approached and flung open the door. What is it? The stern-faced man seemed oblivious to the passage of time, focused solely on his satisfaction with potion making. The little foolish kitten continued to mewl, its tiny paws scratching at the wooden door in urgency. What was amiss? There were no traces of spells outside, nor any sense of an intruder's presence. Yet, the foolish cat would not act so irrationally without cause. Something must have transpired that he was unaware of. But what was it? What had occurred? What a cold-hearted man he was. This was hardly the time for bravado, Severus. I am genuinely starving. Meow. The fury in my meows was unmistakable. Severus, look outside. The sky has turned pitch black, the rain has ceased, it is nightfall. I missed lunch. Will I be denied dinner as well? I shall report this to the authorities. There is a case of pet abuse here, particularly against a charming little kitten. I am so famished that I can hardly muster the strength to speak. The small kitten continued to wail, extending its paw toward the window. The sky was a dark shroud, with only a few scattered lights piercing the night. The abandoned street was deserted. The children's laughter that had filled the afternoon air was now replaced by silence. Night had fallen. Suddenly, Severus recalled something. The books had mentioned that young kittens had delicate constitutions, requiring timely feeding and rest. Aside from the morning milk and boiled beef, the foolish cat had not consumed anything since. The cat food had been stowed away. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he awkwardly rubbed his nose and proceeded to close the potion workshop door, heading toward the stairs. All right, I'll go downstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, Severus felt a peculiar sensation and turned back. The tiny kitten, barely a few inches tall, awkwardly scampered down, its large head held high, though its eyes sparkled with excitement. It hadn't even reached the height of the stairs, yet it fearlessly bounded forward, as if anticipating something delightful ahead. How foolish! The sleeves of his shirt rolled up to his wrists. Severus had already descended 4 or 5 steps when he turned to catch the little kitten tumbling down from above. Gently cradling it in his palm, he tenderly stroked its arched back with his finger. That was quite a fall. I had forgotten I am now but a little kitten. These stairs could be perilous. What a frightful experience. Had Severus not caught me, I would have had a brief tour of the magical world. Woe is me. Severus is truly kind. Meow meow. Weiwei instinctively stretched her body, rolling in Severus's palm and purring contentedly. This hand is so comfortable, so warm. How delightful it was. The little kitten's unwavering trust was utterly heartwarming, especially with its clean fur carrying the scent of milk, which inexplicably soothed him. Even after spending an entire afternoon in the laboratory without yielding any results, it did not dampen his spirits. Following a pleasant dinner, the little kitten was nestled in a basket lined with soft padding, placed beside the fireplace and secured with an unbreakable charm. Meow. Dinner consisted once again of milk and boiled beef. Perhaps knowing she refused to eat cat food, the premium cat food had been tucked away in the farthest corner of the cupboard, while the beef portion had been generously increased. With a ring of milk stains adorning her charcoal gray face, Weiwei, as a girl who valued cleanliness, deemed it essential to maintain basic hygiene. Bathing was of utmost importance. How did cats keep themselves clean? They licked their fur. Ugh, licking my fur is out of the question. I could never do that in this lifetime. Licking fur is something only cats do. It is simply unacceptable. Just then, Severus finished dinner and began to tidy the table, preparing to head upstairs to continue his experiments. As he stepped forward, the little kitten leaped from the basket, clinging desperately to his trouser leg. Realizing he had stopped, she audaciously perched on his shoe. Meow meow. Severus, take me with you. I can warm your bed and sing for you. A song of the little cat that even humans would find delightful. The standoff between man and cat persisted for a moment, but ultimately, it was Severus who relented first. Even Lily had never displayed such boundless love and trust in his green eyes. An unwavering trust indeed. It seems as though I am her entire world. Seated upon the rocking horse, Weiwei joyfully flicked her tail, which playfully thumped against the leather of her shoes. As she prepared to escort the little kitten towards the studio, she was once again compelled to halt. For the kitten had firmly ensnared itself with its tail around the railing. Such a slender tail possessed an astonishing strength. How foolish. Does it not fear injury? If only I were to exert a bit more force, that tail would surely snap, leaving it to wail pitifully in the palm of my hand. Mew. Severus. It is time. Let us wash up and retire for the night. One must not cannot overlook the dark circles under one's eyes. They are so pronounced that even a panda would greet you as a fellow countryman. Compromise exists only in instances of either none or countless. Descending from her leather shoes, Su Weiwei ambled about the room as if surveying her domain. The silver-green curtains, the ebony bed canopy, the room imbued with the scent of herbs, and the densely filled bookshelves alongside a nightstand adorned with an ancient tome all constituted Severus's bedroom. I have entered. Ah. Oh dear enigma. Do you hear my voice? I declare, I have trespassed into Severus's sanctuary. He himself opened the door for me. Rounding up, he has effectively invited me to share his slumber. Let us round it again. We are already together. Marriage. I wish to wed him, to bear him children. Hehehehe. Chapter 8, Adjustment. Immersed in her fantasies, Su Weiwei had lost all sense of the world around her, her laughter morphing into a rather peculiar, almost grotesque grin. Due to the altitude, Severus remained oblivious, merely sensing a peculiar chill at his back. Very well, since you insist on following me, I shall assume you are a girl who ought to learn the virtue of cleanliness. Do not pretend you cannot hear. I know you understand. Night had fallen, and with the experiments of the day thwarted, the weary man resolved to take a bath before resting. The bathroom lay in the corner of the room, and recalling the mishap of the morning, his expression darkened involuntarily. In a moment, I shall bathe you. Should you douse me with water again, you would not wish to know the repercussions. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Severus drew his wand and cast a waterproof charm upon himself. A rather practical incantation. The bathtub, still somewhat large for the little kitten, would have to suffice for the sink, though this time he had thoughtfully applied a warming charm. All right, come here. But remember not to splash water on me. The kitten, being lifted, obediently nodded, allowing Severus's pale hand to guide her into the water. The warm water enveloped her gradually, with shampoo and body wash of unfamiliar brands situated nearby. What are you doing? Yes, I am addressing you, Severus. Remove that hand. Even a handsome man must know that mere words cannot suffice. Action is imperative. Mew. If that hand comes any closer, I shall have to bite you. You cannot just touch my belly like that. I am a girl, and such liberties cannot be taken, for we are not that familiar. To preserve her dignity, Su Weiwei contorted almost like a water snake, dodging left and right, fervently evading his grasp. The prepared man, pursing his lips, adeptly avoided the splashing droplets, his eyes full of exasperation, while he rolled up his sleeves repeatedly, finally sighing in resignation. What nonsense is this? Did I not promise myself that I would remain still? What does this behavior signify? Water splashed about the sink and onto the floor, creating a veritable puddle. Mew mew. What does that mean? Why can't the cats of the wizarding world speak human language? What distinguishes them from ordinary muggle cats? After several calls, Su Weiwei finally grasped that she was now a little kitten, while Severus remained a human, albeit a wizard, who could not comprehend feline vocalizations. It is utterly despairing. After years of development, how has the wizarding world not resolved the interspecies communication dilemma? How I long to return to the embrace of my great motherland. I have heard that an animal language translator has been developed. Why does the wizarding world lack such advancements? If ever the opportunity presents itself, I must promptly procure one for Severus. Interspecies communication remains far too challenging. Speaking of which, I am hiding so well. How has he not understood my intent? This should not be the case for a master of potions, a genius in charms, a double agent. Surely he is clever enough. Why is communication proving so arduous? My throat is nearly raw from calling. Having swallowed several mouthfuls of bathwater, I am fortunate to have avoided the body wash. Otherwise, I might have met an untimely end. Floating in the water, Su Weiwei grew weary of evading, shaking droplets from her head, striving to maintain an innocent feline expression while blinking her large eyes, attempting to convey her thoughts through sheer gaze. Perhaps you wish to wash yourself? It must be said, as a young professor who has taught for nearly a decade, Severus's comprehension skills are undoubtedly exceptional. After all, the potions class demands precise calculations and accurate execution. Those fresh to the subject often seek his help with eyes untainted by knowledge. His mind is as ethereal as freshly painted walls. His gaze as clear as if washed by water. Upon realizing Severus understood her intent, Su Weiwei eagerly nodded. Impressive, my Severus. Gosh. Had you simply mentioned that you could read my eyes, I would not have meowed for so long. But honestly, you are quite astute. You can interpret a cat's gaze. After an afternoon of practice, Su Weiwei had mastered the precise control of her 4 feline paws. Now, while luxuriating in the water, she used her front paws to hook the body wash, pressing downwards. A wealth of bubbles erupted in the sink. The contented little cat, having completed her bath, lounged beside the sink as if a grand duke, calling out to the man who stood nearby. Mew. Severus instantly grasped her intent, lifting the drenched kitten with a clean towel. How splendidly comfortable this existence is. Lolling against Severus's legs, enjoying his attentive service. Weiwei closed her eyes and sighed with satisfaction. Mew. To Severus's ears, this sounded like the affectionate cooing of a kitten. His long fingers moved, and the quill upon the desk began to record. The pristine little cat was placed at the head of the bed. A simple single bed with a large tome on one side, and Weiwei sprawled on the other. As he removed his black coat, his well-tailored shirt clung to his form, subtly revealing the alluring contours beneath. Habitually unfastening his buttons, Severus was suddenly aware of a burning gaze upon him. It was the little kitten on the bed, her eyes gleaming with a fervor that seemed almost capable of igniting a hole through his shirt. Remove it. Why do you hesitate? The view is but moments away. The buttons had already been released to his midsection. How pristine this shirt is. What marvels it conceals. Oh dear. Amidst all this busyness, how could one find time to exercise? The lines of this garment are truly exquisite. Further down. Slurp. Why not continue? The reveal is imminent. I should have known better. This clever little kitten had already witnessed it this morning. Severus, recovering his composure, gathered his shirt and turned towards the bathroom, not only closing the door but reinforcing the lock as well. Splash. Oh dear, the child has grown up. It seems I can no longer deceive him. What need is there for such precautions? I am but a little kitten. What could I possibly do to him? Why must he be so guarded? He has seen all of me, yet I cannot gaze upon him? Perched at the foot of the bed, Weiwei brooded indignantly, her tail thumping rhythmically against the blanket. How I long to see. It appears Severus has forgotten to bring clothing with him. Oh, I wonder if he might emerge naked. How terribly embarrassing that would be. Alas. From which angle might one find the most advantageous vantage point? In the bathroom, warm water cascades over the man's body, yet Severus feels increasingly chilled, as if something sinister lurks in the shadows, fixated upon him. Chapter 9. There are villains among the masses. The misty water envelopes his robust form, the damp ends of his hair casually draping over his shoulders, while the taut white shirt clings to his physique, as anticipated. A pair of eyes on the bed follows his every move. Beneath the cloth, his pale skin conceals a subtle curvature, revealing his exquisite beauty. In but a moment, his shoulder-length hair becomes disheveled, his high nose bridges the gap between his features, casting shadows upon his cheeks from his long lashes, and his brow relaxes. A vertical line reminiscent of the divine eye of Erlang, imparting a touch of otherworldliness. Good heavens, what a foreigner! How could one be so striking? Is this not a test for the little kitten? There are indeed villains among the crowd, yet I am the most loyal child of motherland, and I shall not err. Meow. Severus, come down a bit. There is something dirty on your clothes, allow me to clean it for you. Such a large stain. Let me take care of it. To his disbelief, Severus truly reads this from the gaze of the little kitten, wondering how such a creature could harbor such peculiar thoughts. His own attire, after all, is immaculate, without a single blemish. The lights in the room extinguish, and the night outside is devoid of stars and moonlight. The warm water washes over him, releasing a year's worth of fatigue. Weariness steals his desire for further inquiry. He simply turns off the light, and pulls the blanket over him. The kitten is placed beside the pillow, where a small cushion awaits. It seems teaching indeed brings about exhaustion. My poor Severus, he dozed off the moment his head touched the pillow. Let us succumb to slumber together. I shall not disturb you. Such a pitiful creature. The man with closed eyes believes he will soon drift into sleep. His body is utterly spent, and the peaceful slumber disrupted this morning may now be continued. Yet in truth his mind remains acutely alert, replaying the events of the day. The reinforced protective charms from the previous night remain intact, yet they wavered, awakening him to discover a black short-haired cat with green eyes had appeared downstairs. The little kitten seems to recognize him, unguarded, its eyes reflecting a trust he has only glimpsed in the eyes of Eileen during his youth. He then realizes that the spell has no effect on the kitten, igniting a curiosity for research. However, by day's end, he finds himself less resistant to the little feline, a sentiment he believed he would harbor. In fact, at this very moment, a fluffy creature has nestled into the crook of his arm, and he feels no aversion, but rather an ineffable sensation. He loosens his embrace slightly, creating just enough space for the tiny kitten to curl up within. The gentle warmth seeps through his thin shirt, drawing him in. This sensation is not unpleasant, he muses. Soon he too succumbs to sleep. Awakening early the following morning, Weiwei opens her eyes to the breathtaking visage of her idol. Soft light filters through the loosely drawn curtains, illuminating the man lying in bed, His cheeks gaunt, eyes firmly shut, and his lips a delicate shade of pink. His hair tousled upon the gray pillow. A celestial being, is he not akin to a prince awaiting a princess's kiss to awaken? Though his pallor still bears traces of fatigue, his youth brings a subtle flush, no longer resembling a man on the verge of fainting. Su Weiwei feels a flutter in her heart, her small paws itching with mischief. If, hypothetically speaking, it is still quite early, perhaps I could steal a gentle kiss upon that handsome face without Severus noticing? Judging by the light, it must be just past 5. He ought not to rouse. However, this feels rather inappropriate. Having only met yesterday, the bond of master and pet is yet tenuous. And if I were to be cast out now, I would be left to wander the streets. A full meal with every bite savored, Su Weiwei maintains her clarity. Perhaps it is best to remain prudent. The warmth of my idol's embrace is quite comforting. The fabric is exquisite, albeit slightly sheer, the light a tad too bright at this angle. What is that little mole upon his waist? How alluring it appears. Tentatively, Su Weiwei extends her paw, resting it upon the spot, feeling the rise and fall of his breath beneath her touch. This garment boasts remarkable elasticity. Kissing is out of the question. Perhaps a few gentle strokes would suffice. After all, he would not awaken so swiftly. Convincing herself, she allows her small paw to roam, following her heart's inclination, unabashedly indulging in her boldness. Yet she underestimates her own strength, as well as Severus's vigilance. The moment the little cat stirs in his embrace, he awakens, curious as to what this feline intends. Although he has accepted that this little creature is no spy, he maintains a necessary level of caution, remaining still with his eyes closed, while his other hand readies itself for action. If there were any ill intentions towards him or his possessions, now would be the optimal moment. He had fallen into a deep slumber, with no one else at home. Whatever transpired would remain undiscovered, merely requiring a subtle incantation, or the quiet placement of an object within his chamber. He never anticipated such a turn of events. When the soft paw with its tender pads brushes against his waist, his body tenses momentarily. His wand is at the ready. Yet, he encounters nothing but the gentle touch of a small paw, exploring the expanse of his chest. The audacity of this foolish kitten, so cunningly remaining still, merely prodding and pressing in certain areas. How utterly humiliating. In all his days, he has never endured such indignity. From where does this little creature hail? It appears no more than a month old, yet its thoughts are far beyond its years. Unable to endure any longer, Severus feigns a casual movement of his arm, satisfied to feel the little cat freeze in place. What is this? Did my motion cause such alarm? I have barely touched her. Oh dear, will I be discovered? Will I still be able to share slumber with her? Farewell, pectorals. Farewell, abs. Farewell, the gentle curves of my waist. How I will miss you. Without you, how shall I endure? A woman must experience such sensations to find the strength to navigate life. Su Weiwei's daring venture is abruptly halted as her paw is seized by a pale hand, gripped with an undeniable force. Having subdued the little fool, he believes he has succeeded in restoring order. Indeed, she does settle, for Su Weiwei soon realizes her drowsiness has returned. Having just awakened, she feels weary once more. Truly, I am remarkable. Nestled comfortably in her idol's embrace, she finds solace in slumber once again, although the absence of a blanket leaves her feeling slightly insecure. Fortunately, she had covered her belly with her tail before dozing off. Chapter 10. Shopping for clothes. The blackout curtains are drawn tight, the last vestiges of light vanishing without a trace, plunging the room into complete darkness. A perfect setting for indulging in a return to sleep. Severus sleeps soundly until the first light of dawn breaks. Relishing the rare opportunity to linger in bed, he feels utterly rejuvenated, cradled in the warmth of a trusting little creature nestled in his arms. Su Weiwei remains asleep, and the man shows no inclination to rise, savoring this precious tranquility. It is indeed peculiar. Without the aid of sleeping potions, not only has he slumbered, but he has done so quite soundly. In the blink of an eye, over a month has passed. Su Weiwei lives each day in blissful oblivion, her once fictional idol now feeding her at regular intervals, accompanying her to sleep with gentle grooming, and on early mornings, allowing her the chance to indulge in a few stolen caresses. The increasingly audacious little kitten has now taken to leaping into the arms of the potion master while he diligently studies, nuzzling against him like a small piglet, or mewing softly, imploring the man to pet him. At times, he is even rewarded with an exclusive auditory experience of the man reading aloud, his deep, resonant voice caressing the eardrums like a feather, drawing Su Weiwei closer to him. Life has indeed become more promising. Severus, too, feels that existence seems to be improving. Awakening in the morning with a warm little creature nestled close, having a companion for all his endeavors. The small foolish cat is mostly quiet, save for mealtimes and bedtime. And occasionally during tranquil nights, they sit together on the sofa, he engrossed in a book while the kitten rests in his embrace. The soft, dense fur is delightful to touch, and the sweet purring of the little kitten is utterly charming. Perhaps life could continue in this manner indefinitely. Of course, this sentiment does not persist at all times. For instance, the little fool often blows at his hair, especially after he has spent an entire day conducting potion experiments, leaving his long hair damp from the potion's mist. It is only after he cleans himself in the bathroom that this foolish behavior ceases. Moreover, when he becomes so absorbed in potion making that he loses track of time, the little fool will tug at his trousers, calling out. If he attempts to shoo it away, it will scratch at the door, leaving marks. As the head of Slytherin House and a professor of potions at Hogwarts, he not only has a week less of holiday than the students, but must also return to the dungeons a week early to prepare for the academic year and conduct staff meetings. It is truly disheartening, especially this year, as another pair of green eyes will also be attending Hogwarts. Contemplating this, his mood becomes uncontrollably sour. That foolish Potter. He hopes he does not turn out like his father. Now there is another matter troubling him, a mischief caused by the little kitten. His clothes and shoes are all gone, leaving only 2 garments in his wardrobe, which were not the case just yesterday. Initially he did not notice for, with his tacit approval, the little kitten has roamed freely throughout the house and on sunny days, ventured outside to play. With the return to school approaching, he was busy packing, and the sounds of crashing in the room did not capture his attention, as all his focus was on potion ingredients. Accio, he incanted, summoning his clothes. What have you done? Severus felt a headache coming on. He had just tried the summoning charm, and nothing had happened, clearly indicating that his clothing was no longer in the house. Weiwei blinked her large eyes, feigning innocence as she looked back at him. This tactic had never failed her, for whenever Severus felt the urge to be angry, he would invariably relent. Those lake-like, clear, bright eyes, as radiant as the rising sun. Who could bear to refuse them? Very well, I must step out for a while. You stay at home and do not wander. The defeated man shook his head, stuffing the last 2 remaining garments from his wardrobe into a trunk before donning his cloak and heading downstairs. In just 3 months, the little kitten had grown to 27 centimeters. Though she still appeared rather pitifully small, her overall form was much more coordinated, adorably plump, and capable of navigating the stairs with ease. Meow meow. Seizing the opportunity while Severus was preoccupied, Weiwei would certainly not miss the chance to accompany him. Deftly climbing onto his shoulder, her tiny paws clasping the collar of his robe, nimbly changing her posture, she had painstakingly smuggled out the clothing to procure new attire. What a frugal and industrious man he was. So many garments in his wardrobe were worn at the edges, yet he had not discarded them. And those leather shoes looked as if they belonged in a museum. After all, he had been a seasoned professor for a decade. Surely Hogwarts would not skimp on his salary. The old bee could not be such a person, at least he did not seem to be. Weiwei had endured for over a month, confirming that Severus's tolerance for her mischief was indeed quite high before finally resolving to stealthily send those garments away. Are you going to? Yes, take me with you. A man's taste can be terrifying. Those nearly identical robes and shirts, and the standard issue shoes, truly make one question the aesthetic sense of the wizarding world. I want the whole world to know that Professor Snape is a handsome man. Let us see who dares to judge by appearances, particularly referring to a certain savior and his companions. It is truly exasperating. Clearly, after a bath, simply donning a nightgown makes him a delightful sight. Yet he insists on staying up late and neglecting his meals, mistreating his own body. With that disheveled hair and casual attire, who could possibly suspect him? The first step is to ensure that Professor Snape eats and sleeps on time. That goal has been achieved. The second step is to give him a new outfit, for she too wishes to experience the joy of transformation. Severus hesitated, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gnawing at him, yet he could not articulate why. The little fool continued to gaze at him intently. If he did not take her along, she would surely create a ruckus again, just as she had when he went out without her to Nocturne Alley, returning to find her hissing at him all night. Very well, promise me you won't wander off or engage in any outrageous behavior. Outrageous behavior? Am I such a cat? I am, after all, the most well-behaved and beautiful kitten in the world. Receiving permission, Weiwei happily nodded, rubbing her plump little head against Severus's neck, adopting an adorably obedient posture. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, with the start of school approaching, excited young witches and wizards were visible in Diagon Alley, and inside the shop. A few children were busy ordering their robes. Severus held Weiwei securely in his arms, one hand firmly controlling her. Although it was not a particularly crowded day, There were still many purchasing school supplies, particularly since magic did not work on her, and being in an unfamiliar place for the first time. If she were to get lost or captured for experimentation, she might never be found again. Su Weiwei looked at the shop, which resembled the one in the movies, even more luxurious, and wiggled with excitement, only to be promptly restrained. Meow. She voiced her discontent with a couple of calls. What's the matter? Why hold me so tightly? I'm not going anywhere. The man who held her said nothing, merely tightened his grip, briefly explaining his requirements to Madame Malkin before attempting to leave. But he was stopped. Professor Snape, if I may be so bold, your transformation is truly remarkable. Is it not? I believe you might need to be measured again to ensure the new robes fit your form better. Madame Malkin's face wore a polite smile. Her thick eyebrows arched as her eyes appraised the long-absent man. His slightly wavy hair lay neatly at the back of his head, his features unchanged. His complexion a healthy white with a rosy hue, his gaze profound, and his thin lips pressed together, radiating an indescribable sense of ease. His figure was no longer the frail, gaunt silhouette, but had gained a bit of flesh, making him appear much healthier. With regular meals and good sleep, perhaps Severus himself had not anticipated such a significant transformation. Nodding, a measuring tape soared into the air, swirling around the cold-faced man. Stay close, do not wander off. Seizing the moment when Severus was distracted by the tape, Su Weiwei wriggled free, and began to leisurely explore. This robe appears to be made of good material. This one? Not so much, it seems to reflect too much light. After wandering around the shop and seeing nothing but robes, the somewhat fatigued kitten returned to her master's side. Alas! She felt a bit disappointed. How come everything is just robes related to magic? There is no room for creativity. Whose robe is this? It looks rather nice, with understated yet exquisite dark patterns. And the buttons at the collar are of an unknown material, appearing dull in the daylight yet not appearing worn. It's as if, what does it resemble? Familiarity washed over her, yet the reason eluded her. As she gazed around, Su Weiwei inadvertently locked eyes with Severus, who had been observing her intently. His eyes, much like his demeanor, held an undeniable allure. Meow meow meow. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Don it. And you shall be the most splendid creature at Hogwarts. The man, having taken her measurements, regarded the garment with a nod of approval, though the patterns adorning it were rather displeasing to the eye. Let us depart. As she bent down to scoop up the small cat from the ground, her outstretched hand was predictably evaded. Watching the little creature frolic and tumble on the floor, Severus felt a wave of despair wash over him. Indeed, taking her out had been a misjudgment. With a resigned sigh, he turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, Madam, could you craft a similar piece, but devoid of those gaudy patterns? Meow. No, it must have those patterns. They are what makes it beautiful. Retain them, but ensure they are not too ostentatious. Please send it to Hogwarts. Thank you. Certainly, we welcome your next visit. With a beaming smile, Madame Malkin accepted the galleons and watched as Severus exited, carrying the kitten by the scruff of its neck. Once outside the robe shop, Su Weiwei began to squirm again, for they had yet to procure any additional clothing. What shall we do next? Meow. The slightly whiny tone of her voice softened his heart, prompting him to cradle the kitten once more and whisper, Where do you wish to go? Meow. With a gentle paw, she scratched at his well-worn suit, and then patted it lightly. Severus, let us buy some clothes, shall we? Your attire is quite outdated. It is time for a new wardrobe, to present yourself more vivaciously, unshackled by the old. Chapter 11, A Name. As they were carried into another shop, Su Weiwei felt somewhat dazed. This place appeared significantly more desolate, lacking young wizards and filled only with exquisite garments. Twilfit and Tattings. A shop for ready-made clothes. The map had been refreshed, leading them to an unfamiliar locale, where the apparel appeared rather appealing. Why had they come here? Just moments ago, he had considered taking her straight back to Spinner's End, yet his legs seemed to have a mind of their own. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the soft warmth in his arms each morning, the gentle purring in his ear during meals, and the delightful fluffiness resting on his lap while reading. He had grown to accept the love of this little cat. Most importantly, his wardrobe had nearly been depleted, and he was certain that if he failed to appease this silly kitten today, he would lose his last 2 garments upon returning home. Professor Snape, welcome, welcome. The proprietor of the ready-made clothing store was a finely dressed man in his 50s or 60s, adorned with a silver chain that swayed as he moved. His tone warm yet unobtrusive. Severus nodded in acknowledgement and lifted the kitten in his hands. I believe you shall find what you desire here, yes? Indeed, indeed. The garments here appear suitable for adult wizards. Su Weiwei shook her little head, her tail entwining around the man's wrist as she pointed to the ground, signaling for him to set her down. The anthropomorphic gesture astonished the shopkeeper, who exclaimed, "Oh, is this your kitten? How clever she is." "Yes, she is my kitten." At that moment, Severus found himself empathizing with Filch. Why did Hagrid appear so proud when praising Madame Rosmerta? What an elegant lady she is. What is her name? A name, yes indeed. It had been over a month since summer vacation, and she still lacked a name. In Spinner's End, it was merely the two of them. And names were unnecessary. As long as he spoke, she would always respond. But what about in the future? He would soon be returning to Hogwarts. Perhaps even that very evening, where hundreds of idle trolls and dozens of faculty awaited. Would she still respond to him without a name? Ivy. She shall be called Ivy. Only this name suited her perfectly. Amidst the bustling racks, the inquisitive Sue Weiwei perked up her little cat ears, intrigued by Severus's response. Would he deny their bond? Or would he acknowledge it? Ivy, as in Ivy, what does that mean? Is it merely for my green eyes? What else might it signify? It seemed to represent loyalty, joy and vitality. Well, at least it contained the character Wei, so it was not entirely unacceptable. Cats must bow their heads under a roof. She could not dwell on such matters. Having come to terms with it, Ivy flicked her tail and circled the clothing racks. Undeniably impressed by the quality of garments at Twilfit and Tattings, a worthy competitor to Madame Malkin's. When she saw Severus produce a hefty sum of galleons, her heart ached. So much gold. Given the current high prices, it would have been more prudent in the hands of a graduating student like Sue Weiwei, who could have comfortably lounged about. Now, it would merely translate into a plethora of garments. Despite having chosen them herself, she felt somewhat discontented. Ivy, come here. The little cat bounced back to Severus's side, tugging at his trousers before effortlessly returning to the familiar embrace. Homeward bound, I am utterly exhausted. Observing this, Severus allowed a satisfied smirk to grace his lips. Upon returning to their abode in Spinner's End, he gathered the kitten's goat milk, her blanket, and together they stepped into the fireplace, igniting the green flames that would transport them to the cellar. Ivy's tail wagged excitedly, her pupils dilating with anticipation. Hogwarts, I am finally coming. Who hasn't dreamed of being a wizard in their childhood? I eagerly await the morning when an owl taps at my window, delivering my acceptance letter. Now, half of that dream was on the verge of realization, albeit not as a student. The melody of Harry Potter's theme began to play in his mind. Hedwig's theme. Onward. Their first stop was, of course, the cellar, where a spacious desk stood to the right of the fireplace, facing the door described in the books, guarded by Miss Medusa. He wondered if she could comprehend his words. The entire wall was lined with potions, potion ingredients, and countless tomes. Good heavens, how he adored reading. No wonder he had become a headmaster at such a young age. Life is unceasing, and so is learning. Once Ivy was set down, she scurried about, leaping onto the desk one moment, and scratching at the fringes of the carpet the next. Severus paid her no mind, for he knew she would exercise restraint. There were more pressing matters to attend to, such as arranging the new potions he had researched over the summer. After accomplishing that, Ivy had thoroughly explored the cellar, concluding that it was somewhat dim, pleasantly cool for summer, and filled with an overwhelming amount of academic research. Let us proceed. Hopefully. The house elves at Hogwarts have not been slacking. Dinner is served. I trust they have not merely prepared boiled meat in water for me. If they have, I will raise a ruckus. I truly will. Navigating the long corridors and rounding corner after corner, they arrived at the Great Hall, which was still devoid of students, populated only by early arriving faculty. Of course, not all the staff had yet arrived. Ivy nestled into Severus's arm, catching sight of the feline professor from the films, a witch adorned with a pointed green hat, alongside the diminutive Professor Flitwick, and the elegantly gray-haired Professor Sprout. The white-bearded figure was none other than Headmaster Dumbledore, while the turban-clad figure was Quirrell, who appeared rather neurotic, as was the case with Professor Trelawney. It felt as though they were playing a game of matching faces to names, and Ivy grew increasingly excited, her tail wagging incessantly. Oh dear child. You seem to have changed considerably. I am truly delighted for you. Professor McGonagall was the first to discover Severus, who was cradling a cat. A stark contrast to the man almost drained by work before the summer break. His hair was impeccably clean, his gaze profound, and his complexion radiated health. Despite having been taught by the professor, Severus maintained a polite demeanor, making an effort to curl the corners of his mouth into a semblance of a smile, striving to present himself in a more respectable manner. Thank you, Severus. Is that your new pet? A lovely young lady, remarked Headmaster Dumbledore, swallowing a mouthful of lemon sorbet, his smile warm and benevolent, his eyes twinkling with wisdom behind his glasses. Initially, Ivy, being referred to as a pet, was poised to protest, even against someone as esteemed as the greatest white wizard of the age. However, being called a lovely young lady softened her stance. After all, she was indeed in the form of a cat, and such a question was reasonable. Hee, a lovely young lady. You certainly have an eye for beauty. Chapter 12. Madame Loris. This is Ivy. Well, now that everyone is here, let us indulge in the feast, Dumbledore declared, tapping his wand against the table, causing the empty plates to overflow with an array of delectable food. Severus, cradling the now purring kitten, took a seat at the far end of the long table, next to Professor Kettleburn, whose head was swathed in a large piece of gray fabric. Ugh. Meow meow. Quickly, I do not wish to dine here. It is too pungent, akin to a biochemical weapon. Ivy mewed as she burrowed into Severus's robe, wriggling about, her slender black tail flicking playfully. Kettleburn appeared somewhat flustered, a flush of crimson adorning his cheeks, as he clenched his fists tightly beneath his robes. Severus, your cat. She doesn't seem well. Perhaps you should let her leave first. After what felt like an eternity of stammering through his words, Ivy felt a twinge of sympathy for him. I believe Ivy is perfectly fine. She is merely reacting to the peculiar tastes of a certain gentleman present. Severus reached down to gather the kitten, who was still intent on stealthily claiming her share of his affection, and made his way to the other end of the long table. Pomona, might you wish to switch places with me, in deference to our defense against the dark arts professor's unique preferences? Of course, replied the gentle and kind-hearted witch, perhaps the only one in attendance immune to Kettleburn's garlic breath, having spent the afternoon tending to plants in the greenhouse. Thank you. Though the subtle scent of garlic still lingered, it was considerably less overpowering in the new position. The kitten, having burrowed into the wizard's embrace, was now filled with the aroma of absinthe. Released from her confines, Ivy perched on the table, staring longingly at the sumptuous spread before her. Who said working was unpleasant? This was truly delightful. Being a pet was rather splendid. While the master worked, I sleep. While the master carves meat, I feast. Roast beef, roasted chick, pork chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, mashed potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, cake. Meow meow. Hurry man, unleash your potion prepping speed and make haste. I am starving. In a separate dish lay neatly sliced steak and sausage. As Ivy urged him on, the scent of roasted chick wafting enticingly. The golden, crispy skin exuded a mouth-watering aroma, with glistening cherry tomatoes adorning the plate, ready to burst with juice upon being pierced. Severus held his knife and fork steadily, enduring the kitten's tail's playful antics as he patiently cut most of the food, driven by an inexplicable urge to scoop a generous serving of mashed potatoes onto her plate. Oh my, this is what the English call steak, crafted by the Hogwarts house elves. I would love to take one home to Spinner's End. Juicy and savory, succulent and delectable. I declare this cow met its demise nobly. The roasted chick was equally delightful, deserving of the admiration it received, with its crispy skin and tender meat. Severus was indeed a commendable master. After a satisfying feast, during a faculty meeting, Severus wiped the kitten's mouth clean and set her down. Ivy, I must return to work. Please do not roam about the castle. Meow. Energized from her meal, the kitten nodded, flicked her tail, and dashed away without a backward glance. Hogwarts, here I come. As she ventured forth, she encountered another kitten, its coat a patchwork of colors yet impeccably clean, its piercing gaze and upright ears projecting an air of authority. Meow. Who are you? Meow meow. Iamivi, Professor Snape's cat. Are you Madame Loris? Professor Snape, the dark-haired wizard? Indeed, he is quite kind. The two kittens trotted down the corridor together. Madame Loris, a Maine Coon, was empathetic and gentle, aware of Ivy's newcomer status, and graciously guided her through the castle. Come this way. You're still just a little kitten. Can that dark-haired wizard truly take care of you? Of course. Professor Snape is knowledgeable and kind. If not for him, I would have been wandering outside. Look over there, there's a vast forest. Do stay away from it. There are many ferocious creatures within that would feast upon a cat. And do not approach that large fellow living on the forest's edge. He detests cats. Why, cats are so adorable. How could a human dislike them? I am unsure. I follow Mr. Filch around, but I know that large fellow has never taken a liking to me, though he is friendly to other creatures. Ultimately, Madame Loris escorted the newly arrived Ivy back to the entrance of the cellar, where Miss Medusa, coiling around the doorknob, hissed and flicked her tongue to open the door. Professor's cat, come in. Meow. Thank you, Miss Medusa. You can understand what she says? Of course, Loris. Can't you? By Merlin's bowtie. You are the only other cat in all of Hogwarts who can comprehend my speech. How delightful. As the door opened and then closed, it was evident that Medusa wished to converse further. It is terribly dull staying on the doorknob all day. Meow. It's late. I must return. Mr. Filch awaits me. See you tomorrow. If you miss me, you may find me at the door. Madame Loris considered lingering a while longer, but the hour was indeed late. Meow. Farewell. Thank you for your company today, Loris. Hiss. Little kitten, tell me how you understand my words. I have been here for so many years, and besides Mr. Slytherin, only one student named Tom has ever spoken to me. Ivy tilted her tiny head, realizing that her 20-plus years of life prior to becoming a cat could not adequately answer that question. Thus, she chose to change the subject. Tom, who is he? Another Slytherin student? What did he want with you? Tom was indeed a Slytherin, but over 50 years ago. Back then. The current head of Slytherin may not even have been born. He was handsome and charming, though he seldom visited here. When he did, he would merely inquire about what the headmaster liked, and if there were any other snakes around. I told him there was another snake in the basement, after which he rarely sought me out again. Tom, isn't that Voldemort? Goodness, it seems he gleaned information about the Chamber of Secrets from Miss Medusa, only to discard her afterward. How despicable. When Severus returned, he found his kitten gazing up at the doorknob, calling out incessantly, mistakenly believing she could not enter. Upon encountering the little feline, the door would be opened without hesitation. She too resided in the cellar. Once again, being lifted by the scruff of her neck. Ivy had grown accustomed to it, even finding the leisure to wave her tiny paws at Miss Medusa, showcasing her blossoming claws. Look, my claws bloom. Aren't they delightful? Miss Medusa flicked her serpent-like tongue, her tail forming a heart shape in response. Chapter 13. The Gateway to a New World. Entering the cellar, Ivy beheld a weary Severus collapsing onto the sofa. Reflecting on their recent conversation, she felt a stirring within her. If she could comprehend Miss Medusa's words, might she also decipher the language of other creatures? Moreover, with Chilo now present, she recalled her attempts to convey certain truths to Severus during her time in Spider's Tail Alley, though her voice had eluded her. Most troubling was her realization that her memories of the film's content were becoming increasingly nebulous. It seemed that soon, she might forget altogether. This revelation stirred a sense of anxiety within Ivy, yet at present, she found herself unable to communicate with others or document her thoughts. Severus, resting with his eyes gently closed, failed to hear the kitten's mews or feel the familiar weight settle upon his lap. He opened one eye in mild confusion. Ivy. Meow. Severus, what is the matter? Did that Voldemort's double harass you? Or has Old come up with more tasks? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. The diminutive cat clawed at the man's suit trousers, scaling his long legs until she nestled comfortably in his palm, curling into a ball. The warmth of his hand soothed Ivy's restlessness, the bittersweet scent of absinthe, the aroma of medicinal potions, and the lingering fragrance of steak wafted into her nose, calming her. Even though the school lay deserted, the faculty of Hogwarts remained diligently occupied, organizing files, preparing teaching materials, and tidying up the castle. The vast edifice relied not solely on the non-magical Filch. The staff's efforts were indispensable. To prevent Ivy from straying, Severus adorned her neck with a silver-green bell. Devoid of a clapper, infused with magic, it would reveal her location and shield her from magical assaults. To Severus, Ivy was but a tiny creature, easily lost if not watched closely, and her unique nature must remain concealed to avert potential calamities. With her newfound resolve, Ivy donned the little bell, embracing her freedom. The following day, after a cheerful breakfast, she ventured forth to explore the castle's grounds, particularly drawn to the Black Lake, a sight frequently depicted in the film. On the verdant grass, a Maine Coon frolicked with a British Shorthair, while Filch, upstairs polishing the knight's armor, peeked out at the sound of Mrs. Loris's voice. The slender British Shorthair, raised by Severus, gleamed with health after 3 months. Though still petite, its fur was luxuriously fluffy, shedding tufts as it leaped. Mrs. Loris, akin to a guardian escorting a child, would occasionally glance back. Ivy dashed across the grass, her movements causing daisies and cornflowers to sway perilously, dandelion seeds mingling with her fur as they floated into the distance. The expansive scene revealed a lake of profound hue, glistening under the sun, revealing deep greens and an unfathomable black beneath. Weeping willows leaned towards the water, interspersed with oak, elm, and birch trees, while a golden sea of beech leaves shimmered from afar. The heather bushes burst forth with purple and pale pink blossoms, creating a vibrant spectacle. Meow. Brother Octopus. Are you home? The lake's depths stirred, as a colossal octopus emerged, its dark brown skin speckled, with 2 large eyes atop its head. Brother Octopus, what is your name? The giant cephalopod regarded the diminutive kitten, noting her audacity as it extended a stout tentacle above the water's surface. The enormous appendage, larger than the kitten, nudged her, causing her to stumble. Dazed from the encounter, Ivy felt indignant at the impolite introduction, her temper flaring. She quickly regained her footing, intending to leave. The giant octopus, sensing its blunder, entangled a few tentacles beneath the water. And as Ivy turned to depart, it reached out with two appendages to obstruct her path. Meow, meow. What are you doing? In broad daylight, attempting to abduct a respectable cat? Severus, help! In this critical moment, Mrs. Loris proved reliable, positioning herself before Ivy with a vigilant gaze, her tail erect and fur bristling. After a prolonged wait with no further action from the giant octopus, Ivy cautiously extended a paw to touch the tentacle barring her way. Remarkably smooth and resilient, it seemed an excellent material for skewers. Meow. Brother octopus. Are you unable to speak? The giant octopus rolled its eyes, wishing to refute her, but recalling its species' method of communication, it begrudgingly nodded. Brother octopus, you are truly pitiable. If you cannot speak, you must be quite bored in the Black Lake. The curled tentacles unfurled, intertwining as if inviting her to play. Realizing her earlier misjudgment of the giant octopus, Ivy boldly leaped onto one of the tentacles, with Mrs. Loris closely following, ensuring her safety. From the vantage point of the giant octopus's elevated tentacles, the vast lake appeared as a massive slab of jade embedded in the grass. Throughout the morning, Ivy and Mrs. Loris reveled upon the Black Lake, the giant octopus utilizing its size and agility to transport the two cats to the lake's center. There, Ivy glimpsed the opposite side of the forbidden forest, teeming with unfamiliar avian creatures. Some resembled birds yet emitted bovine calls, while others bore no resemblance to either birds or dragons, possessing turtle-like mouths and entirely pink bodies. The Black Lake teemed with unknown beings. The mermaids were not the ethereal beauties of legends but rather fierce, with green skin, greasy hair and discordant cries. Fairy tales proved deceptive. The light had not misled her. The Grindilo, covered in scales, bore a head resembling a sea anemone with numerous small tentacles, its form akin to a fish with slender claws. After their playful escapades, Ivy rubbed against the giant octopus's tentacle in gratitude, returning to the castle with Mrs. Loris. Meow. A morning without her beloved Severus left her yearning for him. She wondered if he had completed his tasks. It was mealtime, and she set out to find him. Within the castle, Severus had just finished tidying the second and third floors, and was striding back to the cellar when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Professor Snape. Hurry to the Black Lake. Save Miss Ivy and Mrs. Loris. Filch, hunched and breathless, rounded the corner in search of him. Having just polished his armor, Severus intended to ascend to another floor, but upon turning, he witnessed the giant octopus pushing Ivy down, with Mrs. Loris standing nearby. Given the octopus's immense size and his own inability to speak, he instinctively thought of the other cat's owner. You must go check. The giant octopus in the Black Lake has knocked Miss Ivy down, and is blocking her path. Severus, not daring to delay, strode towards the castle's exit, his billowing cloak parting the air like a gust of wind. What mischief is that foolish kitten up to now? Why does she wander to the Black Lake? Why doesn't Mrs. Loris take her elsewhere to play? She's so small, barely enough to satisfy the creatures lurking in those waters. Why is it that apparition is not permitted at Hogwarts? In the event of a student encountering peril, must the professors rely solely on their own two legs to rescue them? In the corridors, a shadow flitted past, and as the ghostly figure of the Bloody Baron intended to greet, it was abruptly pierced through the chest. Hey, watch where you're going. A startled and frightened meow echoed, and Severus could almost envision Ivy's terror, huddled timidly while feigning ferocity, waving her tiny paws. Damn it! Why must the Black Lake be so far from the entrance? No matter, that bell is an alchemical creation, capable of aiding the foolish little cat in withstanding a few injuries. Before he could reach the Black Lake, he spotted his little foolish cat and Madame Loris being hoisted high by the tentacles of the giant squid. Just as he intended to wave his wand to rescue them, he heard the kitten's exclamations. Meow meow. Intermingled with joy, there was also excitement. The hurried man ultimately cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Should the giant squid harbor any malicious intent towards them, he could unexpectedly come to their aid. The size disparity between the two cats and the giant squid was staggering. From below, one could hardly see the human standing beneath the lifted tentacles. The giant squid had woven several tentacles into a vast net, allowing the two small cats to scurry about atop it. The air above a portion of the Black Lake resonated with the delightful mews of the kittens, causing the usually tranquil waters to ripple outward, while a few audacious creatures cautiously peered out to witness the commotion. Severus stood in the sunlight for a moment, ensuring their safety, before escorting Filch back to the castle. Meow meow meow. Professor, Professor, the beautiful lady has returned. Hurry to welcome her. Starving to death, starving to death. Man is iron, food is steel. One meal skipped and I feel famished. A few snacks must be arranged for himself. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly inconvenient to venture out for leisure. Ivy meowed as she dashed into the cellar, leaping onto the man who was cutting daisy roots behind the desk, her tail curling around his pale, slender wrist, swaying gently. Severus, it's time to eat. Stop cutting. Once school starts, you can grab any unfortunate soul to do that. As the headmaster, can't you partake in something more dignified? You spend all your time either brewing potions or reading, with no other form of entertainment whatsoever. If I were in your shoes, I would turn into a powder keg in merely 3 days. It's utterly tedious. The engrossed man set down his knife, lifting the purring kitten nestled on his leg towards the great hall. Professor Sprout was seated beside Coral today, as Ivy could not abide the scent of garlic. Hence, they simply exchanged seats. Chapter 14. The Hospital Wing. After lunch, Ivy curled up on Severus's arm, as he escorted her back to the cellar. The heavy potions book remained as it was, while the invigorating potion bubbled in the cauldron, gurgling softly, with white mist wafting above. The kitten, having played all morning, grew somewhat weary and nestled herself into a basket lined with a soft cushion and a small blanket. The cellar was cool, making it an ideal place for an afternoon nap. Upon awakening, Severus was busy bottling the invigorating potion, each slender vial capturing the shimmering green liquid. In the candlelight, the handsome wizard wore a serious expression, his tousled hair cascading down his shoulders, while his long, clean fingers deftly grasped the potion bottles, each knuckle distinctly visible. It's you after all, Severus. If those hands were mine, I would be lost in reverie, as even the slightest movement would captivate me for hours. At that point, I would achieve nothing, merely admiring my own hands. Ah, look at you, what are you doing? Not only brewing potions, but also chopping various ingredients. Treating yourself like someone from a secluded island. Fortunately, wizards possess strong self-repair abilities. I'll forgive you the thin calluses on your fingers, as they somehow make you appear more dashing. Meow. The completed invigorating potion was to be delivered to the hospital wing. Severus casually transformed a quill into a basket, intending to leave when he noticed his beloved cat once again staring at him, her delicate mews echoing softly, her large, round eyes reflecting his image. Ivy. I'm going to see Madame Pomfrey. Would you like to accompany me? Madame Pomfrey, the queen of the hospital wing, the lady whom even Dumbledore must tread carefully around. Meow. I want to go. I want to go. The hospital wing is Hogwarts infirmary, awash in hues of blue-gray, with gray curls adorned with the cap of a benevolent healer. Though no longer young, her eyes still sparkled with vitality. Poppy, I've prepared next month's invigorating potion. Thank you so much, Severus. Pomona and I have noted your significant changes this year. It genuinely brings joy to see your progress. Severus Snape entered Hogwarts in 1971, appearing as a frail, malnourished young wizard often bullied by his peers. Shortly after graduation, he returned as a professor, although he taught potions, the kind and gentle which perceived that Severus was rather neglectful of his own well-being, as his health checks frequently revealed unsatisfactory results. Even without a wand, Madame Pomfrey could instantly ascertain that this young wizard was far from well, with a pallid complexion from sleepless nights, and his tall, lanky frame exuded an air of fragility. Several beams of light shot from the tip of the witch's wand, striking the unsuspecting Severus. Most of the beams were green, though a few were yellow and red. Severus, it seems your health is improving, but you ought to spend more time in the sun and eat more. It will do you good. Thank you, madam. I will take your advice. In the presence of this elder who had always been so caring towards him, Severus spoke in a warm tone, recalling the myriad ways she had aided him during his school years. Ivy gazed at the flickering red lights on Severus, nodding her little kitten face, her paws gently patting him. Meow meow. Severus, did you hear? You must eat well and venture out to bask in the sun. Is this Miss Ivy? She is truly adorable. The round little kitten perched upon the wizard, her soft, fluffy fur and sparkling green eyes captivating all. What a gentle and kind voice. She praises me as cute, Severus. Did you hear that? Madame Pomfrey thinks I'm adorable. She hasn't even complimented you. He. Madame is quite lovely too. Allow me to demonstrate a paw blossom. Truly a clever little cat. As her pink paw pads spread open, a delightful, chubby little flower emerged. Madame Pomfrey looked at the round little kitten, her eyes brimming with unmasked affection and surprise, and turned to fetch some confiscated treats from her drawer, handing them to the wizard. Dear Miss Ivy, do try some. The colorful wizarding treats, some even with moving packaging, were a sight to behold. Meow. The kitten's milky voice chirped as Ivy raised her flower paw in the air, overlapping them in a mock bow. Ha 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 ha, Severus. Miss Ivy is indeed a clever little cat. The kitten's owner, Severus, played the role of an unfeeling cat tree, his large hand gripping the nape of the little cat to prevent her from falling. A large assortment of snacks, shrunk by a spell, was tucked into the wizard's pocket, while the kitten contentedly chewed on a licorice wand, her face alight with satisfaction. Before departing, Madame Pomfrey called out to the wizard, whose cloak billowed behind him, speaking earnestly, "Severus, I am genuinely pleased to witness your transformation, and sincerely hope for your continued improvement. Do not be constrained by the past." Standing upright, Severus Snape nodded with a slight pursing of his lips, his hand beneath the cloak gently stroking the little kitten nestled in his pocket. "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey," he replied. The witch smiled warmly, waving her hand in farewell, reminding him not to forget to provide nourishment for Miss Ivy, who was at a crucial stage of growth and required constant energy replenishment. Meow. Indeed, I am still growing. I must eat more, especially those delightful fizzing honey candies. Chew. Chew chew. They are absolutely delectable. The kitten's head peeked over the edge of the pocket, its cheeks puffed out with candy, a paw flailing playfully beside its face. These candies, chew chew chew, are so chew 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 delicious. No wonder chew 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 Dumbledore likes them, although chew chew chew, they are a bit tough on the teeth. Upon returning from the infirmary to the dungeons, he passed through the entrance where Mrs. Loris accompanied Filch to the 5th floor to clean the windows. The door was wide open, letting in the bright sunshine. Meow meow. Severus, let us bask in the sun. Madame Pomfrey just mentioned that you should soak up some rays. The little kitten, still perched in the wizard's pocket, extended a tiny paw to tap on his chest and pointed towards the grassy lawn, its intentions unmistakable. The dungeons were devoid of brewing potions, and the castle was free of rambunctious young wizards. Everyone was diligently attending to their duties, and the afternoon sun was warm yet gentle. As Severus prepared to return to the dungeons, he recalled the gentle gray eyes he had just encountered and reversed his course towards the greenery. It was all due to the incessant pestering of the little fool of a cat. Should he not acquiesce to her whims, he might never return to the dungeons. And even if he did, the little creature would employ various methods to annoy him. Furthermore, as her owner, it was his responsibility to care for her. Especially considering the myriad of magical creatures at Hogwarts. Such a small being could easily be devoured in a single bite, and it was his duty to protect her. Having successfully persuaded himself, Severus brought the kitten to a nearby heather bush, placing the snacks from his pocket on the ground alongside her. Delicate purple and pale pink flowers attracted a multitude of butterflies, and Ivy could hardly contain her excitement as she dashed towards them. Her instincts having shifted since her transformation into a kitten. Unbeknownst to him, Severus had acquired a copy of Advanced Potion Making, his peripheral vision constantly monitoring the frolicking little black cat. The butterflies scattered in a flurry as Ivy's movements startled them, creating a vibrant spectacle among the blossoms. Exhausted from play, the little kitten sprawled across Severus's lap, her fingers deftly tearing open a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, scattering them on the ground. Perhaps due to her keen sense of smell, Ivy accurately identified the flavors of the beans, tugging on the wizard's hand that dangled toward the ground to direct it back to the bag. With most of her body propped up, her tiny paws clutched Severus's hand. Meow meow. Severus, I have conducted a meticulous selection. That purple one must be delectable. I can smell it. It's the red wine flavor. Just like the one you usually have with steak. Try it, do try it. The kitten's plump little belly pressed against the wizard's wrist, soft and warm. Do you wish for me to sample it? The little kitten remained silent, persistently dragging his hand toward her, and when his fingers remained still, an impatient Ivy gently nipped at his index finger. Holding it delicately in her mouth, she positioned it over the purple bean, her moist tongue brushing against his finger, touching his heart in a way he hadn't expected. A trace of the kitten's saliva lingered on his slender fingers. He should have been annoyed, but at that moment, he merely complied, taking the bean and placing it in his mouth. The taste of red wine, accompanied by a subtle fragrance and sweetness, enveloped his senses. Not bad. Thank you. You're welcome. We are practically family. I've been freeloading off you for so long, and a single bean seems rather polite. Oh dear. Why can't I be human? Ivy mused. Once upon a time, I too was an avid reader of Professor Snape's articles. Alas, the past is best left unmentioned. Upon witnessing Severus's approval, Ivy released his hand, her tiny paws rummaging into the bag to set aside the flavors she did not favor. She opened wide her mouth, resembling a shovel as she devoured a significant portion of the beans, the various flavors merging delightfully. Mango and strawberry, apple, an amalgamation of fruit, all tasted quite pleasant. How curious, there's even a green apple flavor. Chew chew chew, and it tastes delightful. Speaking of green apples, the new term approaches, and soon I shall see the little dragon. Oh, Severus, the head of Slytherin is indeed my litter box attendant. How fortunate to be so close. It shall be quite the adventure. Surprised by her own cleverness, Ivy shook her head, lowering it to shovel more beans into her mouth. Pray tell. Choo-choo. Choo. Who choo-choo-choo invented choo-choo-choo Birdie Bots every flavor beans? Choo-choo-choo. Quite ingenious and rather tasty indeed. Chapter 15 Fluffy. Ever since Madame Pomfrey gifted her with snacks, Severus had seemingly unlocked some hidden potential, effortlessly procuring a magically enhanced backpack for her, and stocking the dungeons with an array of treats. Near the entrance, he had set up a cat tree, a 4-tiered rotating shelf brimming with an assortment of snacks, and Filch would occasionally provide Ivy with some of his baked fish treats. With only 4 days remaining until the new student's arrival, Ivy found herself frustrated at her inability to recall nearly any details from the films. Awaking once more in the embrace of the handsome wizard, she stretched her limbs, indulging in a cat-like yoga session, curling into a ball on the bed before showering her beloved Severus with affection. Having absorbed sufficient energy, Ivy declared it was the essence of life. Although she could not remember most details of the films, she was acutely aware that during her first year, a mischievous dog would bite her dear Severus. After breakfasting on 2 eggs, 2 sausages, a slice of dry toast, and 3 strips of bacon, she contentedly pawed at the wizard's hand, expressing her gratitude for a bountiful meal. Meow meow. Indeed, Severus, you have proven yourself to be a most competent caretaker. I hereby officially designate you as Hogwarts' foremost cat guardian. Today's endeavors may be somewhat perilous, so I shall not bring you along. Do mind the house well. Severus observed the kitten, now content and dismissively patting him before scampering away, and let out a huff. Just a few days prior, she had insisted on sunbathing with him daily. How quickly she had become restless. Unperturbed by the wizard's thoughts, Ivy was resolute. Should he dare to oppose her, she would surely confront him with a fierce tussle followed by a loving embrace. A man so handsome and gentle as he would never be allowed to face defiance from anyone. With her kitten bag slung over her back, Ivy scampered up to the 4th floor, where the portraits on the wall took notice, whispering curiously among themselves. Whose pet is this? How did it wander to the 4th floor? It seems to belong to Professor Snape. What a delightful little cat. What's this? She appears to have entered the Forbidden Forest. Quick, alert Headmaster Dumbledore, there's a cat in the Forbidden Forest. Where is Professor Snape? Hurry. Find him. There's a massive 3-headed dog behind the door. Alas, the poor kitten might not receive aid before being devoured, leaving a gruesome sight that a true lady could scarcely bear. Ivy nudged the door open with her head, stepping lightly inside to find a colossal dog sprawled on the ground. Having recently played amicably with the giant squid, her fear had lessened considerably. The massive brown and black dog lay peacefully, eyes shut, seemingly asleep, with its 3 heads snoring in unison. Meow. Hello Fluffy. Vwoof 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 vwoof. Who dares to enter here? Bound by chains around his neck, Weiwei still exuded an air of defiance, his sharp claws leaving behind a few scratches. Meow. I am Ivy, a friend of Hagrid's. He mentioned that you are guarding a treasure, and he cares for you deeply. As she spoke, Ivy carefully retrieved a sausage she had packed that morning from her backpack, and gently pushed it forward. The aroma of the sizzling sausage wafted through the room, causing Weiwei to swallow hard, unable to mask his hunger. He had been here for over half a month, feeling isolated and missing Hagrid and the cozy cabin. Vwoof 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 vwoof. Is Hagrid doing well? Ivy, with a calm demeanor and an unshaken heart, nodded slightly, nudging the sausage further in, watching as the 3-headed dog, akin in size to a small elephant, seized the treat, a smile creeping across her face. Excellent. The first step in rescuing dear Professor S. Making friends with Weiwei has been accomplished. He is well, just missing you a bit, so I came in his stead to check on you. How have you been? I am well, but it is quite dull here. Yaya is not around, and no dog can chat with me. You are the first cat I have ever met who can converse with dogs. Is that so? What an honor. I shall seek out Hagrid later, and inform him of your well-being. As Weiwei chewed on the sausage with 2 of his heads, the middle head gently nudged Ivy's little head. Thank you. Where do you come from? I have never seen you at Hogwarts. Did Hagrid bring you from the Forbidden Forest? Finally addressing the crux of the matter, Ivy rummaged through her small cat bag, and produced a few fish strips, placing them on the ground. One for you. One for me, she said, her tone brimming with uncontainable joy. Meow. Not at all. I am Professor Snape's little cat, the one with the bitter aroma of absinthe. He is a very kind person. Most of the potions in the hospital wing are brewed by him. I have not seen him, but judging by your appearance, he must take great care of you. With a sleek and shiny coat, sparkling large eyes, and a backpack filled with treats, Ivy appeared small yet remarkably substantial. Indeed, he is a very wonderful person, akin to the significance Hagrid holds in your heart. Now I understand. As Dumbledore received the portrait's message and hurriedly encountered Snape in the fourth-floor corridor, the dark robes could not conceal the frown on Severus's face. A flicker of surprise glinted in his blue eyes. Severus, do not be angry. It is natural for small creatures to desire friendship. We cannot hinder them. The dark-haired wizard's expression momentarily fell into silence, a hint of scorn flashing in his eyes. Dear Headmaster, I presume you are aware that Ivy is merely a 3-month-old kitten. And within that room, according to the portraits, is a fearsome monster. What we ought to do now is rescue that naive little fool from inside, rather than discuss their interspecies friendship. Creak. The door to the restricted area swung open, and after bidding farewell to her newfound friend, Ivy exited the room with a slightly lighter backpack. Meow. Severus, what are you doing here? Did you come to find me? Were you missing me? The wizard, who had rushed to the 4th floor with unfinished potions in hand, glanced at the little cat's trusting and surprised eyes, feeling a brief pang in his heart. Especially after spending nearly 2 months together, he could likely decipher the expressions reflected in those verdant eyes. Ivy, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, the little kitten averted her gaze, but soon, she steadfastly met her master's eyes, as tranquil as an undisturbed lake. Meow. I came to play. What's wrong? I am but a little kitten. What can I do? Ivy gazed defiantly at the old wizard and the young one before her. Increasingly convinced that her reasons were entirely justified, her head held high. Severus, it appears this is merely a misunderstanding. Miss Ivy may have simply taken a wrong turn. It seems she has even gained a new friendship, albeit an interspecies one. Dumbledore chuckled, his probing gaze sweeping over the proud little cat, pausing momentarily when he met her sparkling eyes. Miss Ivy, it appears your backpack may require some replenishment of new treats. Perhaps you would fancy some cockroach clusters? Snape caught the little cat as she bounded toward him, sheltering her beneath his cloak, his expression straight, his voice neutral yet unmistakably dismissive. No thank you. Ivy is my cat. Do not attempt to introduce those crawling, slimy insects into my office, or your dental potion for the month shall end up in their mouths. Come along, Ivy, we must return. The little kitten, having been addressed, waved her tail at the threatened headmaster, snuggling into the pocket of Severus's robe. Meow. How dashing, Severus. Very well, farewell, Miss Ivy. The little kitten, only accustomed to lounging, obediently pawed at the wizard's hand, burying her head deep within, fearful of attracting the gaze of this century's most formidable wizard. Meow meow meow. Goodbye, goodbye, see you at lunch, esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore. 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Do not underestimate the youth. I am not timid. I merely wish to allow my unripe self some room to grow. Once I have matured, woe betide me, Mr. Grindelwald. Come and manage your Albus. His gaze is quite terrifying. Severus, hurry. I shall not run amok again. The kitten's head in the pocket anxiously nudged his palm, the plush sensation pleasing the wizard, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. Dumbledore watched the departing figure of the wizard, his eyes behind the glasses narrowing slightly, as if he had discovered something amusing. Chapter 16. The Stubborn Cat. Speak. What were you doing there? Upon returning to the dungeon, Severus immediately pulled the kitten hidden in his pocket out, gripping the scruff of her neck and watching her sway in midair. Ivy, quite familiar with this position, showed no fear. Instead, she swayed back and forth, imagining herself on a swing. Woohoo, take off. Farewell, Severus. Tonight I shall set sail. Her little head lifted slightly, her large eyes twinkling, neither looking at the wizard who held her nor responding. Speak. What were you doing there? The 3-month-old kitten, filled with defiance, stubbornly gazed up at him, her eyes brimming with resistance. Severus felt a headache coming on. The little fool had been so well behaved when she first arrived. Yet in less than 2 months, her personality had transformed. At present, Dumbledore must have discovered something, prompting him to question Ivy, despite Severus's carefulness. Ivy, look at me. He shook the little cat in his hand, causing her to sway along, forcing the obstinate kitten to focus her gaze on him. You must take care of yourself, Ivy. The wizard's tone softened, contrasting with his usual demeanor. His usually silent eyes momentarily reflected a hint of sorrow for Severus. Witnessing the once frail and filthy little kitten grow under his care into the lively and adorable creature she had become was akin to successfully solving an insurmountable conundrum. Especially each time he saw the little cat trust him wholeheartedly, caring for him, her eyes vibrant and full of life rather than merely green. Even though he would inevitably face the end of life, yes, he was prepared for that. Before that, let him experience a period that, while not entirely bearable, could at least be deemed joyful, like a stolen joy. Meow. Severus, trust me, do not fear. I will always be by your side. On the round chubby little face adorned with a smile, for tiny paws extended, their pink pads playfully patting. It was yet another familiar trick. As 4 little flowers faced a serious and earnest male wizard. Meow. Severus, look, I can now bloom 4 flowers at once. Impressive, isn't it? Ivy. Promise me to take good care of yourself. Severus gazed at the obstinate little kitten in his hands, its plump paws poking in front of his eyes, concealing a rebellious spirit beneath its soft exterior. Sighing, he mused that mature, composed, and intelligent men are not easily swayed. Though he could scarcely remember the details of the movie series, he was aware that every academic year at Hogwarts brought its share of unsettling events. Most importantly, the man before him, who seldom uttered kind words but silently accomplished much, had spent most of his life under suspicion. Meow. All right, man. There's really no winning with you. This isn't about being dazzled by your looks, which have me utterly captivated. After all, I am but a devoted pet to my master. Ouch, stop with the charms, will you? I promise, all right? With a mere blink, Severus. The wizard observed as the little cat finally nodded its head, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he settled into his chair. Ivy playfully twisted her little chubby waist, her tail brushing against her neck, as she leapt into Severus's embrace. Ah, this is indeed the comfiest spot. Man, I grant you permission to hold me. Hurry up. Don't make me beg. The kitten wriggled her round little body as if seeking affection. Severus casually crossed his legs, extending a finger to poke the increasingly rotund kitten, his lips silently moving as a pack of treats flew over from the cat tree by the door. His fingers gently glided along her back, tracing her soft, sleek fur, eliciting a gentle purr from Ivy. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore returned to his office, his mood starkly contrasting with that of the duo before him. He had indeed sensed something unusual, which had troubled him for several days, prompting him to send a long-overdue letter. Fawkes flapped his wings, soaring towards the ocean, carrying the weight of distant hopes. Chapter 17. Flowers for the Fair Lady. Feeling that she had forged a bond with the wizard, the little kitten undertook a bold venture the next day, dashing into the forbidden forest with Severus's old cloak and robe in tow. Rui, the floor is so hard, sleeping here must be uncomfortable. I've brought you some clothes to cushion your slumber, so you won't need to change positions constantly. Thank you, Ivy. Is this your master's clothing? Indeed. He is the potions master. His garments might carry the scent of potions, aiding in sleep. The audacious little kitten piled the pilfered clothes beneath Rui, adding several bags of treats before commencing her persuasion. On September 1st, a gloomy sky over Hogwarts was torn open by the clamor of students, as the anxious potions master busied himself in the dungeons. The plump little kitten followed behind him, twisting and turning in her steps. Meow. Severus, why not take a break? The dungeons were shrouded in mist, with potions bubbling away, their vibrant hues filling the glass bottles. Ivy, do you wish to go out and play for a while? Severus sidestepped the circling kitten, examining a quill on the shelf. Meow. Fine, it seems you'd rather be alone. Who could blame her for being such a devoted pet? The first-year students' entrance ceremony was scheduled for the evening. The sky loomed dark, while upperclassmen traversed the lawn, observing Madame Rosmerta frolicking with a plush black and gray kitten. Is that the new kitten Mr. Filch has adopted? It seems there will now be 2 little cats patrolling at night. A fine assistant for Filch. Purple aster, large Persian chrysanthemum, quite lovely. Ivy, are you picking these flowers to present to Professor Snape? Indeed. Tonight is the start of term, and Severus has been quite busy, and it will only become more so. Madame Rosmerta nodded thoughtfully, leading Ivy towards the forbidden forest, where the asters bloomed even more vibrantly. The 2 little kittens busily gathered a large bouquet, scampering to the edge of the Black Lake, where the giant squid snapped 2 strands of watergrass with its tentacles, quickly binding them into a bouquet. Meow. Thank you, dear squid. Would you care to try this delightful fish treat? It's marinated in tomato sauce by the house elves. Quite delectable. The colossal squid nodded, opening its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of glistening white teeth. Without realizing it, Madame Rosmerta and Ivy took a few steps back. The little kitten mustered the courage to rummage through her bag for a large pack of fish treats, nudging it into the giant squid's mouth before swiftly retreating, fearing she might inadvertently become the meal. Well, do you like it? The giant squid swallowed the treat, savoring it, nodding and swaying its head. What does that mean? Do you like it or not? Are you so fickle? What do you mean, dear squid? Its deep brown eyes darted, one tentacle pointing at Madame Rosmerta, then gesturing towards Ivy's little backpack. Are you implying that the treats made by Filch are tastier? Without waiting for an answer, Madame Rosmerta leaped up, her silver gray fur billowing in the wind, her round eyes sparkling with delight. Dear Squid, if you enjoy it, we shall bring you more next time. It is getting late. We must take our leave. The three friends bid farewell by the Black Lake, as Ivy trotted toward the great hall with her bouquet in tow. The feast was prepared, with professors already seated, and several upperclassmen filling the long table. Meow meow. Severus, look how beautiful this is. It's for you. Don't be unhappy. Professor McGonagall gazed warmly at the little black cat as it approached the staff table with a large bouquet, her smile stretching wide. Severus. It seems Ivy has brought you a gift. All the staff members turned their attention to the little black and gray kitten, who held a bouquet dominated by blue and purple flowers, carefully bound with strands of watergrass. The simple gray-blue robe was embroidered with geometric silver patterns, the cloak trailing behind the chair, its unknown designs shimmering in the candlelight. Severus's tousled hair, slightly messy from bending too quickly, did nothing to diminish his handsomeness. The modest bouquet, in the shadow of his striking visage, appeared unexpectedly exquisite. As the kitten bounced around on Severus's lap, eagerly awaiting a response. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Only then did Ivy nod. Hopping onto the table and settling beside her own little dish, resting her head on the wizard's wrist, her round eyes fixed on the entrance. Not bad at all. My taste is impeccable. I wonder which oblivious first year might dare to say my Severus is unattractive. By the way, isn't a memorable handshake about to occur at the entrance? My beloved pairing must end happily. I must lend a hand. After a moment of quiet repose, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Chapter 18. Cat Conversations. The evening at Hogwarts possessed a distinct beauty, as first-year students donned their new robes, gathering at the entrance with anticipation and hope. Professor McGonagall adjusted her attire and rose to greet them. Severus observed the little cat, who had just been playfully nuzzling against him, dart away, and he silently shook his head, uttering not a word. With a flick of his wrist, he transformed the fork on the table into a delicate vase. Roar, little dragon, I'm coming. You must take my hand. The steps on the staircase were bustling with a throng of eager faces, all of whom were destined to become notable figures in the wizarding world. Yet for now, they appeared as mere fledglings, their footsteps chaotic, expressions a blend of curiosity and joy. Ivy climbed onto a pillar, scanning the crowd for her target, and soon spotted Draco Malfoy. The young master was undeniably charming. His rain-kissed golden hair lay sleekly, and his gray-blue eyes sparkled like the gems seen at Madame Malkin's robe shop. His skin was pale and tender, resembling a delectable little cake. Ron Weasley's fiery red hair shone brightly even in the raucous night, as he animatedly conversed with a boy with dark hair. The boy, who had his head bowed, must be Harry Potter, though it was unclear why he kept his gaze downcast. Judging by his slightly agitated footsteps, he appeared to be more excited than frightened. Harry, the sorting is about to begin. George and I were talking about battling a troll. I just hope that troll doesn't squash me. Or I won't be able to stay at Hogwarts. The twins exchanged glances, linking arms as they laughed and ran off. The boy with dark hair seemed increasingly anxious, clutching the hem of his robe tightly, and lifted his gaze towards the tightly shut doors of the great hall. Ron, what if I'm not really a wizard? And that all just made a mistake? Harry's heart raced anxiously, thumping in his chest like a drum. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment. On an otherwise ordinary summer night, the very day of his 11th birthday, an owl had delivered a letter that would alter the course of his life, while Hagrid brought him a cake. In early September, instead of attending primary school, he found himself aboard a train heading to this wondrous place. As for Ron's previous rambling, he felt remorseful. He hadn't absorbed a single word, too consumed by his own trepidation and fear. What if that owl had aired? Then he would have to return to the cramped staircase. And Aunt Petunia would be even angrier. Ron stared incredulously at Harry, letting out a scream. Harry, how could you think that? Of course you're a wizard. And you're destined to be a great one, just like your parents. Fortunately, the young witches and wizards present were too exhilarated to pay much heed to the outburst. Harry had never spoken so loudly before, and now his face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he eagerly turned to survey his surroundings. Having located her intended target, Ivy leapt onto Harry Potter's head, her forepaws firmly gripping his unruly hair. It felt wonderfully soft and fluffy, entirely different from the hair of Severus. Meow. Hello. I am Ivy. I recall that Harry Potter can speak Parseltongue, so he should understand me. Harry, suddenly accosted by a cat, looked bewildered, his expression blank as he hastily adjusted his glasses and shook his head. Ron, is this part of the sorting ceremony? Ivy purred, her voice reminiscent of a serpent, a result of her brainstorming for some time. Although she couldn't understand cat language, surely Parseltongue would suffice. She had allowed Ron to babble on for quite a while. In just a few minutes, she had assumed multiple different roles, Even J.K. Rowling herself could not surpass Ron's creativity. The high-pitched sounds emanating from her were oddly serpentine. And while Harry found it peculiar, he indeed understood her words. Ron. Ivy says she is not Filch's evil assistant number 2. She belongs to Professor Snape. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Ron nodded to himself, suddenly realizing. Harry. How do you know this? Are you saying Ivy said that? Who is Ivy? The reputation of the savior seemed to loom large. Ever since Ivy had jumped onto his head, new students had begun to direct their attention towards them. Some were openly staring, like the young master, while many others observed discreetly. Silly Weasley, of course, she is that adorable little cat. The platinum-haired young master approached with a dignified demeanor, his words contrasting sharply with his soft, delicate features. Hello, I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ah, splendid. Now it was time to extend a hand. Indeed. A fair little hand was proffered towards Harry. Hurry, Harry, shake that hand. Ivy exclaimed. Ugh, this is killing me. A cat's voice is not suited for mimicking snakes. Fortunately, 11-year-old Harry was still in a compliant age, perhaps accustomed to following instructions at Aunt Petunia's home, and promptly extended his hand. Hello, I am Harry Potter. Ron attempted to interject, but was silenced by Ivy's tail, his face turning as red as a boiled lobster, mouth agape as he coughed up fur. The scene was completed, and Ivy purred contentedly to herself. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence, but first, we shall have the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall's expression was grave as she held a parchment scroll, her emerald robe flowing like butterfly wings. Upon catching sight of 2 pairs of green eyes, she momentarily faltered. The grand oak door swung open, revealing the great hall in all its splendor. The first-year students beheld the magnificent sight. The faculty seated at the front, for long house tables, and in the center, a rickety stool upon which the tattered sorting hat rested quietly. Meow. Severus, I'm back. It's time for dinner. Upon entering the hall, Ivy leapt down from Harry's head, her eyes sparkling with delight as she spied the scene, scampering joyfully towards the long table. Severus, who had just spotted Harry, stood momentarily in disbelief. The boy's visage was a mirror image of James Potter's, utterly detestable. His Ivy was perched atop that disheveled mop of hair, and beneath his robes his hand clenched tightly, his wand pressed against the fabric. Yet, the boy possessed striking green eyes, reminiscent of Lily's, vibrant and alive, unlike Ivy's deep hue. Harry felt increasingly anxious. For some reason, since approaching the hall, he sensed more eyes upon him, and the little cat that had been so comfortably settled on his head had now vanished. He wished to grasp her, but she had already scurried away, only to be scooped up by a handsome young man at the faculty table. This man was impeccably dressed, with striking features, and beside him lay a bouquet of exquisite flowers, markedly different from the other professors. The charming cat he had just befriended was evidently his pet, and upon being cradled in the man's arms, Ivy affectionately nuzzled against his palm. Oh my, that is Professor Snape. Has he developed some new beauty potion? The older students, unlike the first years, had a general understanding of each professor, and were currently discussing the changes they had observed over the 2-month absence. The most striking was the potions master. Initially they had thought he was the new defense against the dark arts professor, but Headmaster Dumbledore had introduced Professor Quirrell. Thus, there was only one possibility. She'll keep your voices down. We don't want the professor to overhear. It's fine, no one will be paying attention here. Everyone is focused on the sorting ceremony. Not necessarily, I just heard it. Harry pouted, uncertain why he felt an inexplicable fondness for that newly acquainted cat. A sense of familiarity washing over him. Unbeknownst to Ivy, who was being kept in the thoughts of the savior, she was sprawled across the long table, stealthily indulging in her own snacks. The male wizard, indulgently propping up his arm, created a small space with his sleeve. I must say, who on earth devised this sorting ceremony? It is exceedingly slow. I am nearly starving. A growing kitten cannot afford to miss a meal. Chew, you stubborn mouth. This jerky is so fragrant, yet it is so difficult to chew. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice was serious yet laced with warmth. In the solemn hall, the small wizard with black hair and green eyes forced himself to walk forward with composure. The dusty hat was placed atop Harry's head, obscuring his vision. Chapter 19, Slytherin. Harry Potter, let me see. Ah, perceptive and eager to prove oneself. What about Slytherin? Or Gryffindor? You possess remarkable courage, much like your parents. What do you think? The tattered hat murmured incessantly atop the head of the small wizard, blocking Harry's view of others, leaving him to ponder. Sorting hat. Do you know which house that gentleman at the end of the table, holding the cat, belongs to? A patch on the hat opened a slit to glance at the long table, where Ivy, with her large green eyes, was staring intently in this direction. Ah, that is Professor Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin. Then please sort me into Slytherin. The laughter of the sorting hat resonated through Harry's mind, as if it were echoing within his very thoughts. As you wish, you shall achieve great things in Slytherin, I sense it. Slytherin. Harry received the outcome he desired, quietly expressing his gratitude, removing the hat, and leaping to the ground, racing towards the Slytherin table. The little serpents of Slytherin clapped with restrained enthusiasm, their flushed faces and thunderous applause revealing their excitement. Oh dear, how could Harry be sorted into Slytherin? That place is full of dark wizards, Ron Weasley muttered in discontent, while Hermione Granger across from him shot him a glare, seemingly irritated that his noise drowned out Professor McGonagall's voice. At the professor's table, Dumbledore observed Harry as he ran off, lost in thought, his aged hand gripping a lemon sherbet, yet hesitating to place it in his mouth. As for Severus, upon hearing the sorting result, he had become petrified alongside the small cat nestled in his palm, both seemingly unprepared for this outcome. The piece of jerky that Ivy had been holding clattered onto the plate, and the little cat instinctively turned to Severus, eager to gauge its master's reaction. The wizard beside her felt his mind go blank, his fingers turning white as they gripped tightly, his body tense as he numbly stroked the back of his little cat. Meow. Severus, are you alright? What on earth is happening? How could Harry Potter end up in Slytherin? I distinctly remember he was sorted into Gryffindor in the original text. Surely, the trio of heroes would not part ways here. Moreover, if Harry was not placed in Gryffindor, then this cannot be a fanfiction. Alas, I was once holding the script, and now there is nothing left. Potter, come. Sit here. If anyone in the hall was the most delighted, it was Draco Malfoy who, in his excitement, neglected his noble etiquette and waved for Harry to take a seat. Thank you. After sitting in the space that Draco had deliberately left open, Harry raised his head to look at the professor's table, where Ivy was leaning against Severus's wrist, whispering sweetly. His gaze swept across the long table, and upon seeing Quirrell, whose head was wrapped in a turban, his scar suddenly burned, the heat causing him to quickly avert his eyes. Malfoy, who is that? Quirinus Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts professor. The young master glanced over briefly and promptly answered. He seems to be looking at you, Potter. The pale-faced middle-aged man smiled at the Slytherin table, his eyes darting quickly, the colorful turban on his head appearing both strange and comical, with wrinkles adorning his traditional wizarding robe. Perhaps, Malfoy, you may call me Harry, as my relatives usually do. The black-haired boy withdrew his gaze from the long table, turning to the person beside him, his green eyes sparkling. The platinum-haired young master slightly raised his chin, his tone noble, as if he were discussing significant matters of the wizarding world with the one beside him. Very well, Harry, you may call me Draco as well. Harry nodded, one hand pressing against his scar in an attempt to suppress the searing pain emanating from within. Draco, do you know Professor Snape? Of course. He is the head of Slytherin and the youngest professor and headmaster in Hogwarts history. My father is a good friend of his. The young master tilted his head slightly to observe the wizard at the end of the long table, his tone imbued with both respect and envy. The sorting ceremony soon concluded, and the last new student was sorted into Hufflepuff. In that brief interlude, Ivy had also reassured herself. It's all right, it's all right. A protagonist is a protagonist, regardless of the setting. I am merely a minor character, hardly even a supporting role, as long as the main storyline remains unchanged. That is sufficient. Moreover, having the protagonist in Slytherin makes it more convenient for close encounters of a romantic nature. Does it not? The platinum-haired small head and the black-haired small head leaned together, whispering secrets. What a visually pleasing scene. The young master, with his cherubic features and rosy lips, leaned close to the savior's slightly flushed ear, while Harry covered his forehead, appearing almost shy. In a matter of mere minutes, those present seemed to have accepted the outcome. Dumbledore rose, cleared his throat, and spoke in a resonant voice. Dear children, Hogwarts warmly welcomes your arrival. Mr. Filch has asked me to convey that the new notices are posted on the board. Please be sure to adhere to them. Additionally, the corridors on the 4th floor and the Forbidden Forest are perilous areas. Please do not approach them. Now let us commence tonight's feast. As soon as the words left his lips, delectable food filled the plates on the table, and the little wizards eagerly selected their meals. With Ron no longer glaring at the Slytherin table, Draco ceased his conversation with Harry, quietly enjoying his meal. The golden brown crust of the fried pork chop concealed a bounty of juices within. Harry took a substantial bite, the flavor exploding in his mouth, temporarily distracting him from the pain in his forehead. The past 11 years spent at his aunt's home could hardly be described as pleasant. He had never tasted anything as warm, fragrant, and crispy as this fried pork chop. Ivy lay atop the table, while her dedicated caretaker, Severus, patiently sliced the steak into bite-sized pieces with deep-set eyes and deft hands, as if he were conducting an experiment. A bite of fried pork chop, a bite of mashed potatoes, followed by a sip of fish soup. The little kitten savored each morsel, occasionally nudging the wizard's wrist to recommend favored dishes. The Yorkshire pudding was utterly delightful. The thought of not having such treats during the holidays suddenly made her appreciate being at Hogwarts all the more. Severus could endure a little hardship. In his 30s, he was at an age ripe for ambition. Youth was in full bloom, free from familial burdens. With only a little pig cat to nurture, he must shine brightly in the realms of education and research. Arg, bring me another piece of fried pork chop. Just like the saviors. Pack it up for me. Caught off guard by 2 pieces of unexpected news, Severus believed he would, like countless nights before, merely pick at the abundant feast. In reality, his appetite was surprisingly robust. He devoured not only a piece of steak, but also sipped the fish soup, and finished the fried pork chop pushed towards him by the little foolish cat. Perhaps it was the soft, furry sensation against his fingers that felt warm, or perhaps the gentle floral fragrance in the air that enveloped him. The vast swathes of blue and purple intertwining evoked thoughts of life's beauty. The little foolish cat remains as endearing as ever, with its face buried in the food bowl, its black and gray fur stained with crimson sauce, and leaves of vegetables dangling from its whiskers, adorably foolish. The lively banquet concluded splendidly, thanks to a gaggle of ravenous young wizards, leaving only scraps on the long table. Ivy lay in Severus's palm, humming contentedly. Oh, I'm so full, so very full. So many delicious treats. What shall I do? Eating so much every day. What if I gain weight? It's all right though. I am but a tiny kitten, and the feline realm surely does not indulge in body anxiety. A little extra fluff is quite charming. The kitten's round eyes gazed upwards, its tiny paws resting on its belly, tugging at the wizard's fingers for a gentle rub. How delightful. The master of potions is indeed exceptional, possessing an impressive aptitude for learning. This technique is profoundly soothing for the cat, especially in the presence of this face, as if all worries have vanished. Severus observed the kitten, sprawled in his palm, its belly exposed for rubs, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his otherwise stern visage, his dark eyes softened by the candlelight. Chapter 20, The Great Psy-Cat. Dear children, the banquet has concluded. Now before we retire for the night, let us join together in a rendition of our school song. Dumbledore rose once more, his face alight with anticipation, his voice warm and kind. The expressions of the professors at the staff table contorted, Severus's fingers twitched uncomfortably, while Professor Flitwick closed his eyes in apparent agony. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. With no fixed melody, the rendition relied wholly on the students' fervor. The Muggle-born wizards predominantly sang in a Brit-rock style, while the young wizards of the magical realm leaned towards more traditional tunes. The professors appeared impassive, though they had been singing for quite some time. The twins' voices stood out amidst the disarray of the hall, their lyrics crafting a tone reminiscent of morning. Dumbledore, in his benevolence, brandished his wand to conduct. Ivy was momentarily captivated by the song, but soon nestled into the wizard's embrace. The cacophony was unbearable. How could those with such charming faces and melodious voices produce such discordant tunes? The red-haired twins had once been the source of many a grievance, yet hearing the school song twice seemed to quell it. And there were the older Slytherins who, despite opening their mouths, merely recited the lyrics in a manner akin to an aria. I distinctly heard your chirping about our dear Professor Snape, who says Severus is unattractive. He is quite the sight. With that visage, that physique, who could resist? How could anyone fail to recognize him? Surely, you must have been oblivious to your head of house, for he has always looked this way. Reflect upon yourselves more often. Severus thwarted the fluffy creature attempting to burrow into his shirt, covering its erect little ears. Truly, my dear Severus is reliable. I shall never speak ill of him again. This kind-hearted man remembers all my habits and would never succumb to Alzheimer's from overthinking. It is I, who forgets the original plot within mere months, who should be more concerned, who understands the plight of aging cats. Amidst the collective ennui of the attendees, the school song segment finally came to a close. Ivy clambered onto the wizard's shoulder, spotting the Slytherin prefect, Gemma Farley, gathering the first-year students. Harry Potter approached her alongside Draco, the young master chattering away, likely introducing his father, considering he is the son of Lucius Malfoy, who incessantly boasts about him. Harry, whether he absorbed the information or not, wore a polite yet warm smile, his gaze fixated on the young master's animated mouth. Severus, his expression vacant, departed through a side door, cradling the kitten. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the Black Lake, adorned in silver and green, with the extinguished fireplace at its center, perfectly temperate in this transitional season. A grand window faced the common room, where the giant squid peered curiously. Gemma Farley and another male prefect were explaining the house rules. The girls' dormitory is to the left, while the boys' lies to the right. Our house accommodates 2 students per room, allowing for free choice of roommates, though once selected. Changes are challenging. Draco grasped Harry's hand, extending an invitation, and soon pairs began to form. At that moment, a stern male wizard entered. His left arm crossing over his chest, a round-headed kitten perched upon it. Welcome to Slytherin. I do not expect your grass-strewn minds to yield any remarkable achievements, but I do hope you refrain from casting disillusionment charms on the house's treasures. TSK, TSK. Truly, my Severus possesses a way with words. Each phrase demands careful contemplation and prolonged study. Why does it always feel as though someone is observing me? It began in the Great Hall. Who, pray tell, possesses such audacity? I know I am adorable, yet I am already owned. He is my idol. I would never betray him. The older Slytherin students are well aware of their head's capabilities, remaining silent, while the first-year snakes were intimidated by the wizard's aura. Harry, hidden amidst the crowd, fixed his green eyes on the proudly strutting kitten. A pale, slender hand gently stroked the kitten's head, long fingers caressing it as the little creature squinted in blissful enjoyment. In a sudden moment, their green eyes locked. The dark-haired boy offered a shy smile, seemingly embarrassed, inching closer to Draco's side. The young master, oblivious, assumed Harry was merely intimidated by Severus and naturally shifted to the right. Another bump, dear Weiwei. I wonder how long such good days will last. Cherish it while you can. Oh dear, Harry and the little dragon have already clasped hands. Ha ha ha. The young master, with his fair complexion and delicate hands, surely must feel delightful to touch. Harry's face, though slightly malnourished, still felt pleasantly plump for his age. Who is that handsome fellow behind him? With deep brown hair and matching eyes, exuding a melancholic charm. He is striking even at such a tender age. Who will he captivate as he matures? Slytherin boasts an abundance of beautiful boys and girls. Mew. Severus, set me down. I wish to mingle with your students. I must connect with the handsome and beautiful. Let me go. I must touch the young master's hand within a minute, or I shall unleash cosmic chaos. Severus, well aware of the kitten's mischievous nature, held her tighter, disregarding her squirming, retreating with an unchanging expression. A silent tug-of-war ensued between the man and the cat. Mew. Severus, let me go. Enough of this, Professor. I truly have no time for games. So many beauties and handsome faces await my attention. Look at them, all neatly attired, exuding temptation, gazing at me with such hopeful expressions. Hurry, or once I regain my freedom, you shall find yourself in peril, Severus. The little kitten squirmed incessantly in the wizard's arms, nearly writhing into a pretzel. Severus dared not grip her too tightly, fearing he might harm the precious creature, thus halting in his tracks to contain her securely. The young wizards in the common room watched their aloof and proud headmaster pause and retreat, veins prominent on the back of his hand, a faint blush gracing his pale face. The little foolish cat suddenly came to a halt. The male sorcerer, perplexed, slightly lowered his head, only to meet Ivy's piercing gaze that seemed to threaten death. A shiver coursed down his spine. In the next moment, the tiny kitten leaped from his embrace. Hey hey hey. My adorable little ones, here I come. Let me see, whom shall I choose first? The Slytherin students watched their headmaster depart, detecting a hint of retreat in the cloaked figure. It's you, little dragon. Your sister is coming. I've long been craving that soft, cherubic face. How could it be so irresistibly cute? If this were my offspring, I would hold him close every day, showering him with affection, and would never dream of sending him off to a boarding school. After more than 8 hours without seeing him, I would have to open the photo album to recharge my spirits. To the left was Harry, the crimson-lipped savior, and to the right was little Dorian, the melancholic, pure-hearted youth. Meow. Draco gazed at the approaching kitten, excitement bubbling within him, his expression growing increasingly self-satisfied. The headmaster's cat was approaching him first. Did that not signify the headmaster's fondness for him? Father would surely praise me for this. He then released Harry's hand, bending down to lift the round little kitten from the ground, proudly surveying his surroundings. Ivy clung to the young master's robe, her paws tangled in the house emblem, while the kitten nuzzled against the child's chest. How fragrant, how delightful. It must be said, the young master truly smelled divine, a different fragrance from that of Professor Snape. Snape carried the scent of bitter herbs, while the young master exuded a sweet aroma reminiscent of flowers and green apples, though the scent of hair gel was somewhat overwhelming. This robe is so soft. Meow meow. Young master, please sit down. You're too small to hold me, you might drop me. Mature men are indeed preferable. Tall and robust. This group of little ones lacks strength, each of them rather slender, with the exception of Goyle and Crab, who are simply plump. Draco, swayed by the kitten's playful antics, fell onto the sofa, while the other young sorcerers remained nearby, observing the interaction between the boy and the cat. Ivy perched on the young sorcerer's lap, her upper body upright as she lay against Draco. The kitten's head sniffed around the boy's body. The feeling of commanding authority was rather delightful. I am grateful to the grand heavens for allowing me to experience such joy. Sweet, sweet little young master. You are like a soft and fragrant dessert. Chapter 21. The Allure of Beauty. Seizing the opportunity while the kitten was entranced by Draco's beauty, Harry approached and plopped down beside the young master, his small hand naturally reaching out to stroke the long-desired kitten's head. Harry, be gentle. Ivy is still small. You mustn't pull her fur. That would be quite disrespectful to a lady. The 3-month-old kitten was in the awkward phase of shedding, and every morning Severus would comb her fur, tidying it up again before her evening bath. However, the Slytherin young sorcerers who had never raised a cat themselves, gazed at the black-haired, green-eyed boy with admiration as if he were a brave warrior. The disheveled fur had already loosened considerably from her recent struggles, and as the kitten rubbed against the young master, Harry's small hand inadvertently gathered a tuft of black fur. Hiss hiss hiss. It's all right, it's all right. She is just shedding. Harry quickly felt Draco's face. Why is it so pale? Is he ill? Pet him. Hey hey hey, the Hufflepuff should bow to me. How can one be so astute? The reasoning is utterly sound. Harry, though he did not comprehend, felt an inexplicable warmth towards Ivy. Thus he nodded in acquiescence to the nonsensical remark. Extending his slender, calloused hand, he gently caressed Draco's face, the silky, soft texture feeling just as delightful as he imagined. He was fine, his temperature normal, not unwell. Draco was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, momentarily forgetting to brush Harry's hand away, allowing him to touch and pinch his face in a daze. Harry, what are you doing? Although he knew no one would believe such a rationale, Harry earnestly began to explain to Draco. The other students were already mesmerized by the hissing sounds from the kitten's mouth, maintaining an air of elegance while their inner thoughts raced. Truly, the headmaster's cat is exceptional. It's different. Is this a new magical kitten? I should write home to inquire if we can have one just like it. What a clever little cat. It even shows concern for others. Fortunately, the young master's lips, glistening like honey, were temporarily silenced by the kitten's playful paws, allowing the black-haired boy to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Theodore Knott lounged lazily on a single sofa, organizing his thoughts. What a fine opportunity. Ivy suddenly leaped towards him, her soft, elongated form landing in the melancholy boy's embrace. Even with Theodore's usual composure, he couldn't help but tremble slightly as the 3-kilogram bundle of fluff crashed into him. The young boy's hands trembled as he reached out to touch the kitten nestled in his lap. Unaware of her own weight, the little kitten reveled in her successful landing, thinking, I did it. Let me see in the candlelight, a fleeting glimpse. I didn't catch it clearly. I hope he has not just a handsome face. Otherwise, all my efforts to reach this point would have been in vain. The soft, silky kitten, raised by the headmaster, was solid and meowed adorably. Her round, green eyes were fixated on his face, gazing intently as if his visage were a masterpiece, a precious work of art. That could only explain the depth of such a gaze, gentle, cherished, wholly focused and cautious. At that moment, Ivy felt blissfully faint with happiness. What a splendid face. How come I never noticed it before? Is he a tad too modest? The pale blue irises sparkled with flecks of light, and the slightly deeper eye sockets lent him an air of profound emotion. His nose was high and straight, his lips a deep red, with shadows cast beneath his long lashes. Let me touch him properly. With such beauty, could there be any alterations? The 2 tiny paws immediately began to fidget, playfully patting the boy. The brooding youth transformed into a nightclub model, his hair tousled, the pale skin of his face flushed with embarrassment, his house robe disheveled. So handsome, so charming. I've found a joy here that one could hardly procure even in the nightlife for a price. How fortunate I am. Although I couldn't savor the grand feast you painted, I have realized my dream in another way. Having assessed the situation, she confirmed with certainty that the young boy's face was purely organic. After boldly sampling the affections of 3 young sorcerers, Ivy the kitten leapt off the sofa without hesitation, making a beeline for the elegant young witch seated across the way. Beautiful sister, little flying cat is here. Pansy Parkinson smiled as she caught the scampering little bundle, cradling it in her arms, her delicate fingers gently stroking the kitten. Oh my, what a cloud-like texture. Dear benefactor, how could this be? Unable to resist entering into kneading mode, Ivy sprawled languidly across the young witch's lap. In the presence of such beauty, Who could resist? The abandoned young master wore a look of sorrow, while Harry softly urged the two young sorcerers to stop tugging at each other. Ivy, catching a glimpse of the scene, nearly lost her mind with excitement. Theodore, having tidied his appearance, cast a reproachful glance at the little rascal in the throes of joy. Oh dear, look at how my little Dorian is being teased. Such a good child has been turned into this. He, I was wrong, but I shall do it again next time. The giant squid's tentacles tapped against the glass of the common room, its two eyes fixated on the kitten as it affectionately pawed at various individuals, eager to discover when she would notice its presence. Regrettably, by the time all the occupants of the lounge had departed, Ivy failed to discern the subtle affections of her aquatic companion, her round, glistening eyes only beholding the beauty of the world. Meow. As usual, she engaged in a brief conversation with Miss Medusa at the entrance of the lounge before returning to the cellar, where Severus sat at his desk, diligently compiling teaching materials. Severus, I'm back. How industrious he was. While the young wizards had retreated for rest, the professors still labored to prepare for the lessons and materials of the following day. No wonder the wizards of Hogwarts bore such weary expressions. A salute to the esteemed educators, whose efforts are greatly appreciated. Meow. It was time for sleep, indeed, far too late. Off to bed we must go. Ivy playfully leaped onto the wizard's lap, expertly using her paws to disrupt his work, tugging at the naturally hanging sleeves, compelling him to cease his endeavors. Severus exhaled softly, nonchalantly lifting the little cat from his lap as he made his way to the washroom. After nearly 2 months of companionship, the bond between man and feline had grown remarkably attuned. The sink was scrubbed to a pristine shine, equipped with all manner of toiletries, even a child's toothbrush. An addition made after a certain wizard discovered the kitten's penchant for gnawing on his fingers. Having tended to his feline ancestor, the wizard found himself reluctantly entering the bathroom, the rising steam clouding his vision, and his muscles relaxing in the warm embrace of the mist. Harry Potter's visage, so reminiscent of James Potter, resurfaced in his mind. The son of a former friend bore the face of an enemy. How ironic. Enveloped in guilt and regret, he now bore the responsibility of protecting him, even as the mere sight of that face stirred feelings of distaste and irritation. Yet those eyes, identical to Lily's, were breathtakingly beautiful. Lost in thought, another pair of green eyes emerged in his mind, reminiscent of a rain-kissed forest, a serene morning lake, bright and clear, always gazing at him with concern and love. Ivy. Abruptly awakened, Severus opened his eyes, hastily drying himself and donning his nightclothes before stepping outside. Contentedly, Ivy rolled about on the bed, biting at the corner of the blanket, relishing the experiences of the evening, her laughter bubbling over with delight. The new year had arrived, and with it a grand feast. She had first savored the comforts of the Slytherin lounge, and upon returning to the cellar, had feasted her eyes once more. Her feline existence was indeed fulfilled. Who could understand? The house cats, after nearly 2 months, had finally succeeded in their stealthy incursions. It was rare for Severus to bathe without casting the shield charm on the door. How could a mere kitten be expected to be thwarted by such trivial barriers? Such underestimation. With her low stature, she felt almost as if she were shrinking into herself. Despite all precautions, she had still managed to sneak a glance. Sipping in awe, it seemed that the esteemed professor retained his charm. Though he appeared slender, how striking he was. Such pale, exquisite lines. The foolish little cat, having let her guard down, had inadvertently allowed him to catch a glimpse of her. Severus observed the kitten rolling on the bed, his teeth itching with a mix of annoyance and resignation. After so many days of cohabitation, how could he have forgotten to cast a charm on the door? Fortunately, the mist obscured the view. That night, Ivy received a small blanket, while the wizard cast a charm around himself, rendering it impossible for the kitten to approach him. Though they lay on the same bed, they could not touch. Chapter 22. A letter from afar. Infuriated, Ivy spent the entire night without sleep. Yet the little kitten resolutely refused to admit that her inability to snuggle against a certain wizard was the cause of her restlessness. In truth, neither master nor pet had enjoyed a peaceful night's slumber. The absence of the warm little creature in his arms left the wizard feeling unsettled. As dawn broke, Severus voluntarily lifted the charm, and the kitten, catching the scent, burrowed into his embrace, her soft little body nuzzling against him. The first morning of the school year held but a single class for the 5th-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, with teaching materials prepared the day prior. Ivy clung to the wizard, reluctant to leave the warmth of the bed, primarily wishing to reclaim all that she had lost the previous day. Her paws clawing at his fastened buttons, her teeth gnawing at them, leaving behind a puddle of drool. The fabric of this attire grew increasingly constricting by the day. its buttons nearly impossible to unfasten. Who was he guarding against? In this dynamic, who was truly the adversary? What could I possibly do to you, Professor Severus? What harm is there in a little petting? Severus rose, shifting the kitten that had been nuzzling against his chest aside as he proceeded to the washroom to change his clothing. In the mirror, he noticed the scratches left by her claws on his row of buttons. It felt almost expected. Donning the robe prepared the night before and hanging the previous attire on a rack, the wizard maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Yet a glimmer of pleasure flickered in his eyes. Ivy, the quality of clothing from the exquisite garment shop is truly commendable, is it not? How delightful indeed. After all my painstaking efforts in selecting such beautiful garments, they had ultimately treated me this way, despite my meticulous choices, including a nightgown adorned with subtle patterns. Why must the buttons be sewn so tightly? What purpose does such quality serve? The kitten glanced at the wizard with fatigued eyes before springing into action. How amusing. As expected of me. This garment is truly lovely. Severus's physique and countenance were undeniably striking. A crisp white shirt, a black waistcoat, a bow tie, buttons edged with silver thread, and a cloak adorned with floral embroidery. What a magnificent professor this was. How could he be so enchanting? I have decided. I shall follow Professor Severus all morning. Severus caught the leaping kitten, placing her into his suit pocket, thoughtfully casting a cushioning charm and several other spells to ensure her comfort. Meow, Severus, my backpack. The kitten's head boldly protruded from the pocket, one paw gesturing towards the desk, her anxious cries echoing. I cannot do without my dried fish, honey candies, potato chips, chocolate, and squid strips. The wizard's lips twitched as he brutally snatched the backpack, stuffing it into his pocket, while his other hand grasped his textbooks and lesson plans, striding purposefully towards the great hall. The first class commenced at 10 o'clock, yet it was barely 8. After breakfast, there remained over an hour before lessons began. Prior to that, the wizard needed to visit the headmaster's office due to a letter from afar. Cockroach cluster. The simple phrase slipped from his lips like an unwanted secret, his smooth and sultry voice failing to redeem the utterance. It was clear that he harbored no desire to utter those words. The door to the headmaster's office creaked open, and Fawkes curiously raised his head from his perch, while the portraits feigned slumber with closed eyes, and Dumbledore hurriedly tidied the sweets scattered across his desk. Dear Headmaster, I presume you are aware that the humble potions master is already sufficiently burdened, so please do not add to his unnecessary load. Severus, gazing at the swarm of scuttling cockroaches, found it intolerable, compounded by the overly saccharine aroma within the office, all of which heralded the depletion of the dental potion. Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly, drawing his wand to gently summon the scattered sweets into a small heap, which he then tucked away in a drawer. Severus, do not be so agitated. This is merely a quaint little hobby of an old man. The dental potion for next week has run out. The smile on the old man's face strained as he instinctively chewed, swallowing a cockroach leg that had found its way to his lips, attempting to uphold his dignity. Professor Snape, I summoned you today to discuss matters regarding Miss Ivy. Meow. You are looking for me? Ivy peered out from beneath the wizard's robe. It appeared there would be no need to send Fawkes on a trip to the cellar. Our lovely Miss Ivy had arrived on her own. Dumbledore watched the round little head of the kitten with increasing amusement, as he stepped away from his desk to approach. Severus, would you permit me a closer look at Miss Ivy? The male wizard cautiously stepped back, a look of skepticism etched upon his face, while the elder before him appeared entirely unperturbed, exuding an air of genuine curiosity. Ivy, would you care to converse with our esteemed headmaster? Despite his reluctance, the wizard bowed his head to inquire of the feline in question. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of our age, to be honest, was not someone he particularly wished to meet or engage with. He felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of being led astray by the headmaster, acutely aware of his own limited intellect. However, avoiding this encounter might only lead to future ones. After all, he had been addressed as the beautiful lady, which suggested there should be no cause for alarm. One could elude the initial encounter, but not the second. Meow. Well, all right then. Fortunately, it seemed Dumbledore was merely keen to examine the little cat, and after a brief moment cradling her in his arms, he returned her to the watchful wizard nearby. What a truly lovely and graceful young lady you have here, Severus. You ought to treat her well. Is the headmaster now so idle that he must oversee the interactions of professors and their pets? Severus retorted, perhaps you should consider a position at the Ministry of Magic, where a role would be more fitting for you. Having been colleagues for nearly a decade, Dumbledore was well aware of his potions professor's penchant for sharp wit, and chuckled amiably. Professor Snape, it is 9:30, and it appears your first potions class is about to commence. The old bee was truly not a person of substance, thought the little cat, jostled about in Severus's pocket. Hogwarts was vast, with the headmaster's office on the top floor, the great hall in another building, and the potions classroom on the ground floor. It must have been deliberate. Without a doubt. Severus, burdened with 2 books, a hefty kitten weighing over 3 pounds, and a backpack brimming with snacks, was no wonder in such a hurry. He had to quicken his pace lest he be late. If he were a professor, he would consider riding an electric scooter to and fro each day. His legs seemed to blur with speed, the brisk wind swirling around him. With just 5 minutes to spare, Severus stood at the corridor's corner, steadying his breath, his wand twisting in hand as he silently cast a cleansing charm upon himself. Bang. Chapter 23, The Weasley Twins. The raucous classroom fell silent in an instant. Ivy groggily emerged from the wizard's pocket, clinging to the edge as she gulped in fresh air. Her gaze lifting to behold a vivid array of scarlet and gold mingling with emerald and silver. 2 distinct factions clearly delineated. Who concocted this absurd schedule? It couldn't possibly be the old bee, such malicious humor. Everyone knew these 2 houses were at odds. The very first potions class of the term was jointly attended by these 2 rival houses. My heart aches for Severus. This is truly unfortunate. A hug for Professor Snape. Unbeknownst to him, Severus was unwittingly thrust into this arrangement as he strode briskly to the podium, his cloak billowing in the breeze. Weasley, if there is any space left in that head of yours for the subject of potions, you ought to understand that I am your potions master, not your brother. Due to your insolence, Gryffindor loses a point. Below, Fred gazed in disbelief at the transformed wizard, although he had seen him the previous night in the Great Hall. The distance had obscured the changes. Now, standing merely 5 meters apart, the students gained a clearer understanding of the wizard's alteration. Brother, I am certain this is undoubtedly the most brilliant prank of the year. George nudged Fred with his elbow, and their eyes met in silent agreement. You are correct, brother. The essence of Severus remained, ever ready to deduct points from Gryffindor, despite his earlier haste. Once inside the classroom, he donned his usual frigid demeanor. Man, you possess 2 distinct faces. Listening to the wizard deduct points from the Weasley, Ivy felt an inexplicable sense of validation. The little lions of Gryffindor bore expressions of nonchalance. Undisturbed by the deduction, not a single soul dared to retort or shift their attention towards the Weasley twins. Familiarity had bred a certain ease among them. After deducting points, Severus turned to the chalkboard, swiftly inscribing the lesson's content. Today, we shall concoct the bone regeneration potion, a potion capable of promoting bone growth and repair. Begin the preparation. While the students gathered their potion materials from the cabinet, the wizard retrieved the kitten and snack bag from his pocket, placing them upon a chair. The little feline seemed to have gained weight lately, growing increasingly substantial. Perhaps the snacks in the bag were too plentiful. It might be time to consider a reduction. Meow. Severus, why did you take me out? There are so many people here. I feel a bit frightened. If I were to fall, one misplaced foot could crush me. I believe I see a handsome boy. I am all right now. The red-haired, unfortunate Gryffindor who had just lost points. The Weasley twins, my yet-to-be-met boyfriends. How could he be so handsome with a devil-may-care charm? He had the appearance of a bright, sunny lad. Farewell, mother. Tonight, I shall set sail. Handsome boy. Here I come. The male wizard watched as the little cat scampered towards the throng of red and gold, pausing momentarily, wishing to say something but ultimately remaining silent. His eyes filled with concern for his own integrity. The Slytherin snakes, some of whom had witnessed the kitten's brave escapades, and others who had merely heard tales, now beheld the little creature approaching the Weasley twins with knowing eyes. Brother, is that not the little cat who was just in Professor Snape's pocket? George elbowed Fred, urging him to observe the kitten meandering around the table corner, its round head and bright green eyes appearing adorably innocent. Brother, you are not mistaken. It is indeed that kitten. Their playful banter, accompanied by the Weasley twins' expressions, exuded a cheeky charm. How infuriating. How could I be transformed into a cat? These handsome boys would undoubtedly be snatched up by some lucky girl. One could only imagine if I were to become a Hogwarts student, I would be the most vivacious, cheerful girl, flirting with handsome boys daily. Hogwarts is unlikely to expel students easily. Otherwise, I would become the first student in history to be expelled for flirting with a professor. Yet I cannot bear to part with Professor Snape, for he embodies all my aesthetic preferences. Chapter 24. Professor Cat. Meow. Do not merely gaze. With a charming little cat like me before you, would it not be prudent to lift me onto the table? Why must Hogwarts tables be so high? What consideration has been given to younger wizards? What if a short one arrives? How do they attend class? Wait, I did not notice many short ones yesterday. They all appeared rather tall. Wah. A little short one has been gently triggered. In my previous life, I never reached more than 5 foot. George eyed the little cat meowing at his feet, quickly scanning the surroundings, seeking out the familiar dark silhouette. Professor Snape had his back turned, diligently writing notes on safety. Meow. Young man, your technique is lacking. Suddenly lifted into the air, Ivy spun around, letting out a pitiful cry, her round eyes locking onto George's face as she attempted to convey her disapproval through her gaze. The red-haired boy was about to speak when a chilling glare swept across the desk and landed on his face, sending chills down his spine. Hush, little kitty. Be cautious not to draw your master's attention. Fred laid out the potion materials, casting a glance at the black and gray kitten cradled in his brother's hands. Brother. Professor Snape is approaching. Quickly put her down. Upon hearing the kitten's cry, Severus instinctively took a step forward, only to remember it was class time, and he had to retract his hand, feigning supervision while casually glancing at the Gryffindor students. The little foolish cat tugged at Wesley's sleeve, its eyes glued to the boy. With its 2 front legs extended, a substantial portion of its body leaned against the arm of the red-haired boy, its tail swaying joyfully. Out of sight. The aloof wizard shrugged off his cloak and strode to the other side. Ivy played among the pile of Gryffindor cubs for a while, reflecting that this was the inaugural lesson taught by their own Professor Snape, and thus refrained from being overly boisterous, gently patting each hand before scampering back to her corner to lie down. Meow. Stop it right now, young man. Do not add any more white fresh leaves. The previously well-behaved kitten leapt from one end of the table, managing to press down on the boy's hand just before he could toss the leaves into the cauldron. The cat's paw pressed against the young wizard's wrist, while its other paw pointed at the blackboard, which clearly indicated the need for 6 white fresh leaves. The young wizard, feeling guilty, lowered his head, realizing he had just added a few leaves himself. Before he could contemplate this further, Professor Snape's voice echoed through the room. Dickon. It appears your mind has finally been struck by the wandering ball, as you cannot even discern how many white fresh leaves are in the cauldron. Due to your negligence with potions, Gryffindor loses 2 points. The little lion stared at the deep purple potion before him, pursing his lips and setting down the leaves. Thank you. The Gryffindor cub was quite polite, thought the helpful little cat, feeling pleased. Ivy tilted her head, lowered her paws, and rummaged through her snack bag, producing a lemon sherbet to offer to the boy. Having just lost points, a sweet treat might lighten his mood. The young wizard's eyes widened in admiration as he gazed at her, astonished that anyone would dare to bring candy out in Professor Snape's potions class. Thank you. The other young wizards in the classroom also took notice, their gazes converging in an instant, filled with envy, jealousy, and anticipation. Soon, Ivy noticed another young wizard on the verge of making a mistake, clad in silver-green robes. Meow. The adolescents observed their companions receiving sweets from the little cat, each growing increasingly restless. The Gryffindor cubs, undaunted even by the loss of points, greeted the bustling kitten with joy and laughter. Severus was quite forthright in deducting points, and both sides seemed satisfied with the arrangement. After the potions class, Professor McGonagall gazed at the empty hourglass that represented the allocation of the house cup, feeling as though the sky had fallen. The little lions and snakes held the comforting candies from the kitten professor, cheerfully submitting their potion creations before eagerly vacating the classroom. Ivy, having thoroughly indulged in her role as a professor, sauntered back to Severus's side, where the diligent wizard was busy sorting through the students' colorful assignments. Within the brief lunch hour, tales of the kitten professor's heroic deeds spread across all 4 houses. The 4th-year Badgers from Hufflepuff eagerly anticipated the afternoon's potions class, casting eager glances towards the staff table during lunch. The wizard in the white shirt elegantly fed the plump little cat, deftly slicing the meat into small pieces at a steady pace. From the vantage point of the students below, only the potions professor's long neck and handsome visage were visible, the towering stack of plates obscuring much of the kitten's form. Without sight of the kitten professor, the Badgers and Eagles were left disappointed when, after a long wait, only a large dark bat fluttered into the classroom. Oblivious to this, Ivy had stealthily slipped into the Slytherin common room, where the first-year snakes had already endured the torment of the mandrake on their first day. Harry and Draco were collaborating to repot the shrieking herb, both feeling fatigued, and after a quick wash, they climbed into bed to rest. As the pet of the Slytherin head, Ivy roamed freely about the common room, unreservedly engaging with passing students. A gentle pat here, a playful nudge there, none of the Slytherins lingering in the common room escaped her playful paws. Theodore Knott, initially engrossed in a book during his midday break, merely cast a casual glance at the kitten as she entered, completely unaware of the impending chaos. By the time the audacious little cat boldly leapt into the young wizard's lap, Theodore was caught off guard, the bashful young noble still clutching his book. The cat's paws seemed to cling to the boy, the mischievous kitten taking advantage of her status as the head's pet to engage in rather inappropriate behavior with him. The young wizard, watching as the kitten unabashedly pawed at his face, felt his ears flush with warmth. It was reported that the involved cat had already infiltrated the savior's dormitory, showing no signs of remorse and eager to extend her playful antics to her next victim. After frolicking in Theodore's embrace for some time, Ivy noticed he was still holding a book, feeling a pang of guilt for distracting such a diligent young wizard. Reluctantly, she hopped off the sofa, sighing, I too was once a studious child. Such ambitious young wizards are rare. I should refrain from disturbing their studies. Truly handsome. With a porcelain-like face tinged with a hint of pink, his lips pressed in a slight pout. He neither appeared stern nor lost his charm. The little cat scampered up the stairs, casually nudging open a slightly ajar door, only to be astonished by the opulence within. The four-poster bed was draped in luxurious deep green curtains that cascaded smoothly to the floor, and a meticulously crafted model of a fire dragon adorned the exquisite nightstand. Wow! How extravagant! Clearly, this is a little dragon's bed, and the curtains are embroidered with the Malfoy crest. It was broad daylight, and the young master was likely napping, so interrupting his midday rest seemed rather inconsiderate. However, having not slept well the previous night, Ivy felt drowsy now. Besides, the little dragon had traveled a long way from Malfoy Manor to this unfamiliar place. As the head's pet, it was her duty to keep an eye on every student. Convincing herself, the little cat momentarily cast aside her morals, scampering swiftly on all fours and burrowing into Draco's bed. Bathed in the faint sunlight, Ivy discerned the sleeping figure before her. The young master, freshly bathed and yet to style his hair, had stray strands obscuring his forehead, rendering him exceedingly adorable. His cheeks were flushed, his lashes curled, and he lay there so properly. So cute, so cute. Mommy loves you, little dragon. Can you hear me? Mommy will always love you. Ivy silently screamed in her heart, nimbly curling up beside Draco's hand. A blue dragon, plushy, wide-mouthed and adorably daft in appearance. How fragrant. No wonder he belongs to the Malfoy family. Even his perfume carries a hint of galleon. Taking a deep breath, the kitten nestled into Draco's covers, slowly closing her eyes. Chapter 25, A Lesson Together. The drowsy young wizard was roused by the sound of his alarm clock, instinctively reaching for the timepiece on the nightstand, only to find a soft, warm, fuzzy mass. With a startled cry, Draco swiftly leapt from his bed and landed on Harry. Harry! Harry! Wake up! The tousled-haired boy steadied the startled platinum-haired wizard, his sleep-laden eyes barely open, his voice hoarse. Draco, what is wrong? There's something strange on my bed. It's warm and it moves. Harry held the panicked Draco firmly, shifting him off his stomach and onto the bed as he lifted the covers. Don't panic. You're in the dormitory. Stay here, I'll check. Meow. Who is it? Can't a cat get any sleep? Suddenly, a tiny kitten, its eyes still closed, was awakened by a hand's gentle pat, accompanied by the high-pitched call of a young wizard. The kitten, irritated, pawed at the large, gaping mouth of a plush dragon. Draco. Do you hear? It seems a cat is mewing, Harry remarked, as Draco cautiously peered out from behind him. The two boys descended from their bed in unison, swiftly pulling aside the silver-green curtain. Ivy, the platinum-haired young master exclaimed angrily, casting an annoyed glance at the kitten that had taken over his space, eager to rouse the little creature. However, Harry interjected, shaking his head in disapproval. Draco, look at how adorable Ivy is. She must truly cherish you to have traversed all this way from the headmaster's office. It must have been quite the journey. The boy, accustomed to reading others' emotions due to his upbringing, deftly diffused the tension, coaxing a smile from the young master while dismissing the small kitten still nestled in his blankets. His entire demeanor radiated newfound confidence, banishing any trace of earlier panic as he smirked, slightly raising his chin. Mew. Where's my sweet little master gone? Such a big young master vanished. He was just beside me, my delightful, soft young master. Ivy, roused from her slumber, squinted and rolled over, only to find herself alone on the bed, softly mewing in disappointment. The dormitory felt empty. The platinum-haired young master had already been lured into the washroom by the dark-haired boy, who was now attending to his grooming. Last night, Harry had noticed that the small kitten was not fond of Draco's hair, yet she seemed to enjoy rubbing against him. He speculated that perhaps Draco's rigid hairstyle was uncomfortable for the kitten. Draco, honestly, you look more like a nobleman now. The young wizard, holding a can of hair gel and preparing to apply it, turned back in confusion, not comprehending Harry's implication. What do you mean? I am of the Malfoy lineage, one of the 28 sacred families. I am, by nature, a noble. Through the mirror, Harry caught a glimpse of Draco's slightly hostile gaze and hastily clarified. I meant your golden hair could benefit from a bit of freedom. It would appear even more distinguished that way. Really? Absolutely. Just look in the mirror. Without the gel. Your golden locks shimmer under the sunlight like precious treasures. Harry mused that he could pen a book on the art of persuasion, titled How to Charm a Malfoy. Draco pondered for a moment, then set down the hair gel, opting instead to dampen his comb for a simpler style. You look incredibly dashing, Draco. This style suits you perfectly. Seeing that he had successfully impressed Draco, Harry pressed on. Drawing from the depths of his memory a phrase Aunt Petunia often used to compliment Dudley, the young master nodded in approval, clearly pleased with the black-haired boy's perceptiveness. Upon returning to the dormitory, they found Ivy sprawled on the only genuine leather sofa in the room, her tail swishing back and forth. Ivy, you're awake. Harry felt a deep fondness for the headmaster's kitten, an inexplicable affection that he found delightful. Mew. Harry, little dragon, please don't disturb me, I'm barbecuing. But why? The young master's bed still smelled sweet, yet without him lying there, it felt diminished in quality. The pillows and blankets remained unchanged. Even the silly plush dragon was still in its original spot. Ivy. Draco, lost in thoughts of being the favorite student of the headmaster's cherished kitten, did not feel anger at seeing Ivy on the sofa he had brought. Mew. I heard it. Froggy, who are you? The once aloof young master had taken a new path, transitioning from a cool kid to a diligent student, his soft face framed by a tousled hairstyle, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction at his appearance. Little dragon, my feelings for you may be becoming less than innocent. I was originally your fan, but now I might have to reconsider. How could I possibly be dressed as a cat? I shall report this. Look into my eyes and answer me. The little kitten's gaze became fixated on Draco's face, as if entranced. Draco genuinely smiled, finding the kitten utterly charming, not merely because she belonged to the headmaster, but simply for who she was. Ivy, we must head to class. Will you join us? Harry envied Draco slightly, his gaze lingering on the black bundle nestled in his arms, then shifting to the young master's exquisite face, once again feeling envious of Ivy. The two young masters descended the staircase with the kitten, where Theodore remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, seemingly waiting for someone. Draco Potter. The teased young wizard felt his face flush, and upon regaining his composure, realized Ivy had dashed off, and he could only catch a glimpse of her fuzzy form darting into Draco's dormitory. Theodore, recalling the pleasant interactions between the three of them the previous night, refrained from knocking and quietly returned to the common room with his book. Around 3 o'clock he heard Draco's shrill scream, but it was brief and without follow-up, causing him some concern, for he had known Draco, Blaze, and others since childhood due to family business ties. To him, Draco was simply a spoiled young master. Theodore. Were you waiting for us? Draco remarked, astonished at his friend's preference for solitude. Let us go, we are going to be late. The dark-haired boy did not respond, his gaze flicking to the little kitten curled in the platinum-haired boy's arms, urging them all to leave. Ivy nestled comfortably in Draco's embrace, merely rolling her eyes at the noise, redirecting her attention back to the young master's face. Lady Sissy is so fortunate. I've heard Lucius Malfoy is quite the handsome gentleman, and he has given birth to such a charming young lad. Is Lady Malfoy not tired? Shall I take over for a couple of episodes? The kitten's rosy cheeks were so delicate they seemed capable of yielding water, and her blue eyes were captivating, with a hint of her forehead peeking out, adding to her allure. As they made their way, the three young boys engaged in light conversation, with Ivy enjoying the ride, and occasionally stretching her tiny paws. Draco appeared almost immune to the soft sensations, maintaining a stoic expression, while only the dark-haired boy noticed the flush creeping up his ears. Theodore reflected on how the little scamp had been clinging to him at noon, only to now be snuggled in the arms of others, pondering if there was something wrong with him. The little kitten seemed perfectly content. Why should he worry? History of magic was taught by Professor Binns, a ghost who had existed for many years, resembling a walking history book. Perhaps due to his long existence, the ghostly professor required neither food nor rest, unable to interact with anything, living a life free of desires. Thus, his teaching style was monotonous and tedious. Even when students brought pets to class, he remained unfazed, instructing them to turn to the designated page in their textbooks before beginning to read aloud in a monotonous tone. Ivy observed the drowsy crowd of students, and felt a deep concern for the quality of education at Hogwarts. Parents. Do you truly have such faith in sending your children to Hogwarts without any background checks? The average age of the faculty exceeds 60, and the teaching staff is severely lacking. In such a grand castle, there are barely a dozen teachers, one of whom is a ghost. Looking around at the accommodations, a centuries-old castle would be deemed hazardous back home. A cluster of Slytherin snakes lay sprawled out, with only a few remaining alert. Upon awakening, Draco and Harry exchanged hushed whispers, while Ivy perched upon Draco's lap, her tiny paw clutching one small hand, leaving no side unattended. Theodore discreetly lowered his head to steal a glance at the little kitten, who was stealthily nibbling on snacks, mindful to share with Harry and Draco as he indulged. Watching the scene, the young boy's eyes crinkled with delight. Sensing the gaze upon her, the kitten returned the look, her sparkling blue eyes meeting his, exuding a gentle, indifferent charm. "Handsome, would you care to sample some?" She seemed to suggest Professor Snape specifically procured these for me. "They are quite delectable." Eager to share, Ivy rummaged through her pocket and produced a candy, extending it from beneath the table. The colorful wrapper enveloped the round confection, resting quietly upon her soft pink paw. "Thank you," the boy mouthed silently, receiving the candy but opting not to consume it immediately. Instead, he tucked it into the pocket of his robe. The kitten's head had dipped down, engaged in a battle with a morsel of fish. She appeared round and soft, akin to the warm candy she resembled. After a painstaking 45 minutes, Draco rose, cradling Ivy, while Harry dutifully organized their textbooks. "Harry, are we still friends?" he inquired. Following a night of cooling tensions, Ron had come to accept the notion of the chosen one joining Slytherin house, though the ingrained teachings from his upbringing loomed large. His parents and brothers often warned him of the many dark wizards associated with Slytherin, and being a Weasley, he felt a twinge of discontent. After a morning of contemplation, he resolved to seek out Harry. Coincidentally, the two houses had no overlapping classes that day. He made his way directly to the History of Magic classroom after leaving the greenhouse. "Ron, of course you are my first friend at Hogwarts," Harry replied, recalling their conversation on the train, where the red-haired boy had enlightened him on various aspects of the magical world, alleviating his anxieties. He also remembered the bustling family at the platform, his gentle mother, dashing brothers, and an adorable little sister. The red-haired boy smiled brightly, his freckles dancing as he did so. Draco's hands felt sticky, remnants of the snacks the little kitten had left in his palm. He cradled the round kitten with one arm while forming a loose fist with the other. Hearing the conversation, he contemplated interjecting, but was distracted by the playful antics of the kitten. "Ivy, what is the matter?" "Mew. Let go. Don't squish me, it would break Mama's heart." "Such delicate little arms, please don't let me fall." "Little dragon, release me, Mama needs to change positions." Ivy squirmed, attempting to escape the young master's embrace. Observing the awkward scene, Theodore extended his hand to take the kitten, whose body dangled precariously in midair. "Draco, Theodore, Ron, Hagrid has invited me to his hut. Would you care to join?" Harry had received Hagrid's letter after the sorting ceremony, yet the previous night, his mind had been occupied solely with thoughts of the green-eyed kitten. The platinum-haired boy waved his hand dismissively, while Theodore, still cradling the kitten, shook his head in agreement. "Sure," Ron replied, lacking any particular destination in mind, simply wishing to spend time with his childhood idol. In the wizarding world, children, whether noble or common, grew up hearing tales of the chosen one. After a moment's thought, Ivy climbed out of Theodore's arms, leaping onto the black-haired savior's shoulder, and before departing, she affectionately patted Theodore's cheek. "Ivy, are you coming too?" "Mew mew. Yes. Take me with you. I've been at Hogwarts for a week now, and have yet to meet Hagrid. I must see for myself what the matter is. Madame Loris has mentioned that Hagrid dislikes cats. I need to investigate." With Christmas and Professor Snape's birthday approaching, gifts were required. The kitten mused that, as a cat under the eaves, she must learn to be a good feline. The Forbidden Forest was a well-known destination. In the myriad of HP fanfictions, 8 out of 10 featured protagonists who had ventured into its depths, some even discovering treasures within. Though she was not a protagonist, the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts indeed held its share of wonders. As a half-giant residing on its outskirts, Hagrid must be quite familiar with it. And it was said he could communicate with magical creatures, a most suitable skill. Theodore's hands suddenly felt empty, and the boy pursed his lips in displeasure, while Draco's expression soured even further. His noble upbringing restrained his ire, and he cast a cold glance at the oblivious Ron before retrieving his textbooks from Harry, and turning to leave the corridor with Theodore. The torrential rain from the previous night had left the castle spotless. The sun shone brightly, and the clouds swirled in the sky like a sea. The grass outside was imbued with the fresh fragrance of flora. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, wedging the textbooks under his arm, and knocked on the small wooden door of the hut. "Harry, the little wizard from the Weasley family, you've come," Hagrid greeted warmly. "Apologies, Hagrid. I was simply too exhausted to venture out last night," the dark-haired boy replied, gazing up at the towering figure with his fair, delicate face illuminated by the green of his vibrant eyes. "Who is this?" Hagrid inquired, noticing the adorable little creature. Ivy, petite in stature, was cloaked in her wizarding robe, hidden from view by Hagrid's imposing frame. "Mew. I am Ivy," she chimed. Wasn't it said that Hagrid despised cats? From what he could see, she seemed quite acceptable. Yet, Madame Loris had no need to deceive a cat. Was there some hidden truth to uncover? Harry gently lifted the small being from his shoulder, beaming as he introduced, "This is Ivy." "Hello, Ivy." Hagrid's gaze fell upon the kitten's round face, a tender smile gracing his features as he extended his hand, wishing to pet her, yet hesitating for fear of harming such a fragile life. Ivy, sensing his intentions, raised her little paws, commencing her old trick. Her pink pads served as a flower's core, while her black claws formed the petals, effortlessly creating two adorable, fluffy little blossoms. "Oh, look at these delightful little flowers!" the giant wizard exclaimed, joyfully ushering the trio inside the hut. Constructed from large, rough stones, the small dwelling boasted a thatched roof. They entered through the garden before stepping into the cozy abode. The simple yet cluttered interior exuded warmth, the high ceiling revealing exposed beams, and a wooden table with chairs occupied the space, along with a makeshift bed in the corner. The walls displayed numerous photographs, capturing scenes of Hogwarts, along with images of Hagrid and various wizarding friends, and more prominently, pictures with magical creatures. A large black dog lay sprawled on the floor, ears drooping, with a plate of dried jerky before it. "Come, come." Perfect timing to sample my culinary skills, freshly baked rock cakes and hot tea. The kind-hearted giant brought forth a large bowl of ginger-hued pastries, and 3 cups of steaming tea, albeit the color resembled a potion Professor Snape might be brewing. Ivy tilted her head, curiously batting at the bowl, and quickly dipped her tiny tongue into the tea. What is this flavor? How can tea taste so dreadful?" The little feline stifled her urge to retch, bowing her head in silence, resisting the impulse, for Harry and Ron had yet to taste it. She felt it only courteous to allow them that experience. The 2 boys chuckled, observing the kitten with her head nestled near the cup, assuming she found the tea delightful, and raised the cup to their lips without hesitation, taking a generous sip. Ugh! How bitter, with a hint of sourness and a lingering spiciness. Ron was momentarily taken aback by the peculiar aroma, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exchanged glances with his savior friend, both reading shock in each other's expressions. In an effort to suppress the odd taste lingering in his mouth, the red-haired young wizard seized a biscuit from the table and took a hearty bite. Crunch! Hearing that sound, Harry mourned for his friend for 2 seconds before casually retracting his hand. Ron clutched his jaw, on the verge of tears. "Meow. Yeah, greetings to you." Ivy, disinterested in both tea and biscuits, sought distraction by pestering the large dog by the fireplace, who was engrossed in gnawing on meat. "Woof woof woof. Who are you? And how can you speak?" Yaya was astonished by her newfound ability to comprehend the language of cats, abandoning the jerky in her mouth and trotting over to the group. "Meow meow. I am Ivy. I can always speak. Would you like to be friends?" What a majestic dog, running gracefully. It must be quite comfortable to sit upon him. Though she wondered if he would permit it. If given the chance, she would love to ride him into the forbidden forest. It would surely be safe. Woof woof woof. "Oh yes, you are the first talking cat I have ever met." Yaya's tail wagged vigorously, causing her entire body to sway. What an adorable dog. Ivy sensed the dog's delight in his bright, gentle eyes, her little paws itching to touch his head. "Shall Weiwei, restrain yourself. It is our first meeting." And that would be somewhat presumptuous. She decided to divert her attention by finding something to eat. Yes, a couple of snacks would suffice. The 2 feline friends rummaged through Ivy's small backpack, producing a plethora of treats, distributing them to everyone present. Thankfully, Hagrid was both affluent and generous. Otherwise, she would not have had enough funds to procure so many snacks. "Thank you, Hagrid. Long live Hagrid. Professors are supreme." After sharing delectable treats, Ivy quickly strengthened her bonds with the 3 wizards and the large dog, engaging in discussions about their school lives while sharing intel about the Forbidden Forest with Yaya. 2 hours swiftly passed, and upon leaving, Hagrid generously gifted Ivy all the rock cakes on the table simply because the little cat had gazed at them a tad too long. The truth was, Ivy was somewhat curious. Could wizards truly bite into these cakes? They smelled quite appetizing, yet that crisp crunch was rather evident. Perhaps it would be best not to attempt it. She wondered if there were any veterinary clinics in the wizarding world. Chapter 27, Fainting. The kind little kitten, with tears in her eyes, accepted a large basin of rock cakes, expressing her gratitude to Hagrid before reaffirming her plans to play with Yaya the next day. The weight of the hefty bag of cakes made Ivy feel significantly heavier, and Harry found himself struggling to carry her as they trudged toward the castle, his steps uneven. Ivy too sensed the added weight on her back, wishing to walk a few steps on her own, but the dark-haired young wizard tightened his grip, his voice slightly breathless. "Ivy, don't rush. We'll be there shortly. A mere few hundred meters had rendered the young lad exhausted, rendering his speech incoherent. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, misty white figures flitted about, and Ron watched as his little companion made her way to the Slytherin table, returning to his brothers. Draco Theo, good evening. The platinum-haired youth nodded coolly, while Theodore smiled at him, slicing off a piece of sausage and offering it to the little cat nestled in Ron's arms. Meow. Thank you. You are quite nice. The kitten opened her mouth to accept the boy's offering, tapping Harry's hand to signal she wished to be set down. Oh dear. These cakes are truly heavy. Hagrid can be quite generous, rather honest. Ivy found her footing unsteady, her forepaws wobbling as she walked. Meow meow meow. Severus. Hurry and hold me. Your little darling has returned. The weight was too much to bear. Hagrid's rock cakes were exceedingly dense. Mand I the great cat. Command you to hold me swiftly. Severus' eyes flickered with a subtle mirth as he reached out, lifting the trembling little kitten and placing her upon his lap. Quite heavy. How much did you eat this afternoon, you silly cat? The kitten's appearance at the Great Hall's entrance captured the attention of most young wizards, who, upon seeing the green-eyed little giant struggling, assumed it was merely a matter of insufficient strength. The stumbling kitten likely had tired herself out from an afternoon of exuberant play. Ivy, how much did you eat this afternoon? Severus shifted his legs, causing the kitten on his lap to sway precariously. Meow. Defamation. This is slander. I am slender, having merely indulged in countless little snacks. The wizard, who had received a swat from the little kitten, smiled even more, pinching her round, soft belly, which did not resemble that of a satiated creature. Yet the weight was undeniably substantial. How could she gain so much in just one afternoon? Ivy miffed, swatted away the bony hand and rummaged through her small backpack, retrieving a piece of Hagrid's rock cake. Meow meow. Severus, this is what you insisted on seeing. Everyone gets a share. Just to refute your claims of my gluttony, I am still growing. Eating a bit more is perfectly normal. The hefty cake felt hard and exuded a fragrant aroma of rice and flour, its texture distinctly granular. The wizard held the cake, larger than his own face, feeling somewhat challenged, especially with the kitten's bright green eyes fixated on him, seemingly demanding he consume it. With a decisive motion, the massive cake was fragmented into several smaller pieces, each attendee receiving a portion, a genuine act of equitable distribution. There is truth in the notion that one is particularly sincere when engaged in mischief. It turns out this adage is quite realistic. Ivy watched as her obedient Severus divided the rock cake into multiple portions, distributing them among the other professors, with Professor Quirrell receiving the largest piece before her eyes. Thud. This is a gift from Ivy to all the professors. Professor, you have changed. I still prefer your rebellious demeanor. Who is this suave and worldly man? Get off Severus at once. Away with the fiends. The other faculty members at the long table graciously smiled at Ivy, and Dumbledore winked at the chattering little kitten. The faculty present had all been teaching for many years, and while Quirrell had a relatively shorter tenure, he had certainly heard of Hagrid's rock cakes. As the gentle giant was known for his hospitality, the cakes on the plate appeared capable of shattering teeth. A plethora of spells were cast, illuminating the faculty table with shades of blue, silver, and orange. Severus poured the pulverized remnants of the cake into a creamy mushroom soup, mixing it with the broth before consuming his own portion of rock cake. Meow. Mealtime, mealtime. Today has truly been a laborious day. It's time to implement the plan to train Yaya. Content. The little kitten climbed up Severus' arm onto the dining table, nudging her own designated plate. Wingardium Leviosa. What a good person you are, Severus. I take back the earlier remarks about you. I was merely projecting my petty thoughts onto a gentleman. You are truly the finest person in the world. So handsome, yet so kind. Rest assured, I shall be your most loyal feline guardian, devoted to protecting you. The wizard, still unaware of yet another declaration of affection aimed at him, gazed into those eyes filled with emotion, his lips involuntarily curving upward, his brow relaxing, and his entire demeanor softening. Harry, what is the matter with you? Draco, having been appeased before the meal, engaged in quiet conversation with the dark-haired boy, their heads nearly touching as they shared whispers. Suddenly, Harry clutched his forehead and let out a strange cry, his complexion draining of color in an instant as he trembled and collapsed against the platinum-haired wizard. The young wizard seated nearby reacted swiftly, rushing towards the professor's table. Professor Snape, you must come see Harry. He has fainted. The wizard's cloak stirred a gust of wind in the hall, fluttering like a butterfly as he soared to the Slytherin table, where he found the pallid boy. Frail and small, he lay in the embrace of the platinum-haired child, both boys exhibiting distressing hues, one already unconscious while the other appeared on the brink of collapse. The wizard, adept in the use of the levitation charm, transported Harry to the hospital wing, accompanied by Draco, who was being clung to by a small kitten. Oh my goodness, it's only the first day of school. Which young wizard has been injured? Madame Pomfrey stood up from behind the potion cabinet, her emerald green robes draping around her, her expression grave. I apologize for the trouble. Madame Pomfrey. Harry collapsed suddenly. We don't know what happened. The headmistress appeared reluctant to speak, and as the only one in the room who might comprehend the situation, Draco was compelled to step forward. All right, Severus, place him on this bed. On the sick bed, the dark-haired boy's face was ashen, his lips pale, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. A series of diagnostic spells were cast upon him. After a considerable time, Madame Pomfrey returned to her counter and retrieved a vial of restorative potion, pouring it into Harry's mouth. Even in his unconscious state, the potion's peculiar taste reached Harry, causing his brows to furrow as he attempted to open his mouth, only to have it pinched shut. Severus, Harry's condition is quite dire, malnourished. It seems he suffered a physical exertion followed by a mental assault. Physical exertion? Surely it cannot refer to carrying me from Hagrid's hut to the castle. The kitten nestled in Draco's arms flicked its tail nervously, glancing around. This is impossible. I barely weigh 3 pounds. Harry, as a young wizard, cannot be this feeble. It wasn't intentional, I assure you. I won't let it happen again. Severus had placed a charm on my small backpack. Now I should be light enough for the young master to carry during a brisk run. The tall wizard fell silent, casting a deep gaze upon the frail boy upon the bed. Meow. Severus, Severus. Do not be upset. This is not your fault. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the kitten nimbly leaped onto the tall wizard, its fluffy tail brushing against Severus's neck, while its head nestled within his arm. Madame Pomfrey, citing the need for the patient to rest, ushered both Draco and the kitten out. Draco, trembling, bid farewell to his housemaster before scurrying away. Harry. It's not that I don't want to be with you, but Madame Pomfrey looks quite fearsome. And the headmaster. He seems rather intimidating right now. Only Ivy. She is a true warrior, still able to be affectionate with the headmaster. By Merlin's lace-trimmed stockings, this is truly terrifying. Returning to the dungeon, the wizard sat quietly on the sofa with the kitten for 2 hours. Ivy remained obediently curled in his hands, allowing his slender fingers to stroke her back. Harry slept from evening until the following afternoon, with several young wizards visiting intermittently, and Severus delivering a potion once. Draco, finishing his class, hurried straight to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey merely advised him to maintain a quiet demeanor. Chapter 28. The Little Animal Communication Group. Brother Octopus, how does it taste? After Hagrid's rock cakes received unanimous disapproval from Madame Loris and Louis, Ivy turned her attention to her friends in the Black Lake. The kitten, with a backpack full of rock cakes, trotted cheerfully, pulling Madame Loris towards the lake. Meow. Do you like it? I have plenty more. The giant squid found the rock cakes an effortless treat, crunching through them with ease. After devouring one, the next was immediately offered, with the kitten responsible for feeding, while the giant squid merely needed to open its mouth wide in anticipation. The 3 little creatures worked in perfect harmony, quickly finishing Hagrid's rock cakes. Ivy was exhausted, and the 2 kittens' eyelids grew heavy, while Madame Loris yawned frequently. Once satiated, the giant squid did not pester its friends, instead extending a tentacle from the lake's depths to deliver a large bundle of olive green weeds to the 2 kittens, accompanied by a bouquet of flowers growing from the lake bed. Gill's grass, wow, what a generous gift. Meow. Thank you, Brother Octopus. Weiwei struck it rich. This bundle of Gill's grass is worth a fortune. I should be able to please Professor Snape with this. Madame Loris, holding a large bouquet, appeared equally satisfied. Harry. Draco muttered to himself, only to catch sight of the boy on the bed suddenly twitching his arm, immediately becoming excited. Madame Pomfrey was drawn over by the commotion and swiftly pulled back the curtain. What is happening? Madam, it's Harry. His hand moved. The serious face which gleaned the situation from the boy's stammering response, and with a flourish of her wand, directed a beam of blue light toward the dark-haired boy. Harry is fine now, he will awaken shortly. Mr. Malfoy, you will remain quiet, yes? Of course, madam. Ivy, stealthily entering through the door, happened upon this scene, and the once haughty young master appeared rather subdued in the presence of Madame Pomfrey. Truly, the queen of the hospital wing exuded a different kind of aura. Ivy, are you here to see Harry too? The kind which had a fondness for the round-headed kitten, and had heard of the mischief that transpired in the hall the previous night. Pleased that Severus was finally showing some vitality. Meow. Good afternoon, madam. Despite her petite stature, Madame Pomfrey was amiable, lifting the small kitten, and placing it upon Harry's sickbed. At that moment, Harry opened his eyes, and their two pairs of green eyes met unexpectedly, both looking slightly bewildered. Ivy, the dark-haired boy, attempting to rise, was gently pressed back down by a fluffy paw. The kitten's face serious as if preparing for an important duty. Harry, you're awake. Draco cautiously scrutinized Madame Pomfrey's expression, slowly sitting on a stool while casually cradling the small bundle in his arms. The warm, fluffy creature infused the platinum-haired young master with newfound courage, straightening his posture and raising his voice. Madame Pomfrey, now restored to her gentle demeanor, spared him not a glance, instead affectionately stroking the kitten's head before exiting the infirmary. Hisses. Harry, what happened yesterday? You fainted and scared us all. Professor Snape spent a restless night worrying. Actually, my professor wasn't scared, but I doubt they would reconcile that. Hee, it's time to boost Professor Snape's favor with a kiss. We can't let Harry continue to misunderstand him. After all, my professor is so wonderful. He deserves respect and affection. Really? Professor Snape is indeed a responsible teacher. Though Harry was somewhat perplexed, his innocent nature led him to believe it, and he felt touched. Ivy had always been by the professor's side. She had no reason to deceive him. Of course, it was Professor Snape who brought you here yesterday, Draco added, resuming his haughty demeanor after Madame Pomfrey's departure. Once I recover, I will personally thank Professor Snape. Hisses. Harry, do tell me what transpired yesterday, Madame Pomfrey inquired, her voice laced with concern. I heard you suffered a mental attack. Come now, no dilly-dallying. Time is of the essence. After our conversation, I must escort Yaya to meet with Lu Wei. Last night, we dined in the Great Hall, and the fried fish was utterly delightful. I relished every bite. Suddenly, I sensed a chilling gaze upon me. When I looked up, it vanished, and shortly thereafter, I fainted, the dark-haired boy recounted, lying in bed, straining to recall the events. Yet his mind felt shrouded in a thick fog. Who could that icy stare belong to? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Ivy felt she should know. Yet nothing came to mind. After pondering for a while, Ivy concluded that perhaps the time had not yet come for her to remember. This was not resignation. It was simply wisdom in recognizing the right moment. Ah, I recollect now. Just before I lost consciousness, I caught sight of Professor Quirrell's purple turban. Draco paused, stroking the kitten's head, recalling that Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, had just concluded his class. Harry, his lesson was utterly dreadful. The entire classroom reeked of garlic, and his speech was painfully halting, the platinum-haired boy exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. I had seated myself in the front row, eager to learn. Yet Professor Quirrell's lecture was a grave disappointment, mired in stilted readings from the textbook, and the garlic odor clung to him like a second skin. After class, I dashed back to the common room and took a long, cleansing bath before venturing out again. Harry, still recovering from his ordeal, felt somewhat weak, prompting Draco to keep their exchange brief before they parted ways. Ivy, armed with fresh information, connected with Yaya, and the duo, a cat and a dog, deftly navigated the castle, avoiding the young wizards, until they reached Lu Wei. The two dogs reminisced for a while, and Ivy soon arrived with Madame Loris. Once all the little creatures were gathered, Ivy wasted no time in sharing what Harry had discovered, while Yaya added details regarding Hagrid's report of the Gringotts burglary. This is the situation. You all must remain vigilant in the coming days. The small animals exchanged information, each noting the peculiarities surrounding Professor Quirrell. Yaya had detected a faint garlic scent near the Forbidden Forest, and Lu Wei had recently encountered an overwhelming stench of garlic as well. Madame Loris observed that Professor Quirrell sometimes muttered to himself inexplicably. From the very beginning, Ivy had harbored a dislike for the garlic-scented professor, to such an extent that Severus had even changed his usual dining seat because of it. The vigilant animals, perceiving themselves as guardians of Hogwarts, divided their responsibilities, monitoring Professor Quirrell at different times and locations. In the Great Hall, Severus noticed that the cat seemed oddly preoccupied, frequently glancing towards the far end of the long table where Quirrell sat, a behavior that had not been exhibited during lunchtime. Her expression did not suggest affection, rather, it appeared to be one of surveillance. Indeed, her eyes, devoid of pretense, brimmed with wariness. Severus, though puzzled, refrained from intervening, instead focusing on slicing his food with precision. In the dungeons, a sizable bundle of fresh gillyweed awaited his attention, even after he had already confined 2 Gryffindor students earlier that afternoon for a trivial infraction. This thought further lifted his spirits. Ivy, savoring fish soup and steak, was in high spirits, occasionally glancing at the individual under scrutiny. Remarkably, Professor Quirrell remained compliant. Though he seemed to indulge rather excessively, it appeared he was consuming more each day. Yet curiously, he never seemed to gain weight. Dumbledore, too, discerned the oddities surrounding this matter. Although he had yet to receive a response from the Norse wizarding institution of Numenor, his intuition told him that Ivy bore no malice. Fawkes' fondness for her spoke volumes. It seemed that another professor was the one in question. In a corner, Quirrell, head bowed, devoured his meal, seemingly oblivious to the watchful gaze upon him. After all, he was merely an ordinary cat. Chapter 29. Ascendance. In less than a week since his enrollment, the Savior had already missed an entire day of classes in the infirmary, but eagerly returned to the hallowed halls of learning by Wednesday. Hogwarts students encountered a different side of Professor Snape in the corridors, on the staircase, in the dungeons, and in the potions classroom. As a small green-eyed kitten appeared randomly perched on his shoulder, arm or pocket. Aside from the dining tables in the Great Hall, the professor exhibited patience in feeding the little feline. The small gray kitten's backpack seemed inconspicuous, but older students speculated it had been enchanted with a stretching charm, for it never seemed to run out of snacks. Each potions class saw students from various houses falter in their efforts, only for the kitten to heroically rescue them, distributing treats to soothe their wounded spirits and preemptively averting their mistakes. Though this diminished the opportunities for point deductions, the students' enthusiasm for potions soared, and their successful concoctions multiplied. Severus surveyed the chaos of the little kitten darting about, his expression one of satisfaction, reminiscent of a proud parent witnessing their child's growth. Initially, students had dismissed the tales spun by older witches and wizards, pondering how a mere 3-month-old kitten could possess such intelligence. Yet in the span of just 2 days, their perceptions shifted. The kitten was indeed remarkable, demonstrating an understanding of both advanced and basic potion making, even assisting them in sidestepping errors. It was evident that one boy's health was improving. He maintained regular meals, adhered to a proper sleep schedule, and took care of himself. Thanks to Ivy, the young wizards no longer dreaded potions class. "Thank you, Ivy," they expressed as the kitten strutted back to the podium with pride, tail held high and swaying gently. "Hey, I'm the one who did this. A different kitten wouldn't he have saved you," she seemed to declare. Honestly, Severus lays out the dosage instructions so clearly. How could anyone make a mistake? It's no wonder he walks around with a perpetual scowl. I can't manage such tasks myself. I end up scolding my niece when I tutor her on simple elementary problems. It takes less than 10 minutes if I remain calm. As a renowned potions master, Severus had settled into teaching at Hogwarts, yet few students respected his expertise. Who wouldn't he be irritable under such circumstances? Mew. "Severus, am I not wonderful? Praise me, and I shall earn an extra chicken leg tonight." Her large green eyes sparkled with confidence, as she stood tall, her chin raised. The male wizard met her gaze, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes, though his expression remained stoic. He absent-mindedly patted her round head, his demeanor suggesting an affectionate fondness beneath his facade of indifference. After attending classes with Severus for 2 consecutive days, Ivy eagerly anticipated Thursday's flying lesson. On that Thursday afternoon, while playing by the Black Lake with Madame Loris, she noticed the young wizards soaring through the sky on their broomsticks. Clad in black robes, they glided through the air, and Ivy felt a pang of envy. Who among the Chinese has not harbored dreams of flight? As a child, she would don a bedsheet and imagine herself soaring on a sword, and even now, she awaited a letter from a distant land, hoping that one day she would open her door to find her very own owl waiting for her. "Harry, I must tell you, Quidditch is the most magnificent sport in this world. Once you mount your broomstick, you will truly understand this exhilarating sensation." The young master chattered incessantly in the ear of the dark-haired boy, his sunny disposition mirrored by the shimmering brilliance of his platinum locks. Pansy ambled leisurely, cradling a soft, fluffy kitten in her arms, while a cluster of tattered brooms lay scattered on the grass. Good heavens, those were the very brooms they rode that day, bare and utterly unremarkable. One might ponder whether it was a matter of perspective. The day before, those little wizards soared gracefully on their brooms, looking ever so dashing. Perhaps it was distance that rendered beauty. Madame Hooch, a witch with short, pragmatic gray hair and keen, bright eyes, donned a simple brown robe adorned with a few black patterns. "Mr. Longbottom, you will not attempt to fly off on your own this time, will you?" The timid, plump boy nodded vigorously. "Excellent. Today we shall aim to fly higher. Now mount your brooms." Ivy wriggled free from Pansy's embrace and leapt to the ground, keen to observe which young wizard possessed superior flying skills. Although it was Harry's first encounter with a broom, he surprisingly maintained a steady grip, while the dragon perched playfully upon the broom, exuding youthful exuberance. Theodore remained his usual composed self, and Blaise flew commendably as well, while Pansy held her own. Who to choose? The dilemma was palpable. Perhaps Harry, as he appeared to glide effortlessly, his posture remarkably graceful. Meow meow. Harry, I want to play too. Look at me, I'm here. The little kitten wobbled a few steps after the dark-haired boy's broom, and at last, the airborne boy noticed the mewing creature. Harry maneuvered the broom downward, approaching the only contrasting color on the verdant grass. Ivy, would you like to join me? The little kitten answered with action, leaping into the boy's embrace. Up we go, aboard the flying broom. The azure sky and white clouds enveloped them, the wind shifting with the boy's movements. The splendid weather allowing the youths to revel in their newfound freedom. Draco twirled in the air, spotting the stealthily transported kitten, and with a playful intent, reached out from behind Harry to tap the kitten's tail. Meow. Help. There's a ghost. In broad daylight, a ghost is after the kitten. Startled, Ivy's tail shot up, her body stiffening as she burrowed into Harry's robes, inadvertently lifting his shirt as she sought refuge. Ivy, do not fear. It's just Draco playing with you. With a fluff of fur nestled against him, Harry felt a bit perplexed and attempted to extract the kitten from his shirt. Ha ha ha. Witnessing the success of his prank, Draco laughed heartily, soaring ahead of the dark-haired boy. Ivy. Meow. Little dragon, Mother's love will temporarily vanish. The young master remained true to form, his handsome face marred by a mischievous temperament. Oh dear, I nearly lost you in broad daylight. What possessed you to touch her tail? The kitten bared her teeth at the platinum-haired wizard, flexing her paws to reveal sharp claws. The round-headed, feigned fierceness only made her appear more adorable. Suppressing his laughter, Draco offered an apology to the kitten. Ivy, I am sorry. Meow meow. Lack of sincerity, not accepted. No need, you've angered me, and my desire to play has waned. Ivy turned her head away, burying her face in Harry's embrace, refusing to emerge despite their coaxing. Minutes slipped by, and as soon as they landed, the kitten scampered off without a backward glance, seeking out someone to complain to in the cellar. Harry, the headmaster, won't punish me, will he? Oh no, it was a disaster. Draco looked anxiously at the kitten's indignant retreat, his eyes filled with uncertainty about his future. Harry patted the shoulder of the person beside him, saying nothing, merely offering comfort with his touch. As Theodore passed by, he cast a fleeting glance at the two, before the concerned wizard could reach the cellar. The sounds of a small creature echoed at the entrance. It was the kitten, accompanied by a snake. The foolish cat was once again conversing with Miss Medusa. What could they be discussing with such fervor? Indeed, Draco has gone too far. Yes, when the headmaster returns you can tell him to take charge. I must speak to Severus. Severus typically moved with a light tread. His shoes barely made a sound against the stone floor, and his robe stirred a gentle breeze. The portraits in the corridor were either napping or engaging in idle chatter. The pair of a cat and a snake, engrossed in their quest against the young master, failed to notice that the aforementioned wizard had already returned. Chapter 30. Potions class. Meow meow meow. Truly excessive. My little paws have stiffened from fright. Hiss hiss hiss. He is so wicked. Next time he puts me in detention, I shall use my tail to swat him. Thank you, Miss Medusa, you are so kind. The kitten with her short legs stood at the cellar door, straining to elevate her head, while the immobile Medusa coiled around the doorknob. Upon closer inspection, one could see the flicker of her tongue extending and retracting. The scent of wormwood mingled with the aroma of unknown potions, exuding a bittersweet fragrance. Meow. Severus, you've returned. Wonderful, wonderful. I was just saying I was thirsty. Open the door, let us discuss it inside. The little dragon must change his ways. How could he frighten such a delightful, generous, and elegant little kitten? With the main character back, Miss Medusa wisely opened the door, and the wizard stepped inside, with Ivy twirling beside him. Meow meow meow. Severus, you must know. Today Draco was simply outrageous. He scared me while I was having fun, and my fur stood on end. After Ivy's animated recounting, Severus could only deduce that someone had frightened her, resulting in her current state of anger. Given the timing, the culprit must be among the first-year Gryffindors or Slytherins. I understand. The wizard cradled the fuming kitten as he made his way to the Great Hall. Dinner was soon to be served, and the students were gathering at the tables. Meow meow meow. It was him. I no longer wish to like little Draco. Ivy continued her complaint as she leaned against the long table, her small mouth chattering incessantly, her front paws pointing toward the Slytherin table. Severus narrowed his eyes in that direction, spotting two small heads close together, the platinum one particularly conspicuous. Noticing his gaze, the boy lowered his head, guilt evident. The suspect had been identified. Draco had been aware of the still fuming kitten since the morning. Ordinarily, she would strut boldly toward the door until mealtime. But tonight she clung to the headmaster, her soft meows barely audible. Harry, it's over. The headmaster already knows. The dark-haired boy also sensed the sharpness of the gaze and quietly reassured the one hiding behind him. It's all right, Ivy is a good girl. The headmaster is responsible and kind. He will not harm you. Yet Draco remained anxious, feeling as though something unfavorable was about to unfold. And he instinctively hid further behind Harry. Evie, would you care to accompany me to potions class tomorrow? Severus, withdrawing his gaze, gently inquired. As the small kitten raised its round feline face, nodding earnestly before lowering its head to nuzzle against the wizard's hand. Dear father, today I learned a new spell, and when the holidays arrive, I shall demonstrate it for you and mother. Furthermore, something rather unpleasant occurred today. I inadvertently angered Evie, and she now refuses to acknowledge me. Perhaps you might know how to coax her forgiveness? Please convey my regards to mother, wishing you both joy and peace of mind. With love, Draco. In a state of urgent distress, Draco penned a lengthy letter back to Malfoy Manor overnight, subsequently engaging in an hour of potions textbook review with Harry. Before dinner, the couple at the manor received correspondence from their dear son, which seemed somewhat peculiar, but they dismissed it, assuming the child merely missed home. Although they typically received letters around 8 or 9 in the evening, today's letter arrived unusually early. Lucius, what did our little dragon say? Lady Sissy, poised elegantly upon the sofa, observed her husband as he alternated between frowning and relaxing his brow. Curiosity piqued about the letter's contents. Lucius unfurled the letter and placed it on the table, casually retrieving a fresh sheet of parchment, while a quill floated gracefully into his hand. Lucius, is our little dragon seeking our assistance? The long-haired wizard nodded, the dark green ribbon tied at the end of his hair swaying slightly with the motion. It appears that this little creature named Evie is quite favored by Severus. In his last letter, Draco mentioned that he had become friends with Evie. He also informed us about her actions in potions class, suggesting that she might be a new breed of kitten. The quill danced across the parchment, crafting elegant cursive lines. Sissy, perhaps we should prepare a beautiful alchemical gift for Miss Evie. The couple busily composed a reply and prepared a gift. Their efforts spanning over an hour before everything was ready. Despite having received a substantial package that morning, the first class being potions compelled Draco and Harry to hastily stow the package back in their dormitory before rushing to the potions classroom. The air was thick with the rich aromas of potions and herbs. Professor Snape had yet to arrive, the old desks smoothed by time. Marks from burns and indiscernible potion stains adorned the tables, while deep blue curtains were tied back with cream-colored ropes at the tall windows. A few quills lay on the lectern, the Gryffindor lions and Slytherin snakes distinctly separated. A red-haired young wizard joyfully waved to Harry upon seeing him enter. At 9:15, the door swung open with a loud bang, and a wizard entered with a kitten perched on his shoulder, raising his hand to close all 4 windows. Dozens of candles illuminated the classroom. In the warm glow, it seemed as though everyone had stepped into a fairy tale, particularly the young wizards from the Muggle world. The dark classroom, the flickering candlelight, and the handsome wizard with a kitten on his shoulder, its bright green eyes fixated ahead. Put away your wands. There is no need to foolishly wave them about. Here, you shall learn the most exquisite techniques of potion making, provided your minds are still capable of learning, Severus remarked. A cold smile curling at his lips, resembling more a villain from a fairy tale. With a keen understanding of his own image, Severus observed a few timid wizards trembling, setting down the kitten before stepping to the lectern. Some of you hail from ancient families and take pride in it. I hope you do not presume your lineage grants you an exemption from diligent study. As soon as he uttered these words, Draco realized the impending trial was unavoidable and nodded resignedly with the crowd. Very well, let us see, Severus continued. Malfoy, since you concur with my sentiment, why not demonstrate? After all, the Malfoy name carries considerable weight, and you must be proud of that, no? With a sense of foreboding, Draco stood up, donning a mask of pain. If I wish to gather some fluxweed, when should I harvest it? I'm sorry, I don't know. Then where might I procure some bezoar? From the stomach of a goat. After being questioned twice, Draco's hand recoiled in fright. The wizard at the lectern regarded his platinum hair. Recalling the herbs he had received from the cellar. Correct, Slytherin gains a point. Take a seat. Fluxweed must be harvested during a full moon. Now, queue up at the cabinet to collect your materials. I trust none among you is illiterate. With that, the wizard turned and swiftly inscribed the potion-making process for the first lesson on the blackboard. In pairs, the platinum-haired boy nudged those nearby. Harry, in a soft tone. His legs trembled slightly beneath the desk, and Harry nodded in understanding. Evie, shaking her small backpack filled with gifts from Malfoy Manor, had already forgiven the young master. After all, what little girl could resist a large parcel of sweets? If there were any, they would surely be accompanied by sparkling jewelry. Before entering the classroom, she had absolved him. Severus was aware of the kitten's tough exterior masking a soft heart, merely seeking to instill a little fright into a certain ill-tempered child. Both dark-haired boys recognized the situation, yet Draco, immersed in his own thoughts, remained oblivious, pondering how to appease Evie and earn her forgiveness. After all, the headmaster was rather intimidating, his icy gaze and sharply defined features casting a frightening shadow, the candlelight overhead leaving ambiguous shadows that were hard to decipher. Potter, shake your head. The dark-haired boy, perplexed, complied. Did you hear that? A flicker of derision flashed in Severus's eyes as his lips pressed into a straight line, chalk dust cascading from his fingers. What? Empty, devoid of content. It seems our Mr. Potter not only possesses poor eyesight but also an empty mind akin to a troll. Otherwise how could he fail to distinguish between powder and pebbles? My apologies, sir. Draco, responsible for the brewing, lowered his gaze to the mortar where the snake fangs were crushed into tiny fragments, retracting his hand and offering it to him. Meow. Indeed, what is happening, Harry? I had high hopes for you. Just a moment of inattention and chaos ensued. Is this what it means to be the protagonist? Chapter 31 Gifts. Weasley. Why is your potion a yellow-green hue? Do you dislike the proper potion mist? Gryffindor loses a point. Lombard. Are you afraid that the hedgehog quills will sprout legs if you add them now? Gryffindor loses another point. Meow. Stop. You've added too many long-legged snotty worms, brother. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of meows and deep voices, the wizard fervently instructing while the kitten dutifully reminded him of the young wizards he had overlooked and provided moral support. The potions class concluded, much to Draco's anticipation. Yet Evie had not approached their side throughout the lesson, leaving both young wizards feeling somewhat disheartened. Had Evie been privy to their thoughts, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes. Most of the classroom consisted of novice potion makers, while Draco had engaged with potions early on, and was a rather proficient young wizard. Moreover, Theodore on this side exhibited considerable talent, rendering any reminders unnecessary. Throughout the class, the little kitten grew weary, her eyes losing their luster as she lay atop the lectern, occasionally waving her small paws in farewell to a few familiar young wizards. Severus collected the students' potions, and Evie, recognizing her cue, nestled into his suit pocket for a well-deserved rest. In half an hour, the third-year Eagles and Badgers would commence their potions class. Having met them on Wednesday, the kitten felt a rush of excitement. In the third grade of Badger House, there was a remarkably handsome boy named Diggory, called out by Professor Snape. With his thick eyebrows and bright eyes, he exuded a gentle demeanor, embodying the spirit of a sunny, cheerful young man. It was truly delightful to see him again. The Badgers had only 2 classes in the morning, and after their elective course, they returned to the common room. Upon learning that the little kitten was following Professor Snape today, they were all filled with excitement. With the kitten's assistance, many Badgers submitted potions that turned out quite well during Wednesday's class, and several received comforting sweets. In the spirit of reciprocity, the Badgers prepared an array of delectable snacks for the little kitten. To avoid being sprayed with venom by Professor Snape, the clever Badgers arrived at the potions classroom 30 minutes early, only to find that the professor had just concluded a lesson. Ivy, are you there? The formidable presence of the Serpent King in the dungeon could not be underestimated, and as the Badgers exchanged glances, they ultimately pushed Cedric forward, as he had performed the best in potions class. Cedric, mustering all his courage, forced a smile in response to Snape's murderous glare. Meow. The handsome boy exclaimed, I'm here. Hearing the voice, Ivy emerged from the wizard's pocket, a tiny creature that climbed onto the lectern, and fixated her gaze on the young wizard's face. Truly, he was strikingly handsome. Were he in university, he would undoubtedly be the cherished white moonlight of many. With the main character now present, the Badgers gathered their courage and rushed forward, eager to present the snacks they had prepared. Predominantly comprised of half-bloods and muggle-born wizards, the Badgers generously contributed numerous treats, creating a small mountain on the table. Look what I found: pork pies, chips, roasted cashews, peanuts, and gummies. This is heaven. So many delicious snacks, including human world potato chips. How long has it been since I had any? Being in the wizarding world for too long, I almost forgot the taste of chips. Ivy, thank you for your candies. These are our gifts for you. We hope you will accept them. Yet again it was Cedric, the unfortunate soul, who was left to face Professor Snape after the Badgers had finished presenting their snacks. Meow meow. I love them, I really do. Thank you all. Finally able to enjoy some ordinary human snacks, Ivy dove into the pile of treats, her tail wagging joyfully, clearly delighted. The young wizard assisted the kitten in packing the snacks into her little backpack, nodding at the grinning Badgers as he exited the classroom. The little kitten then scampered up onto Cedric's shoulder, bouncing with joy, playfully touching faces and hands, frolicking with the badgers. She rummaged through her own bag to share the snacks with everyone. Perhaps it was the bright sunlight, but the badgers and the little eagles felt that today's potions class passed swiftly. Although Professor Snape was not exactly affable, he deducted fewer points than usual. It seemed they had discovered the secret to safeguarding the Academy's gems, and the badgers exchanged knowing nods. After lunch in the Great Hall, the little kitten waved her tail and bid farewell to her master, diving into a blanket on the sofa without looking back. A certain young wizard cast a glance at the kitten, who had already drifted into slumber, before departing with his textbooks. After a delightful afternoon nap, Ivy finally remembered the package she received that morning, cheerfully dragging it out to prepare for unwrapping. Knock knock knock. At the dungeon door, two little boys squatted together, fidgety and shy, resembling two introverted mushrooms from afar. "Harry, are you certain that Miss Medusa hasn't deceived you? Is Ivy truly still sleeping inside?" The young lad held a beautifully wrapped wooden box, its intricate patterns showcasing its value, while the other boy clutched a bulging bag that emanated a delightful aroma. "Indeed. Miss Medusa mentioned that Ivy enjoys taking a nap every day at noon. I inquired, and Professor Snape has 2 classes this afternoon, and left over half an hour ago." The two little mushroom-like boys leaned in closely, whispering to one another. Creak. Ivy, still dazed, sat on the blanket as the two boys pushed each other to enter. Draco's pale face turned rosy, his gaze evasive. "Ivy, I'm sorry. I was wrong for what I did yesterday." The boy's apology was straightforwardly endearing, his cherubic face sincere as he set the wooden box on the table. "This is a gift to apologize. Can you forgive me?" In truth, the little kitten had long since forgiven the young lad, waving her paw dismissively as if to convey her magnanimity, though her tail, swaying back and forth, betrayed her true feelings. What a fortune! A gift from the heir of the Malfoy family. It surely cannot be of low quality. The Malfoys had been around for generations. They truly knew how to conduct themselves. A child's apology must be sincere, and adult interactions should not be overlooked. It was merely a small playful incident. Yet the Malfoy patriarch and matriarch had prepared 2 gifts, one directly for Severus and the other personally delivered by young Draco. With such grace, it was no wonder the young master had maintained his influence for so many years while others still wished to preserve a semblance of cordiality with him. Harry also set down his bag, revealing its contents, an assortment of treats, pumpkin pasties, meat pies, fried pork chops, and pudding. "Ivy, we have no classes this afternoon. Would you like to join us for a picnic on the grass?" The food was pilfered from the dining table, and the two boys, quick on their feet, had barely eaten a few bites before hastily gathering it all. On the Hogwarts Express, the dark-haired boy had bought a large assortment of snacks, all packed together. "Can we bring Theodore, Pansy, Blaise, Madame Loris, and Yaya too? With so much food, it would be more enjoyable to have more people join, especially with such splendid weather outside." "Draco, Ivy asks if we can invite a few more people." The two boys and the kitten were in perfect agreement, as they all enjoyed lively company. In the Slytherin common room, the little wizards gathered upon hearing about the picnic. The first-year Slytherin students numbered merely a handful, each bringing some food and toys as they made their way to the grass. Harry brought Yaya and Hagrid's lovingly made rock cakes, while Madame Loris, with little fish snacks in her mouth, followed closely behind Ivy. The afternoon sun was bright but not overwhelming, a gentle breeze spiraling past the little wizards, carrying the fragrant scents of blooming shrubs intertwined with the aroma of food. The little wizards engaged in a lively game of wizard chess, while the little witches amused the kitten with a gnome plush toy resembling a fluffy potato, complete with 2 slender legs and a wrinkled face. The giant squid occasionally extended its tentacles to interact with them, and Theodore found joy in feeding the squid rock cakes, especially as Ivy curled around his neck, purring affectionately. Madame Loris, for the first time, was quite popular among the little wizards, as she often faced pranks being a helper to Filch. The young master taught Harry how to play wizard chess, one possessing advanced skills while the other was a complete novice, albeit a rather poor player. "Harry, Draco, don't be upset. Try this. Potato chips Ivy brought, they are delicious." The dark-haired boy expertly offered the chips to the young master, fearing that if he hesitated for even a second, that little mouth would snap at him. Blaise watched the scene with amusement, laughing heartily. Goyle and Crabbe were solely focused on the food spread across the blanket. Chapter 32, The Cloak. Friday evenings were destined to be delightful, marking the end of a week of lessons, and for once, Severus was not seated behind his desk grading assignments. Ivy rummaged through the packages on the table, urging the young wizard to hurry up and open them. "Meow meow. Severus, it is time to unwrap the gifts. Let me see what delightful treasures await." A gem the size of a pigeon's egg, or perhaps the unadorned simplicity of a gold galleon. How thrilling! The plump little kitten purred contentedly on the sofa, while the wizard, with a twinkle in his eye, began to unveil the packages laid upon the table. One contained an assortment of herbs, accompanied by a letter infused with the fragrance of roses, while another was filled with an array of charming little cloaks, each one exquisite and delightful. The small box sent by Draco was also opened, revealing a deep green velvet lining that cradled a stunning emerald necklace, which upon closer inspection appeared to be an alchemical creation. Mew the kitten queried. Severus, is this perhaps a bit too extravagant for us to accept? The intricately designed chain was adorned with a gemstone the size of a cat's pupil, its round cut showcasing a color that was pure and vibrant, reminiscent of tender new leaves of spring, brimming with life, and sparkling enchantingly in the flickering candlelight. Such opulence hardly seemed fitting for a mere token of apology. The Malfoy family must be extraordinarily wealthy, and their generosity is astounding. If this is merely a gesture of contrition, then the young master shall surely become my lifelong friend. The wizard, seemingly taken aback by the lavishness of the gift, nodded thoughtfully and lifted the necklace to adorn Ivy's neck. It is truly lovely. The sleek, black-gray kitten, with a silver-green bell nestled amongst her increasingly plush fur, was perfectly complemented by the emerald necklace and her round, green eyes. Mew. Thank you. Professor Severus has complimented my beauty. Now that he has placed it upon me, it belongs to me, and those charming little cloaks do clothe me at once. I wish to prance about in the common room. Severus raised an eyebrow, adept in the language of felines, and delicately draped a deep blue sheer cloak embellished with tiny pearls over the kitten. Ivy twirled joyfully in her new attire, playfully pawing at the wizard. Mew mew. Severus. I wish to admire myself in the mirror. How could one don new garments without a glimpse of reflection? The full-length mirror was positioned beside the coat rack, and as the wizard held the delightful little kitten in his arms, a smile graced his lips, her head held high. Man, do not become infatuated with the kitten. She is beautiful, and that is her due. After sufficient admiration, Ivy slipped away through the door crack, eagerly racing toward the Slytherin common room. Severus set aside the cloak and picked up the letter from the table. Mew mew. I am here, little dragon. Come see my splendid attire. The kitten, upon entering the common room, strutted with an air of pride, ensuring every young wizard caught sight of her emerald necklace. My goodness, Ivy, you look absolutely stunning tonight. Blaze was the first to notice the newly adorned kitten, and the sweet-tongued boy immediately began his flattery, soon joined by Pansy, who also sang praises for Ivy. So adorable. Ivy, you look radiant this evening. The young master was engaged in a game of wizard chess with Theodore, both equally matched, while Harry sat beside them with a pumpkin juice studying. The three, drawn by the sounds, caught sight of the kitten leaping onto the table, presenting her cloak and necklace from every angle. So beautiful, Ivy, that necklace suits you perfectly. The necklace, chosen by Narcissa herself, had been seen by Draco and Harry prior to being gifted, yet it appeared far more enchanting when gracing Ivy's neck. Draco, your mother has exquisite taste, Harry remarked, watching the round-headed kitten, the lingering sense of sweets and biscuits still evident. Not only did Narcissa possess a keen eye, but her culinary skills were also remarkable. The package sent to Draco contained treats and toys, all of his favorites. Indeed, mother is quite remarkable, Harry. You may refer to her as Aunt Narcissa, as she has graciously consented. The young master extended his arms to catch the kitten leaping towards him, his tone casual yet infused with pride. Theodore cast a glance at Harry, who was reaching into Draco's embrace, attempting to touch Ivy's tiny paws. Mew. Thank you, Draco. I adore your gift. It is truly lovely, so please call me Beauty. Over the span of a week, Harry and Draco's bond had blossomed remarkably. The young master had introduced Harry to both the head of the Malfoy family and Narcissa, allowing him to refer to her as Aunt Narcissa. At this rate, the prospect of a budding romance seems promising. Truly, the young one I have chosen is exceptional. Life at Hogwarts flowed with a tranquil ease. Thanks to her exceptional performance in potions class, Ivy successfully mingled with students from all four houses, gaining access to their inner circles and often returning with bountiful treasures. The young wizards adored this charming little kitten who provided them cover during potions, not to mention Ivy's rotund and adorable appearance, which was devoid of any temper, allowing her to be petted and cuddled at will. Severus had grown accustomed to his little kitten's daily absences. Whenever he felt discontent, he would randomly refresh the number of Gryffindor's house points. On sunny weekends, Ivy would tug at Severus's pant leg, leading him out to the grassy fields for a stroll, sharing her delightful snacks with him. The giant squid had also begun to warm up to Severus, and on days when both the wizard and the squid were in high spirits, passers-by would witness a sight unseen elsewhere. A handsome wizard clad in robes standing atop the colossal tentacles, his cloak billowing in the breeze, alongside a plump little kitten frolicking above the black lake. Under Ivy's enthusiastic recommendation, many young wizards learned to barter their snacks for a chance to roam the shores of the Black Lake. A figure cloaked in white quietly watched over from the tower. In Nurmengard, Grindelwald, upon receiving a reply from Dumbledore, swiftly unwrapped a small package, revealing only a vial containing memories. The Forbidden Forest had seen a rise in accidents. Hagrid informed everyone that dark wizards had infiltrated it, resulting in the tragic fate of 3 unicorns. During a gathering, Yaya told Ivy that the gaunt dark wizard who had ventured into the Forbidden Forest bore a familiar scent. It was likely Professor Quirrell. Ron remained steadfast in his friendship with Harry. Even though they were in different houses, they would often meet. "Harry, where is Ivy?" Ivy had been taken by Pansy to the girls' lavatory. She claimed Ivy was a beautiful lady and advised them not to pester her. The dark-haired boy waved his hand and, along with Draco, headed for the library, where the young wizards had developed a new way to utilize Ivy in their studies, inviting her to assist them with their homework. Whenever they struggled to write, Ivy would cuddle up to them for comfort, and when they made mistakes, she would gently pat their hands with her paws. Thus, all the young wizards delighted in having the little kitten accompany them during their studies. Yet Ivy was not always in the castle. Sometimes she would play elsewhere. Today, Pansy was fortunate. Upon entering the common room, she spotted Theodore playing with the kitten, and without a hint of hesitation, the little witch scooped up Ivy and dashed toward the girls' dormitory. "Ivy, as an elegant lady, your fur must be soft and fragrant." The 3 little witches placed Ivy, still savoring the taste of chocolate, into the bathtub, the rich aroma making her sneeze repeatedly. Drenched in bubbles, the kitten was held by her limbs, her fur meticulously brushed, while her tiny paws were patiently washed. The fact that Ivy could not be selected by magic had become known to a small portion of Slytherin, yet they all maintained a discreet silence. Pansy carefully dried the kitten's fur with a towel, while Sivia used cotton balls to clean her ears, and Vera tended to her eyes. The young witches worked in harmony, and under their attentive care, Ivy began to feel drowsy. "Ivy, do you look beautiful?" In the mirror, the little cat was groomed to perfection, its fur devoid of any impurities, seemingly glowing under the candlelight. Adorning its fluffy coat was a small clip, embellished with pearls. The fragrant little feline contentedly lavished kisses and cuddles, allowing the young witches to escort it back to the common room. Theodore sat on a single armchair, engrossed in a book, as if he had anticipated their return, his gaze precisely landing on Ivy's face. "Meow meow. How's it going, young lad?" "Quite splendid, isn't it?" The craftsmanship of the Slytherin witches is truly remarkable. They could easily open a shop and earn a fortune. The little cat, stealthily sniffing its paws, indicated customer satisfaction, promising to return for more. It was uncertain what brand of body wash had been used, but perhaps they could persuade Professor Snape to purchase some next time. For even wizards should smell delightful. The little dragon exuded a milky aroma, and every time Ivy nestled in his embrace, it felt like one of life's greatest pleasures. Theodore, too, radiated a subtle cool fragrance, clean and crisp, much like his character. Blaze's scent was rather complex, overly fragrant, while Harry had yet to discern a particular aroma, though he might have absorbed some of the dragon's milkiness from spending time together. Although the bitter scent of absinthe on Professor Snape was tolerable, a touch of refinement is never amiss for a wizard. Chapter 33, Halloween. 5-month-old Ivy had noticeably grown larger, her fur denser and her colors more vibrant. Her cheeks round and her eyes bright and lively. Weighing 7 pounds, the little cat was no longer easily carried around by the first-year witches at Hogwarts. They had to take turns holding her. Ivy adapted well, even persuading her own Professor Snape to enlarge her little backpack, ensuring there would be enough space for treats during their outings. Who could understand the plight of house cats? So adored they were. "I feed everyone, and everyone feeds me." This little feline, now a formidable figure at Hogwarts, strutted around the castle with an air of confidence, amassing her weight through her daily escapades. A week before Halloween, the Slytherin common room was filled with the sounds of meows and chatter, as Ivy flitted between dormitories. Thanks to the rule prohibiting boys from entering the girls' dormitories while allowing girls to freely visit the boys, Ivy roamed the boys' quarters daily. The only moral boundary she adhered to was not intruding into the boys' washroom. "Ivy, do you really have to choose this outfit?" Harry asked, holding a brochure featuring promotional images from Madame Malkin's robe shop, which had unveiled numerous new garments for the festive occasion. Draco had already ordered an outfit reminiscent of the Quidditch team uniform, and Theodore, without a glance, allowed Ivy to whimsically select a set for purchase. The black-haired boy was taking this holiday quite seriously, as it marked his first festive celebration at Hogwarts. The little cat's paw pointed to a red outfit resembling the Quidditch uniform, Nodding affirmatively, red paired with green, a classic combination, embodying the essence of my beloved pairing. It was well known that Professor Snape held a particular disdain for Gryffindor, seizing every opportunity to deduct points from them. Ron had complained about this unfair treatment multiple times, only to be met with Ivy's swift kicks, leaving him with a black bruise, vowing never to voice his grievances again. Ivy's chosen attire was indeed lovely, but it could not alter the fact that it was a red team uniform. Ivy, the headmaster will surely give me a death glare. Harry trembled, unable to move. Feigning a faint. Unable to bear the sight, Draco gently patted his messy black hair, took the pen from Harry's hand, and modified it to match his own green robe. Meow meow. Well, wearing matching outfits isn't so bad. The child is still young, no need to rush. Did I misjudge the situation? There are countless fanfictions featuring Hater. And now this. The domineering young master is excessively indulgent. After becoming the savior, I found myself at the heart of the young master's affections. First-year witches were not allowed to wander freely around Hogwarts, and their shopping options were limited to either requesting older students to buy items on their behalf, or having their parents purchase items by sending lists back with owls. The impending arrival of Halloween stirred excitement among the little witches, marking their first grand festival since arriving at school. Traditionally, the young witches would don various costumes and carry pumpkin lanterns, going door to door, chanting the phrase, "Trick or treat." Hagrid's pumpkin patch had seen a significant reduction in pumpkins, most of which were transported to Hogwarts kitchens, while others were sent to the storeroom for carving. Little witches from the Muggle world unleashed their creativity, some cutting up their bedsheets to impersonate ghosts, while others purchased vampire costumes, mummies and Frankenstein outfits. Thanks to the assistance of the mischievous little cat, the relationships among the four houses, especially among the first-year students, flourished. The eager students spent the entire day anticipating the evening's class, as Severus attempted several times to impose discipline, only to be pacified by the sweets suddenly thrust into his hands. Severus, don't be angry, it's unhealthy to be upset. They were still children after all. It was only natural for them to revel and play, especially during such a rare festive occasion. On the evening of the Halloween feast, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was aglow, with a flurry of bats swirling overhead, while ghosts serenaded the little witches as they floated among them. The professors at the long tables wore gentle, soft expressions. Who could resist candies from the little cat? Before the feast even commenced, Ivy rummaged through her small backpack filled with fruit candies, traversing from one end of the table to the other, distributing candies in small heaps to each person. Severus found himself with 2 piles of colorful wrappers, filled with Muggle sweets. Thank you, Ivy. In previous years, professors had always been the ones to distribute sweets to the young witches, but receiving candies from a junior brought them great joy. The little cat's return journey was full of twists and turns, as large bundles of sweets found their way from the professor's hands into Ivy's small backpack. Meow, meow. Thank you, thank you. Wow, so many candies. The young cat, round and plump, waddled back with her little backpack, overflowing with treats. The whimsically dressed little witches laughed and played together, while 2 boys in matching green Quidditch uniforms chattered gleefully about something. Theodore rarely exhibited a hint of youthful innocence, while Blaise rested a hand on his shoulder. Hermione and her roommates, Parvati Patil, Padma Patil, and Lavender Brown, proudly introduced the fairy witch costumes they wore. Ron had wrapped himself in a mummy costume, with Neville and Seamus assisting him in his cumbersome progress. Everything felt harmonious, yet Ivy couldn't shake the feeling that she had forgotten something important. Her heart raced as she struggled to remember, though nothing came to mind. The little cat's face scrunched up, and the steak in her mouth lost its appeal. The silver cutlery was neatly arranged, the knives and forks glinting in the candlelight, while the sumptuous food emanated an enticing aroma. The golden brown roast chicken was crispy, and the steak was tender and juicy. The professors were elegantly enjoying their meal, the scent of absinthe faintly lingering, mingling with a delicate floral note, reminiscent of the recently used body wash. The smell. Yes, there was no garlic aroma. Where was Professor Quirrell? He hadn't been seen since distributing sweets. In the dungeon classroom, you ought to know. Before Ivy could begin her search, Professor Quirrell stumbled through the entrance. His speech no longer stammering, though his voice wasn't particularly loud. A professor had fainted and caused a commotion in the great hall, sending the little witches into a panic, their screams echoing. Silence. Heads of houses, immediately escort your students back to their dormitories. Dumbledore skillfully employed the sonorous charm to regain control, while the other professors rose to their feet, and the little cat, clutching a roasted chicken, was handed into Draco's arms. Severus hurriedly departed, leaving no time for further explanations. Meow came the sound. Care for a taste? It's crispy and delectable. Ivy waved at the two children embracing each other, gesturing to the roasted chicken in her mouth, and then pointing to the banquet table that had yet to conclude. Harry understood immediately, taking the paper bag that the little kitten offered, and began to fill it with food, grabbing whatever caught his eye, while the nearby young wizard followed suit. Come on, brother. With such a plethora of delicious food, it would be a shame to waste it. Let us bring it back to the dormitory. Gemma, the head of Slytherin, directed the young wizards to form an orderly line, and seeing their swift actions, she did not intervene but merely urged them on a little. Severus nearly sprinted up to the 4th floor, where the old wooden door stood ajar, the low growls of the three-headed dog emanating from within. Without hesitation he dashed inside. However, he found no other souls there, only a chained three-headed dog, under which lay his missing robe serving as a makeshift cushion. The creature, with its 3 heads, fixated on the intruding wizard, poised to attack, yet caught a whiff of a familiar scent, the aromatic essence of wormwood. The owner of Ivy, that man who was so kind to cats. Surely he wouldn't dare enter. Hagrid had insisted on guarding this place, forbidding anyone from trespassing. Vwoof, 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 vwoof. Human, hurry away. I have no desire to bite you. Ivy would be displeased. Facing the menacing gaze of the three-headed dog, Severus cautiously took a few steps forward, confirming that the trapdoor showed no signs of having been opened, before turning on his heel to flee. He still needed to assist with the troll in the basement. In the abandoned girls' lavatory, the foul-smelling troll lumbered about, brandishing a wooden club, splashing water everywhere. Several professors collaborated seamlessly, casting spells that sent the troll into a stupor. Albus, who unleashed the troll? Professor McGonagall inquired with a stern expression. This was exceedingly perilous. The ferocious troll possessed no intellect, acting purely on instinct to attack. It was terrifying to imagine if it had appeared in the Great Hall. Headmaster Dumbledore sat behind his desk, appearing rather unfazed by the witch's aggressive demeanor, even lifting a teacup from the table to offer it across. Thank you, but no. The delicate white porcelain cup still bore undissolved sugar cubes at the bottom, clearly indicating how many had been added. Minerva, please have a seat. We are still awaiting another guest. Headmaster. Chapter 34. Revelry in the Common Room. Severus caught a whiff of sweetness in the air, and cast a disapproving glance at the teacup held by Headmaster Dumbledore. If your mind hasn't succumbed to rust just yet, you ought to realize that now is not the time for your tea, which could sustain an entire beehive. Oh, Severus, I merely added a few extra sugar cubes. Professor McGonagall also looked at the teacup, shaking her head disapprovingly. In that case, I suppose I am under no obligation to brew your dental tonic. Considering this is merely a trivial indulgence of yours, is it not? Severus, shall we first discuss the events of this evening? Recognizing his defeat, Dumbledore willingly set down his teacup and, with a remarkably natural gesture, popped a sugar cube into his mouth. This evening, someone opened the door to the forbidden area. In the Slytherin common room, the returning young wizards gathered to continue their unfinished feast. Ivy, trick or treat? Draco, having already observed the situation at the professor's table, swiftly turned his gaze to the little kitten resting on his lap, extending a hand towards it. Meow meow. There's some, wait a moment. Let me wipe my hands and flip. Without Severus around, who else would have the patience to prepare a large platter of food for him? Wah, professor. Please come back. Look at my little paws, they're all greasy. After carelessly wiping his paws on a napkin from the table, the kitten rummaged in its little backpack, producing a large bag of candies, all intended for sharing. Meow meow. There's plenty for everyone, one at a time, no rush. I meticulously selected these. They're all sweet. Each young wizard was a good child, and everyone received a share. In truth, Ivy had also prepared some for the young wizards from other houses. But alas, that plan had fallen through. The mountain of candies was quickly distributed, each young wizard receiving a handful. After playing the role of an elder, the kitten naturally perched on the table, extending its chubby little paws, its tail swaying. Meow. Trick or treat. A certain young master, whose mental age could hardly be deemed 10, feigned ignorance of the expectation in the green-eyed gaze, and busied himself with the pudding on the table. Meow. Little dragon. I see you have candies prepared. Is there another cat outside? Were those candies meant for it? Feeling betrayed, the little kitten leapt toward the platinum-haired boy lounging on the sofa, who was currently indulging in a plate of Yorkshire pudding. Ivy dodged the pudding on the plate, her robust form landing squarely on the young master's belly. Draco felt as though his dinner might come back up. The plump little kitten had no awareness of its weight as it pounced down without reservation. Under normal circumstances he could have used his hands for support, thus distributing the weight, but now, he feared his belly might bruise. Harry cautiously moved the plate aside to allow the duo some room to maneuver. Blaze. relishing the unfolding drama, pulled Theodore aside to create space for Ivy and Draco. Ivy, relying on her agility, retracted her claws and scurried about on Draco, who had only donned a simple shirt beneath his new Quidditch team uniform, now rumpled and exposed. The young master, still dazed, found himself pinned to the sofa, his hair disheveled, the collar of his shirt askew, while the kitten continued its antics, scratching on one side and pawing at the other. Ivy, I was wrong. I prepared candies for you. They're in my pocket. In full view of everyone, Ivy had no intention of truly embarrassing the esteemed young master. She merely teased him a little before relenting. Draco, panting, sat up and gave the chubby kitten's head a vigorous rub, pulling out the candies he had prepared earlier and placing them on the table. Others followed suit, producing their own stash of sweets to place on the table. Chocolates, fruit candies, gummies, jelly beans. Soon, the candies from the young wizard's pockets formed two small mountains on the table, and Ivy's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh my, so much candy. This could last ages. What a family, preparing so much for the little kittens. Harry set down his pudding and, with a natural gesture, helped tuck in the collar of the boy who was busy fixing his hair. The first day of November was a weekend, and the young wizards, having enjoyed a good rest during the day, were now brimming with energy, each pulling out small toys for amusement. The twins' prank products were particularly popular during the holiday season, leading the young wizards to play harmless tricks on their familiar faces. One young wizard, after consuming a candy from a companion, found his tongue swelling, rendering him unable to eat anything else. Another, who had been teased, sprouted little ears akin to Ivy's and strutted around proudly before the others. Ivy. Having concluded their little meeting, the busy Severus pushed open the common room door. His little snakes had gathered inside, with only a few having returned to their dormitories, and toys scattered across the floor in a chaotic array. Wizard chests, gobstones, building blocks, marbles. The little kitten snuggled against Knott's leg, its eyes blinking rapidly, while Draco sat opposite, the two sides exchanging banter, with Potter leaning against Draco. Ivy, come here. The male wizard regarded the group of individuals, and one cat huddled closely together, tightening his fingers as he spoke with an impassive expression. The young sorcerers felt a twinge of anxiety, pushing and shoving one another to stand, while unattended marbles rolled across the floor, clattering towards the male wizard with a muted sound. The chill outside was palpable. The flames in the Slytherin fireplace flickered high, exuding a comforting warmth. The orange-yellow glow illuminated Severus, whose body was still laden with the remnants of cold, dispelling some of the frostiness. Meow meow. Come on, let us head back. I'm so sleepy. Observing Professor Snape's frostbitten visage, it was evident he had endured a long night, busy enough to delegate the task of escorting me to the common room to someone else. Such a pitiful sight, with all the toil he faced. Surely it was time for Professor McGonagall to consider a raise for him. Ivy waved farewell to the young wizards in the common room, and scampered into the male wizard's pocket. Tonight, someone ventured into the Forbidden Forest, and I hope it is none of you. Should I discover who it is, his unfinished words, coupled with his stern countenance, sent shivers down the spines of the young sorcerers, each nodding fervently. Leaving behind a room full of anxious young wizards, the male wizard, accompanied by his feline companion, exited with the poise of a victor. Draco, who do you think it could be that went into the Forbidden Forest? Harry recalled the newspaper he had seen in Hagrid's hut, along with Ron's absurd speculations. Could it be related to that object? Was the pain in his scar connected to this? Theodore observed Harry's troubled expression, and paused his unfinished game of wizard chess. While Draco too lost interest in their playful banter, the young sorcerers trickled back to their dormitory for rest, with the young lord pulling Harry to sit in the armchair of their chamber. Harry, listen. It doesn't matter who went into the Forbidden Forest. What matters is that you must not go. But Ron said it's a treasure, and someone at Hogwarts wants to steal it. The dark-haired boy felt a fire igniting within him, listening to the sounds of the lake being disturbed, his brow furrowing slightly. Did you not hear what the headmaster just said? The professors have already discovered it. If you get involved, the Slytherin gem will be depleted by tomorrow night. At the terrifying notion, both boys shivered in unison, as if foreseeing a grim future filled with the headmaster's wrath and the disdain of their comrades. Draco, would you accompany me to Hagrid's hut? I have a feeling I might find the answers I seek there. Undeterred, Harry continued his plea. From September to November, Draco had yet to acquiesce even once. The vulnerability in Harry's emerald eyes, a blend of hope and desperation, finally prompted the soft-hearted young lord to nod. All right. Just this once. Ivy. The weary male wizard collapsed onto the sofa, calling for his feline companion in a hushed tone, as if he wished to remain unheard. The events of the night had unfolded too swiftly, leaving Severus no time to react as he placed the small cat into Malfoy's arms, for no other reason than the striking platinum hair that stood out unmistakably. When head girl Gemma organized the young sorcerers to leave, he merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily departing. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Quirinus sprawled on the ground, being escorted by other professors towards the Great Hall. Next came the fourth floor of the Forbidden Forest, the abandoned lavatory on the second floor, and the headmaster's office on the seventh. The male wizard exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain his composure in front of outsiders. Meow meow. Severus. You've worked hard, take a break, I'm here with you. It truly was no easy task. One could believe he had participated in a rigorous physical examination. Given the degree of exertion he must have expended throughout the night. The cloak was icy, while the warmth from the robe's pocket hinted at his exhaustion. The cat's affectionate sounds were soothing to the heart, as the bright flames in the fireplace enveloped the man and his feline in a silent embrace of warmth. Chapter 35. The Answer. Thanks to a certain stern professor, after a series of severe warnings, the Slytherin young wizards returned to their dormitories and promptly fell asleep. Harry and Draco, however, awoke unusually early on the weekend. Breakfast was served at the long table in the Great Hall starting at 7. Merely tapping on their plates would summon food. The two boys had risen far too early. Though alert, their stomachs remained somewhat muddled. They hastily consumed a slice of bread, drank a cup of pumpkin juice, and stuffed a few pumpkin pastries into their pockets before dashing outside. The cold air had painted the mountains surrounding Hogwarts in a cool indigo hue. A thin layer of ice covered the black lake, while pansies danced gracefully in the wind, and bell-shaped heather and pale winter roses added splashes of color to the ancient castle. Hagrid's hut was situated near the Forbidden Forest, a distance from the castle, and the two young sorcerers trudged along, stepping carefully as Christmas roses stood tall in the shade of the woods. The pumpkins in the enclosure had nearly been consumed, leaving only a few cabbages and potatoes still in the ground. Hagrid, are you home? Harry called out loudly as he and Draco stood at the door. The half-giant was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, and upon hearing the boys, he beamed with joy and hurriedly opened the door. Harry, you haven't had breakfast yet. Commune. I just made pumpkin porridge. The enthusiastic giant welcomed them into his home, turning to fetch bowls and utensils for the boys. Thank you, Hagrid. But we've already eaten. The two had come prepared, placing their candies on the only table in the room. Happy Halloween, Hagrid. Happy Halloween. What a pity you didn't come last night. Otherwise, you could have seen the pumpkin lantern I made. It was the largest pumpkin lantern I've ever crafted. Hagrid chuckled heartily, turning to pour tea into 2 cups. The dark green tea appeared somewhat viscous, sticking to the ceramic cups, with a layer of white foam floating atop. Actually, Hagrid, we weren't allowed to go out last night. As you know, the troll was simply too frightening. Draco had remained silent since entering, his gray-blue eyes darting around the interior, scrutinizing the furnishings and the towering figure before him, even casting a critical glance at the teacup. Fortunately, Hagrid did not focus on him, wholly engrossed in conversation with Harry. Indeed, the troll is far too dangerous for you little wizards. The troll at Hogwarts has long been confined. It wouldn't have escaped. Hagrid, is there a troll locked up in Hogwarts? Draco interjected suddenly, seizing the opportunity before the giant could respond. Hagrid paused for a moment, then answered. Of course, it's to guard that object. As soon as the words left his lips, Hagrid realized he had misspoken, and hurriedly stood up to check on his breakfast. Oh, you must have misheard me. I meant, how could there be a troll at Hogwarts? This is the safest place in the world. His attempts to cover up only fueled the curiosity of the two eager young boys, successfully piquing Draco's interest. Regrettably, no matter how much the two boys pressed for answers, Hagrid remained tight-lipped. Defeated, the two young sorcerers left, their faces downcast. They had arrived brimming with enthusiasm, but departed in deep disappointment. Draco, perhaps we could sneak up to the 4th floor ourselves. The dark-haired boy, testing the boundaries of school rules, cautiously raised his eyes to gauge Draco's reaction, tentatively proposing his idea. Draco shot a glare at those green eyes, swatting away the small paw that clutched at his sleeve. Harry, if you dare to go, I'll tell Ivy. The mere mention of Ivy silenced Harry immediately, as he shook his head vigorously, assuring that he would never consider such a thing. Every young wizard of Slytherin is acutely aware that, while the little feline shows equal affection to all, her fondest regard is reserved for their esteemed head, Professor Snape. Any young wizard at Hogwarts who dares to speak ill of Professor Snape has invariably felt the wrath of that adorable cat's claws. A particularly incorrigible Gryffindor wizard bore the marks of her displeasure on his robes for a fortnight, adorned with little floral patterns. Since then, the young wizards of Hogwarts have refrained from openly criticizing the professor, as none wish to attend classes clad in dust-laden garments. Professor Snape has sternly warned everyone in the common room against venturing into the forbidden forest. Should Ivy learn of such a transgression, the little cat would surely be incensed. As usual, the dungeons were tranquil over the weekend, with Ivy coaxing the overworked Severus into a cozy slumber. The fireplace outside crackled warmly in the dimly lit chamber. The little feline nestled against the wizard, fully reliant on his presence. After a brief discussion, all four houses agreed to inform the young wizards about the forbidden forest, reiterating the strict regulations against entering it. Following several herbology classes together, Ron and Hermione had forged a strong friendship, embodying the endless curiosity and courage characteristic of Gryffindors. Harry, Draco, would you care to join us for a game of wizard's chess? After Harry mediated, the red-haired wizard and the platinum blonde boy managed to refrain from their usual bickering upon encountering one another, discovering numerous commonalities, such as their profound love for Quidditch, their prowess in wizard's chess, and their mutual disdain for Professor Quirrell. We're not allowed to play wizard's chess in the library anymore, Weasley, after your last raucous outburst. Draco retorted, his sharp tongue honed by the teachings of his house head. Ivy often worried that one day, a mere flick of their lips might lead to their mutual demise. Ron, his face flushed and eyes glazed, shouted back, I never said I wanted to play in the library. Besides, that was an accident. You were the one cheating. How dare you sully the name of a noble Malfoy? Weasley, Draco began, but before he could finish, Harry swiftly produced a warm pumpkin pasty from his pocket and stuffed it into Draco's mouth. A trick he learned from a certain little cat. Hermione, exasperated, tugged at Ron's sleeve, signaling him to calm down. Hermione, do you have something you wish to discuss with us? After soothing the visibly displeased young lord, Harry turned his attention to the reticent witch. Receiving the hint, she nodded. Yes, we have some news regarding the fourth floor that we would like to share with you. Having departed Hagrid's hut over an hour ago, it was nearing 9 o'clock, and most young wizards had gathered in the great hall for breakfast, while small groups strolled across the grassy grounds. The four friends understood the inappropriateness of their conversation outdoors, and exchanged knowing glances, as they made their way to the holly tree by the Black Lake. The tree, lush with foliage, bore red berries that made it appear like a Christmas tree laden with gifts from a distance. Harry, we heard from Professor McGonagall yesterday that someone has breached the Forbidden Forest, possibly in pursuit of something previously concealed within Gringotts, the red-haired boy whispered, leaning closer to the others. Hermione feigned disinterest, pretending to admire the scenery while keeping her ears perked. Draco and I spoke with Hagrid and confirmed that the troll was originally meant to guard treasures on the fourth floor. It might be just as you speculated, Harry whispered, placing a hand on Draco's shoulder, drawing closer. Draco rolled his eyes in a most casual manner. You must not venture to the fourth floor. If caught, we risk losing our house's precious stone, he warned. Hermione readily concurred. Indeed, we can only treat this as a mystery to unravel. But we must not partake in the adventure, especially you, Ron. The red-haired boy, shocked by the betrayal of his teammates, widened his eyes in disbelief, and under the weight of their combined glares, he reluctantly nodded. After exchanging information, Hermione retrieved her potion assignment from her pocket, and earnestly began to consult Draco. Harry and Ron, having brought nothing, resorted to calling out for the giant squid, hoping to see if it would venture onto the Black Lake in winter. With a splash, the giant squid emerged from the depths, breaking through a large sheet of ice, sending a cold spray of lake water over the two boys. Hello. Could you take us for a spin on the Black Lake? Winter at Hogwarts appeared particularly frigid, with snow-capped evergreens encircling the lake, creating a secluded realm, while the spruces and pines retained their autumnal hues. The little flowers on the grass had changed, with Christmas roses poised to bloom. The giant squid, encased in a thin layer of ice, shook its head, extending a tentacle towards the shattered ice above the water's surface. All right, thank you. Harry tossed a few Christmas candies into the squid's gaping mouth, nodding in gratitude. Chapter 36, Quidditch. Madame Hooch's flying lessons were immensely popular among the young wizards, and consequently, so was the sport of Quidditch. Shortly after Halloween, Hogwarts hosted its first Quidditch match, with first-year students unable to participate in tryouts, relegated to cheering from the stands. The inaugural match featured Slytherin against Gryffindor, with Professor McGonagall, an avid Quidditch enthusiast, securing a front-row seat among the faculty, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Although Severus had little interest in broomsticks or the game itself, he recognized that a victory in Quidditch would bolster Slytherin's standing in the House Cup, and was willing to lend his support. The little black cat could no longer perch on his shoulder, as her 7-pound weight was somewhat excessive for his slender frame. The plump little cat, wrapped in a silver-green scarf, settled on his lap, leaving only her paws and head exposed to readily absorb energy. The players preparing to take the field included both seasoned veterans and second-year wizards competing for the first time, their hands trembling with nerves. The winter wind was biting, and the players' thin uniforms rustled against the chill. Having felt the drop in temperature that morning, Ivy insisted Severus don a turtleneck sweater and a thick coat. As the empty pitch echoed with the howling winds, several young wizards' faces, exposed to the elements, turned a shade of purple, while Hermione distributed jars of her homemade jam to her friends. "Ivy, sit still," Severus instructed, adjusting his leg to cover the fidgeting cat's head. "Mew," the little cat chirped, captivated by the mesmerizing blue flames leaping from the jar Hermione had crafted. The transparent container, filled with dancing blue flames, was akin to a walking cat toy, eliciting a strong desire to pounce. Draco leaned over the railing, while Harry, equally excited, managed to remain seated, even freeing a hand to grasp the arm of the person beside him. Slytherin, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. Although the match had yet to officially commence, the young wizards from both houses were already engaged in a contest of whose cheers were louder. Madame Hooch, serving as the referee for the match, maintained a serious demeanor, starkly contrasting her usual disposition in class. After succinctly reiterating the rules, she blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Lee Jordan, the commentator for the Quidditch games, infused each match with enthusiasm, his voice resonating with excitement as the game commenced, the quaffle soaring into the air, and the golden snitch released. The agility displayed by Angelina of Gryffindor was nothing short of remarkable. In the blink of an eye, the quaffle was in her hands. The atmosphere of the match was electric, with the previously pale-faced young wizards now flushed with excitement as they exhaled clouds of vapor. The young witches and wizards in the stands shouted hoarsely, while Draco abandoned his noble demeanor, uncharacteristically shouting with abandon. Ivy found little interest in the frenetic chase of the game, merely noting that her house seemed to have a greater chance of victory. The flying balls held far less allure than the delectable biscuits she held in her hands, crafted by Narcissa, whose quality was beyond reproach. Her small hands rummaged through the bag, seeking out her favored treats. Severus remained motionless, his gaze vacant, seemingly indifferent to the sport. Perhaps the only thing compelling him to remain seated was his professional integrity. Yet one must question whether he truly possessed such a trait. After all, during the certification exams, candidates were assessed not only on professional knowledge, but also on ethical standards. The title of the youngest potions master was not merely a boast, his expertise was assured. But the matter of his ethics remained questionable. "Severus, do try this," Hermione urged, presenting a piece of chocolate she had brought. "It's quite delightful." It was a dismal fate indeed, being forced to endure the cold winds in the stands early in the morning, engaging in banter with a former teacher, and not even having a sip of water after sitting for the better part of the day. His face had turned a shade of purple from the chill, and his long hair whipped about wildly in the wind. Unbeknownst to him, his little feline companion was internally chiding him, and as if in synchrony, he picked up a piece of chocolate, unhurriedly unwrapping it and placing it in his mouth. Under the envious gaze of Dumbledore, Severus savored the chocolate, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. High above, a golden figure streaked past, with two young wizards deftly maneuvering their brooms in pursuit. The twins exhibited a remarkable synergy, disrupting Slytherin's offensive rhythm as they sent the bludger soaring. "Hey, be careful. Our strength is not to be underestimated." Slytherin's Higgs nimbly evaded the two, closely trailing the bludger, and seizing the opportunity to snatch the quaffle from Katie as she attempted to dodge. A cheer erupted from Slytherin. Ron, in a fit of rage, clutched the railing, shouting vociferously, while Professor McGonagall wore a worried expression, fretting for the goalkeeper. As the tension mounted, a bludger hurtled towards the Slytherin stands with alarming speed, eliciting gasps of terror from the young wizards seated there, particularly from Draco, who faced the oncoming threat. In a moment of panic, Harry grasped Draco, pulling him down as the bludger flew overhead. It swiftly reversed course, sending the two scrambling in a chaotic dance, creating a wide berth around them in the stands. Ron, forgetting the Quidditch match's unfolding disaster, shouted in exasperation, "Harry!" "Malfoy!" Hermione deftly maneuvered around the bouncing Ron, raising her binoculars towards the opposing stands, where the bludger was rapidly approaching, nearly grazing Harry's scalp. "It's Quirrell," the little witch affirmed, nodding vigorously as she observed him casting a spell towards the bludger. Ivy pointed her cat paw in the direction of the impending chaos, attempting to rescue the beleaguered young wizards, while Severus instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding a disaster. The young witch thrust her binoculars towards Ron's face, directing his gaze towards Professor Quirrell, who was muttering incantations at the bludger. "Look, he is casting a spell on it." Ron struggled to comprehend, but Hermione was already darting away from Gryffindor's stand. The attention of the crowd was riveted on the two young wizards desperately avoiding the bludger, while the little witch nimbly approached Quirrell from behind. With a forceful swing, she hurled a jar at the back of his turban-clad head. The jar contained magically conjured flames, which ignited the turban upon impact. Ah! The turban began to burn, engulfing Quirrell's head in flames, which elicited a horrified scream. The surrounding professors, witnessing the conflagration, were at a loss. As Quirrell frantically patted at the flames rather than simply removing the burning turban, clear water flows like a spring. Professor Flitwick straightened up, his head held high as he lowered his wand. Looking back, he saw that Hermione had quickly composed herself, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed over. Her hands trembled slightly. "Professor, I'm so sorry. It wasn't intentional. It was just so chaotic. I only wanted to get the professors to help save Harry and Malfoy." The sincerity of the young witch prompted a nod from Professor McGonagall, while Quirrell, having been scorched and drenched, silently averted his gaze. With the bludger freed from Quirrell's control, it soon returned to the pitch with Severus's counter-curse, and the two panting young wizards collapsed onto the ground. "Harry, Draco, are you all right?" Hermione, having performed quite the act, rushed over to the two disheveled boys. "Not so great, Hermione. Damn it, I'm going to tell my dad that someone is trying to murder a Malfoy." Draco, his hair tousled and face flushed, glared angrily at the distant bludger. Without the interference of the bludger, the twins were now unencumbered, allowing the Slytherin team to capitalize on the moment, scoring several goals. As the score gap widened, Wood placed his hopes on the now elusive golden snitch. Harry, gasping for breath, rose to his feet, one hand clutching his companion while the other rubbed his forehead. For reasons unknown, the dark-haired young wizard was convinced that the bludger had targeted him, especially as his scar began to tingle. Draco continued to babble incessantly, but Harry had lost interest, and the two young wizards resumed their seats, watching the match, which seemed to have already sealed its fate. Finally, Slytherin's seeker executed a flawless spin, capturing the errant golden snitch. Slytherin wins. Madam Hooch blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, announcing the results. Slytherin. Slytherin. Ivy swore she caught a glimpse of a smile tugging at Professor Snape's lips, unmistakably evident. "Don't laugh out loud, Professor Snape. McGonagall is already looking over. You're breaking character," she teased. "You're supposed to be the aloof, cool one. Have you forgotten? All in black, strikingly handsome, with an icy demeanor. That's your usual persona." Chapter 37. In Search of the Truth. That night, the celebration in the common room had just concluded, and Ivy, with her round little belly, ambled back to the dungeons. Draco and Harry had departed before the festivities ended. The platinum-haired boy bent over his desk, one hand unfurling a sheet of parchment while the other wielded a quill, pouring forth a cascade of affectionate words about the whereabouts of the biscuits, the unexpected turn of the Quidditch match, and Slytherin's triumph. The young lord's face was suffused with longing for his family as he penned his sentiments to his parents. "Dear mother, the biscuits are delightful, and Harry and Ivy adore them as well." The warm yellow candlelight cast a silhouette of the boy upon the wall, his long eyelashes fluttering and his naturally tousled hair appearing soft and endearing. Harry sat on the bed, hugging his knees as he watched Draco write, feeling a surge of temptation to compose his own letter, but ultimately relinquishing the idea. He understood that Aunt Petunia would not wish to awaken to a letter delivered by an owl, especially one penned by him. The gentle sound of the Black Lake's water murmured in the background. "Harry, Christmas is next month. Do you want to go home?" Even the longest of letters must eventually come to an end. The delicate parchment bears the yearning and affection of a young boy. "I don't know," the dark-haired boy murmured, shaking his head. Life at Hogwarts filled him with joy and ease, devoid of endless chores and incessant tirades. Here, there were only the seemingly endless warm meals in the Great Hall, a circle of true friends, and the palpable sense of living fully. "All right," Draco acknowledged, aware that he had posed an inappropriate question. With a bright smile, he tucked away the letter and approached the dark-haired boy with his little biscuit in hand. "Harry, what's the matter? You've seemed so distracted all morning. You even forgot to put on your earmuffs just now." Exiting the greenhouse, the platinum-haired boy tugged at Harry, whose pale complexion was concerning, as they jogged towards the Black Lake, with mountains silently encircling the water. "Hey, look into my eyes, Harry. You've looked unwell all morning. If this continues, I'll have to take you to the hospital wing." The gray-blue eyes leaned close to meet the other pair of emerald ones, their heads nearly touching. Ron and Hermione, seated beneath a tree, exchanged puzzled glances at the sight of the two boys so close together. "Hermione, what are they doing?" The young witch pulled Ron up, intending to approach, only to be outpaced by a small gray-black figure darting swiftly across the grass. "Meow meow. Food, such delicious food. I absolutely must eat today." I'm coming. Let me see what's south going on up close, hee. Getting a bit too close there. Aren't we? Harry remarked, slightly embarrassed as he stepped back, realizing how awkward their position had become. Iem fine, Draco. It's just that I haven't quite figured some things out. Harry thought about yesterday's incident, meeting the gaze of those beautiful gray-blue eyes, and for a moment, both were lost in thought. Harry Malfoy, Ron called out as he rushed closer. The two boys turned to see Ron and Hermione, their faces etched with concern, their gazes dropping to meet a pair of round green eyes curiously observing them. Ivy. Draco tilted his head, his platinum hair brushing against the other boy's face. The soft, fuzzy sensation on his cheek jolted Harry back to reality, and his face flushed as he retreated a few steps. Meow. Why did you part? I wasn't done looking. It was so delightful. The sight of the two adorable young faces together melted hearts. Ron, Hermione, what's going on? You both look quite anxious. Harry called to his friends, his pale face still tinged with a lingering blush, offering a reassuring smile. Draco seated himself on the ground, cradling the plump little cat in his lap. Ivy flipped over, self-sufficiently seeking comfort, her tiny paws affectionately rubbing against the young wizard's collar. The others, having grown accustomed to this scene, no longer found it surprising, as Ivy displayed such affection toward all handsome young wizards. The young gentleman with his short, platinum hair casually resting atop his head, shone brilliantly in the sunlight, and his pale skin contrasted beautifully with his striking gray-blue eyes. Occasionally, Harry would find himself entranced, watching the boy and the cat. Harry, we saw you two staring at each other. Are you still troubled by yesterday's events? Hermione, reading their expressions, quickly deduced her guess was accurate. After dinner in the Great Hall the previous evening, the young witch had shared her observations with them. At the time, the dark-haired boy's expression had been conflicted, as if he wanted to say something but found it difficult to voice. Draco, Hermione, Ron. My scar. It started hurting after I glanced at Quirrell during the feast. I suspect something is amiss with him. Hiss. Absolutely, he is definitely up to no good. Livius mentioned catching a whiff of garlic on the 4th floor, and Yaya also detected it near the Forbidden Forest. It appeared that Harry's instincts were not misguided. He too began to sense something was wrong with Quirrell. I'm truly a clever little cat. Upon returning, I must confer with Madame Pomfrey. The Cat and Dog Brigade needs to keep a vigilant watch over Quirrell to prevent him from endangering the school. Harry was somewhat taken aback, locking eyes with the vibrant green, yet he felt a sense of relief. Ivy informed me that Quirrell has ventured into the Forbidden Forest, and the restricted area on the 4th floor. He must be plotting something. Draco grasped the little cat's waist, bringing the wriggling creature closer to his face, staring intently. Ivy, is there anything else you're concealing from us? Meow. Oh my. How dashing you are, you've captivated me with your cleverness. How could I possibly lower my guard against such a charming feline? The beauty ploy won't work on me. Alright, there is one thing. I'm perpetually torn between my mother's fans and my girlfriend's admirers. Ah. But I assure you my heart is truly devoted to Professor Snape. He is the only man I acknowledge. Boys don't count. Yet, I find myself at a loss. The little cat gradually slipped from the boy's grasp, and Draco hesitated to hold on tightly, fearing he might harm the small creature. The 4 little wizards sat in a row, with Ivy nestled in Harry's embrace, silently comforting the young boy. After much deliberation, they hadn't reached a definitive conclusion, only agreeing to remain more vigilant regarding Quirrell. In silence, the group took turns cradling the cat as they made their way to the Great Hall. The young wizards and the little feline still in their growing phases, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry, especially with the aroma of roasted chicken wafting from the hall. The 5th-year Slytherins and Gryffindors were still immersed in the enlightening realm of potions, as Severus scattered his venomous words, eloquent phrases flowing from his lips. The pale-faced young wizards exchanged weary glances, silently wishing for a small cat to suddenly dash in and rescue them from their plight. Selwyn. Have the reeds in your mind finally obstructed your vision? Gryffindor loses 2 points for your lack of concentration. Oh no! The boy silently screamed within, feeling even more dejected as his fellow group members patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to glance at another group. 2 young wizards with blue eyes looked tearful as they stared at their cauldron, which contained a yellow-green, slimy concoction that reeked of rotten eggs. The young man's elegant arms crossed, his handsome face betraying no emotion, as he coldly uttered his verdict. Upon hearing the words 1 foot, Selwyn snapped into awareness and quickly examined his cauldron, relieved to find the potion still a shade of green. Yet, until the end of the potions class, the young wizards awaited the arrival of that adorable little cat, only to be met with an extended potions essay and the male wizard's stern visage. Each was filled with trepidation. Selwyn, have the reeds in your mind not yet been cleared? What is this? Gryffindor loses another point. You'll be confined to the dungeons at 7 tonight. The weight on their hearts finally lifted. The boy, feeling as though his spirit had been extinguished, nodded despondently, trembling as he supported his companion's arm while exiting the classroom. After diligently enduring over an hour of potions, the liquid had turned black at the last moment, appearing unlikely to alleviate suffering, rather resembling something that would send the patient away. Severus scoffed, carrying a basket filled with multicolored potions towards the dungeons. In the great hall, Ivy perched upon Theodore's lap, her round form upright as she clung to the dining table, eagerly awaiting a morsel, while the nearby young wizards each offered her a bite. Timing her approach, the little cat gently tapped Theodore's cheek with her paw, leaving a candy behind before scampering toward the professor's table, where Professor Snape had already taken his seat. Meow meow. Severus, thank you for your hard work. It's time to eat truly, it's no easy task. The noble teacher is so great, yet hardly finds a moment to rest. Ivy leapt and collided with the young wizard's calf, swiftly making her way up his pant leg and, in short order, perched herself atop the dining table. Severus stroked his beloved fluffy companion, feeling her warmth beneath his hand, and with a soft smile, he reached for his knife and fork. Chapter 38, The House Elf. Under the nurturing care of Severus, little Pygmy has become increasingly plump, adorably round at such a tender age, enveloped in a protective layer of soft flesh, with an unending supply of snacks in her tiny backpack. The four companions often saunter over to Hagrid's hut, and with the help of the great oaf, they have discovered connections between the forbidden fourth-floor area and Nicholas Flamel. Thus, they turn their attention to the library, hoping to unearth more information about him. Meow meow, they exclaimed. Is it true? Is there really such a wondrous place? Yes, indeed, but you must seek out the Hufflepuff students. They can guide you inside. One particular kitten, having overslept in the cellar and missed breakfast, initially intended to nibble on a few snacks. However, the lingering aroma of roasted sausages from the great hall made even the chocolate in her paws unpalatable. The enticing scents of grilled sausages, fried eggs, and bacon overwhelmed Ivy's senses. As she stood there entranced, she encountered the visiting Mrs. Loris, and the two kittens exchanged delightful mews at the entrance of the hall for quite some time. After parting ways, Ivy fortuitously crossed paths with several Hufflepuff boys in the corridor. Meow meow. Handsome boys, are you heading to the kitchen? Take me with you, she pleaded. Slow down, she urged, struggling to keep up with the long-legged 15-year-old boys, whose strides were swift and confident. The jovial group made their way to the Hufflepuff common room, while Ivy scampered on all fours, determined to catch up. With a playful paw, she snagged Cedric's pant leg, and looking up, her sparkling green eyes glimmered with anticipation. Meow. Cedric, I'm hungry. Could you take me to the kitchen for a look? Ivy, adept at employing her charming skills, swiftly captured the young man's heart. Cradled in Cedric's arms, she patted her rotund belly with one paw, pointing towards Hufflepuff's direction. It seems Ivy is hungry. I plan to take her to the kitchen. You all may return first, he suggested gently, his tone diplomatic and courteous. After a morning of Quidditch practice, the other boys, feeling a bit peckish, decided to accompany Cedric towards the kitchen. Ivy, content and secure, nestled comfortably, as the fourth-year Quidditch players were robust enough not to require alternation in carrying her. They proceeded with focused intent past the Hufflepuff common room until they arrived at a painting of an array of fruits. Peaches, plums, pears, apples, and bananas, all plump and inviting. Cedric reached out to touch a pear in the painting, which chuckled softly before transforming into a brown doorknob. Turning the knob, they found the kitchen just beyond the door. The Hogwarts kitchen was vast, filled with every conceivable utensil, and neatly organized fruits and vegetables. As the door swung open, a multitude of curious beings turned to face the entrance. Good morning, young wizards. How may we assist you? Inquired a peculiar creature, its long limbs and 3-foot stature resembling that of dried bark, with bat-like ears perched atop its large head. Most astonishing were its eyes, round and bulbous, dominating its face in a rather peculiar manner. Curiously, Ivy stretched her neck to peer ahead, prompting Cedric to envelop her in his cloak, gently whispering, "Do not be afraid. Ivy, this is a house elf." Meow meow, she responded. I think I've heard about these creatures before. It was indescribable. As a liberal arts student, I struggled to find the right adjectives. How many years have passed since high school, and the teachings have faded from memory. Good day, young lady. How may I assist you? The house elf understood Ivy's feline language and bowed slightly, inquiring. Meow meow? You can understand me? How marvelous. I would like some fried eggs, roasted sausages, and bacon, please. Very well, please hold on for a moment. Meow, thank you. After Ivy placed her order, The boys accompanying Cedric adeptly requested their desired dishes and settled at a table, while the house elves efficiently prepared the meals. "Vitch, can you understand Ivy's words?" asked a young wizard, draped in an old tea towel. The elf nodded affirmatively, confirming that Vitch could indeed comprehend Ivy. "Splendid. Vitch, could you translate for me?" A boy with gray eyes turned toward the kitten, who was enjoying Cedric's gentle ministrations. "Ivy, will you attend potion class tomorrow morning?" "Meow meow," she replied lazily. Flicking her tail, "Not necessarily. It's been so cold, and I don't feel like moving." But the boy, with his soulful gaze and warm brown hair, resembling an adorable puppy, tugged at Ivy's heartstrings. "Meow," she conceded, "just this once." Thus, Ivy agreed to attend potion class the following day. Vitch diligently translated, though his gaze remained fixed on Ivy, captivated by the rare sight of a cat conversing with language. Sated from her meal, Ivy stretched out her belly and retrieved a cherished candy from her backpack. A confection shared by every little wizard. Thanks to Cedric's exceptional cat petting skills, he received 2 pieces, while Vitch also earned 1, gleefully banging against the walls in delight. "Oh my, the esteemed wizard's pet has given Vitch a candy." Ivy, flustered by this display, curled herself into Cedric's cloak, her fur bristling. "Vitch, stop," Cedric commanded firmly, calming the startled kitten. "Ivy, do not be afraid. Vitch is simply expressing gratitude." Ivy trembled in Cedric's palm, casting a wary glance at Vitch, whose forehead bore a noticeable bump. The poor fellow had clearly endured some pain. "Vitch startled Miss Ivy. Vitch is a mischievous elf," came the warning. As Vitch prepared to collide with the wall again, Ivy quickly intervened. "Meow meow. Stop, Vitch. You are scaring me. If you take my candy, we can be friends. Please do not hit the wall, alright?" "Friends," Ivy declared. "Miss Ivy says we are friends." Vitch's delight grew, his already large eyes appearing even more pronounced as they nearly bulged from his face, his wrinkled skin taking on a rosy hue. The 4th-year Badgers had their electives and soon departed the kitchen, leaving Ivy behind. Not only did she become acquainted with Vitch, but she also attempted to converse with the other house elves, discovering their remarkable aptitude for learning. Having longed for a taste of her homeland's cuisine, Ivy felt tears of joy welling in her eyes as the elves promptly prepared a visually appealing dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, capturing just the right flavor. "This is it, delicious." The eggs were tender, and the tomatoes were perfectly sweet and tangy. Satisfied, Ivy licked her plate clean, while the elves beamed with pride at their skills being recognized. "Meow meow, Vitch, cuckoo, may I have another serving at noon today?" The house elves' culinary talents were quite impressive. If only she could take one home during the holidays, there would be no need for her teacher to endure a diet of bland meals. Dry bread paired with lettuce and tomatoes. Only those who have tasted it would understand. Poor Professor Snape, enduring such fare for over a decade, and relying on his teaching to improve his circumstances. Of course, Miss Ivy. Tears glistened in the eyes of the 3 little fairies. And had Ivy not previously warned them that if they collided with the walls again, they would forfeit their meals, they might have resumed their reckless antics. The little kitten and the domestic fairies had agreed to share recipes when time permitted. Ivy, having satisfied her hunger, bounced around cheerfully, while each fairy clutched a piece of candy, eagerly preparing for lunch. Severus was instructing the 3rd-year Eagles and Badgers. The weather was frigid, and the potions classroom was uncomfortably cold, rendering many potion ingredients sensitive to heat. The Eagles and Badgers were bundled in layers, their clumsy movements amusing the male wizard, who found the venom swirling in his mouth irresistibly escaping. "Mew mew," a voice called. "Severus, I've come to find you." November in England was bitterly cold. Thankfully, the kitten's fur was thick, or venturing outside would have been unthinkable. At the classroom door, the plump little kitten wobbled towards her master with unwavering determination. The Badgers seized the opportunity of brewing potions to occasionally warm their hands against the edge of the cauldron, while the Eagles sought to utilize the steam rising from it for warmth. Upon seeing Ivy, their spirits lifted immensely. Severus, content with the warmth provided by the little kitten, circled the classroom holding Ivy, his words still laced with barbs, though his tone softened considerably. Perhaps the potion's master himself was unaware that cradling the kitten made him resemble a lake basking in the gentle winter sun, exuding a subtle warmth. Chapter 39. Chinese cuisine. After class, the little wizards rushed towards the great hall, drawn by an unfamiliar aroma, sweet and sour, tinged with the scent of eggs, wafting imperiously above. "What is this? We've never had this dish before," Draco remarked, gazing at the vibrant red and yellow dishes on the table, his blue-gray eyes brimming with curiosity. His long lashes quivering slightly. The surrounding little wizards were equally unfamiliar with the dish, each craning their necks, their noses twitching in delight at the enticing fragrance, which stood out amidst the array of roasted and fried meats. Ah, it's scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A little Hufflepuff which exclaimed in surprise. What? Amy, what is scrambled eggs with tomatoes? The badgers, lured by the enticing scent, surrounded the little witch, their eager inquiries overlapping, while other young wizards from different houses quietly perked up their ears. It's a dish from China. My mother took me to Chinatown where the Chinese chefs make it. And it's delicious, Amy replied, savoring the sweet aroma in the air, instinctively swallowing as she eagerly scooped a spoonful towards her mouth. The remaining little wizards could no longer contain themselves, mimicking her actions and devouring the dish voraciously. 2 large platters of scrambled eggs with tomatoes surrounded Ivy, and the little kitten nudged one of the platters, urging the male wizard to sample it. Mew. It's time to eat, time to eat. Try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's absolutely delicious, especially with a bowl of rice. I can hardly imagine how blissful and cheerful I would be at this moment. The vibrant red sauce drizzled over the golden eggs. The sweet and tangy flavor combined with the tender texture was simply irresistible. Severus did not decline the little kitteness offering. A steaming bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes immediately captured the hearts of everyone present. Draco and Harry, with their small spoons, quickly secured a small platter, while Ron, forgetting his beloved chicken leg, ravenously scooped up eggs instead. Ivy and Madame Loris were deeply engrossed in their meal. For several consecutive days, the aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes lingered in the great hall, and the kitchen's supply of tomatoes dwindled significantly. The little kitten could hear the little wizards discussing the dish as she walked along, proudly striding beside Ivy with her tail held high. Occasionally, she would dash to the kitchen to seek out Winky, hoping to have the fairies try other dishes such as spicy potato shreds, tomato and potato beef stew, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, chili stir-fried meat, and boiled fish. Let us get to it, she exclaimed, envisioning a bright future filled with delightful meals, leading to Ivy spending even more time in the kitchen. As the little wizards rarely saw their savior, the little kitten, during potions class, the fairies were quite fond of the kitten who not only taught them to cook but also shared candies, diligently preparing sweet treats and cakes for Ivy each time. They wholeheartedly believed in the recipes Ivy shared, eagerly attempting various new dishes. Over the past month, the young wizards of Hogwarts had sampled an array of different Chinese dishes, their faces glowing with satisfaction. Dear Dad, I've recently tried dishes from the Great Eastern Country, and they are delicious. I want you and Mom to try them too. Every 2 days, Draco sent a thick letter to Malfoy Manor, and his friendship with the 2 boys in his dormitory grew stronger with each passing day. Dear Mom and Dad, today Harry took me to find Ivy, and I met the little fairies at Hogwarts, who are quite different from those at home. Yet they also enjoy bumping into walls. Dear Mom, I miss you so much. Christmas is approaching. Can I invite Harry to come home with me? He is very lonely at school. Harry, come look. Mom replied to me. The little boy with black hair leaned closer, their heads touching. As the letter from the mistress of Malfoy Manor wafted with the fragrance of roses, tinged with a delicate pink gold hue. Dear little dragon, I am so pleased that you have made close friends at school. As Harry read further, his smile broadened, his green eyes sparkling with newfound anticipation for the Christmas holiday. Do you think Draco, Aunt Narcissa, and Uncle Lucius want tea like me, just like Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon? After the initial joy, anxiety, and nervousness crept in. With only a week until Christmas, the black-haired boy urgently tugged at Draco's sleeve, seeking reassurance. Relax, Harry. My parents are wonderful people. They won't dislike you. Really? I'm still a bit worried. Mew. I'm coming. The Christmas kitten arrived, bearing a little backpack filled with gifts, radiating warmth. In the cellar, Severus gazed at his empty pockets, incredulous at the extravagant promises he had just made to a certain extravagant kitten. As a formal employee of Hogwarts, the male wizard earned approximately 200 galleons each month, in addition to crafting potions for sale. His income was substantial, yet as a master potion maker, his expenditures on potion ingredients were equally considerable, especially with a little piglet that needed to eat constantly. Just as Severus was calculating the potion materials he needed to purchase with the recently received payment for goods, the little kitten darted from the corner and snatched away his money bag. Mew. Severus, please. Christmas is coming, and the little wizards will be heading home. We should exchange birthday gifts. Candies are commonplace. Surely we should give something different for Christmas. I'm not giving galleons. I just want some sickles. Ivy Severus regarded the pouting little kitten, unmoved, as the 2 locked eyes in a determined standoff. Mew. Severus. Please, I love you so much. I adore you. Under the onslaught of those bright, round green eyes, the male wizard held out for a few minutes before ultimately yielding, releasing his grip. The little kitten joyfully poured the contents of her bag onto the table, with a delightful clatter. The little feline buried her head in the wizard's long, fair hands, nuzzling and kissing him, warm and moist, her gray fur soft. Galleons, sickles, and nuts spilled across the table, a bounteous display. Ivy rolled gleefully in the pile of coins. Woo, how blissful. Is this the joy of unearned wealth? Gold, silver, and copper. My dream of sleeping on a mountain of gold from my past life is now half fulfilled. A great deal of money. Severus is quite affluent. It all belongs to me now. Oh my, it is all mine. Severus affectionately patted the head of a mysteriously excited little kitten perched on the table, a gleam of mirth dancing in his dark eyes. Meow meow meow. Severus pondered, desiring to procure this. However, gifting solely gold galleons would be imprudent. Even with his wealth, it would not withstand my extravagant spending. Copper nuts would not suffice either, as it would portray both him and me as excessively stingy. Silver sickles would be the most fitting choice. Not overly extravagant, yet within the means of his income. The kitten, clutching a silver sickle in its tiny paw, raised it high, its round face almost puffed out, mewing softly. Severus arched an eyebrow, delicately pinching a galleon from the table. I had thought this to be your desire? Meow meow. No, this is ample. That simply won't do. If I were to give you all gold galleons, you would scarcely have enough for meals next month. Our household is not one of great wealth. We cannot afford such lavishness. Ivy shook her plump head, taking a few steps forward and lifting the silver sickle even higher, her hind paws tapping against the money bag on the table. Ultimately, succumbing to the kitten's endearing charm, Severus exchanged it for a substantial bag of silver sickles, which jingled merrily against the kitten's neck. The first recipients of the Christmas gifts were the young wizards in the Slytherin common room. It was the eve of their holiday, and the young wizards were busy packing their belongings. The fireplace in the common room crackled as flames leapt high. The Christmas kitty, laden with bags enchanted with the levitation charm and undetectable extension charm, struggled up the stairs, vowing for the 99th time to improve her physical fitness. Phew, so exhausting. Why are these stairs so long? Are there really this many young wizards in Slytherin? Why hasn't he yet reached the dormitory where the little dragons are? Ivy. The two young wizards in the dormitory were taken aback to see Ivy at such a late hour, as the lazy little kitty usually remained in the dungeons with Professor Snape after nightfall. Hogwarts winters were notoriously frigid, and unless one of the young wizards managed to intercept Ivy before she reached the dungeons, she would inevitably retreat there. Meow meow. Merry Christmas, my dear little wizards. Ivy endeavored to widen her mouth in a cheerful tone, clutching two silver sickles in her paws. The scene under the candlelight appeared both heartwarming and amusing. Thank you, Ivy. Merry Christmas. Don't forget to check for our gift for you. Harry and Draco accepted the Christmas kitty's offerings, patting her fluffy head, their faces adorned with bright smiles, as if they had received a precious treasure. Hiss hiss hiss. You're welcome. Merry Christmas. Enjoy your holiday. Christmas kitty tapped her little head, wiggling her belly as she made her way to the other dormitories. Harry, holding the still warm silver coins, watched Ivy depart, his earlier tension gradually dissipating, before turning to pull Draco back to their beds. The two young wizards nestled closely together, spending a night filled with delightful dreams. After 2 hours of delivering gifts, Christmas Kitty had finally completed her rounds, even remembering to include Ron, with the small animals providing treats while the wizards received silver sickles. Exhausted, Ivy collapsed into Severus's embrace upon returning to the dungeons, her tail languidly draped over the sofa. The male wizard skillfully massaged the little kitten in his arms, the crackling of the fireplace creating a warm ambience around them. Chapter 40, Christmas Gifts. Christmas Kitty Ivy inhaled the herbal scent of the potion's master, letting out a wistful sigh. All of Hogwarts staff, including Hagrid and Filch, received Christmas gifts, yet the closest Severus had yet to decide on a present. The silver sickles in her bag were provided by dear Professor Snape, and the treats seemed rather trivial. Alas, what should I give? The little kitten sighed, rolling over, her feline face nestled into the crook of the male wizard's arm. At that moment, the slumbering wizard dreamt once more of the day Lily perished, the red-haired witch lying pale amidst a pool of blood, her bright green eyes forever closed. Soon, the horrifying visage of Voldemort loomed, horrifically reaching out towards him. Ivy's tiny body gripped in midair, struggling for rescue. Blood spilled from her mouth, her fur matted and tangled, as another pair of green eyes also departed from him forever. Severus trembled, restless in his sleep, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow, his lips pale. No, mumbled incoherently. The little kitten nestled in the wizard's embrace sensed his distress. Meow meow. Severus, what troubles you? Wake up. Ivy's small paw rested gently on the wizard's forehead, sensing his normal temperature. What is happening? Please wake up, Do not frighten me. Meow meow meow. A chorus of plaintive meows stirred the tormented wizard from his nightmare. The realization that Lily had long since departed, yet Ivy remained by his side. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a sliver of light filtering through the door, illuminating a pair of green eyes brimming with concern and care. The little kitten lay atop him, her soft warmth seeping through his sweat-soaked clothes. Meow. Severus, you are awake. Do you feel better? Observing her pale little face, coated with a layer of sweat, one might wonder what troubling visions had disturbed her sleep, perhaps even Voldemort himself. The kitten's paws cradled the wizard's face tenderly, her voice soft and soothing. Ivy, I'm all right. Let us rest. To awaken and see the delicate, soft kitten gazing with worry was enough to soften even the hardest of hearts. The indescribable ache from his dreams lingered in his chest. Yet the gentle presence of the kitten nestled against him, rising and falling with his breath, was a comfort. The wizard was evidently troubled, a fact Ivy discerned. With a tender heart, she nestled her little head into the crook of his neck, striving to soothe him. Severus felt the plush warmth against his neck, his heart growing ever softer. The little kitten was a gift from Merlin. Having lost once someone he cherished as family, he would not allow himself to lose again. During the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts was enveloped in a hushed stillness, the little gray kitten stealthily traversing the corridors, careful not to disturb the portraits resting within. In the dungeons, Severus lay peacefully asleep. On a winter's morning, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. The sky was dim, the grass glistening with frost, and a thick layer of ice cloaked the surface of the Black Lake. Frost clung to the trees in the forbidden forest, fallen leaves carpeting the muddy ground, with occasional sounds of animals scurrying about. In the dark, cold forest, Ivy cautiously tiptoed forward. Why is it still so dark in the forbidden forest at this hour? I'm afraid of the dark. Yaya had mentioned that unicorns dwelled near the small river in the forbidden forest, yet she had not yet arrived. I am truly frightened. It is pitch black. Where are the glowing unicorns? Crackling sounds began to emerge around her, as if some creature were crawling nearby. The weight of a massive body brushing against branches and leaves, creating a disordered cacophony. Ivy's paws scratched at the mossy ground, catching a whiff of a foul stench. Without needing to turn, the sound and smell were sufficient for her to ascertain what lurked behind her. An eight-eyed giant spider. Hagrid, as the guardian of the forbidden forest, periodically ventured inside to feed his little friends, and Ivy, along with Yaya, had accompanied him twice, witnessing the eight-eyed giant spider's predation firsthand. For small paws scampered swiftly, the enormous tree canopy intertwined to obscure the sky, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. The little kitten possessed commendable night vision. Fortune smiled upon her, for within mere meters of her escape, she encountered a centaur. The centaur clan was known for their amiable nature, serving as guardians of the forbidden forest's rules, and she had fortuitously met the one most benevolent towards wizards. Meow. Forenza, help. A spider is about to devour me. Ivy had first met this kind and valiant centaur during her inaugural venture into the forbidden forest with Hagrid. At that time, Forenza regarded the little kitten with a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. The moonlight, bright and radiant, dispelled the ominous clouds. Observing the frantic flight of the small black cat, Forenza deftly drew his bow. Whoosh! The arrow struck one of the eight-eyed spiders in its abdomen, followed swiftly by another arrow, compelling the remaining arachnids to begrudgingly glance at the kitten hiding beneath the centaur's hooves before slowly retreating. Meow. Thank you, Forenza. Ivy affectionately nuzzled against Forenza's hind leg, joyfully scampering a few steps to gather the viscous venom oozing from the slain spider. Ivy, how did you come to be here? Isn't Hogwarts on break? Forenza retracted his bow and trotted forward, assisting the kitten in collecting the venom. Meow. Christmas is approaching, and I wish to present Severus with a gift. A gift? What do you intend to give him? Perhaps I can assist you in your quest. Really? Thank you so much. I am hoping to procure some unicorn hair. Unicorns? Many have perished in the Forbidden Forest recently, hunted by dark wizards, and they are now in hiding. What? Has no one reported this to Professor Dumbledore? Hagrid has already spoken of it, yet those dark wizards are exceedingly cunning. No one has yet captured them. Ivy, should you find a unicorn, do not linger. Depart swiftly, for the Forbidden Forest is fraught with danger. All right, thank you. Ivy nodded, her small paws wrapping around Forenza's neck as he galloped forth until they reached a shimmering river. A multitude of unicorns gathered by the riverbank, their silvery coats glistening in the darkness, exuding grace and tranquility, while several golden unicorn foals nestled against the radiant bodies of the adults. Nay, the soft sounds of the foals were like whispers in the wind, and the silver-coated unicorn leader cautiously raised its head to survey the forest, only relaxing upon sighting Forenza with his bow. Ivy, that is Haas, the leader of the unicorn clan. Meow meow. Thank you, Forenza. Ivy nodded her small head. Dismounting from the centaur's back, her round face alight with a charming smile as she approached the unicorns. Haas cast a sidelong glance at the sneaky little Ivy but said nothing, for Forenza held a distinctive position in the Forbidden Forest, treating all creatures with equal kindness. Hagrid often relied on his guidance to find animals in need, rescuing numerous magical beings. Meow meow. May I trade for some of your shed hair? The kitten's eyes sparkled with innocence, her voice soft and gentle. Such fragile lives were rare to survive in the Forbidden Forest. The golden foals gazed curiously at Ivy, the small gray bundle wobbling towards them. Nay, what do you desire? The unicorn clan, in addition to the curse within their blood, possessed the ability to perceive the colors of souls. Haas instantly recognized the little cat's pure white soul, radiant and beautiful, while the small gray one had eyes as round and deep as tranquil lakes, filled with vitality and innocence. Upon hearing this, Ivy realized her endeavor might bear fruit. She eagerly retrieved a selection of colorful fruits and vegetables from her small bag, which she had specifically acquired from Winky. Hogwarts had entered winter, and the Forbidden Forest was chillingly cold, devoid of fresh berries. Herbivorous creatures could only subsist on wild grasses and nuts. Ivy's satchel brimmed with produce, as many young witches and wizards had returned home for the approaching Christmas holiday. After seeking Professor Dumbledore's approval, the house elves had generously shared the surplus of fruits and vegetables with the kind-hearted Christmas kittens. Meow meow. I would like some of your shed hair, if that is possible? Certainly. The little kitten beamed at the patch of unicorn hair that covered a portion of the grass. A daring foal ventured close to Ivy, nudging her with its nose against a dark tuft of hair. Ivy stumbled slightly, her head burying itself in the soft fur, sneezing twice before regaining her composure, only to meet the gaze of bright, clear eyes. Nay, are you Ivy? What do you intend to do with this hair? This hair is precious in the wizarding world. I wish to gift it to someone very dear to me. Oh, then I shall gift you some more. The adorable little unicorn shook its body, causing a cascade of golden hair to fall, which soon adorned Ivy's gray and black fur. Thank you. That's plenty. Would you like some candy? Too much. I cannot carry it all. Unicorns shed so easily. By the way, the value of an adult unicorn's hair should be equivalent to that of a foal's, right? Not quite. But it matters not. Consider it a delightful surprise. The patchy-coated kitten wiggled her body, rummaging through her bag for the sweets she had received the previous day, generously placing them on the ground and manually unwrapping the candy to offer it to the little unicorns. Wow, this is delicious, thank you. The other unicorns gathered around, and Ivy shared all her candies with them. Each foal's cheeks puffed up with delight as they gazed eagerly at the treats, clearly enamored, promising to return again. The foals hesitated, for the Forbidden Forest had become perilously dangerous for them. Even centaurs must carry bows while traversing the forest. Although no dark wizards had yet been discovered attacking other magical creatures, the atmosphere in the Forbidden Forest had been tense since October. Ivy too dared not linger, sitting atop Forenza's back as he guided her out of the woods. Bursting with joy, Ivy bid farewell to Forenza at the forest's edge. Before departing, she gifted him the remaining fruits and vegetables, despite his repeated refusals. Accept it. Today I am truly grateful to you. Otherwise, I would have been in peril. If I do not accept your gifts, how can I ever feel comfortable asking for your assistance again? Take it. It belongs to the castle anyway. I am merely a porter. Whatever remains here must eventually be returned. Fine, thank you. Until next time, do not venture too far inside. Alright, thank you for today. Stay safe, goodbye. Meow. Farewell. With packages in hand, Forenza, holding his bow, watched as Ivy bounced away behind a great tree. The sun gradually rose, illuminating the towering trees of the Forbidden Forest, their dense canopies allowing only slivers of light to pierce through, heralding a splendid day. Chapter 41. Malfoy Manor. The young wizard awoke from his slumber, feeling the absence of the familiar warmth beside him. He abruptly opened his eyes to the dimly lit cellar, tranquil save for the occasional crackle from the fireplace. Ivy. No answer came. Since the onset of winter, the little kitten had invariably risen late. It was a rare occasion that she awoke early, and even then it was often due to Severus rousing her for class. On this rare holiday, however, the little kitten had risen early. Severus quickly washed and dressed, hastening from the cellar towards the great hall, for breakfast was being served, and the young wizard sought the lively presence of the little kitten at the table. In the vast hall, only a handful of young wizards occupied the seats. During the Christmas holiday, most had returned home, leaving merely a few dozen students from the 7th year. On the first day of the break, the majority of the young wizards were asleep in their dormitories, rendering the castle desolate. After searching thoroughly, he still could not find the chubby little creature. And the young wizard's mood was far from cheerful. The sky had begun to snow, with bright, glistening flakes resembling grains of salt. A thin layer of snow had already settled on the grass, and the biting cold wind made even the normally restless little kitten seem to have vanished. The black robes billowed with the wind and snow, while a gray scarf fluttered in the icy breeze, snowflakes cascading into long, flowing hair, slowly melting and trickling down the strands. As Severus walked across the castle grounds, his expression grew increasingly stern. The little bell at Ivy's neck emitted a soft green glow, connecting with the light of the wand in his hand. Mew mew. Severus, I'm back. Why aren't you using an umbrella? The wind and snow outside are fierce. You'll catch a cold. Sighing, he thought how neglectful the professor was of his own well-being. A fine young man in his 30s, living in a dim, damp basement, clad in worn garments and consuming unrefined food. But it mattered not. Your devoted little kitten has returned. As Ivy drew closer, her vision sharpened, and the young wizardess features became clearer. His hair danced in the wind, the vast castle and snowy landscape behind him, his entire being marked by the elements. His brow slightly furrowed. Oh dear Professor, what are you doing? Why aren't you using an umbrella? The little voice in Ivy's heart cried out sharply. The snowflakes on his shoulders could easily be fashioned into snowballs for a playful snowball fight. Upon truly spotting the little gray creature, Severus felt a wave of relief wash over him, squatting down to catch the small cat that leapt towards him. With the tip of his wand raised, an invisible barrier formed above them, parting the falling snow. The shivering little kitten nestled into the palm of his hand, and at that moment, two snow-laden souls found warmth in one another. The young wizard, tall and long-limbed, moved effortlessly through the long corridor, covering in mere minutes what had taken the kitten half an hour to traverse. Upon returning to the basement, the swiftly rising temperature melted the snowflakes from both their bodies, a puddle of water forming on the carpet, which quickly dried. The little kitten soaked in the warm water, emitting a contented sigh. Before finding the kitten, Severus had many questions, but gazing at the cat luxuriating in the water softened his heart, leaving him with no desire to inquire further. The lingering panic from the nightmare of the previous night still haunted him. He could still recall the indescribable heartache, as if a piece of flesh had been forcibly torn from his heart. In the dead of night, he had repeatedly stroked the fluffy creature in his arms, merely to reassure himself that he was awake, not the helpless version of himself from the dream. When he arose in the morning, a few gray hairs remained between his fingers, reminding him of the stability of reality. Yet after searching the entirety of Hogwarts, the absence of the normally frolicking kitten left him in a state of distress, fearing that the past few months had merely been a figment of his imagination. Mew mew. Merry Christmas, dear Severus. Surprise, my beloved professor, this is something I specially sought for you. The premium potion ingredients were beyond his means, and the lesser ones seemed unworthy of him. The exquisite unicorn hair was the perfect match, reflecting the same nobility and beauty of their souls. A large bag filled to the brim with the little black cat's affections contained a mix of silvery unicorn hair and golden baby unicorn fur. In the marketplace, these would be treasures sought after by many. The kitten boldly tossed the bag onto the ground, wriggling her plump body closer to the young wizardess' hand, seeking refuge. Mew mew. Do you like it? This is the kingdom I have carved out for you. My beloved, you are unique in my heart. All other young wizards are but fleeting visitors, while you truly reside within me. The proud orange tabby raised her chest and tilted her head, her verdant eyes shimmering with the light of half the basement's candles, sparkling as her little paws gently scratched Severus's hand. My beloved, praise me, praise me. Severus grasped the fluffy little paw. Its soft pink pads were delightful to touch, and the kitten appeared as a proud little princess. Thank you, Merry Christmas, Ivy. I adore it. The little kitten was nestled into his embrace, her black sweater now speckled with gray hairs. The young wizardess' skilled hands massaged her, and the weary Ivy closed her eyes in deep slumber within the familiar warmth. The unicorn hair lay lonely on the floor, and as Severus caressed the plushness beneath his fingers, he felt a fullness in his heart, as if steeped in warm water, pleasantly swelling. As Christmas approached, Malfoy Manor buzzed with activity, for today marked the start of the Hogwarts holiday, and the Malfoy couple had made early preparations upon receiving the news. Early in the morning, Harry was whisked away by Draco onto the Hogwarts Express, the outside world blanketed in white, while inside the carriage sat two dark-haired boys. Not. Why do you always keep your hand in your pocket? Could it be that a certain girl has penned you a love letter? Blaise sat beside Theodore, catching a glimpse of the boy beside him, one hand clutching a book while the other rested in his pocket, maintaining the pose throughout the journey. Theodore squeezed the coins in his pocket, feeling the hard candies roll over the back of his hand. Nothing. Draco, I'm still a bit nervous. What if Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa dislike me? The scenery outside flew by, and Harry's heart raced faster with each passing moment, nearly leaping from his chest. It's all right, Harry. My parents will like you. Since morning, the little dragon had been asked numerous questions regarding his parents, having become quite adept at soothing the anxious savior. The candies provided by Ivy were unwrapped and popped into the savior's mouth, the sweet flavor flooding his palate. Their little heads leaned together, arms tightly pressed. Dad. Mum. As soon as they disembarked, Draco dashed towards a certain direction, where a tall wizard held the hand of his wife, waiting expectantly. Lucius was clad in a finely tailored wizarding robe, his golden hair tied back with a green headband. His pale skin and piercing, haughty gaze commanding attention. Little dragon. The woman beside him, even in the bustling train station, exuded elegance, her luxurious attire adorned with the Malfoy family crest. Upon seeing the rushing young wizard, she offered a gentle smile. Harry struggled with the 2 luggage carts, laboring through the throngs of joyful family reunions playing out around him. The dark-haired boy blinked, stifling the pang of envy and bittersweetness within, smiling as he greeted, Uncle Lucius. Aunt Narcissa, good morning. The wizard nodded in acknowledgement, while Narcissa, cradling her son, pulled the shy boy into a motherly embrace. Good morning, Harry. Lucius, having received a disapproving look from his wife, forced a smile, taking the 2 luggage carts and leading the trio to the Malfoy Manor. The sprawling ancient structure, constructed from deep gray stone, boasted strong defined lines. As the boy gazed at the edifice, thoughts of another individual surged to mind. Professor Snape, much like this grand building, exuded an air of elegance and refinement, yet remained distant. The intricately carved iron gates swung open, and the group proceeded along the wide path, flanked by beautiful, exotic flowers of unknown species. The diminutive house elf had already taken the suitcase, vanishing with a soft pop, while Draco nestled against his long-unseen mother, his other hand tightly grasped by the anxious dark-haired boy, longing for her son yet uncertain how to convey it. A certain wizard, displeased by his offspring's monopolization of the beautiful lady, heavily set down his serpent-headed cane. The sudden sound startled Harry, who had been tense throughout the journey, prompting him to instinctively draw closer to Narcissa. Draco, equally taken aback by his father's unexpected outburst, dove into his mother's embrace, looking up at the witch with an adorably aggrieved expression on his delicate face. Lucius, what are you doing? With both son and wife displeased, the wizard quickly fell silent. Acutely aware of Harry's presence, and with an effort to maintain his dignity, discreetly placed his cane in an inconspicuous corner. Sissy, it was merely a slip of the hand. Draco, don't cling to your mother so. You're growing up now. Remember to maintain your posture. The platinum-haired boy drooped his head, pouting as he withdrew from the witch's embrace, casually taking the still trembling Harry's hand in a gesture of comfort. All right, father. Narcissa affectionately ruffled the hair of both small heads, her eyes sparkling with a fiery hue as she turned to the source of the mischief. Seizing the opportunity while the children were distracted, Lucius smiled ingratiatingly, reaching out to grasp that smooth, delicate hand, only to watch helplessly as his wife led the 2 little boys away, hand in hand. Chapter 42. Christmas. The ornate wrought iron gates stood adorned with opulent wallpaper, while the expensive furniture gleamed without a speck of dust. A table was laden with fresh fruits and dew-kissed flowers, and a grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. 2 long-haired dogs reclined on the exquisite carpet. Little dragon, take Harry back to the room to rest for a while. Lunch will be served shortly. Narcissa slightly bent forward, her gaze pure and gentle, accompanied by a soft smile directed at the 2 boys holding hands. Okay, mother. See you soon. Draco obediently nodded, leading the still nervous Harry towards the stairs. See you soon, Aunt Narcissa. Harry, snapping back to reality, smiled shyly at the enchanting witch, following Draco up to the 2nd floor. Lucius, hastening to catch up, attempted once more to take Narcissa's hand, only to be evaded again as the previously smiling witch cast a cool glance his way. Sissy. I acknowledge my fault. It was unintentional. Narcissa knew just how to handle such situations, since their son was born and commenced schooling. Lucius had always exhibited inexplicable jealousy. He was a paradoxical wizard. Sissy. Sure enough, Lucius trailed after the retreating beauty, his voice dwindling as he did. At the corner of the staircase, the platinum-haired boy gleefully whispered, See, I told you father wasn't he angry. He's just being petulant. The other dark-haired boy nodded, noticing the purple figure about to ascend the stairs, and quickly ducked into Draco's room. Harry, are you still nervous? Back in his own room, Draco pulled Harry onto the sofa, producing his little dragon toy to place in the boy's lap, his gray-blue eyes drawing near. Having witnessed the entirety of his parents' affectionate exchange, Harry shook his head and returned the stuffed dragon to Draco, a relieved smile gracing his face. Top, top, top. Master, Master Potter, it's time for lunch. The house elf's sharp voice resonated from outside the door, and the two boys, having composed themselves, descended the stairs with decorous smiles, feigning ignorance. Little dragon, Harry, come sit here. Narcissa had changed into comfortable loungewear, her face radiating warmth, while Lucius wore a jovial expression, as if the earlier seriousness had merely been a fleeting dream. To welcome the little master of Malfoy Manor home, the house elves had been busy since early morning, preparing exquisite pastries, roasted meats, and delectable stews, filling a grand table. The aroma of food wafted enticingly into the boys' noses, causing the hungry little wizards to swallow hard. Lucius opened his mouth to say something, pausing as he observed Draco's pointed little face, but ultimately he remained silent. After a sumptuous lunch, Draco quickly pulled his little companion towards the garden. The garden was filled with flowers meticulously nurtured by the lady of the house, and a few white peacocks roamed about, while snowflakes blanketed the bushes in a soft white layer. Look, this is my family's white peacock. The platinum-haired boy proudly lifted his chin, his little feet leaving 2 rows of prints in the snow, his voice bright and endearing, infused with the sweetness characteristic of young boys. It's so beautiful, Draco. I've never seen such a lovely peacock before. Harry's envious gaze closely followed the relaxed and carefree Draco, who possessed a warm and loving family, abundant riches, and a stunning estate. Draco raised his head even higher, only to lower it again, taking the nearby boy's hand, their warmth mingling. It's all right. You are my friend. You can come play at my house anytime. The little master, having grown up hearing tales of the savior, felt a curious mix of envy and pity for the boy whose life was both tragic and fortunate. When his mother read him stories in her arms, Harry was busy working at his aunt's house. The garden connected to the shell cottage, and before the cottage lay a beach now blanketed in snow. The 2 little boys, armed with small shovels and buckets unearthed from the garden, built snowmen and engaged in snowball fights, reveling in their delight, while on the balcony, 2 silhouettes nestled together. Sissy, can we really do this? Lucius, that man is a madman. How could you bear to let little dragon endure this? Mentioning that man, both felt a weight upon their hearts. Perhaps they would still be willing to follow their former master, if it were just the 2 of them. However, their little dragon was still so small, an innocent and sweet child, unable to bear such burdens. That man was a lunatic. Harry, come here. Coming. In the snowy expanse, the 2 little figures frolicked joyously. Inside the small room were 2 child-sized flying broomsticks. Draco and Harry, as if on an adventure, introduced each of his childhood toys one by one. Harry, holding the little toy in his hands, smiled brightly, as if he too had participated in Draco's childhood, sharing in his happiness. Ignoring the house elf's protests, the boys mounted the child-sized flying broomsticks, their platinum and dark heads flickering in and out of sight amidst the swirling white snowflakes. Narcissa smiled as she watched the boys play, steaming red tea and clean silk napkins prepared at the side, while outside, the only sounds were the soft falling of snowflakes and the sweet laughter echoing through the air. Maintaining connections among pureblood families often involved not only business dealings, but also social gatherings. Lucius Malfoy observed the 2 little wizards before him, particularly his son, who had been spoiled and was now pouting and tugging at Narcissa's arm for attention. Mother, I want to see Ivy. Can you ask Professor Snape to bring her? Little dragon, you know Severus is not one to yield easily. Father. Harry dared not speak, yet he continued to hold Draco's hand, encouraging the little boy in his own way. His emerald eyes shone with expectation as they turned toward the 2 adult wizards, filled with longing. Ultimately, Lucius penned an invitation, the one for Ivy personally written by the platinum-haired boy, while the dark-haired boy joined in at the end. Dear Ivy, with Christmas approaching, would you like to come to Malfoy Manor for the gathering? Ivy, here's the invitation to Malfoy Manor. Both the Malfoys and Potters will be present. Do you wish to attend? In the cellar, the fireplace blazed warmly, and Ivy curled up in Severus's embrace, the wizard holding 2 letters. One from the master of Malfoy Manor, another letter from the heir of Malfoy Manor, inscribed upon a delicate sheet of stationery, bears 2 distinct tones. Meow meow. Malfoy Manor. A place I have yet to visit. Little Draco often regales us in the common room with tales of its beauty and amusement. Not to mention the rare flora and fauna that thrive there. It would indeed be an enlightening experience. I might even encounter the father that Draco speaks of so fondly. The delightful biscuits crafted by Mrs. Malfoy must be delectable, surely a reflection of her beauty and kind heart, and I could possibly procure a few more. The little cat nodded its head before nestling back into the wizard's embrace, relishing the massage. Severus gazed at the bundle in his arms, the corners of his lips slowly curving upwards, illuminated by the flickering firelight, radiating an undeniable aura of tranquility and tenderness. His pale pink fingertips sank into the soft black-gray fur, gently kneading, diligently attending to the feline sovereign. Outside the castle, the snow fell in abundance upon the grassy expanse, while Fox, grumbling, set down the box he had been holding, flapping his wings and pecking at the old man's hand. Albus rummaged through the jerky sent by Ivy to soothe the aging phoenix, whose once vibrant red tail feathers had begun to fade, revealing a dull lavender hue. On the table lay a purple box adorned with a pink star pattern, meticulously tied with a bow, accompanied by a note that read, "To my dearest love of a lifetime." The elderly headmaster, his hair and beard a cascade of white, waved his wand, causing the portraits of former headmasters to face the wall, their scathing remarks halted by an invisible barrier. "Dear Al," the letter began, "it has been 267 hours, 13 minutes, and 26 seconds since I last laid eyes upon you. I miss you dearly. The sky over Nurmengard is perpetually dreary." This blush-inducing correspondence was discreetly concealed by the bashful elder within the drawer of his writing desk, which housed countless letters and small tokens. Since the two venerable gentlemen, who had not communicated for half a century, resumed their correspondence, Grindelwald, ensconced in Nurmengard, found himself in a constant state of emotional turmoil. Respecting their former pact, he refrained from leaving his prison, yet he re-established contact with the original saints, sought out information, and endeavored to present himself well. From the memory vial dispatched from Hogwarts, the over-a-century-old Dark Lord beheld a well-groomed and polished wizard, all through Dumbledore's perspective. The box contained a bouquet of roses, a generous assortment of new confections from the Honeydukes, and several bottles of dental elixir. "Fox, it seems I may require your assistance once more." The phoenix, masticating jerky, took a sharp peck at the old headmaster's beard, its gaze filled with reproach, before soaring away with the letter. A handful of white hairs were plucked away, leaving Dumbledore to tenderly stroke his own chin. Chapter 43. Unwrapping Gifts. The soirees of pureblood families are grand and ceremonious, attended by prominent families and luminaries of the wizarding world. Draco had accompanied the Malfoys to such events on numerous occasions. With the Christmas season upon them once more, the Malfoy couple took Draco out to a soiree, where the young master attempted to take Harry's hand, hoping to invite the dark-haired boy along. Harry, perceiving the hesitation in the Malfoy's eyes, extended a comforting embrace to Draco, politely declining the invitation. "Draco, I haven't finished my holiday homework yet. You and Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa go on without me. I'll await your return at the manor." This was not entirely untruthful, as the black-haired boy had scarcely touched his assignments, particularly the potions homework, which remained blank. "Very well, write quickly. Once you're done, we can venture to Diagon Alley." Harry smiled and waved goodbye to the Malfoy trio. Upon returning to his room, Harry gazed at his inviting bed, steeling himself to retrieve his holiday homework and diligently set to work. The draught of slumber, also known as the calming potion, is a concoction renowned for its tranquilizing effects. When a wizard struggles to sleep, a small measure of this potion can be taken, albeit not in excess or on a frequent basis, typically employed to alleviate insomnia. The draught assists wizards in achieving slumber more swiftly. It can also help stabilize the emotions of wizards experiencing volatility, though caution is advised against frequent use. The potion may be consumed before or after breakfast, before or after lunch, and even before or after dinner. Wizards suffering from insomnia can take the potion before bedtime, and should they remain awake, may have another dose. The black-haired boy, having filled an entire sheet of parchment, surveyed his work with satisfaction. Draco, his hair slicked with an excessive amount of hair gel, pouted before reattaching a smile to engage socially with his father, exhibiting impeccable manners and an appropriately warm demeanor. The Knott family hall, while lacking the opulence of the Malfoy estate, still exuded a certain grandeur. Theodore donned a forced smile as he navigated among the adults, encountering another boy in a suit, both sporting equally insincere grins. "Theodore, why not take young Malfoy over there to sit?" the head of the Knott family suggested, clinking glasses with Lucius. Acknowledging his father's approval, Draco raised his chin slightly and followed the dark-haired boy to a corner filled with other young witches and wizards. Pansy Millicent, Daphne, Blaise, Goyle, and Crabbe had gathered there for a bit of peace, and as the two approached, they instinctively made room on the sofas. "Where's Harry? Did he not accompany you? Aren't you two usually inseparable?" Blaise remarked, his eyes darting as he sensed Draco's displeasure, deliberately bringing up Harry to lighten the mood. "Indeed." Draco's expression soured, his small hands tugging at his tie in an attempt to breathe easier. "Harry said he wouldn't come because of that infernal holiday homework." The simplicity of Harry's reason for staying home caught them all off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. As the host, Theodore pursed his lips, striving to redirect the conversation. Tomorrow is Christmas. Have you all prepared your gifts for Ivy? The mention of Ivy sparked lively chatter among the young witches and wizards, and Draco soon forgot his reluctance regarding Harry's absence, his platinum head held high. Of course, Ivy will adore the gift I am giving her. Not necessarily. I wager you're gifting her a gemstone pendant, which lacks originality. Ivy will undoubtedly prefer my gift. Pansy, idly toying with her freshly manicured nails, countered the overly confident boy. Feeling exposed, Draco's cheeks flushed with indignation, his tone fervent. Impossible. That pendant was chosen by Harry and me after much deliberation. Ivy will surely love it. Blaise, eager to stir the pot, glanced between the two, noting the absence of speculation regarding who Ivy might prefer from Not. I've observed that Ivy often gravitates toward Not. No way. In a remarkable turn of events, the two boys, who had just been at odds, found common ground, while a slightly wounded Not pursed his lips, his hand slipping into his pocket to feel the silver coin. The coin, kept close at hand, inevitably absorbed the warmth of the young wizard, its surface smooth and inviting. Meanwhile, Ivy, the object of their contemplation, sneezed, burrowing deeper into her cozy abode. Severus, on the other hand, had taken to poking the sleeping kitten with his wand, casting spell after spell to ensure the little creature's health, before finally cradling her to sleep. The next morning, upon opening the door to his chamber, Severus was taken aback by the pile of gifts that had amassed in the cellar. While he had received gifts in previous years, they were often mere tokens of courtesy. This year, however, the bounty had tripled, leaving the already cramped cellar with no space to spare. Meow meow. With so many gifts, Severus, how popular you must be. Good heavens, there isn't even room to stand. The owls delivering gifts at midnight must have simply dropped them off and flown away. Severus waved his wand, expanding the confines of the cellar, and the amassed gifts automatically divided into two piles. Ivy, that is yours, the wizard declared, pointing at a small hillock of presents. Students from all four houses received silver sickles from the little cat, not to mention how frequently it would share its candies. Consequently, the little feline was inundated with gifts from every member of Hogwarts. Thanks to Ivy, Severus also received a considerable number of gifts from students, and his esteemed position as potions master garnered him many tokens of goodwill. Mew mew mew. So much, it's all mine. Ivy exclaimed with delight. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. So many presents. If only there were chips, chocolates, sodas, and spicy strips, I truly long to indulge. Little gifts, just wait a moment. Professor Snape and I shall have breakfast first. Once we've filled our bellies, we will reconvene. Unwrapping gifts was a grand endeavor, so the pair made their way to the great hall to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast before strolling on the grass for a while. The snowstorm had ceased, and the winter sun bathed them in warmth, silently conveying its embrace. Ivy sauntered gracefully, creating small snowflakes, occasionally glancing back to admire her handiwork. Severus exhaled, forming frost in the air. His hair, which had barely brushed his shoulders during the summer, now cascaded down to his shoulder blades. A gray cashmere scarf wrapped around his long hair, encircling his neck, while his black coat exuded a rich texture. The exquisite features of the wizard and his feline companion traversing the snow painted a breathtaking tableau. The emerald pendant, clearly a gift from the young master, was striking and opulent, adorned with a circle of diamonds, a testament to the young master's discerning taste, perfect for wearing during a visit to Malfoy Manor in the evening. The blue star-specked princess dress was likely a gift from Pansy. While it was indeed beautiful, it might be too chilly to wear now. Perhaps it was best saved for spring when there would be another set to wear alongside Madame Loris. Oh, a candy house. Who sent this? Let me see. It's simply marvelous, filled with all my favorite sweets. Theodore, that brooding handsome boy? I knew I was right about you. What's this? A sweater? Who knitted it for the little cat? Mrs. Weasley. I don't think I've met her. I suppose it's through Ron. It's quite lovely. A green sweater with my name on it, perfect for wearing out to play. Ivy spent the entire morning amidst the gifts, finally unwrapping everything. Snacks were placed on the snack shelf and stuffed into her little backpack, while clothes and jewelry were neatly tucked into the wardrobe, and toys were laid out on the carpet. Most of the Slytherin wizards gifted clothing and jewelry, with necklaces and pendants made of various gems in abundance. The Gryffindor lions and Hufflepuff badgers contributed an array of collected snacks. Many young wizards knew of Ivy's fondness for Muggle treats, and Muggle-born wizards had certainly made selections at convenience stores. The Ravenclaw Eagles creatively gifted Ivy numerous small toys, including a cat climbing frame, which elicited great excitement from the little feline at the sight of the large box. The wooden climbing frame featured several small nooks intricately shaped like flowers, with dark green yarn leaves facilitating Ivy's ascent and descent. Upon receiving the climbing frame, Ivy immediately scampered up, her round black form agilely climbing to perch upon a yellow flower. Mew mew mew. Severus, isn't it splendid? Vitus is wonderful. When he returns, I must give him some candy. What a comfortable floral cushion. I thought it would be hard on my bottom. The yellow flower was also delightful. Her favorite color, making her feel as if she were basking in sunlight. I'll reward Vitus with a big red flower. Beautiful. The plump little black ball of fur lifted its round face, its small paws spread wide, and its bright green eyes fixed on the wizard, who was examining the structure of the climbing frame. Severus met the gaze brimming with expectation and trust, and words of commendation slipped from his lips. Perhaps fearing that the little cat might feel he was being dismissive, the wizard nodded in agreement. Ivy, where would you like to place this frame? The modest cellar was already crowded with potion materials and various cabinets, taking up a significant portion of space. Since Ivy had moved in, the addition of a snack shelf, a catnap basket, and a small sofa had further filled the area. Surprised by the wizard's consideration, Ivy paused momentarily, naturally surveying the place she had inhabited for over 4 months. When she first arrived in late August, the cellar's ambience was still dark and stern. But now, with the addition of her belongings, it felt inexplicably warm and imbued with a sense of belonging. Mew mew mew. Let us place it beside the desk. That way I can see you as soon as I wake up. The wizard remained silent, his swift actions reflecting his satisfaction with the chosen location. The climbing frame, along with Ivy, was transported to the desk where he usually graded assignments. The pale yellow wooden climbing frame was thoughtfully positioned beside the desk, with the light green flowers nestled closely against the brown desk, allowing the cat to easily ascend. Chapter 44. The Banquet. The Malfoy family South Christmas banquet took place after Christmas Day. On the day itself, at Draco's behest, the Malfoys celebrated the holiday for the first time with 2 outsiders and a cat. In the opulent hall, a towering fir tree stood proudly at the staircase's turn, surrounded by fluttering, glowing fireflies dancing around the Christmas tree, with an array of gifts for the 2 boys piled beneath it. As the banquet approached, Draco began to feel anxious, regretting his decision to invite the headmaster to their home during the holiday, especially considering that his father and Professor Snape were friends. If their conversation turned to his performance at the school, he would be in trouble. Severus knocked on the grand door of Malfoy Manor, holding a carefully selected bottle of white wine. Dobby, the house elf, hurriedly ushered him into the hall. Sir, this way please. Ivy peeked out from the wizard's pocket, her round eyes darting about as she observed the ancient architecture. The marble-paved courtyard was flat and beautiful, flanked by towering trees of unknown varieties, lush even in the depths of winter, while flower beds brimmed with splendid blooms, radiating charm amidst the cold wind. The manor's main structure exemplified the classic English style, with a portico supported by marble columns, where the platinum-haired head reflected a brilliant yellow light, while the nearby black head stood out conspicuously under the candlelight. Professor Snape. The 2 small heads obediently bowed, their voices rising in volume, fearing a slow call might provoke a venomous retort from the professor. After receiving a heap of gifts that morning, including precious potion materials from Malfoy Manor, the wizard's mood was quite favorable. Even as the 2 young witches stared at him like simpletons, he merely acknowledged them with a slight nod. Welcome, Severus. Lucius's hair swirled elegantly in the air, the emerald silk headband adorned with diamonds resting gracefully at the tips, his tone relaxed and unhurried. A handsome face suddenly rose from the sofa, exuding a casual yet impeccable grace, with deep, enchanting gray-blue eyes reminiscent of Draco's. Mew, little dragon, I'm truly just a fan of your mother now. What a divine visage. So handsome and affluent. Malfoy family, family above all. Oh my, what a beautiful lady. No one told me Narcissa was so stunning. Indeed. Draco had inherited the best traits from both his parents. Narcissa's long, golden hair shimmered softly, radiating an extraordinary brilliance under the lights. Her gray eyes lent her an air of aloofness and pride, yet softened with evident tenderness when she looked at Draco. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with fair, smooth skin, and her facial lines were gentle and elegant, showcasing the allure of a mature woman. Severus extended his hand, offering the goblet of wine to the approaching wizard, his voice soft, wishing him a Merry Christmas. With a considerable interval before the formal commencement of the feast, 2 young boys gazed longingly at the seated wizard, nudging one another playfully. Draco, mind your manners. The 3 adults had already taken note of the 2 young wizards' antics. They were friends from their school days and had served Voldemort together after graduation, which naturally fostered a close bond. Lucius spoke up, and Draco, deterred, lowered his head and murmured an obedient acknowledgement. Ivy, entranced by the beauty of the Malfoy couple, returned to reality, her small paws patting Severus's wrist as she squeezed out of his pocket. She yearned for Narcissa's embrace but, lacking the courage, dared only to cast furtive glances at the two wizards across from her. Severus, well aware of his little feline's disposition, comfortably cradled her in his arms. The small cat perched upon the dark fabric of his coat. The two little simpletons standing by the door could only glimpse the rounded profile of the kitten. Meow meow. Severus, I'm off to find Draco and Harry. The young master's gaze seemed to burn into her side profile, while Harry appeared unusually stiff. What's the matter? You've entered the hall. Why not be a bit bolder? The tender-hearted kitten nudged against his palm, her chubby face lifting towards the boys. The three shared a silent smile, and Severus, yielding, released his grip. Draco and Harry squatted down, ready to receive the bouncy little black bundle. In keeping with the decorum of being guests in another's home, and under Draco's incredulous gaze, the plump creature leaped into Harry's arms. The wait was satisfying as the young wizard swayed with delight. Meow meow. Draco, let us go play. Ivy's soft voice floated into the young boy's ears, and Draco, stroking her chubby face, found his irritation dissipating, cheerfully leading her towards the door. Harry wrapped Ivy in his scarf, transforming the already substantial little bundle into a round ball. The deep winter snow blanketed the ground, and the two boys trudged through the drifts, each step a challenge. The swirling snow adorned Malfoy Manor in a quilt of white. Every corner draped in silver, sugar-like crystals sprinkled atop the lush greenery. Vivid flowers stood defiantly against the chill, and Ivy was alternately cradled by the two boys as they admired the wintry landscape. The expansive grounds of Malfoy Manor beckoned for exploration, yet Draco, wishing to show off his little kitten, was hindered by the swift approach of dusk. Even lit lamps could not dispel the pervasive gloom. Meow meow? Hello there. Are you cold? A graceful white peacock wandered through the garden, its opulent plumage shielding it from the wind and snow, while in the twilight, the white feathers stood out more distinctly. Not cold at all. It seems there's magic here, always warm. Ivy extended her tiny paw, sensing the peculiar warmth in the garden where peacocks were nurtured, the flora distinctly different from the surrounding environment. The little cat nodded in approval of the Malfoy family. Clad in heavy winter attire, the three little bundles soon found themselves breathless after a mere 10 minutes of wandering, the dim light dimming their spirits for leisurely exploration. Hiss, hiss hiss. Let us head back, it's so cold outside. Listening to Draco's increasingly labored breaths, Ivy staunchly refused to admit her own weightiness, convincing herself it was merely the thickness of her garments. Collaborating with Harry, the trio ventured back towards the hall, snowflakes beginning to swirl anew. Draco, Harry, Ivy, quickly wash your hands. The two wizards retreated to the study for discussions, while Narcissa, accompanied by a house elf, prepared dinner. Upon their return, her tone was gentle yet firm, admitting no refusal. Ivy, transfixed by the radiance of the maternal figure before her, instinctively extended her little paw forward, expecting rejection. She was pleasantly surprised when Narcissa effortlessly accepted the round bundle, her slender arms encircling the increasingly cumbersome sphere. Through correspondence with Draco over the past few months, the witch had learned of her younger schoolmate's black kitten, initially met with skepticism. After all, Severus was notoriously aloof and withdrawn during their school years, renowned for his lack of warmth towards anyone aside from that red-haired Gryffindor. It had taken prolonged interaction for her to become even slightly familiar with Lucius, and she had not heard of Ivy until this semester. Meow. Hello, beautiful. Ivy's vibrant green eyes fixated on the witch's exquisite features. Goddess, look at me. I don't believe you can be so empty of sight. Everyone is lovely. Why must I appear so ordinary? The little feline lamented her round, dark face in comparison to Narcissa's elegance. The soft contours of her chubby visage were pleasing, devoid of sharp angles, embodying innocence and opulence. Her delicate, slender fingers were pale and refined, the tips naturally poised. Narcissa smiled, affectionately caressing the delightful bundle in her hands, personally taking a cloth to clean the kitten's tiny paws, brushing away the snowflakes dusting her face. The cumbersome scarf was taken by the house elf and hung on a nearby rack. With the business discussions concluded, Severus seamlessly took up the remaining duties. The plump kitten nestled comfortably in his arms, purring softly as she found her cozy spot. Her disheveled fur, tangled by the scarf, was meticulously groomed, and her tiny paws were gently kneaded by a slender hand, bringing her to a state of relaxation. Even having heard of Ivy's favored status through letters, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. Lucius's gaze inadvertently drifted towards his son, while Draco, unperturbed, inquired, "Father, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me?" "Nothing, little dragon. Have you washed your hands?" Of course. Though Draco was puzzled, He obediently responded, extending his chubby little hand for the stern-faced wizard to inspect. With Harry following suit. Severus, overhearing their exchange, understood his elder's thoughts but chose to ignore them, focusing solely on attending to his feline master. In the hall, 2 long-haired dogs drooled with envy as they watched the well-cared-for kitten and the delectable feast laid out before them. The 2 dogs exchanged glances, lamenting their situation. A wave of sorrow washing over them. Oblivious to the scene, Ivy wiggled her little paws, her feline gaze fixated on the aromatic steak on the table. It smells divine. When will dinner be served? I'm so hungry. I feel as though I might wither away from starvation. With such a splendid feast before us. Aren't you the least bit tempted? Chats can wait. It's mealtime, and you aren't hungry at all? Chapter 45. Intoxication. Perhaps the kitten's fervent desire was too compelling. The pleasantries among the 3 swiftly concluded, and the wine Severus had brought was uncorked. The pale yellow liquid shimmered in the goblet, casting a radiant glow that infused the festive atmosphere with joy. Draco and Harry, the 2 underage wizards, were each presented with a cup of eggnog. The creamy liquid exuded a subtle aroma of brandy, its viscous texture clinging to the sides of the glass, speckled with crushed spices. The rich, creamy scent captivated Ivy, who, having her own little cushion, stretched her neck to inhale the enticing fragrance. Meow meow. It smells so good. I want to try some. The aroma was irresistible, and the sight was equally appealing, free of any milky odor, only fragrant notes wafting through the air. As a gluttonous little creature, how could she resist sampling? The kitten turned her head, her tiny paw gingerly brushing against Severus's long, slender fingers gripping the goblet. Her round eyes brimming with longing. Severus, adept at reading her feline intentions, swiftly discerned her meaning. Lucius, Ivy is just a little friend too. The little one, affectionately referred to as Ivy, found herself blushing uncontrollably. Although her charcoal-hued feline visage concealed any visible flush, within her heart, a flurry of excitement was taking flight. Oh, how the esteemed professor had called her little one, his voice laced with an enchanting charm. Such impropriety. This was undeniably against the rules, purely beguiling the cat. Narcissa stifled a smile, and promptly, a sprightly elf appeared, pouring a generous libation into Ivy's small bowl. Meow meow. Thank you, beautiful lady. How delightful, truly delightful, to feel a wave of maternal affection. Merry Christmas. Meow. The eggnog slid down Ivy's throat like silk, rich and creamy, its frothy texture lending a lightness and depth to the experience. The foundational flavors of milk and cream melded seamlessly with the aromatic essence of egg yolk. A hint of sweetness and nutty spice danced atop, while the fruity notes of brandy enriched the liquid's sweetness and complexity. The subtle sweetness from the sugar harmonized perfectly with the other flavors, creating a symphony of taste. Delicious. With a hearty gulp of eggnog, Ivy's eyes sparkled, her feline form purring contentedly as she lapped up the nectar from her bowl. The evening's feast, meticulously prepared by Narcissa, included smoked salmon, mushroom soup, roasted turkey, beef, roasted vegetables, and Christmas pudding, leaving the trio with round bellies. Harry and Draco lounged in their chairs, utterly unconcerned with decorum, while Ivy, having consumed 2 bowls of eggnog, felt the intoxicating effects wash over her. Her eyes glazed over, her paws meandering unsteadily. Burp. So good, though a tad dizzy. Why does it feel as if I'm walking on clouds? Where's the professor? I can't see him. And my beautiful sister. Oh dear, come here, little kitty. Ivy stumbled towards Narcissa, her little head held high, her green eyes fixed on the elegantly dining witch. Meow. Beautiful sister, come closer. This sister seemed familiar, her delicate hands and fair complexion captivating Ivy. Suddenly emboldened, the previously timid kitten transformed, drawing the attention of everyone, especially Narcissa. Her round green eyes were now hazy, her front paws tugging at her sleeve, her voice a sweet, sticky plea. Apologies, it appears Ivy has indulged a bit too much. Severus scooped up the drowsy little cat, cradling her against him as he bid farewell to the others. Ivy. His deep voice rumbled, and she blinked awake for a fleeting moment, catching the familiar scent of absinthe mingling with hints of sage. Meow. Severus, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to arrive? I just saw a lovely lady. I couldn't find you, and it made me a bit anxious. My head feels heavy. What is happening? Who's trying to steal my clever little mind? Are they envious of my brilliance? Meow meow meow. With a sudden plop, Ivy nestled into the wizard's embrace, curling into an astonishing position and rolling about, attempting to hide within the folds of his robes. The fireplace crackled merrily in the hall, and the wizard, clad only in a turtleneck sweater, revealed a faint hint of abdominal muscles as Ivy playfully tugged at his hem. Oblivious to the charged atmosphere around them, The little drunk cat continued to burrow, seeking solace in her beloved Severus. Across from them, two young wizards gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape. Even after witnessing Professor Snape's fondness for the little feline in potions class, they had never anticipated witnessing such a scene in their lifetimes. The usually stoic headmaster sighed in resignation, his deep-set eyes glimmering with a hint of indulgence, his long hair cascading gracefully over his shoulders. The flat expanse of his abdomen was gently rounded by the inebriated kitten, his slender fingers lightly resting on her back, his tone laced with indulgent affection. "Ivy, shall we return to school?" My ears seem to be malfunctioning. Why can't I hear clearly? Am I going deaf? Oh dear Severus, save me. And my eyesight. Why can't I see? I'm afraid of the dark. Ivy squirmed within the wizard's garments, rolling and wriggling, her hind paws occasionally peeking out, clutching at Severus's sweater. Meow meow meow. Her voice was frantic as her slender tail swept across Severus's abdomen, occasionally brushing against his wrist. Severus, patient as ever, finally extricated the mischievous little creature from his clothing. Her once sleek fur now appeared tousled from her antics, her green eyes glistening with unshed tears as she beheld Severus's handsome face, instinctively leaning closer. Ivy's affectionate gestures were flawlessly practiced, as if she had performed them countless times before. Severus's expression softened considerably at this display, particularly as he noted the two gaping children across the table, further brightening his mood. Harry, clutching a small spoon, had nibbled half of the Christmas pudding, his emerald eyes solely focused on the feline and the wizard before him. The pair moved with a natural ease, their shared presence exuding a sense of belonging, as if this was always meant to be. The platinum-haired little head watched the heartwarming scene across the table with unabashed wonder, memories of his own childhood flooding back. 4-year-old Draco had been an adorable little bundle, chubby with the unmistakable charm of baby fat, his cherubic face even rounder than now. Every year, Narcissa would invite Severus to their home, and occasionally, when Draco fell ill, she would call upon him for assistance. On a certain sunny afternoon, little Draco had been playing with building blocks in the living room when he encountered the wizard delivering potions. At that time, Severus had only recently become the head of Slytherin, his formidable presence already commanding respect. That day, a Slytherin student had misbehaved, refusing to repent, leaving Severus incensed to the point of skipping dinner. "Mother!" A single gaze was all it took, and the small, golden-haired child burst into tears. Hearing the commotion, Narcissa emerged from the kitchen to find her son, distraught and knocking over his carefully constructed blocks, crying for her. Wah. Mother, I'm scared. Professor Snape is scary." Little Draco clung to his mother's shoulder, defiantly turning his back on Severus, oblivious to decorum. "Apologies." The words escaped Severus's lips like a reluctant admission, and after placing the potion vials down, he turned to leave. Draco, still sniffling, lifted his head from his mother's neck, only to find the fearsome wizard had vanished, leaving behind a few shimmering potion bottles on the table. "Little dragon. That was Uncle Snape. He didn't mean to frighten you. You must remember he is a professor at school, he's just used to it." Narcissa gently comforted her precious son, cradling him in her arms as she stroked his back soothingly. "But he is scary, mother, I'm afraid." The child, still unable to discern the nuances of human emotion, only felt the weight of Severus's temperament, and despite his mother's reassurances, fear lingered. "Look, little dragon. What's this?" Behind the potion bottles, a few candies emitted an enticing aroma. The chubby little hand reached out to accept the sweets from Narcissa, his slate blue eyes glistening as he smiled wide, revealing a row of tiny, even teeth. "Candy, mother. I want to eat." The gentle witch unwrapped the candy, sending the pale yellow sweet into the child's cherubic mouth. "This is a gift from Uncle Snape. Next time, little dragon, remember to apologize to him and express your gratitude, all right?" The small cherub, still bearing traces of tears on his face, nodded, his chubby hands clumsily peeling back the candy's wrapper, offering one to Narcissa, who observed him with tender eyes. The sweetness lingered in his mouth, as if it were an everlasting delight. Professor Snape, seemingly aloof, was in truth a man of profound softness within. Chapter 46. The photograph in the Tower of Nurmengard. Two elderly gentlemen sat facing one another across a small table, where several candles emitted a soft, flickering glow, creating an atmosphere of intimate allure. The crimson liquid in their cups swayed gently, and under the dim candlelight, Grindelwald's meticulous hairstyle and pristine suit were laid bare. To the outside world, these two wizards had been sworn enemies for much of their lives, with Dumbledore himself having imprisoned the Dark Wizard. Yet now, the man who had languished in Nurmengard for decades gazed adoringly at his beloved, gently cradling the shattered vial of their blood pact. "Al, are you cold?" Dumbledore blinked, his spoon carving a delicate incision into the pudding. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Despite renovations, the prison's main structure could not be significantly altered. The cold winds howled through the tower, and a chill seeped in through the dilapidated windows. Cough, cough out, I feel a bit chilly. Would you mind sitting a little closer? Grindelwald feigned weakness, theatrically coughing a couple of times. Without waiting for a response, he leaned in. The old headmaster, clad in pink-striped pajamas, said nothing but turned slightly to facilitate the wizard's movement. If a certain little kitten had witnessed this scene, it would surely have joyfully performed a little cat dance, but alas, Ivy had fallen into a deep slumber. Severus carefully cradled the drowsy little feline. Using flue powder to traverse the fireplace, the azure flames licking at the wizard's coat as the duo vanished into the firelight. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Harry, who had intended to bid farewell to the kitten, felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety watching the scene unfold before him. He stepped forward, desiring to chase after them. Prepared for this moment, Draco seized the distracted dark-haired boy, firmly dragging him upstairs. "Good night, Mum and Dad," he called out. The two seated on the sofa nodded gently, Lucius pleased with his son's prudent demeanor as he took Narcissa's hand and led her toward the door. "Cece, tonight little dragon has Harry to keep him company. Will you stay with me?" Narcissa gazed at her somewhat naive husband, her crimson lips breaking into a gentle smile as she embraced Lucius. Harry, ushered into Draco's room, remained enveloped in sudden panic, his face pale as parchment, his eyelashes fluttering like a pair of restless butterflies. "Harry, what's the matter? Look at me." The platinum-haired cherub waved his little hand to capture the boy's attention, his small mouth pouting, evidently displeased. "Potter." The call of his surname jolted Harry from his reverie, and he grasped the increasingly near little hand, pulling it into his embrace with a tone that was almost pitiful. "Draco, I think I had a nightmare. In it, everyone died, and I was all alone, terrified, unable to find you." His voice, tinged with vulnerability, coupled with his slightly trembling form, rendered Harry fragile and helpless, his grip nearly crushing as if to meld Draco into him. With a soft heart, Draco merely patted his shoulder gently, emulating his mother's comforting manner. "Do not fear, Harry, it was just a dream. Right now you are holding me, and Mum and Dad are downstairs. Ivy just returned to school with Professor Snape." After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Draco to believe Harry would not respond, Harry finally loosened his hold, though he insisted on keeping his hand intertwined with Draco's. The house elves had already tidied the room, and the gifts received lay in a pile in the corner. The boys had spent the day sending out presents and had yet to unpack their own. The floor was adorned with a plush carpet, the walls lined with wooden paneling, and neatly arranged gift boxes piled high, allowing the young master of Malfoy Manor to sit on the carpet and unveil his surprises. The presents bore distinct personal touches, and though Harry felt a twinge of reluctance, he eventually released Draco's hand and wandered quietly to another corner. As the only heir of the Malfoy family, Draco was undoubtedly cherished, his bedroom more spacious than the Slytherin common room, divided into several distinct areas. The decor within the Malfoy estate was steeped in Slytherin aesthetics, with silver, green, and gray dominating the curtains, bedding, and carpets. In his room hung a shield emblazoned with the family crest, while various books were neatly arranged on shelves, alongside dedicated cabinets for wands, cauldrons, and portrait cards. A vast collection of photographs adorned the walls, capturing moments from Draco's infancy to the present day, where the 11-year-old possessed an entire wall devoted to memories. Harry had entered this bedroom yesterday, but he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the photographs before a bashful young man whisked him away. The shadowy-haired boy, with a sly glance, noticed Draco immersed in unwrapping his gifts and feigning nonchalance, circled back to the display of photographs. Wizard's photographs were animated, a few months old. The platinum cherub beamed a toothless smile at the camera, while Aunt Narcissa cradled him, and Uncle Lucius appeared notably youthful. At one, the 1-year-old Draco crawled across the carpet, pursuing a chocolate frog, drool dripping onto the fabric. By age 3, Draco was plump, his chubby hands grasping a biscuit, beaming with delight. At 7, he donned a small suit, showcasing the beginnings of his grown-up demeanor, flanked by the Malfoys, with the garden of the estate in the background, clouds floating lazily above, all three radiating joy. At 11, Draco clutched his Hogwarts acceptance letter, leaping into his mother's embrace as Aunt Narcissa patted his back affectionately. Harry, oh dear, he had been discovered. A chill ran down Harry's spine as cold sweat trickled down his neck, his expression a blend of guilt and innocence. Draco, have you finished unwrapping? A platinum-haired head floated past the dark-haired boy, questioning in tone, though his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson, his typically pale face now adorned with a rosy hue. Are they beautiful? That question was difficult to answer, particularly at this moment. Yet every image of Draco on the wall radiated happiness. Even the months-old cherub appeared adorable despite his tears. "You are very fortunate, little dragon." When responding, Harry refrained from calling him by name directly, instead addressing him in a manner that bordered on audacity, his voice brimming with envy. The photographs captured the bliss of the three, and even without witnessing it firsthand, Harry could feel the warmth of their happiness. He was reminded of Aunt Petunia from the Muggle world, who also had a family of 3, yet lacked the apparent joy that the Malfoys exuded. Perhaps because of his presence, Uncle Vernon would take them for photographs during holidays, occasionally capturing himself in a good mood, yet more often than not, he could only remain confined to the cupboard or toil away. The pounds sent out this year should suffice for Aunt Petunia's family to improve their circumstances. He wondered if they could guess the identity of the benefactor. "Harry, you will have your own too." For the 3rd time that night, Draco embraced Harry, his expression serene. A swirl of unnamed emotions in his eyes as he spoke, taking down a photograph from the wall to introduce it to Harry. "This one is from when my parents and I built a snowman together. Father was quite clumsy. The snowman he created was hardly presentable, but Mother was marvelous. When I was 9 years old, my mother took me to attend a banquet, and on that day, I was dressed quite handsomely, with Theodore also in attendance." Harry listened intently, despite the mundane recounting interspersed with personal anecdotes, his emerald eyes following the movements of the platinum-haired youth. The inebriated little kitten was more affectionate than usual. And within no time, Ivy was sprawled at the bathroom door, shouting and meowing in increasingly sharp tones. "Meow meow. Severus, come out. If you're daring enough to hide, why not open the door for me?" It felt as if the ground was shaking, everything spinning around. "Severus, come out quickly. I shall help you escape. I know many secret passages. Just watch how I can turn the tide." Why won't you come out? Have you taken in another cat?" "I know it. Men are fickle. Once they possess something, they no longer cherish it. It's only been a few months, and already they grow weary." Inside the bathroom, the male wizard bore flecks of white remnants from the kitten's playful drinking of eggnog, which had transferred onto his robes. With a furrowed brow, Severus hastily rinsed himself, turned off the hot water, and opened the bathroom door. Ivy, the little kitten, had completely flopped onto the ground, rolling around incessantly. Severus's lips twitched involuntarily as he lifted the dirty little black cat and placed it into the warm water, casually swishing it around while wringing a towel to tend to his feline master. The air was filled with the fresh scents of sage and absinthe, and Ivy finally calmed down, obediently allowing the wizard to attend to her, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into slumber. Chapter 47. The Mirror of Erist. Holidays always seemed to pass swiftly, vanishing without a trace, and on the return journey, the Malfoy couple personally escorted the 2 children to the Hogwarts Express. "Goodbye, Mum, Dad." "Thank you, Aunt Narcissa, Uncle Lucius." "Farewell." Narcissa slightly bent down to embrace the 2 children, while Lucius, shedding the aloof demeanor of the Malfoy patriarch, raised the corners of his mouth and nodded to both of them. In the carriage, numerous young witches and wizards were fervently scribbling away, with Theodore leaning against the window, concealing a pocket watch beneath his robes, its silver glow faintly shimmering. In the snowy grounds of the castle, 3 small creatures frolicked joyfully, delicate plum blossoms blooming at Hogwarts, while Fawkes circled above them, soaring 5 or 6 times before reluctantly departing. "Meow meow? Yaya, are there any rare herbs at the edge of the Forbidden Forest?" "Woof woof. Woof woof woof. There are only some common herbs at the edge." "Why the sudden inquiry?" "Professor Snape's birthday is approaching." But it seems he has never celebrated his birthday in the past few years. The conversation abruptly halted as Mrs. Loris playfully tugged at Ivy's tail, and Yaya nodded, leading the 3 little creatures upstairs to the 4th floor. Upon returning to Hogwarts, the professors would soon begin evaluating the young witches' and wizards' assignments, with stacks of parchment neatly arranged, some still bearing wet ink. Ivy's group perched on a cat tree, observing Severus, who appeared rather grim as he clutched a quill, having evidently marked H rather harshly on someone's assignment. Feeling the wizard's discontent, the little kitten shivered involuntarily, mourning for the unfortunate young wizard, as the red ink on the parchment outnumbered the black. Alas, it appears that no matter where one is, assignments are universally disliked. Poor Severus. Having to grade papers in the dead of night, look at that furrowed brow, it could crush a fly. In the dormitory, Harry and Draco entered, laughing and chatting. A blue box appeared at the head of Harry's bed, adorned with a note. "Draco, what is an invisibility cloak?" The pink note read, "I stumbled upon this invisibility cloak and thought to gift it to you. May it bring you as much joy as it has brought me. Use it with caution, and Merry Christmas." Growing up in the Muggle world, the boy was hearing about invisibility cloaks for the first time. and he curiously opened the box to reveal a dull gray garment, which felt incredibly smooth to the touch. An invisibility cloak? Draco exclaimed, leaning closer, fascinated as he caressed the rain-like fabric. My mother used to read me stories about this. I always thought it was a myth. According to the tale of the three brothers, the invisibility cloak is one of the Deathly Hallows, capable of evading the Grim Reaper's pursuit. Harry, you must try it on and see if it's truly magical. Before the full-length mirror, the platinum-haired boy wore an expression of disbelief, his arms extended into the air. His mouth slightly agape, brimming with excitement. Harry, we can sneak out to play now. That's wonderful, Draco. We shall no longer be discovered during our nighttime escapades. One stubborn soul had yet to abandon his desire to explore the fourth-floor corridor. With the invisibility cloak, it felt like a significant advantage. Draco, I think. No. You don't. After spending a few months together, Draco could anticipate the Savior's intentions at the slightest hint, and swiftly covered Harry's mouth with his hand. If we get caught, not only will we lose house points, but the headmaster shall not spare you. But I have an invisibility cloak, Harry retorted defiantly, puffing out his neck. The thrill of acquiring the invisibility cloak lost much of its luster as Draco felt a headache coming on. Having been raised in a family that emphasized rules and etiquette, he could not fathom why the Savior was so eager to break them. Draco. The Savior's softened tone sounded innocent and pitiful, always reminding Draco of his two long-haired dogs at home, who would plead for forgiveness after mischief. Once such associations took hold, they were difficult to shake off, especially with Harry wearing the invisibility cloak and tugging at his hand, which made Draco chuckle at his own thoughts. Hearing the boys' laughter, Harry assumed he had succeeded and joyfully lifted the invisibility cloak, enveloping both of them within it. The two little wizards stealthily maneuvered through the crowd, heading towards the fourth floor, where they encountered a similarly sneaky little kitten. Ivy felt as though someone was watching her, cautiously raising her head, yet seeing nothing. What on earth? Even in the wizarding world, we have this sort of nonsense? Aren't cats supposed to see spirits? I've been here for days and haven't seen a thing. Forget it, let us head back to the dungeon. I'm utterly exhausted. Tomorrow awaits with more tasks. I'll seek a cuddle from Severus as a reward. The little kitten shook her head and scampered along the wall. Draco, Ivy is quite dirty. Has some young wizard been bullying her? Upon uttering those words, Harry himself was taken aback. Was there truly a young wizard at Hogwarts who would dislike Ivy and bully her? How could that be? With her charming and gentle nature, who could resist the allure of a kitten that constantly sought cuddles and shared treats? Moreover, the authority of the Slytherin headmaster was not to be challenged. Who would dare confront Professor Snape? Draco pondered silently, pulling Harry, who was lost in thought, up the stairs. Despite the mud covering Ivy, it was evident that she had ventured out to play on her own. The staircases of Hogwarts never adhered to logic, and this evening was no exception. Late at night, Filch, accompanied by Mrs. Loris, hesitated before the ever-shifting stairs. Perhaps something intriguing would occur tonight. The moonlight outside illuminated the knight's armor, and Filch's hunched figure cast an elongated shadow, as the two young wizards paled in fright at the ever-changing stairs. Harry, you're in trouble. The platinum-haired boy clung tightly to the dark-haired Savior's hand, his voice trembling, his large eyes filled with panic. They had already been transported twice between staircases, each time landing at the entrance of an abandoned classroom on the fourth floor, where Filch's oil lamp illuminated the area, revealing nothing. Their small heads leaned together once more as they were transported back to the familiar doorway of that classroom. Draco, shall we venture inside to take a look? It was becoming unbearable. The two had lingered on the staircase for far too long, their well-disciplined routines evidently failing them as yawns escaped their lips. Very well. The moonlight spilled onto the ground, leaving no trace behind. The abandoned classroom was shrouded in dust, a thin layer of grime coating the floor. The desolation and silence marked Harry's first impression of the place. In the dimly lit room, the only source of light emanated from the tip of Draco's wand, casting a faint glow. A tall mirror stood against the wall, its golden frame adorned with exquisite engravings, the surface smooth as a tranquil lake. The two young wizards, cloaked in invisibility, approached the mirror, only to find nothing within its depths. Harry cautiously opened a small gap, eager to discern what lay inside, his emerald eyes widening in fascination upon meeting the mirror's surface. Draco, I see my parents. Do you see them? Within the mirror, a man and a woman embraced blissfully, the witch cradling a small infant, their family radiating happiness. The image gradually aligned with the photograph in the boy's grasp, the infant growing into an 11-year-old savior, his green eyes mirroring those of his mother, a small black creature nestled at his feet. Harry, I see myself as the head of Slytherin, holding the Quidditch trophy. My parents are so proud of me. Their voices intertwined. Harry's expression of delight froze on his face. What head? I see my parents, Draco, don't you see? They are smiling at me. Harry, I do not see your parents. The mirror reflects only my family. Bathed in moonlight. A row of letters at the top of the mirror shimmered. Draco raised his wand, revealing the words, Eris Stray Ruy Tubicaf Ruai Tunwo's I. The letters appeared as a string of nonsensical characters. Perhaps we can read it backward. I show not your face, your heart's desire. Just a moment longer, okay? My parents are smiling at me. Harry's tone, now tinged with melancholy and yearning for the truth, echoed his desperate longing, even if it were but an illusion. Draco nodded, and the two young wizards stood shoulder to shoulder, enveloped in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. Chapter 48, Birthday. Ivy, muddy and mingled with blades of grass, skipped back to the cellar, only to encounter Severus, still scowling as he graded assignments. The male wizard appeared to be in a foul mood. His quill was gripped tightly in his hand, the force of his writing almost penetrating the parchment, as if to etch the knowledge directly into the young wizards' minds. Disdain was evident in his gaze. Ivy, the little kitten, her forepaws caked in mud, left a few yellow blossoms on the floor. The male wizard's tone was icy, reminiscent of the biting wind outside. Meow meow. Severus, I missed you. After just 2 hours apart, you look even more handsome. Ivy, still muddy from her escapades, raised her kitten head to feign innocence, her eyes brimming with guilt, desperately trying to appear composed as she purred sweetly. This display of affection was a daily occurrence in the cellar, as the small black creature was anything but a well-behaved kitten. Whenever she aired, her charm would surface. With a soft mewl, the kitten nuzzled against him, sometimes against his trousers, other times against his palm, but today was unique. Her paws still smeared with yellow mud and weeds. Ivy. Severus observed his once fluffy, fragrant little ball of fur, now transformed into a disheveled, dirt-ridden mess. And his blood pressure surged momentarily. Briefly, he questioned whether someone at school had bullied his kitten, but upon seeing her guilty expression, he dismissed the thought. A stack of thick parchment lay on the desk, filled with complaints from the Slytherin students regarding the bitter gourd from their garden. No matter how unpalatable, it must be consumed. After just one night, the red ink in the inkwell was nearly depleted, and his quill was on the verge of retirement. Meow. Severus, I was wrong. A single glance was all it took for Ivy to understand this was an invitation for leniency. The little kitten wiggled her chubby waist forward, her voice sweet and syrupy. Hidden in her tiny backpack were several vials of purple liquid, which she had risked her life to procure tonight, the truth of her adventures remaining unspoken. The ever-innocent kitten mewed and purred, her only clean tail wrapping around the wizard's leg. With a sigh, Severus disregarded her wriggling and scooped the filthy little black ball into his arms for a thorough inspection. Once he confirmed she was uninjured, his expression softened slightly, and he carried her into the bathroom. He dispensed 2 pumps of shower gel into his palm, creating a mound of bubbles. Ivy, aware of her somewhat alarming appearance, remained still in his hand. Ivy, do not venture outside at night anymore, especially near the Forbidden Forest. It is unsafe. Hagrid had reported the possibility of dark wizards entering the Forbidden Forest to Dumbledore, and all faculty had been notified, resulting in heightened security at Hogwarts. As one of the few younger professors, Severus was required to patrol at least once a week and dedicate time to guarding the restricted areas on the 4th floor. Meow. All right, after this, I will gather a few more things, and then it will be sufficient. Ivy nodded, a mouthful of bubbles causing her eyes to nearly close. Pleased with Ivy's understanding, Severus gently dried her off, placing her on the bed. The original single bed had been replaced with a wooden double bed, exuding a faint, pleasant aroma, the bedding soft and comfortable, complemented by a small yellow blanket. Even the 8-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest knew that on the night the young wizards returned to school, a small black kitten had roamed freely, hunting down solitary companions. Within just over an hour, more than a dozen had perished. For the next 2 to 3 days, the 8-eyed spiders ventured out in groups, while the centaurs welcomed fresh vegetables brought back by Forenza. On January 9, 1992, a Thursday, the wizarding world remained blanketed in snow. With only a brief moment of sunshine around noon, Severus's busy schedule did not cease for any special occasion. Today's classes were identical to those of any other day, with different grades and houses, each young wizard proving to be vexingly foolish. At 8:30 after breakfast, a certain male wizard had yet to see his little kitten, even during lunchtime. That morning, a Gryffindor lion, distracted by his own creative pursuits instead of paying attention to the board, caused a minor explosion in the classroom. Thankfully without any injuries. For your genius idea, Gryffindor loses 2 points. Veal, you will see Filch tonight. After a day devoid of his kitten's comforting presence, Severus felt as if he were a balloon ready to burst. glaring at anyone who crossed his path. The Gryffindor hourglass had dwindled significantly. Meanwhile, the kitten he was concerned about was in the centaur's territory, negotiating for a batch of rare forbidden forest herbs, having brought a bounty of kitchen food. In the biting cold, the centaur foals required nourishment. Following amicable discussions, Ivy joyfully returned to Hogwarts with a bag full of fresh herbs, under Firenze's protection. Meow meow. Thank you Vichy, Busai Selna. 3 little sprites, their faces flushed with joy, waved their hands excitedly, eager to collide with the wall in a bid to calm themselves. Only to be stopped by Ivy. The majority of the Halloween candies had been given to the young wizards. Yet Ivy had intentionally reserved a portion to share with the sprites, expressing her gratitude for their willingness to allow her to take ingredients from the kitchen. She had also prepared some chocolate, to which the sprites were irresistibly drawn, though they refrained from using the kitchen supplies to craft their own delightful treats. A little kitten requested the sprites in the kitchen to prepare a cake, steak, red wine, and various dishes favored by the male wizard for his birthday. Today was a splendid day, where all aspirations seemed destined to come to fruition. Humming a cheerful tune, Ivy intercepted a certain male wizard, whose face was darkened with displeasure. At the door of the hall, Severus's flowing black robes had caught the attention of a playful cat, which nibbled at one corner with gentle force. Light as a feather, yet sufficient to halt the grand bat in his tracks. Ivy. Severus, struggling to suppress his irritation, inquired gently of the little feline. Ivy remained silent, resolutely tugging at the grand bat's cloak as they headed towards the cellar, where the sprites swiftly set about preparing the scene in mere minutes. Passing young wizards exchanged curious glances, wondering what had transpired. Why was Professor Snape's robe billowing forward, and why did Ivy, who had disappeared for an entire day, appear so disheveled? Surprisingly, Severus maintained his composure, strolling leisurely ahead, although the little kitten still presented a rather wild appearance. At least she had avoided collecting any bits of debris. Lady Medusa kept a vigilant watch outside, and upon seeing Ivy return with the cellar's Serpent King, she promptly flicked her tail in warning. The 3 little sprites, having completed their setup, hurriedly vanished. Meow. Severus, happy birthday. The kitten held her head high, her tail erect, as Ivy gently nudged the male wizard beside her. In the center of the cellar, where a blanket had once lain, now stood an incongruous table. On top of a white cream cake, elegant script read, "Happy birthday Severus Snape." Severus found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. After his family had fallen apart, no one had celebrated his birthday since. He had never disclosed to anyone when his birthday was, making it hard to fathom how Ivy, a mere little kitten, had come to know. How much time and effort must she have invested in preparing all of this? He felt he was undeserving. At 32, he had regained the love of family. Thank you, Ivy. The male wizard cradled the little cat in his arms, tenderly stroking her. Satisfied with his heartfelt response, Ivy presented her second surprise. Several large vials of 8-eyed giant spider venom, and a bag filled with various herbs. Meow meow. Severus, may you always be joyful and happy. Year after year, may this day endure. The little kitten, with a lifespan of at most 16 years, pondered the lurking peril of Voldemort in the wizarding world. She did not know how long she could accompany him in her feline form, but she hoped to leave behind as many joyful memories as possible within her limited time. Thank you, Ivy. You are my most precious gift, a blessing from Merlin. The male wizard held the little kitten tightly, cherishing her close to his heart. The kitten's head rested against his beating heart. Outside, the castle was beset by wind and snow, while the cellar's fireplace crackled warmly, clean and fragrant. Ivy sprawled in the birthday boy's embrace, alternating between bites of cake and tangy potato strips, occasionally sipping mushroom soup, her black feline face revealing signs of contentment. Despite the lavish feast and the precious herbs adorning the desk, Severus desired nothing more than to relish his birthday, solely with Ivy. Chapter 49. The Contest for Affection. In the tranquility of the cellar, Draco observed Harry, whose dark circles seemed ready to drop to his chin, as he stubbornly insisted on going out. Harry Potter. For 4 consecutive days, whenever he had a moment, Harry would don his invisibility cloak and venture to the 4th floor, creating a clean path in the abandoned classroom. Draco. This is the last time I'm asking. I truly miss them. The stubborn yet soft-hearted young master finally conceded. After all, it was the savior he had admired since childhood. His first friend made upon returning to school. All right, but we must return early. Tomorrow is Professor Snape's class. And you wouldn't want to know what happens if you fall asleep in potions. Little did the proud child realize that his own dark circles were even more pronounced than Harry's. Growing up pampered in Malfoy manner, Draco had been raised with strict decorum. His snow-white skin and crimson lips were marred by dark rings beneath his eyes, reminiscent of someone who had endured a few punches. Meow meow. Little dragon. Who has bullied you? How did you end up like this? How dare they? Don't they know not to hit the face? What if my beautiful child gets hurt? Such a lovely face, and if it were to become scarred, his mother would be heartbroken. Which little wizard fights so poorly? Just look at those 2 dark circles. My heart aches for you. Ivy struggled to leap from Severus's arms, a plump little ball waddling toward Draco and Harry. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that not only Draco appeared drained, the dark-haired boy beside him bore an equally exhausted expression. However, Harry's typically tousled hair and large glasses masked his fatigue more effectively than the delicate features of the fair-skinned young master. Meow meow? Harry. How did you end up like this too? What on earth? Just 10 days apart. And these 2 young boys in their prime have been worn down by life. Has the school workload suddenly increased? It can't be, as it's not even finals. Hearing the little kitten's incredulous tone, Draco sighed in exasperation and caught the leaping ball of fluff, stepping back to stabilize himself. The charming little face drew near to the kitten's, the dark circles beneath his eyes more alarming than ever. No need to worry, Ivy. We simply haven't been sleeping well. Harry wearily patted the little cat's head, the plush texture restoring a modicum of his composure. His gaze sharpened as he stood resolutely, prepared to face Professor Snape's wrath. Severus, still grappling with the aftereffects of a joyful birthday, felt a twinge of annoyance at the departing kitten. Yet he knew that the little cat could do no wrong. The brunt of Severus's ire would fall upon the 2 young wizards who had drawn the kitten's attention, particularly a certain Potter. Potter, tell me, did you write your potions essay with your toes? Why don't you use that brain of yours, which appears to have been trampled by a troll, to think it through? The characters scrawled across the parchment were a veritable affront to the eyes of your poor, beleaguered professor. Take it back, rewrite it, and add 2 inches. The Hufflepuff wizard, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement. Severus, however, found his irritation mounting. That insufferable Potter was from his own house and thus could not be penalized. Why wasn't he Potter arguing back? If he did, he could earn 2 additional inches and possibly face detention. Malfoy, why haven't you begun brewing today's potion? Do you need your pitiful potions professor to prompt you? Professor Snape's wrath was fearsome, and the venom from the cellar's Serpent King was not to be trifled with. Clutching Ivy, Draco hastily set down the dark bundle in his hands. The little cat sprawled across the table, her increasingly round form occupying a substantial space, her paws clutching 2 gleaming candies, intended as comfort for the 2 boys. Ivy, we'll discuss this after class. Busy consoling the little kitten, Draco found himself overwhelmed. Several days of sleep deprivation had left both young wizards struggling to concentrate, leading to a somewhat chaotic scene. Originally, Harry, who had merely average grades in potions, found himself in a state of distress, relying heavily on the assistance of Cat and Draco to avoid any mishaps during class. Even so, he ultimately earned a day of detention in the dungeons, alongside Draco. It was truly exhausting. He felt utterly drained. Ivy shook her head in dismay, observing the savior clinging to the young master, her lips curling in disdain. It seemed as though the roles had reversed. Surely that couldn't be right. The prophecy had foretold that the savior would mature into an Auror, broad-shouldered and long-legged, a solitary wolf. Yet now he appeared distinctly akin to a large dog. Despite the young boy's evident disdain, he diligently cared for the little wizard at his side. Alas, his companion's lack of skill resulted in both of them being sent away. The Slytherin snakes and Gryffindor lions quickly realized that today's professor was extraordinarily formidable, rivaling the Serpentine King of the dungeons from the previous day. Particularly, any little wizard who ventured near a certain kitten would attract special attention. But who could resist a charming little kitten? Certainly not Theodore, and certainly not Hermione. Meow meow. Clever little wizard, come cuddle me. In a bid for the privilege of petting a certain kitten, the 2 young wizards exerted themselves, but alas, Ron proved unhelpful, while Blaise and Theodore, in perfect harmony, swiftly claimed victory. The deep blue potion, shimmering with starlight, was bottled and presented to the lecturer. Severus inspected it with a nod and marked anew in the parchment. The triumphant young wizard smiled modestly, and amidst the astonished gaze of the young witch, he cradled the plump little creature in his arms. After a fortnight without the comfort of a cat, Theodore found immense satisfaction in holding the increasingly substantial feline. His pale hand sank into Ivy's dark fur, kneading gently, while he furtively noticed the professor moving toward Gryffindor. Quick as a flash, Theodore produced some fish treats from his robe and offered them to the kitten. Meow meow. Thank you, these fish treats are delightful. Truly, he was my beloved consort, deeply cherished. After days apart, she still exuded her enchanting allure, her fragrant scent lingering, her delicate face radiant with beauty, such a lovely visage. The treats he produced were crisp and delectable, with an alluring aroma. It was rather irritating though. I would let it slide this time, but he ought to be more cautious next time. You can bring Ivy fish treats, which pleases her greatly, but the act of feeding them is not to her liking. Severus, who had long since noticed the clandestine antics of the boy and the cat, closed his eyes in exasperation, reluctantly retrieving his wand from his sleeve to levitate the empty potion bottles to the table. Blaise stifled a laugh as he fed the choking kitten some water. Meow. Thank you. My dear Severus is ever so attentive. The principal consort truly is exceptional. After a lesson spent frolicking outside, Ivy contemplated, rather than offering individual comfort, it would be more effective to eradicate the source of torment, and decided to return to her beloved caretaker's side. Ivy swallowed the fish treat in her mouth, climbed onto Theodore's shoulder, and gently nudged her pristine face against his, then patted his shoulder with her paw before returning to Severus' embrace. Yes, this height is just right. Perfectly stable. Chapter 50. Mirror, mirror, tell me. Even though he was to face the wrath of the dungeons that evening, Harry seized every opportunity to linger in the abandoned classroom, with Draco unable to dissuade him. Harry, if you continue like this, I shall inform Ivy, the young master declared. His cheeks puffed in frustration, the pudding in his hand suddenly losing its appeal as his slate blue eyes glimmered with barely suppressed ire. Harry, acutely aware of his lack of justification, sheepishly squeezed Draco's hand under the table. Draco, I must stay a little longer with my parents this afternoon, before we face detention in the dungeons tonight. As he said this, he purposefully drew his vivid green eyes closer to Draco's face. This tactic was invariably effective. Gazing into those lake-like, crystalline green eyes, Draco couldn't help but think of the two long-haired dogs at home. Though their colors differed, they bore an uncanny resemblance. Then you must bring your homework with you. Reluctantly, the young master accompanied Harry to the abandoned classroom, albeit with 2 sheets of parchment in hand, one scrawled with a chaotic mix of black and red that was truly a sight to behold. After completing his own homework, Draco sat on the floor, boredom enveloping him. Even the most beautiful dreams must eventually meet the dawn. The mirror revealed the youthful fantasies, and just days prior, the young master had become immune to the images reflected therein. Had he not been with Harry, he likely wouldn't have returned. Before the erased mirror, the platinum-haired boy and the dark-haired boy leaned closer together, one gazing blissfully with wide eyes, the other with half-closed lids. The long parchment lay sprawled on the ground, the quill pristine. In the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Seamus were engaged in a game of wizard chess, while Hermione fretted over her homework. Don't you think Harry and Draco have been acting a bit strange lately? Ron, immersed in the world of chess, paused for a brief moment. What's strange about it? Aren't they getting along well? Not that. Today Draco was actually punished for failing potions. Seamus, glancing at the chessboard where he was about to lose, lost interest in the game. Indeed, Professor Snape was furious. Even Ivy couldn't save them. After winning the chess match, Ron finally redirected his focus to his friends. Let us go find them tomorrow. Alright, see you in the library. As Ivy, their mascot, trailed alongside Severus throughout the day, the creatures from all 4 houses sensed the gentleness of Professor Snape. The plump little creature nestled in Severus' hands, a contented expression faintly visible on his serious face, as she nibbled away, appearing quite well behaved. Your detention involves dealing with flobberworms. The cold and unyielding wizard turned with his pet, leaving the 2 forlorn boys to sit pitifully on their small stools. The locked wooden barrel shook violently as the irritable worms collided within, accompanied by 2 other barrels for containing the slime. The chubby little kitten lounged on the cat tree, devoid of sympathy for the 2 young wizards, her eyes gleaming with mischief as the young master's hands trembled slightly. His pale face displayed an unmistakable revulsion as the disgusting worms writhed in the barrel. Harry, you're finished. Draco ground out these words through gritted teeth, turning away to avoid the apologetic gaze of the savior, deftly slipping on his gloves. The shifted stool betrayed the young master's current irritation, particularly the stark contrast of the 2 wooden barrels. The beleaguered savior forced a smile as he grasped the noticeably more active barrel, while Draco cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, a huff escaping his nostrils. I bumped it. What a treasure, what a treasure. The kitten on the cat tree excitedly scratched at the yarn-covered mat, her gaze fixated on the 2 young wizards as they jostled one another. The domineering young master and his savior. Oh dear, is this truly what I can behold? The kitten feasted so well. How could she be so fortunate? The wizard behind the desk, diligently grading assignments, lifted his eyelids, lazily glancing at the 2 youngsters by the barrel, perplexed as to why Ivy had inexplicably grown excited. What on earth is this silly cat up to? Has she not seen these 2 little giants in a while? and become overly animated? The thought made the wizard's expression grow colder, his tone sharp as ice. Let us not forget that this is not your dormitory. Nor is it your ridiculous adventure time. You ought to realize that it is quite late, and if the esteemed Mr. Savior and the Honorable Master Malfoy do not wish to disturb their unfortunate professor again tomorrow. The two young boys were jolted into action, their movements quickening as the sticky flipper caterpillar writhed in the little wizard's hands. Draco's expression radiated not only disdain, but also a simmering anger directed at Harry. Ivy remarked that this morsel of dog food was truly delectable, expressing her desire for more, indulging herself wholeheartedly. The two small giants demonstrated commendable awareness of the situation, which pleased Severus, as someone had taken care of the potion materials for next week's class. Despite his disdain, Draco handled the caterpillar with a professionalism that was both swift and composed. Though Harry lacked finesse, he gradually picked up speed with the young lord's assistance, and within an hour, the two large barrels of caterpillars had been cleared. Severus nodded in approval as the cellar door swung open, admitting 3 unfortunate souls along with more potion ingredients awaiting processing. Ivy leaped down from her perch, scampering after the 2 animated young wizards toward the Slytherin common room, not forgetting to bring her little backpack along. Potter, keep your distance, Draco warned. I'm sorry, Draco, I was wrong, Harry retorted. Look, it seems the flipper caterpillar has bitten my hand. It's food, delicious food. The little cat and dog trailed merrily behind the 2 boys. Even though it was Harry who was doing all the talking, it did not deter her from enjoying the spectacle. The large black dog and the golden-haired kitten were simply delightful to watch. Draco, with an air of pride, turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge the person beside him who was desperately trying to find a topic of conversation. He had already reminded Harry that today was the headmaster's potion class. Despite Harry's assurances the previous night to return to the dormitory early to rest, he had delayed time and again. By the time they finally returned to the dormitory, it was quite late, and with the morning potion class looming, Draco realized that had he not been feeling fatigued, he would have surely noticed Harry's erroneous actions. That potion should never have failed. For a young wizard trained in potion making from a young age, and personally instructed by a master, such a simple potion's failure was nothing short of disgraceful. The heir of the Malfoy family could not permit himself to commit such a grievous error, even if the other party was the chosen one. Determined to teach Harry a lesson, the young lord let out a cold huff and quickened his pace. Harry was aware of his own faults. However, a person long accustomed to darkness found it hard to relinquish the light that had suddenly illuminated his life, even if it was but a mirage. But Draco was right. That mirror did not appear without reason, and life must go on. One last time. He wished to gaze upon his parents, perhaps for the final time. Resolute, Harry lagged behind, retrieving the invisibility cloak he had kept on him. Ivy watched in awe as the large boy suddenly vanished from the corridor. Had it not been for the scent of potion lingering on him, Ivy might have truly lost track of him. That evening, a certain potion enthusiast wizard was brewing a special concoction in the cellar. Its color a deep emerald, and its scent far from pleasant. The 2 little wizards had spent nearly an hour in the cellar, already imbued with the aroma. Meow meow. Where is this place? It's so filthy. Wow, Hogwarts has such a dilapidated area, as if it hasn't been used in centuries. Lady Loris and I have been to the 4th floor several times, yet we've never ventured this way. Ivy. Harry, draped in his invisibility cloak, pulled back his hood, leaving just his head floating in the air. With a single glance, Ivy was reminded of a certain Hong Kong drama she had once watched. Rolling her eyes, she nearly toppled backward. Thinking Ivy was unwell, Harry rushed over to catch her, but misjudged his strength, inadvertently waking her with a gentle squeeze. Meow. Who dares to harm this royal being? Why exert such effort, young lad? You nearly sent me away. What is this? Why place such a new mirror in this decrepit classroom? It appears quite expensive. Are those intricate patterns on it? Ivy, what do you see in the mirror? Lost in thought, Harry approached the mirror, where the ancient glass reflected a scene of a boy cradling a small black bundle, echoing a moment from the past. The image in Harry's eyes remained unchanged. His parents stood behind him while he held the kitten, laughing joyously. Chapter 51. Who am I? On the seashore. With the gentle breeze ruffling her long hair under the blazing sun, a woman clad in a flowing gown strode forward. Ivy's gaze was riveted on the figure in the mirror, the familiar silhouette nearly bringing her to tears. The scene shifted once more, revealing the exterior of Hogwarts Castle, where a kitten nestled in Severus's arms while the young wizards played on the grass, Draco and Harry holding hands, their laughter ringing out. Atop a tower, 2 elderly figures stood side by side, with Fox soaring overhead, singing a long melodious note. I see many people. Everyone is playing on the grass. Ivy chose not to elaborate on the changing images in the mirror, especially the fleeting silhouette of freedom, for she understood that it represented a past she could never return to. Ivy, I am Ivy now, not that timid Weiwei. I am happy now. Severus dotes on me, and the young wizards at Hogwarts are kind. They are all good children. Rather than returning to that shabby dormitory to pen a thesis that will never meet my mentor's expectations, rushing between the internship and the dormitory, life is good now. Many people, it's wonderful. Perhaps Harry had already found the answer to his question when he posed it. He just couldn't accept it. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the kitten in his arms, as if he had held her like this long ago. In the corner, an elderly man with a grizzled beard quietly observed, curious how Ivy would console the bewildered boy. Harry, is it because of this mirror that you have become this way? The allure of a reflection revealing one's innermost desires was indeed captivating. Harry's eyes remained fixated on the youthful figures of James and Lily Potter in the mirror, inching ever closer until he leaned heavily against the glass. Sometimes silence is the best answer. Harry, indulging in illusory dreams is unwise. Life must continue. Draco is worried about you. And so am I. That which is desired yet unattainable often eludes the most cherished individuals. Weiwei, who are you? Who am I? Regret is but fate's design, like snow, let it melt under the warm sun. Harry Potter. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco noticed the emptiness behind him and was annoyed for a while. He avoided the people in the common room and hastened to the abandoned classroom. Before him was the pitiful silhouette of the dark-haired boy, his ever-vibrant green eyes now submerged in sorrow, his lips turned downwards. Before encountering Harry, Draco had intended to lecture him, but upon seeing him, it was as if he glimpsed the heart of the savior shedding tears. Harry. After a moment's contemplation, Draco sat beside Harry, wrapping his slender arm around the frail boy's shoulders, while the plump Ivy sat gracefully on her own. Draco. I thought you would never want to speak to me again. Harry, taken aback by the usually proud young lord's humility, struggled to contain his tears as he spoke. Umph. The young lord longed to utter unkind words, yet he restrained himself, gently stroking the small black head. Harry, I know you miss your parents. But you must learn to love yourself even more. Those who have passed will not return due to your longing, but will feel pain from your endless yearning. They left first because they loved you, yet their love remains. Mother once said, death is not a farewell, it is forgetfulness that truly separates us. As long as I hold them in my memory, they will forever remain by my side. Ivy, nestled in Harry's embrace, nodded vigorously, her feline visage imbued with earnestness. And upon closer inspection, one could discern the involuntary dilation of her pupils. Such cultured wisdom from young Draco, truly befitting the heir of the Malfoy lineage. His education is undeniably thorough. At such a tender age, he perceives the world with remarkable clarity, delivering poignant insights that leave the savior momentarily astounded. His gaze seemingly glued to Draco. For some inexplicable reason, a phrase flitted through Harry's mind. Death is but another grand adventure. Who uttered those words? Was it Lu Sun or Wang Wei? The elderly figure lurking in the corner relaxed his shoulders slightly, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, his eyes momentarily wavering behind the lenses. You are right, Draco. As long as I cherish the memories of my parents, they will always accompany me. Tears, long held at bay, finally cascaded down Harry's cheeks as he buried his face in the young boy's chest, droplets soaking Draco's garments. But I truly miss them. I had planned to see them one last time tonight and then not return, Draco. I will live well, I promise. I believe in you, Harry. Let us linger here a while longer tonight. Although the young master could not fully empathize with the heartbroken savior, he nonetheless felt the weight of his sorrow, and Draco, who had not been particularly angry, found his heart softening. Initially, he had intended to ensure that the weary boy received proper rest in their dormitory after several sleepless nights. However, now, before the mirror of Ariste, the two boys and a cat exchanged warmth. Hogwarts curfew was at 10 o'clock, and suddenly, Ivy's little bell chimed. A reminder from the solitary professor in the dungeons, grading assignments, that a certain small cat should return. Hiss hiss hiss. Harry, Draco, curfew has arrived. Time to go back to bed. Severus, I missed you so much in just those 2 hours. I feel a bit melancholy. Though she had gradually adapted, having accompanied him in her feline form for several months, she still felt this pang of longing. From a wobbly little kitten to a now steady and confident cat, the ethereal sound of the bell brought the two young wizards back to their senses. After casting one last glance at the smiling faces of the Potter couple in the mirror, Harry steeled himself, covering himself and Draco with the invisibility cloak. Instantly, the two boys vanished into thin air, with only the swirling dust bearing witness to their presence. The little cat strutted out the door, scampering towards the dungeons. Moonlight poured through the window, half illuminating the mirror while the other half bathed the kind old man in its glow. The ancient mirror of Eris diligently displayed an image of summer in Godric's hollow, roses swaying in the gentle breeze. Two handsome young men chased one another, laughter echoing in the air. Dumbledore's bony fingers brushed against the smooth surface of the mirror, the cold sensation prompting him to retract his hand. Fawkes, clutching a letter, flew from the headmaster's office on the top floor to the 5th, the letter unceremoniously landing on the old man's lap, before he could even soothe the bird, which pecked at him twice in annoyance. The pink envelope exuded the fragrance of roses and the sweetness of honeyduck's candies. Meanwhile, in Newmungard, the other protagonist in the mirror meticulously sorted the candies on the table, awaiting the arrival of his beloved. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the two young wizards encountered Theodore lounging on the sofa, a thick book titled Cats, their magical kittens nestled in his hands. The young boy lazily flipped through the pages, lifting his head at the sound, and handed them a letter from Hermione, which she had entrusted him with. Thanks to Ivy's kindness, the first-year wizards from all 4 houses got along remarkably well, unlike the tense atmosphere of previous years, and occasionally they even played together on the grass. Thank you. Draco nodded as he accepted the letter, leading the drowsy savior towards their dormitory. Having finally set aside their worries after several days of unrest, the two boys were now on the verge of sleep. The decorum of the Malfoy family forbade Draco from climbing into bed unwashed, so he insisted on taking a shower first. Exhausted Harry, who could barely keep his eyes open, followed suit and shared the same bed. Ultimately, both boys fell asleep with their heads touching, the letter resting on the bedside table. Chapter 52 Little Piggy. Mew Mew. Severus, I miss you so much. I truly do. The little kitty swears that if I am lying, I shall be punished by not having pudding tomorrow. Despite having only been apart for 2 hours, she felt as if he looked even more handsome than when she had left. Oh, how I long for this embrace, soft yet firm. Ivy, having leaped into the wizard's arms, nuzzled contentedly, her paws playfully swaying on Severus's arm, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped him. So fragrant, so reassuring. Severus relished the little cat's affection, quietly crossing off a note he had made regarding Potter in his notebook. Lily's son is tolerable, though he bears the Potter name. He possesses those beautiful green eyes. If only his mind were not as empty as the detestable Potter's. Ivy nestled in the wizard's embrace, her head butting against him, thoroughly satisfied with the fragrant sanctuary. After several arduous hours of grading assignments, Severus felt content. His little cat was truly exceptional, so well behaved. On a rare sunny Saturday morning, many young wizards at Hogwarts frolicked in the snow, while Ron, listening to their merriment from inside, felt restless and uneasy. He peeked toward the door, then covered his mouth to complain softly, "Where are Hermione, Harry, and Draco? Have they forgotten?" The red-haired boy's voice was tinged with a plaintive tone, prompting Professor Pance's cold gaze to dart toward him, causing Ron to promptly shut his mouth. In the Slytherin common room, Draco, having enjoyed a restful sleep, stretched comfortably. His fair face flushed. Curiously, he lifted an eyelid to find a dark little head nestled against him, tangled hair framing a serene face marred by lingering shadows. He was ensnared in an embrace, unable to move, while the heavy bed curtains blocked out the light. The Slytherin common room, being underground, was devoid of sunlight. Accustomed to brightness, the two had lit numerous candles in their dormitory, and Draco had even found an everlasting candle from home, which he placed on the desk. "Harry, wake up." Freshly awakened, the young master's voice was slightly hoarse, adorably drowsy. Draco, just a little longer." Enchanted by the soft sound, Harry reached out, burying his head deeper into Draco's shoulder, drifting back into a deeper slumber. The sunlight streamed outside, creating a warm and cozy haven within the confines of their bed curtains, effectively shielding them from the cold outside. The warmth of their embrace was irresistibly addictive. Draco, tilting his little head in contemplation for a couple of seconds, found no resolution, and instead succumbed to sleep himself, his face nestling into the covers once more. Beneath the flickering candlelight, the envelope on the bedside table sat forlornly. The Slytherin headmaster's cellar, located underground, was a cozy abode, warm in winter and cool in summer, though prone to dampness and lacking sunlight. For Ivy, who relishes the warmth of winter, Severus Snape's office is nothing short of perfect. The fireplace crackles invitingly, and upon the cozy bed lies the embodiment of a languid male deity. Contentment envelopes the scene. The once reserved Severus, who had sworn to protect his innocence, now embraces a more laid-back demeanor, willing to employ any means necessary to indulge his little feline companion's desires. At this moment, the wizard is clad only in his nightwear, with a few buttons near the collar undone by the playful kitten. His disheveled appearance a testament to his tranquility. The The small cat nestles in the crook of his arm, blissfully aware of its plumpness. After all, not every young wizard can carry themselves across the corridors. Last night, the diligent kitten encountered the mischievous twins during their nocturnal escapades. Out of courtesy, the kitten patted one of their hind legs, startling George, who leaped onto his brother Fred in surprise. The ensuing cries of alarm attracted the attention of Professor McGonagall, who, clad in her green robes, made her way upstairs with purpose. Fred, abandoning his brother, scooped up the grinning kitten and fled. The short distance between floors leaving the Gryffindor Quidditch player breathless. Enough of this, George. Fred. Professor McGonagall is on patrol tonight. If you're caught, it will be disastrous for you. McGonagall is known as the most just and stern of professors, and the entire Hogwarts community knows that even Gryffindor students are not exempt from her discipline. Despite their attempts to escape, the Weasley twins, caught nonetheless, merely chuckled, embracing the thrill and vowing to do it again. The head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, begrudgingly deducted 2 points from her beloved house, her heart heavy as she took the kitten from Fred, personally escorting Ivy back to the basement. The twins, punished with community service, watched forlornly as their precious kitten was carried away, George shaking his head in regret. Though the witch, aged over 50, held the kitten with apparent ease, her labored breaths betrayed her struggle. As Ivy soaked in the bathtub, lost in thought while observing the splashing water, Severus cradled the soft kitten, satisfied with his nurturing methods. The book's advice may not be entirely applicable. After all, it originates from the Muggle world. Ivy, a kitten of the wizarding realm, is entitled to her uniqueness, and the green glow of her health check confirms her excellence. The kitten gazes down at her belly, puzzled, for despite her vigorous daily activities and modest meals, she finds herself rather rotund. It defies logic. Ah, but this is the magical world. She consumes a healthy diet rich in protein and fruit, all brimming with vitamins. It's merely muscle, yes, muscle. After a contemplative nod, Ivy reassured herself of this notion, allowing Severus to wrap her in a blanket to dry her off. Before sleep, Severus indulges in a bit of reading while Ivy leans against him, feigning slumber, occasionally scratching her claws when rest eludes her. In such moments, the wizard's melodious voice fills the air, reading from dense academic texts that, to Ivy's ears, sound like verses of poetry. Even if 8 out of 10 sentences elude her comprehension, it does not hinder her enjoyment. However, mindful of Severus's well-being, the considerate kitten refrains from sprawling entirely upon his chest, recognizing the potential discomfort of her sizable presence. As the potions master at Hogwarts, a quality night's sleep is paramount. Over the course of their half-year together, Severus has grown accustomed to allowing himself small indulgences on weekends without classes, relishing the luxury of lingering in bed. The warm kitten nestled in his arms purrs contentedly, her soft snores endearing, her tiny paws occasionally resting on his chest or draping over his arm. The basement's tranquility shines during such moments. Regardless of the commotion outside, the dungeon remains a sanctuary, devoid of any foolish creatures daring to intrude upon the lair of the Serpent King. In this cocoon, it feels as though only he and Ivy exist, everything perfectly attuned. Chapter 53, Family Time. Having enjoyed a cozy nap under the covers, the kitten stretches, her little paws expertly exploring Severus's body, eliciting satisfied meows. Ah, this is the feeling of comfort. In the embrace of beauty, her tiny hands even brush against his well-defined abs, the neatness of his nightwear striking her as impeccable. Once sufficiently rested, Ivy extends her claws and hops out of the wizard's embrace, dutifully scampering to the bathroom to tend to her hygiene. Severus, cradling the fragrant, soft kitten, feels content with the weekend unfolding. After breakfast, he obediently follows Ivy to the edge of the Black Lake, where Miss Medusa is gently placed into the kitten's embrace. Hisses. Ivy, thank you. It has been ages since I've seen snow. Not at all, just a small favor. The golden sunlight bathes the earth, revealing the gentle hues of snow, while the ice on the Black Lake forms a seamless sheet, interspersed with vibrant greens. Clad in a long black coat, Severus adorns his neck with a Slytherin-style silver-green scarf, his long hair secured with a delicate black ribbon. A dark green blanket is spread upon the snow, with Miss Medusa nestled within Ivy's hold, while a plethora of snacks lies beside the little feline. Young wizards pass by the professor, their cheerful greetings of good day, Professor Snape echoing in the air. The kitten sprawls lazily like a fluffy pancake, her mouth slightly ajar, occasionally nibbling on snacks within reach while graciously accepting offerings from other young wizards. Severus, absorbed in his reading, merely flips the pages of his book, his gaze never straying toward the antics of the students beside him. Having slept until the afternoon, the two boys awaken, groggy and reluctant, lingering in bed before finally rising to wash up. After a brief post-lunch nap, Harry recalls the letter he had cast aside. Dear Harry, meet me in the library tomorrow morning, bring Draco, leave Ron and Hermione behind. Draco furrows his delicate brow in concern. What shall we do? We've already missed so much. After a moment's silence, Harry suddenly seizes Draco's hand and leads him toward the library, the portraits along the corridor ruffling in the breeze generated by the two boys. Hey, watch out. The headless horseman ambles through the hall, and Draco feels as though a fine winter rain has been splashed upon his face, cool and refreshing. In the library, Madame Pants, unable to contain herself any longer, ejects the red-haired chatterbox along with Hermione, just as the two boys appear at the entrance. Ron, Hermione. Thank goodness you're still here. The dark-haired boy beams, relieved to find his friends despite their tardiness. Brother, perhaps this isn't the best place for conversation, Ron suggests, feeling the chill emanating from Madame Pants, while Hermione, displeased, clutches her unfinished homework. I'm sorry we were late. Sensing the tension, Harry scratches his head, offering a cautious apology. Draco, however, takes a more direct approach, pulling Harry toward the Black Lake, with the others following suit. The azure sky juxtaposes the pristine ice of the Black Lake, while drifting clouds add an enchanting allure to the scene, tree shadows casting a mottled beauty upon the frozen surface. The snow lingering on the branches sparkles under the sunlight, while the hazy ice surface appears to be draped in a delicate veil, harmonizing beautifully with the nearby mountains and trees. The four little ones, engrossed in their forward rush, remain oblivious to the ominous black bat hosting a family gathering with a plump black ball and a slender snake. The afternoon ice shows signs of cracking, reflecting light from various angles, resembling silver lightning. A kitten, with the finger of the cellar's serpent king in its mouth, reaches toward a bag of chocolate. Good day, Professor Snape. Sensing the formidable aura, Draco halts abruptly, yet it is evident that Ron, who is barreling forward behind them, lacks such awareness. He collides directly with Harry's back, the slight boy still clutching the young lord's hand, sending both small heads tumbling forward in terror. Severus, taken by surprise at the sudden ambush from the two young wizards, finds his left hand pinched by the kitten while clutching a hefty tome in his right. With a thud, Harry and Draco fall onto the wizard, but thankfully, it is deep winter and all three are bundled in substantial layers, leaving poor Ron, who has just regained his wits, in a state of shock, mouth agape, staring as if he has just arrived. Merlin's lace-trimmed short skirt, Gryffindor's gem must be running low. It's over for me. At this crucial moment, Hermione proves to be reliable, firmly gripping Ron, who still intends to push forward, and dutifully bows her head in greeting. The kitten, unaware that it had momentarily frozen in astonishment, now gazes upon the thrilling scene of its favored wizards embracing. Its smile cannot be suppressed, and the finger it held slips from its grasp, demonstrating commendable professional ethics. Severus steadies himself as the two young wizards tumble down, single-handedly catching them both. The little wizards playing beneath the distant tree witness this dramatic scene, mouths agape in astonishment. Draco's face flushes red, struggling against Severus's neck, his blue-gray eyes wide with fright. The nearby black-haired boy fares no better, his glasses having landed in the snow, his green eyes teeming with pitiful innocence, his disheveled hair resembling weeds by the roadside. Bearing the weight of two 11-year-old wizards with one hand, Severus himself feels the strain, especially since one of them is quite restless. Malfoy, Potter, rise. He is too weary to articulate lengthy sentences. The kitten, ever considerate, leaps off the wizard's leg to alleviate some of his burden. Nevertheless, the scene is undeniably endearing. How could Severus be so charming? Typically appearing pallid and undernourished, although possessing abdominal muscles, he still looks quite lean, yet he manages to hold both young wizards with ease. Impressive, my dear Professor Snape. The pouting little dragon looks utterly adorable, his cheeks flushed, tousled golden hair falling over his forehead, so obedient. Even at this moment, he does not forget to hold hands. Harry, must you adore him so much? You are barely steady yourself and yet still think of the young lord. This cannot be real. What else is genuine? Without the hindrance of glasses, those green eyes are truly beautiful. No wonder Severus has yearned for them for so many years, resembling a lake that speaks. I apologize, Professor Snape. The two little ones chorus their apologies, not daring to lift their gaze to the wizard's expression. Chapter 54. The Dragon Egg. In truth, Severus is not as angry as the four little ones imagine. Upon lifting his gaze, he is met with the pitiful expression of the sole scion of the Malfoy family. Additionally, two pairs of green eyes are filled with fear and trepidation. One pair sparkles with starlight, shimmering with fragmented brilliance. The dampness of his fingertips, exposed to the cold air, feels icy, with the lingering scent of chocolate from the rich cocoa butter and honey of the Muggle factories. Squinting without his glasses, Harry struggles to discern the expression of the person before him, looking rather foolish. The wizard thinks to himself, yet his words remain as harsh as ever. Weasley, for your rudeness, 2 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Harry and Draco tremble in anticipation of their judgment, fearing that a single misstep could lead them to a night in the cellar. Potter, Malfoy, why are you not watching where you are going? Do you wish to commit murder against your poor potions professor? As Severus prepares to unleash his fury, his sleeve is tugged by a small, plump creature, the kitten swaying the fabric of his coat. Meow meow. Spare them, those poor 4 little ones look as if they might faint. As a benevolent and kind-hearted little kitty, I must rescue them from their dire straits, certainly not because my paw is resting on the chocolate gifted by Hermione. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them, the ancients do not deceive me. Successfully garnering 4 grateful gazes, Ivy puffs out her tiny chest, her front paws clasped around the wizard's arm. Professor Snape, my apologies. The 4 little ones bow in unison, and Severus's anger dissipates like a deflated balloon. With a scowl, he retrieves his fallen glasses from beneath his robe. He pinches them between his fingers and offers them to the cowering black-haired boy. Potter, take these. Harry, now more frightened, trembles as he accepts his glasses, quickly placing them on his nose, and the world comes into sharp focus. He can even see a small pale wound on the wizard's finger. Thank you. The warm winter sun induces a languorous feeling, and Severus, observing the trembling 4, loses interest and turns to pick up the book he had dropped. The 4 little ones, in a hasty retreat, do not forget to carry away their savior, and Ivy, cradled in someone's arms, is momentarily bewildered as the scenery shifts. Moments ago, she was nestled by her idol's legs. Now she finds herself facing Harry's flushed little mouth, the black frames of his glasses quivering. Ron's intermittent voice drifts through the cold wind. Brother, why did you take Ivy with you? A fine question indeed. I too wish to inquire. Why carry me away so? Is it because dear Severus is unable to wield a wand? Or have you all lost your senses? Although Severus is in a good mood today and has only deducted 2 points from Gryffindor, he still has many years of teaching ahead. Professor McGonagall's heart bleeds. Draco, his face once again rosy, nods, not quite comprehending Harry's reckless behavior. Severus had finally let them off the hook, so why would he choose to take Ivy away? Harry, burdened and racing forward, offers no response, clutching the plump kitten as he dashes toward Hagrid's hut. The half-giant bends over in the vegetable garden, tending to the cabbages, as pests continue to wreak havoc in the wizarding world even in winter, leaving the cabbages in tatters. Hagrid, Harry, Ivy, Draco, Hermione, Ron, good afternoon. Hearing the voices, Hagrid looks up, seeing Harry cradling a hefty bundle, the other 3 panting heavily. He swings open the wooden door, welcoming them into the small hut. Upon entering, Ivy is immediately enveloped in warmth. The cozy little cabin is aglow with the fire crackling in each corner, especially near the hearth, where warmth surrounds them. A round object the size of a soccer ball lies in a basket, its dull gray-black surface faintly shimmering with a green hue and appearing rugged, as if covered in resilient scales. Ron, Hermione, I have something important to discuss with you. Despite the biting winter chill outside, the occupants of the hut are sweating profusely, and Draco wipes the beads of perspiration from his forehead. Hagrid, however, remains jovial, seemingly oblivious to the heat within, cheerfully presenting a large jug of goat's milk. A few days ago, we stumbled upon a wondrous mirror that reveals the deepest desires of the heart. In its depths, I beheld my beloved parents. The little kitten, wriggling about, slipped from Harry's embrace and tumbled onto the ground, in the biting cold of winter. It was indeed excessive for such a fluffy creature to remain in such a warm place. Meow meow, it protested. It's so warm here. Woof woof woof, exclaimed another. Indeed, but Hagrid mentioned that our new friend requires a warm environment to hatch. New friend? Yes, the dinosaur egg. Hagrid says there's a delightful little creature inside. As they conversed, the 2 small animals gradually approached the egg nestled in its cradle. Enveloped in the flickering glow of the fire, Ivy felt as though she had been cast into an oven. At such a high temperature, would the dinosaur egg not become overcooked? It's hot. Is the little one inside truly alive? After sharing their thoughts, the 4 small creatures turned to the jovial Hagrid, posing a question they had long wished to ask. Hagrid, what is that? The giant took a sip of his hot tea, stood up, and tenderly stroked the egg, not minding that the tips of his curled mustache had been singed. This is a Norwegian ridgeback egg. It requires warmth. Upon hearing this, Draco, a devoted admirer of dragons, leaped from the sofa and dashed to the fireplace, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the black and gray dragon egg. Really? May I touch it? The proud young gentleman displayed a charming expression, his tone earnest. Hagrid, ever generous towards those who cared for animals, even extending kindness to a Malfoy, nodded and moved aside slightly to make room. A delicate white hand gently pressed against the rough surface of the dragon egg. The creature inside was still developing and felt nothing, yet Draco was thoroughly satisfied. "Thank you, Hagrid." The other 3 little ones gathered around, each curiously staring at the round orb. "What a beautiful egg. The dragon inside must be magnificent." "Ha ha ha, indeed." Hagrid generously allowed each of the young wizards to touch the warm egg. Ivy, cradled in the giant's hands, raised her kitten paw to make contact. The soft pink pad barely brushed against the dragon egg before parting. "It's a bit hot." The little dragon seemed so entranced. "I expected the surface to be cool. Hence the need for so much firewood. Speaking of which, I've never seen a real dragon before. I've only encountered fossils in the museum, but that's merely skeletons. Seeing is believing. Hagrid, can we come and visit it often?" As Draco's dear roommate, Harry was quite supportive. Noticing the young gentleman's keen interest in the dragon egg and inquiring, he was rewarded with the approving glance from Draco. Hagrid nodded, indicating that he had no intention of hiding the egg, especially since it had already been discovered. "Thank you." Winter days always arrive and depart swiftly, within mere hours. The sky darkened, and the little wizards playing in the snow had long dispersed. Severus, who had been reading by the Black Lake, left shortly after Ivy had been taken away, silently jotting down a note concerning a certain boy, pondering what excuse to use for his next detention. After all, he still had assignments to grade and a batch of new toads to attend to. Miss Medusa, dangling from the pocket of his coat, gazed longingly at the scenery beyond the castle, even the passing birds receiving her affectionate attention. On the way back, Ron, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped Harry's hand, discussing the invisibility cloak and the mirror of Ariste, while Hermione conversed with Draco about the upcoming final exams. "The finals are just around the corner. Are you all prepared?" "Of course, I study every day." "Brother, could you lend me your invisibility cloak? I'd like to see that mirror." "Night wandering is improper, Ron. Hermione would surely disapprove." The red-haired boy leaned closer to Harry, his pleading voice akin to a fishing line's hook, evoking a sense of intrigue. "Ron." Before Harry could respond, Hermione's voice interrupted. As she turned, she caught sight of Ron whispering something to Harry. The clever young witch deduced the situation within 2 seconds. "Harry, you promised me you wouldn't go to that mirror again." Draco, pulling a sulky face while cradling the plump kitten, pretended to scratch at a certain mischievous boy, while Ivy's kitten paw remained hidden. "Hermione, Draco, I know. I want to take Ron with me." Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two, Harry remained earnest, even voluntarily lifting Ivy's little paw to prove his innocence. Disheartened by his brother's betrayal, Ron walked with his head hung low beside Hermione, distancing himself from Harry. Ivy stretched her little head, glancing this way and that, unable to suppress her gleeful smile. In a moment of conscience, she took out a jumping frog from her pocket and shared it among the 4 little ones, ensuring fairness. "Ah, another card of Professor Dumbledore. I already have so many of his." "So do I." All 5 chocolate frogs contained cards of the same individual. The kitten gazed at the Dumbledore card in her hand, the image winking at her before scampering off to another place. Ron, Harry, Draco looked quickly. "Who is this?" Hermione, holding up the card, was momentarily in disbelief, having searched for so long only to find the individual in the most commonplace of places. "Look, he collaborated with Nicholas Flamel." All 5 heads turned to the thin card, which detailed not only Dumbledore's life and major achievements, but also snippets about Nicholas Flamel. "Draco, didn't you say you would ask your father?" The boy, having enjoyed the Christmas holiday so thoroughly that he had forgotten about this matter, turned crimson. I'll write a letter tonight. My father will surely tell me. Uncle Lucius is so formidable, he must know." Harry chose to overlook his friend's forgetfulness, his tone naturally affectionate. Chapter 55, The Philosopher's Stone. "Dear Draco, regarding your previous inquiry, we have an answer. Nicholas Flamel is the most renowned alchemist in history, and the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The stone can turn any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life. Furthermore, your mother conveyed that she misses you dearly and hopes you will pass on her sentiments to Harry. The morning in the Great Hall is always the most restless time for the little wizards, especially after the long holiday, as they abruptly part from their families, which they find quite disconcerting. Fortunately, the little wizards can send letters and tokens of affection to their families through owls, and a flock of owls flapped into the hall. Harry swiftly shielded his plate from the frenzied owls eager to snatch food, ensuring that no fallen feathers would spoil their appetite. The owl from Malfoy Manor, embodying its owner's haughtiness, stood out with its large size, its dark brown feathers smooth and striking, and its claws held not only a letter but also a small box. Taking the box and letter, Draco stroked the heart-shaped face of the owl, rewarding it with a hearty piece of beef, saying, "Well done, Bran." The contents of Lucius's letter unraveled the mystery that had puzzled the four young wizards for nearly a month. After breakfast, Ivy found herself smuggled by Draco from the cellar into the abandoned classroom. The mirror of Eris stood quietly in the corner, while Ron, entranced by dreams of soon becoming the Gryffindor prefect, was unable to pull himself away. Meanwhile, Draco held Harry's hand firmly. After a brief moment of indulging in dreams, Hermione turned away from the mirror. "I understand now. Professor Quirrell is after the Philosopher's Stone." Having put his clever mind to good use, Harry nodded vigorously. Ivy extracted several bags of potato chips from her small bag as a token of encouragement, with each of the four little ones clutching a pack, crunching delightfully. Yet, why did he wish to steal the Philosopher's Stone? The four combined could hardly muster 6 wits. Hermione, Draco, and Ivy 2, Harry 1, and Ron a -1. A myriad of questions swirled in their little heads, the crunching of chips resonating as one hand sought to grasp the candies that had fallen onto the grass. Ivy extended her tiny paw, nudging the candies towards Ron, her plump body rolling over in Draco's embrace, her tail curled tightly. It was a bit chilly. The little dragon was still too thin, clad in a coat over his school robes, yet still unable to keep me warm. The tip of my tail was nearly frozen. Unable to find answers, life continued as usual. With Hagrid now possessing a baby dragon, the four were increasingly inclined to visit, often bringing along snacks for casual strolls. The schedules of Gryffindor and Slytherin were not entirely synchronized, and they frequently paired off to attend classes together. The little piglet, as the sole feline of Slytherin's head, could charm her way into being fed wherever she went, and within a month, her growth was poised to rival that of the dragon hatchling. In mid-February, the biting winds outside Hogwarts Castle wreaked havoc, bringing damp and rainy weather, with droplets of rain mingling with snowflakes. And the sun had not been seen for over 2 weeks. Ivy felt as though she might soon transform into a little mushroom, retreating from the grass to spend her days in the cellar, either curled up in the wizard's lap listening to the live bass, or wandering to the 4th floor to chat with Louis. The ice on the Black Lake gradually cracked, and the giant squid occasionally surfaced. "Ivy, are you going to the hut this afternoon?" Hagrid said. "The dragon egg is about to hatch." In potions class, Professor Cat maintained her steady performance, intercepting Harry's erroneous attempt to add the 8th sprig of moonlight grass to the cauldron, delivering a memorable reminder with her tiny paw. Harry felt a light tap on his head, along with a few strands of blackgray for drifting down, and cautiously scanned the surroundings. Professor Snape was patrolling the Gryffindor side, lowering his voice to inquire, "So soon? It's only been a little over a month." After witnessing Hagrid's meticulous care of the egg, the little dragon must be quite excited, right? Indeed, when the highly anticipated dragon egg was mentioned, Draco's pale face flushed with excitement, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile, twirling his wand with greater enthusiasm. "Hiss hiss hiss. After class, let us go together." What was this excitement all about? After all, it was a dragon. When he was human, he could only pay to see fossils in a museum. Yet here he was, transformed into a cat, witnessing the birth of a dragon. Seeing a chick hatch as a child had brought him joy for half a day. He simply had to witness this spectacle. He was curious whether a real dragon resembled those depicted on television. Speaking of which, the last time he visited the Slytherin dormitory, a large plush dragon with its mouth wide open sat on the little dragon's bed, looking rather silly. Surely, a real dragon wouldn't he resemble that? Malfoy. If you no longer need your eyesight, you could donate it to someone in need. Why must you stir the potion in the cauldron into a whirlpool like a lake? Do you dislike the formula on the blackboard? The wizard, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, turned around, his wide robe gliding gracefully through the air. "Potter, potions is a precise discipline. Relying solely on others' help will hinder your growth. Since you cannot learn to assist one another, in the next lesson, you will create a successful potion on your own." The angelic tone of his voice belied the sharpness of his words, piercing like arrows from a devil. In mere sentences, both boys, who had been elated at the prospect of the dragon hatching, felt their hearts shatter. Just moments ago, lost in joy at the impending hatching, Harry felt as though the sky had fallen. He recognized each word, yet combined, they formed an incomprehensible meaning. To create a successful potion on his own in the next class, with his current lackluster skills, he could barely scrape together a potion essay filled with fluff. A dejected Draco stared at the murky potion in the cauldron, his excitement at the approaching dragon's unveiling significantly dampened, as he obediently withdrew to the side with his wand. The failed potion emitted an odor reminiscent of a fish that had been dead for 3 days. Mingled with the stench of expired yogurt and the scent of a rat from a sewer, one could only say that those who dared to drink it were indeed brave. Even before the potion had soured, The clever little cat had hopped onto the wizard's dark robe. A dark, fluffy mass attempted to squeeze itself into the wizard's pocket, where a small blanket lay, having been enchanted with a concealment charm. The cat wrapped herself snugly, revealing only her wide, watery eyes. For reasons unknown. Despite clearly detecting the rancid odor, the wizard bore it stoically, casting 2 bubblehead charms before sauntering away. Left behind, Draco and Harry stood before the cauldron. Their little faces flushed, looking as though they might faint at any moment. It was too terrible, too dreadful. The stench was potent enough to pickle a person. The young master, who prided himself on cleanliness, would surely rush home to shower, likely scrubbing off a layer of skin in the process. Severus's lips curled slightly upwards. A weighty bundle in his pocket, warmly pressed against his woolen sweater. 10 minutes later, the wizard, in high spirits, waved his wand, and the suffocating odor vanished without a trace, the black potion, along with the cauldron, departing from the realm of beauty. Brothers, how are you? After a month of amicably caring for the dragon egg, Ron had welcomed Draco into his circle. After all, the young wizard, just starting his education, was still naive, grasping only fragments of the adult's words, mimicking whatever others said. The nuances of human interaction could only be felt through personal experience and gradual growth. Not so good, Ron. We must return to bathe now. With that, the 2 little ones clasped hands and vanished down the corridor like a whirlwind, while Ivy could only catch a glimpse of their retreating figures. Meow meow. You forgot to take me along. Were we not going to find Hagrid to see the little dragon? The little piglet twisted her round, chubby body, observing as the hasty young wizards exited the potions classroom, deliberately slowing her pace to target Theodore. Catching sight of the little cat approaching, the dark-haired boy straightened his back nonchalantly, bracing himself as he caught the leaping Ivy. Meow. Meow. Young man, quite impressive. Your strength has grown. In just a month you have matured, dear Guifei. Do you recall when I had you pinned on the sofa, unable to move? Now you can catch me, brimming with good fortune. Such accomplishments at a tender age. The future is indeed promising. With a serious demeanor, the young lad cradled the plump little cat like a victor striding toward the Slytherin common room. The 10-pound feline still sported a small bag embroidered with red tulips, appearing ever rounder, while Theodore seemed oblivious to the weight in his arms, moving with brisk strides. The journey from the potions classroom to the Slytherin common room took the young wizard merely 3 minutes, his face unblemished and breath steady. Had Ivy not been pressed against his chest, he might not have noticed his racing heartbeat. Due to the change in weather, the little cat was reluctant to move. Theodore had not played with Ivy for some time, and now both hands were buried in fluffy fur. The diligent young wizard successfully carried the little cat back to his dormitory. As the sole heir of the Knot family, his room, while not as opulent as Draco's, exuded an air of sophistication. Upon entering the room, Theodore's breath quickened slightly as he hastily approached the sofa on one side, sinking into its cushions while firmly cradling the little kitten in his arms. The understanding little piglet remained perfectly still, its round, glistening eyes surveying the surroundings. Aside from the 4-poster bed reminiscent of Hogwarts, the bed curtains displayed the classic silver and green hues of Slytherin, and a dark tapestry adorned the stone walls, intricately depicting exquisite bluebells. The room was predominantly filled with an array of books, meticulously arranged upon the shelves, lines of English text dazzling the kitten's eyes. Unlike the sweet scent lingering in Pansy's female dormitory, nor the milky green apple aroma permeating Draco and Harry's quarters, and certainly not the persistent bitterness of absinthe that clung to Severus, Theodore's room was imbued with a cool fragrance, reminiscent of the dampness of the rainy season, intertwined with the scent of lily of the valley, creating an ambience akin to the ethereal mist of Jiangnan, imbued with the refreshing coolness of the evening. Indeed, West Queen's taste profoundly resonates with my own. I also wish to acquire a perfume to gift to dear Professor Snape, a fragrant Snape, the mere thought of which brings me joy. The little kitten nestled in Theodore's embrace, its tail gently tapping against the sofa, the round face adorned with a serious expression. The young lord, having claimed the first prize, embraced the plump piglet, soothing the agitation brought about by their burdensome journey. Feeling the soft fur between his fingers as his mood gradually settled, he felt as though he were immersed in warm water, enveloped in comfort. Chapter 56, Norbert. The small dragon, having been affected by the failed potion concocted by himself, and Harry, bore expressions akin to those of a wilted vegetable. The 2 little ones having spent over half an hour frolicking in the bathroom, creating bubbles, Draco felt as though his nose might fail him, as he was incessantly assaulted by an indescribable stench. Harry, can you smell that? Do I still carry that odor? The dark-haired boy leaned in, his tousled short hair brushing against the delicate skin of the young lord, the woody cool scent mingling with a hint of milk wafting into his nostrils. It tickles, Harry. Don't come so close. It smells delightful now that odor is gone. The two innocent boys spoke in unison, as Draco shook his hair, nudging away the head that had nestled into his neck. Ivy, who had already devoured 5 fish strips, 2 bags of cod jerky, 3 chocolate frogs, and a pack of Birdie Bots every flavor beans, contentedly patted her round belly, timing her leap off the sofa. She noted that Blaze had yet to return to the dormitory. Theodore, having indulged in enough fluffiness and a plethora of snacks, wore an expression of pure satisfaction. Meow. Goodbye. Ivy, with a quickened step, slipped out through the slightly ajar door, leaving Theodore behind with the open entrance and a chill in the air. Upon returning to the dormitory after their bath, the two little wizards were greeted by the sight of a rotund silhouette, dark and wrapped in a blanket. Had it not been for the barely noticeable white tip on its tail, they might not have recognized it at all. Ivy. Draco's tone was certain. Hearing the voice, the plump little cat turned, and the freshly bathed boys stood at the door, gazing at the chips in her paw with an ambiguous expression. Meow meow. Sweet little dragon. Sweet Harry, come give me a cuddle. The kitten, unabashedly clutching the chips, gazed intently at the two boys with her round green eyes. Considering the unpredictable hatching time of the dragon egg, the 4 little ones took turns cradling the piglet, gathering ample food before making their way to the little house. Outside, a light drizzle fell, while Hagrid's wooden cabin felt as warm as summer. As the time for the dragon eggs hatching drew nearer, the required temperature soared, and Yaya had become increasingly reluctant to remain in her cozy abode. When they arrived, Yaya was seen with her mouth agape, catching raindrops with her tongue, appearing quite silly. Hagrid had already shed his massive moleskin coat, trading his usual winter gray sweater for a coarse linen shirt, with leather sandals adorning his feet. The black dragon egg was nestled in a cradle, surrounded by a ring of fire. Harry, you're here. Come sit, the adorable baby dragon is about to hatch. Upon hearing this, Draco, the fervent dragon enthusiast, and Ron could no longer remain seated, their little legs fidgeting with excitement, as Ivy was pulled closer to the firewood stack by Ron. Her large green eyes were filled with panic. Ron stepped back. My beautiful fur might get scorched, it's too hot. If you don't move me away soon, I'll become roasted cat meat. Meow meow. Help help quick. Take me away. Someone save me from this fiery fate. Ivy squirmed in Ron's arms, her 4 paws curling up, surrounded by the flames, afraid to expose her paws lest she roast herself. You foolish Hagrid, hurry and place me somewhere else. She lamented, I'm a cat, and I'm facing imminent doom. Ron, bring Ivy over here. At this critical moment, it was Hermione who proved reliable. The little witch swiftly snatched the squirming kitten from Ron's grasp, and placed her beside a bucket of water in the room. Ivy, with half her tail submerged in the bucket, felt as though she had been granted a second chance at life. Her once sleek, shiny fur had become frizzy and faintly yellow after her ordeal by the fire. Meow meow. Thank you, kind little witch. Hermione, next time I'll help you with your Professor Snape critiques, as long as you're not teamed up with Ron. Woe is me, my tail, my beautiful fur. It was fine when I came here. Why can't I return to that state? The irate little kitten curled herself into a ball, while Ron, feeling embarrassed, crouched down and scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry, Ivy, I didn't mean to. Oh, if saying sorry was enough. Why do we even need the police? My beautiful fur. I'm sorry, Ivy, I'll save a week's worth of fish strips for you. Can you forgive me? The red-haired boy extended a hand, hesitantly attempting to stroke the large ball of fur on the ground. Fearful of provoking her anger, he lowered his head, trying to bring his face closer to Ivy's. The fish strips were a new dish learned by the house elves at Hogwarts. Fresh mackerel, cleaned and pan-fried to a golden brown on both sides, then sprinkled with cumin and pepper. In the Great Hall, they were always in high demand. Ivy had cleverly pilfered a considerable amount from the kitchen, leveraging her connection with Vicky and Professor Snape's name. Nevertheless, how could a greedy little cat ever complain about having too much delectable food? A week's worth of fish strips. What a trivial test of character that was. Cats truly cannot pass such tests. As for the fur on her tail, out with the old and in with the new. The next batch would surely be even more beautiful. Seeing the little kitten finally nod, Ron joyfully patted Ivy's head, eager to bring her closer to the fire. Meow. Meow. I want to go there. I'll wait until it's hatching time to take a closer look. I'm not going there. It's too hot over there. If I stay too long, I might hear the sizzling of my own fat. Sigh, I'm starting to crave grilled skewers. Beef, squid, chicken, grilled eggplant, green peppers, cabbage, sausages, mackerel, enoki mushrooms, chives, shiitake mushrooms. Slurp. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. The birth of the fire dragon was a lengthy and arduous process. The group had enjoyed lunch and afternoon tea in the little house, even indulging in a game of wizard chess. As evening approached, the flames within the cabin grew brighter, and faint crackling sounds emanated from within the eggshell, as if something was scratching from inside. The dark shell began to heat up, gradually developing cracks, with the hay and feathers beneath producing faint rustling sounds. The four little ones held their breath as they approached, while Hagrid gently stroked the eggshell with his massive hand, seemingly wishing to impart strength to the little creature within. Ivy sat atop Yaya's back, keeping a respectful distance. The rhythmic sound of cracking intensified, and a fragile claw emerged from the fractured eggshell, pushing aside the remnants of its confinement. With a sharply pointed triangular head, and a body that was wrinkled and slick, Hagrid cradled the newly hatched dragon in his hands, its bronze eyes glinting with ferocity. A set of sharp little teeth bit down directly on Hagrid's finger, while a long, scaly tail draped over its emaciated form, resembling a dehydrated black crocodile hatchling. Meow. The cry was somewhat jarring, reminiscent of a cat's meow. "Oh, look at this little creature. How vivacious it is!" Hagrid exclaimed with unrestrained delight, presenting the dragon, which stubbornly clung to his finger, to the onlookers with an air of indulgence. Draco nodded in agreement, his blue-gray eyes sparkling with fascination, completely captivated by the little black dragon. Such a beautiful little dragon. The young wizards, witnessing a newborn dragon for the first time, were eager to hold it themselves. Even though the dragon had just hatched, it displayed a fierce temperament. Hermione, maintaining some rationality, physically restrained the three boys who had ventured too close. Hagrid offered the hatchling a mixture of chicken blood and brandy from a wooden bucket, and the little dragon immediately released its grip on Hagrid's finger, stretching its neck to reach the liquid in the spoon. It ate with great gusto. "Hagrid, what kind of dragon is this?" the inquisitive Harry asked, eyes wide as he watched the hatchling feast. "This is a Norwegian ridgeback, known for its distinctive serrated spine, and covered in beautiful black scales. It can also breathe blue flames." No sooner had he finished speaking than the hatchling, having consumed several sips of the concoction, impressively exhaled a plume of fire. "Draco, you really know a lot," Harry praised, and Draco basked in the compliment, tilting his chin slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the little dragon. A short distance away, Yaya and Ivy were utterly terrified. The hatchling's delicate flames singed Hagrid's beard. The gentle giant chuckled, extinguishing the flames with a wave of his hand, while the four little ones gazed in awe. "Do not spoil it too much, everyone. This is a fierce dragon, a carnivore that can roast its own meals. That sharp little bite could easily draw blood from someone more fragile. One might wonder, can such a perilous creature truly be kept at Hogwarts? With so many delicate young wizards within the castle, not to mention the non-magical Filch, the imaginative little cat, led by Yaya, retreated further away." Chapter 57, The Potion Society. Hagrid's bushy beard was singed by the hatchling's flames, and the young wizards finally regained their composure. "Hagrid, according to the Ministry of Magic's prohibited magical creatures list, dragons are not permitted to be kept domestically." The young witch's voice was calm and measured, blending with the patter of rain outside, striking a chord in the hearts of the listeners, with Harry's thoughts settling first. Hesitantly, he glanced at the rounded head of the platinum-haired boy, but directed his words at the giant who was still clutching the hatchling. "Hagrid, if the Ministry discovers this, you could end up in front of the Wisengamot. The Wisengamot is responsible for adjudicating significant cases in the magical community, including violations of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the use of unforgivable curses, and crimes related to dark magic. It reflects the political ecology of the Ministry of Magic. As the core institution that embodies both the highest court and the parliament in the magical world, its fortunes are closely tied to the political integrity of the ministry. It serves as a vital conduit for showcasing the workings of power and societal conflicts within the magical realm." Draco, with his pale little face leaning toward Hagrid's wrist, displayed reluctance as he gently touched the hatchling's slender, scaly tail. When it was pulled away, he merely smiled more broadly. "Oh no, we cannot be so cruel. It's still so small. Leaving it outside would mean it could be prey for other creatures." As he spoke, Hagrid's eyes misted with emotion, his movements becoming more tender as he slowly fed the hatchling with the wooden spoon. Meow. The little dragon, thoroughly enjoying its meal, watched as Hagrid's pace slowed. But in a moment of frustration, it ignited a tiny flame that caught the spoon. The mixture of chicken blood and brandy, combined with the Norwegian Ridgeback's blue flames, ignited instantly. Not only did the hatchling, with its mouth agape, appear bewildered, but Ivy too was taken aback. "Well, that certainly solves the problem at its source. If you're going to feed it that slowly, perhaps you shouldn't feed it at all." The sudden flame singed the platinum-haired boy nearest to the dragon, prompting Harry to pull the startled boy back a few steps, narrowly avoiding the flames. "Draco, are you alright?" The small incident brought Harry back to his senses, aligning him with Hermione. Despite the near mishap, Draco's thoughts remained focused on the newborn dragon, oblivious to Ivy tugging at his robes. I'm fine. But will Beeter go hungry without food? No worries, there's still a bucket of food prepared for Norbert in the kitchen. Hagrid's words shifted the mood. As Draco lifted his head from Harry's embrace, his soft white fingers pointing at the hatchling, lost in its sorrow over the vanishing food. Beeter. Norbert is more fitting for his charming appearance. Beeter aligns better with his identity. Ivy, still sneaking sweets, was on the verge of losing her composure. Just where did this scrawny crocodile dragon exude cuteness and majesty? Especially after it had just incinerated its own meal. Its copper-green triangular eyes seemed dazed. And she couldn't help but call it adorably silly. While the two continued their debate, Norbert could no longer contain himself, snapping at Hagrid's finger, his sharp teeth sinking into the giant's skin. Ron volunteered to bring over another bucket of brandy, eagerly offering the liquid to Norbert's mouth, watching Draco with envy and jealousy. His little face crinkled as he longed to reach out but was firmly held back by Harry. Ivy pressed down on Draco's dragon-skin boots, her weight firmly planted. The chubby little one was far too heavy for the slender Draco to budge. The newborn dragon, having feasted, succumbed to sleep, resting peacefully. Ivy, nestled in Draco's arms, found comfort as the rain continued to fall outside, droplets cascading onto the group. Upon returning to Hogwarts Castle, they arrived just in time for dinner. The Great Hall was bustling with students, and at the Professor's table, Severus was patiently slicing a roast chicken on his plate. Meow meow. Severus, a hug please. Today frightened me to death. I thought I might not make it back. The little one complained, what a dreadful day for me. So young yet subjected to fire and rain. My lovely fur is all tangled. For various reasons, Severus refrained from revealing that Ivy could not use magic, instead discreetly pulling out Ivy's little blanket from his pocket. The little piglet leapt directly onto the wizardess lap, reveling in the affectionate grooming service provided by Severus, the soft fabric absorbing the moisture. In silence, blue sparkles danced as the little blanket instantly dried. Meow. Thank you, my dear, I love you. Content. The little piglet closed its eyes, savoring the scent of herbs wafting from the wizard. Ivy, there is a meeting on Sunday that will take us to another country. Would you like to join? On the desk, a letter embossed with golden lettering lay quietly. Severus held the parchment, his gaze directed downwards at the small, plump kitten nestled in his arms, nuzzling against him. Meow meow. Where are we going? It seems that the kind-hearted wizard, concerned that the little kitten might not grasp the specifics, read the letter aloud, word by word, his handsome features making Ivy feel utterly enchanted. Dear Severus Snape, the Potions Association Exchange Conference will be held on February 16, 1992, in the Black Forest region at Titusea. We look forward to your presence. Such brevity is to be expected from a group engaged in potion research. Their efficiency is commendable, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. In truth, the letter was filled with a lengthy preamble, including aristocratic pleasantries that Severus regarded as superfluous. The kitten nodded vigorously, and Severus, observing its wise green eyes, felt a pang of concern for Ivy's future. What if this little one, still under a year old, appeared less than clever? How could he remedy the kitten's disinterest in books, falling asleep at the mere mention of their contents? What should he do about the kitten's penchant for mischief and lack of cleanliness? Unbeknownst to him, Ivy remained blissfully unaware of Severus's inner turmoil. Lost in the excitement of an impending adventure, small and exuberant, the kitten playfully clawed at Severus's leg, inch by inch. Chapter 58. Appear like you? The youngest of all. Since learning of the weekend excursion, Ivy seemed to revert to the restless spirit of her university days, her entire being vibrating with anticipation. She longed for the moment her wings would sprout, or for the blink of an eye to transport her to distant lands, greeted by unfamiliar landscapes. The days of waiting always felt interminable. Severus busied himself with organizing his research materials and preparing his speech, while Ivy trailed behind him like a devoted shadow. In the privacy of his space, Severus donned neither his customary long black robe nor his usual attire, but rather a black shirt adorned with silver buttons that shimmered. His impeccably tailored trousers were paired with the fluffy slippers that the kitten insisted he buy, as the plump little creature followed closely in their wake. February in the Black Forest was a time of winter's icy grasp, with undulating hills and evergreens such as firs and spruces adorned with frost. The bare branches of deciduous trees stood stark against the snow, their strength accentuated by the winter's white cloak. Occasional bare rocks jutted out, their ruggedness contrasting sharply with the thick blanket of snow. The temperature hovered below freezing, and large snowflakes drifted down, the air crisp and invigorating, the mist swirling around, blanketing the forest paths. Scattered throughout the valleys were traditional German villages, their red-roofed wooden houses blanketed in snow, with wisps of smoke curling from chimneys. When the pair arrived, it was afternoon, and the aroma of simmering stews wafted through the air. The surface of Lake Titusee was unevenly covered in ice, with patches of deep blue water peeking through, surrounded by snow-capped mountains and tranquil forests, where blue and white mingled harmoniously. The lakeside was draped in snow, and the wooden boardwalks and docks bore a layer of the white powder, while the CAF and restaurant at the water's edge sported winter decorations unique to the season. Severus wore a heavy blue-gray cashmere coat, the end of his black scarf adorned with a serpent-shaped pendant, while Ivy, clad in a sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley, appeared even more cherubic. Meow meow. Severus, are you hungry? You must say you are. Now that we are here, we must try the local specialties. I skipped lunch just for this. Ivy sniffled, her voice laced with a playful plea. Turning on his heel, Severus altered his course towards a nearby restaurant. The half-timbered building featured a deep-hued wooden frame paired with light gray plaster, its sloped roof covered in tiles, and beneath the eaves, strings of dried sausages and hams hung invitingly. A wooden sign bore the restaurant's name, complemented by wrought iron lanterns, while the steps were lined with straw for traction. The dark wooden tables and chairs were tidy, with cuckoo clocks and deer antlers adorning the walls. The warm glow of the fire illuminating the room, and mingling with the light from the overhead chandelier, creating an inviting atmosphere. The curtains and tablecloths were adorned with stripes of red, green, and blue, and woolen cushions adorned the seats, where Ivy was placed on the outer edge of the table. The waitress, dressed in a dirndl, greeted them warmly, and as Severus conversed fluently with her in a foreign tongue, the kitten's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. No one told me that Professor Snape possessed such talents. I haven't even mastered English, and he is already fluent in languages I don't understand. Oh dear. I'm truly illiterate now. Noticing the kitten's incredulous expression, Severus allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, absent-mindedly ruffling the kitten's soft head. The culinary prowess of the restaurant's chef was undeniable, as both man and cat savored their meals with great satisfaction. The spicy beef stew was rich and zesty, featuring generous chunks of beef and onions simmered with chili powder and tomatoes, paired with creamy mashed potatoes to ward off the winter chill. German-style pickled beef was marinated for days in red wine, vinegar, and spices, then slowly stewed until tender, served alongside sweet and sour red cabbage and potato dumplings. A classic of northern Germany, roast pork with sauerkraut consisted of shoulder or leg marinated in beer, onions, and bay leaves, yielding a crispy exterior and juicy meat, accompanied by pickled cabbage and pretzels. The potato dumplings, made from mashed potatoes mixed with flour, sometimes contain bacon or onions, offering a dense texture. The Black Forest cake and apple strudel delighted Ivy's palate, with thin pastry enveloping diced apples, cinnamon, and raisins, baked and served with ice cream, both sweet and tart. The chocolate sponge cake layered with cherry sauce and cream was decadently rich. Considering the business at hand, Severus relinquished the notion of indulging in a drink, lifting Ivy, whose head was still buried in the cake dish, and wiping her clean with a damp cloth. Meow meow. That was delicious. After politely bidding farewell, Severus cradled the now satiated kitten, who wished only to sprawl lazily, as they resumed their walk along the forest path. Ivy nestled in the crook of Severus's arm, her eyes flitting from one sight to another, overwhelmed by the beauty around her, the flowers in the snow, the charming houses nearby. Indeed, it is essential to explore the world and broaden one's horizons. The venue prepared by the Potions Association was situated by the lakeside, serene and cold, with a gentle slope to allow the snow to cascade down. The exterior was a warm wooden hue, with a deep gray-tiled roof. Hand-carved wooden animals adorned the entrance, while the window frames were painted white, with a few potted plants blooming on the windowsills. As Ivy was carried through the wooden door, another world unveiled itself within. The scent of the wooden furniture filled the air, and local-style artwork adorned the walls, with carpets covering the floor. From the outside, the wooden house appeared modest, yet inside it revealed a spaciousness akin to a small banquet hall. Upon their arrival, only a handful of familiar faces occupied the space, engaged in amiable exchanges. Severus, with an air of calm detachment, opted not to partake in the afternoon's socializing, instead carrying the kitten upstairs, passing by room after room until finally pausing before a door adorned with curling wooden leaves. As his hand brushed against the leaves, they unfurled automatically, and the door swung open. The pine bed was dressed in beige linens, complemented by simple wooden carvings at the headboard, with matching furniture exhibiting clean lines and a natural charm, and a small balcony furnished with a wicker chair and a tea table. Once Ivy entered the room, she gracefully leaped from Severus's arms onto the plaid-patterned carpet, clearly pleased with the cozy atmosphere. She wandered about as if surveying her domain, exploring from the entrance to the balcony, while outside, the snowstorm continued to rage, enveloping everything in a vast expanse of white. The lively commotion downstairs and the howling wind and snow outside were effectively cut off as Severus, weary from a prolonged trek through the mountains, collapsed onto the sofa. The documents he had brought were placed meticulously upon the desk. Ivy, fully aware of her own weight, squeezed into the gap between the wizard and the couch. Yet it was evident that she had underestimated her size, compelling the wizard to awkwardly elevate his leg. "Ivy, do you enjoy it here?" Severus's voice was soft, akin to the gentle wind caressing feathers, causing her feline ears to twitch involuntarily. "Meow meow," came her response. "I do, the food is delightful. And the scenery is quite lovely." The little cat rubbed her large head against the wizard's hand resting beside her, his long fingers curling naturally. The veins beneath his exposed skin prominent, akin to the beauty of ancient pines and bamboo. After a brief respite and a nap, Severus began to organize the materials he had brought, his posture straight, features strikingly composed, embodying seriousness and diligence. Ivy refrained from disturbing him, curling up like a cat. And the only sounds in the serene room were the rustle of pages and their breathing. The following day, after breakfast, the potion exchange conference commenced in earnest. The venue imbued with an atmosphere of solemnity. Ivy, nestled in Severus's arms, spotted several young wizards holding parchment and quills, their faces etched with focus. The opening speaker was an elderly man with graying hair and beard, followed by several unfamiliar middle-aged wizards. When it was Severus's turn to take the stage, the little cat perched on the table, filled with pride. The eloquent wizard appeared even more charismatic. Indeed, individuals tend to shine in their areas of expertise. A verse suddenly floated into Ivy's mind, perfectly encapsulating the moment. "The graceful tree dances in the wind, while peers regard you with youthful admiration." The average age of the wizards present was around 200 years, while Severus was merely 32, which in human terms was akin to being 16, an age of spirited youth. Clad in a well-tailored suit and polished shoes, as he spoke, Severus seemed to sense something, his gaze meeting that of the enamored little cat. Her eyes, bright green with admiration, reflected a blend of pride and affection. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Severus concluded his presentation, and the audience erupted into applause. Their gazes filled with respect, regardless of age. The wizard, having finished speaking, walked steadily towards Ivy. Outside, the snow had ceased, revealing the melting edges of the ice on Lake Titty, while unknown creatures rustled through the forest, their footsteps echoing softly. As the list of potion masters continued to present, the young wizards below exchanged their parchment for fresh sheets, diligently taking notes. Once Severus completed his solo presentation, Ivy finally settled down to observe her surroundings attentively. Perhaps due to the unique nature of potion making, all present exuded an air of seriousness and composure. Even the young wizards learning from the masters refrained from boisterous behavior. Potion masters from far and wide had gathered here, and a variety of languages filled the air. Aside from the English presentations, Ivy scarcely understood a word. However, based on Severus's expression, it was clear that there was no charlatan among them. The wizard radiated a gentle, unassuming demeanor, resembling a caring older brother, especially with the curious little cat nestled in his arms. After the formal sharing session concluded, the small group meetings commenced. Individuals with similar research interests or relevant studies convened, and despite the language barriers, precise translations flowed. The local potion association had arranged the conference space, providing not only a podium and main hall, but also a corner stocked with self-serve food and beverages. Occasionally, a small drink could foster camaraderie and perhaps ignite inspiration. Ivy, uninterested in the brightly colored drinks on the table, found herself enamored with the local desserts, particularly the Black Forest cake she had enjoyed the day before. Severus, well aware of his little companion's tastes, did not wait for her to voice her desires. He instinctively carried her towards the refreshment table. "Long time no see, Severus." A figure clad in a black turtleneck sweater, overlaid with a wine-colored double-breasted suit, approached, his short hair framing amber eyes. "Rickman, it has indeed been a while." "Ah, such a familiar name. Wasn't it the name of an actor?" The two wizards exchanged smiles, as if they were long-lost friends, clinking their glasses of red wine together. "You seem to be in much better spirits. Is it due to this charming little creature?" The wizard slightly bent forward, his captivating gaze meeting that of Ivy's round eyes, quietly radiating his charm. "Hee, I don't wish to smile, yet he refers to me as a delightful little creature." Severus chuckled at the proud little cat, raising his glass in invitation. Though he remained silent, the relaxation of his brow and the twinkle in his eyes conveyed his agreement. After the meeting concluded, Severus, cradling the little cat, used the door key to return to the forest outside Hogwarts, where a gentle drizzle fell like silken threads. The wizard held aloft Ivy's beloved dark green umbrella adorned with dahlias, an item she had insisted on acquiring, standing out amongst the other wizards who were shielding themselves with wands from the rain. Severus walked leisurely, blades of grass clinging to his shoes, while fresh blades left their mark anew. The little cat nestled against his shoulder, her rounded head fitting snugly into the crook of his neck. Meow meow, she chirped. Severus, look over there. The giant squid is waving at us. Indeed. What a wonderful brother he was, remembering his little sister after all this time. On the dark surface of the lake, a large squid had observed the figures traversing the rain-soaked grass, two tentacles waving in greeting. Suddenly, the little cat's head nudged against the wizard's ear, causing him to flinch in surprise, instinctively turning away and inadvertently locking eyes with the squid's damp gaze. Ivy, would you like to speak with your friend? Perhaps the serenity of the snowy black forest had bestowed a rare tranquility upon his heart, or perhaps the joyous gathering with friends had lifted his spirits. Severus's voice was unusually gentle. Meow meow, she replied. Can I chat with him for a moment before we head back? The little cat nodded, obediently calling out twice from her perch on the wizard's shoulder. The surface of the black lake lay still, like a mirror, as the delicate raindrops danced upon it. Meow meow? Giant squid. How has your winter been? The giant squid's three tentacles intertwined, its tips gently tapping, its large, dark eyes seemingly affixed to the little cat. I have a secret to share. Yesterday Severus took me overseas, and I had so many delicious treats. This lovely umbrella was purchased there. Ivy's voice was sweet and soft, brimming with visible excitement and joy, her mews echoing in the air. The wizard contemplated for a moment and quickly discerned what the little cat was conveying. This silly little cat is so fond of foreign adventures. It seems she needs to learn a few more languages. During the holidays, I could take Ivy on more outings. And let's not forget about the galleons. The price of potions for the Malfoy family could certainly see an increase. I can't provide potions for the hospital wing for free anymore. That old bee needs several bottles of dental tonic every week. Charges will apply from now on. The exchange between the two little creatures was primarily conducted in sign language. After chatting for a while, Ivy bid farewell. The rain intensified, and the hem of Severus's coat became increasingly soaked. Meow meow. Goodbye, see you next time. Let us head back, Severus. Don't catch a cold in this rain. The wind, laced with rain, was chilly, making her ears feel slightly frosty. Good day, Professor Snape. For little ones, clutching their wands, obediently halted their steps, casting their gaze upon the solemnly adorned wizard whose demeanor exuded gravity. Severus found himself in a splendid mood as he observed the dark-haired savior nodding without a flicker of emotion, even turning with interest to reveal a small cat, which had been playfully waving its paws in farewell from his shoulder. The round little feline, nestled in his embrace and clad in a sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley, appeared from a distance as if he were cradling a child. Hiss hiss hiss, he greeted with warmth. Good afternoon, delightful young wizards and witches, he he he. How wonderful it is. The weather is delightful, shrouded in misty rain, with a gentle breeze wafting through, and it is splendid to hold someone dear, like a noble gentleman, in the presence of 4 charming children. As the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, Draco possessed more channels of information than his peers, his face reflecting admiration and his tone reverent. Professor Snape, my father mentioned that you attended the potions conference of the wizarding world. You are truly remarkable. Ron and Hermione gasped in surprise, and although Harry was unfamiliar with the significance, he echoed his friend's astonishment. Being the recipient of praise and the focus of adoring gazes is invariably a delightful experience, and Severus was no exception. Rarely adopting a gentle tone, he placed his hand, typically employed for brewing potions, upon Draco's small shoulder, a hint of restrained amusement gracing his lips. Draco, your aptitude for potions is commendable. A future of your own glory awaits. With his platinum head held high, Draco felt the weight on his shoulder and beamed widely, revealing his large teeth in a silly grin. His cherubic face, paired with the foolish smile, exuded an undeniable charm, especially considering that this young boy had always tried to present himself as wise beyond his years. To reach the castle from the Black Lake, one must traverse a stretch of grassland. In February, the meadow bore witness to the quietude of late winter intertwined with the budding of early spring, the soft, damp earth dotted with tender green shoots, while the dark purple heather bloomed in solitude. The wizard, buoyed by the compliments, pointed out the 4 little ones trudging through the rain, his wand held aloft as he cast a spell akin to an umbrella, yet markedly more practical. Due to the limited magic of the young witches and wizards, whose garments bore traces of grass and rain, the benevolent wizard flicked his wand with a gentle motion, and in an instant, a blue, starry magic whisked away their discomfort. Thank you, Professor Snape. However, due to the professor's overt favoritism, the Gryffindor lions harbored a certain aversion towards him, for this affection was reserved solely for the Slytherin snakes. Nevertheless, the strong invariably command greater respect and admiration. Hermione's gaze towards the wizard sparkled with curiosity, even pushing past Ron to approach Professor Snape. From her pocket, she retrieved a pink notebook, densely filled with her inquiries about the wizarding world and her explorations of magic. Professor Snape, may I ask why the potions I brew in class never seem to achieve perfection? The color appears to differ from Draco's. Severus slightly tilted his head, observing the increasingly close proximity of the young witch, her arm brushing against his coat, her brown eyes brimming with thirst for knowledge. Miss Granger, textbooks merely instruct you on the methods of creation. The wisdom of our predecessors is boundless. Instead of inquiring of me, it would be wiser to consult Draco. You two shall partner in the upcoming potions class next week to learn from one another. Very well, thank you.